She came to kill the vampire lord who destroyed her home. Posing as an archivist, she knelt in his library, hiding her blade and her hatred. But when he caught her reading forbidden records, he kept her secret instead of exposing her. What happens when the hunter starts to fall for her prey? The Ash of Duskwater, a web novel, vampire romance. The complete audiobook only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The carriage stopped at the first gate, where the marsh bells began. Vesna counted them. 9 strokes, slow and wet, carried across water she could not see. The sound moved through the iron bars and the mist and the stone arch engraved with House Mordent's seal, a river serpent coiled around a tower. She kept her hands still on her knees and her breathing, even while the gatekeeper examined her papers by lantern light. The paper was good. The wax was better. Elowine had paid a forger out of the old ecclesiastic scriptorium, a man who copied seals so precisely that even the tiny break in the thorn crest matched the original die. Vesna had studied that flaw for 3 years. It meant nothing where she was going. The gatekeeper handed the bond back through the carriage window. His fingers were long, his nails filed clean, and he did not blink when he looked at her. "The archive entrance is the west door. You will be met." She inclined her head. "Thank you." The carriage lurched forward. Through the window she watched the iron gate close behind her, and then the mist closed over it, and Duskwater swallowed the road. The manor rose out of the marsh like something that had grown there. Dark stone, wet with condensation, climbed into turrets and sloped roofs where moss hung in curtains. Lanterns burned behind leaded glass, casting green light across the gravel drive. Water lapped against foundations somewhere below. Vesna heard it as the carriage stopped, as the driver climbed down, as the west door opened and a servant in mordant gray stepped out holding a lamp. She gathered her valisa. 1 change of clothes, 1 set of writing instruments, 1 blade sewn into the lining of her sleeve, silvered and narrow enough to slide between ribs. She had worn it for 3 days of travel. The weight had become part of her posture. The servant was a young man with a shaved head and a face that gave nothing. He led her through the west door into a corridor of black stone and tall windows that looked out onto nothing but dark. The air smelled of wax, damp wool, and something older underneath. Something that moved in the walls when the building breathed. "You are assigned to the North Archive," he said. "Your quarters are adjacent. Meals are taken in the staff hall at first bell. You do not enter the East Wing without written permission from Lord Castellan's steward." "And the South Corridor?" He glanced at her. "The South Corridor leads to the private residence. You will have no reason to go there." She memorized the turn, counted the steps, marked the window that did not fully latch and the door that had no handle on the corridor side and the stairwell that dropped instead of rising. The route to the archive went through 2 intersecting halls, a vestibule hung with portraits, and a narrow bridge that crossed an interior courtyard where the mist pooled like water. The archive itself was a long stone room with shelves that rose to the ceiling and a reading table, scarred by years of ink and blade edges. Lamps burned at intervals, low and steady. The air was cold and dry, preserved, watched. "The steward will call on you in the morning to confirm the intake inventory," the servant said. "You are expected to begin cataloging at first bell." He left her there. Vesna stood in the center of the archive and listened to the silence settle around her. No footsteps in the corridor. No voices. Only the distant sound of water moving beneath stone and the faint hiss of the lamps. She began with the windows. 3 along the north wall, all leaded, all latched, all looking onto the courtyard. The glass was old and uneven, impossible to open silently. She noted the iron brackets on the courtyard side, the drop to the flagstones, the line of sight from the opposite gallery. Not a primary exit. Useful only if the courtyard was empty and the moon was dark. The east wall held the shelves, solid. The west wall held the door and a narrow servant's passage hidden behind a panel that matched the stone. She found it by the wear on the floorboards. The passage led to a stairwell that spiraled down into the dark, and at the bottom, a corridor of unfinished stone where the water sound grew louder. A crypt road, half flooded. She could smell the marsh through the cracks in the wall. She did not go farther. She marked the passage and returned to the archive, circling the reading table, running her fingers along the spines of the ledgers until she found the one she had been sent to find. It was not marked Kashmir. It was marked with a code she had memorized in a candlelit room 6 months ago. A combination of numbers and letters that corresponded to a shelf position and a date. She pulled it free of the others and laid it on the table. The leather was dark, the pages brittle. The seal on the cover had been cracked and resealed with plain wax, the kind any clerk might use. But the binding string was knotted in the pattern Eloise had taught her to watch for, a double loop with a pulled tail that meant the contents had been examined and replaced. She opened it. The first page listed supplies: lamp oil, parchment, ink, sealing wax, all entered in a hand that slanted left. The second page listed the same, dated a month later. She turned to the middle of the ledger and found what she was looking for. A list of names entered without context, each followed by a year and a symbol she did not recognize. Ashmere. She recognized the ship of the village's old census hand in the spelling. Her mother's name was there. Her father's, her younger brother's, entered without the symbol that marked the others, as though whoever recorded them had paused at the last entry and not known how to finish. The air behind her changed. She closed the ledger. She did not do it quickly. Quick was guilt. Quick was the movement of someone caught. She closed it with the same patient care she had used to open it, and she turned, and Emrys Mordent stood in the arch of the doorway with his hands at his sides and his eyes fixed on her face. He was tall. That was the first thing she registered. Tall and lean, built like someone who spent more time reading than fighting. But the stillness in his posture was not the stillness of a scholar. It was the stillness of something that did not need to move to prove it could. He did not speak. He walked to the table, and the lamps flickered as he passed, and he stopped on the opposite side of the ledger and looked at it, then at her, then at the ledger again. "That is a restricted record," he said. His voice was low, no aggression in it, no heat. He stated the fact the way someone might state the time of day, and he waited to see what she would do with it. Vesna held her ground. She had been trained to hold her ground through torture, through exhaustion, through the first night of Ashmere when she had hidden under her mother's body and listened to the flames. She could hold her ground in front of a vampire heir who had caught her with her hand in the one document he was not supposed to let her see. "I was told to inventory the archive," she said. "I was not told some records were restricted." "You were told by whom?" "The servant who escorted me." A pause. He studied her with an attention that felt physical, a pressure against her skin. She did not look away. She let him read the surface of her face, the calm she had built over years of practice, the stillness that had become her only true expression. "The servant who escorted you would not have known which records are restricted," Emrys said. "He does not read." She said nothing. Emrys reached across the table and turned the ledger toward himself. His fingers brushed the cracked seal, and he looked at the binding string, and she watched his expression shift by degrees, too small for anyone not trained to read them. He saw the knot. He knew what it meant. "You have been in this archive for less than an hour," he said. "You found this ledger in a row of 200 identical volumes, and you opened it to the exact page where the evidence lives." He lifted his gaze to hers. "Tell me your name again." She gave it the way she had given it at the gate, at the inn, on the road for 3 days of travel. "Vesna Crale, bonded archivist, under contract to House Mordent for the Centennial season." "No," he said. "Tell me the name you were born with." The marsh bells began again. 9 strokes, distant and slow, carrying across the water and the stone and the space between them. Vesna counted each one and did not answer. Emrys watched her through the last stroke and the silence that followed. Then he closed the ledger, tucked it under his arm, and walked to the door. At the threshold, he stopped. He did not turn. "You will report to the North Archive at first bell," he said. "You will catalog what I set before you. You will not open another sealed record without my permission." A pause. The mist moved through the courtyard outside, gray and cold. "And you will stay in this manner until I decide what to do with you." He left. The door closed. The lamp steadied. Vesna stood alone at the reading table with her hands at her sides and the echo of his voice in her chest, and the silver blade sewn into her sleeve pressing against her wrist like a question she did not know how to answer yet. She had been inside Duskwater for 73 minutes. He already knew she was not who she claimed to be, and he had not exposed her. Chapter 2. The door closed. The lamps steadied. Vesna stood alone at the reading table with the echo of his voice still in her chest, and the silver blade sewn into her sleeve, pressing against her wrist like a question she did not know how to answer yet. She waited. 1 minute. 2. The mist moved past the leaded windows and curtains of gray, and the manor settled around her with its ancient creaks and water sounds, the slow breathing of a house built on marsh and bone. When she was certain no footsteps would return, she let herself move. She did not run. Running was what the guilty did. She walked the perimeter of the archive, her fingers trailing the spines of volumes she would not have time to read, her eyes cataloging every shadow and angle. The room had 3 exits: the main door, a service hatch concealed behind a tapestry of the Mordent crest, and a narrow window that opened onto a drainage ledge too slick to hold weight. She noted each one and filed them away. The ledger was gone. Emrys had taken it under his arm like a thing of ordinary business, but she had seen the way his fingers lingered on the binding knot. He knew. Not everything, perhaps, but enough. He had seen the tampered seal and recognized it for what it was, and he had not flinched. He had not summoned guards. He had looked at her and chosen to hold the knowledge close, like a blade he was not ready to use. "You will stay in this manner until I decide what to do with you." She had been in Duskwater for 73 minutes, and already the mission had a complication she had not planned for. The night passed in shallow pockets of sleep. The servant returned to lead her to a narrow chamber in the servants' wing, a room barely larger than a storage closet, with a cot, a wash basin, and a single candle that burned to nothing before dawn. She lay on the cot with her boots still on, and her knife within reach, and listened to the manor breathe around her. Water dripping through old pipes, the distant clatter of kitchen work, the hush of something moving through the corridors too lightly to be human. She did not dream. She had trained herself out of dreaming years ago. First bell found her washed, dressed, and standing at the north archive door before the last stroke faded. The corridor was empty. The lamps had been lit, but no one tended them, and the flame burned low and blue, the kind of fire that did not need air to survive. She pushed the door open. Emrys Mordent was already there. He sat at the same reading table where she had stood the night before, the Ashmere ledger closed before him, his hands resting on either side of it like a man guarding a grave. The lamps burned brighter here, and in the light she could see what the dimness of the previous night had hidden: the fine lines around his eyes, the careful arrangement of his collar, the way his stillness was not the absence of motion, but the containment of it. He did not look up. "Close the door," he said. She closed it. The latch clicked into place, and the sound was louder than it should have been, a small seal of iron and wood that cut them off from the rest of the manor. Vesna stood with her back to the door and her hands at her sides, and let him set the pace. He took his time. He drew a sheet of paper from the inside of his coat and laid it flat on the table. Her bond. The forged document she had presented at the gate. He had retrieved it sometime between last night and now, and he had studied it closely enough that she could see the faint crease where he had folded and refolded it along the seal line. "Vesna Crale," he said, reading from the paper. "Bonded from the village of Dunmire, transferred under contract to House Mordent for the Centennial season. Previous service at 3 estates in the eastern marshlands. Literacy certified by the Old Scriptorium. Specialization in genealogical records and tax ledgers." He looked up. "A perfect paper trail," he said. "Every signature witnessed, every seal correct, the ink aged properly. The binding string matched to the period of issue. She said nothing. He set the paper down and tapped his finger against the crest at the bottom. The old ecclesiastic seal, the one Elowine had paid a master forger to replicate, the one that had cost more than Vesna's training and equipment combined. "The seal is excellent work," he said. "Whoever made it knows the scriptorium's dye patterns, knows the exact curve of the Thorn emblem, knows the weight of the wax and the pressure required to make the impression look genuine." He paused. But they made one mistake. Vesna kept her face still, kept her breathing even, kept her hands at her sides and her weight balanced and her eyes on his face. "There is a break in the outer ring," Emrys said. "Here." He traced the edge of the seal with his fingertip. "A tiny gap, no wider than a hair. It only appears under magnification. The forger probably never saw it, but the original die does not have that flaw." He looked at her. "So I know the document is counterfeit, which means I know you are not who you claim to be." The silence stretched. Vesna measured it in heartbeats. 5, 10, 15. The lamps flickered and the mist pressed against the windows, and the whole manor seemed to hold its breath. "What I do not know," Emrys said, "is why you are here." She met his gaze. "To work the archive. My papers say so." "You papers have forged." "Then they are very good forgeries." A flicker crossed his face. Not quite a smile. Something close to it, the barest shift of muscle, there and gone. "They are," he agreed. "Good enough that the gatekeeper admitted you. Good enough that the steward would have accepted you without question. Good enough that you would have moved through the manor for weeks before anyone thought to examine the seal closely." He leaned back in his chair. The movement was subtle, a shift of weight that opened the space between them, and she understood it for what it was, an invitation, a test. "So let me ask you directly," he said. "Are you here to steal from House Mordent? To spy for a rival conclave? To assassinate someone?" She did not answer. He watched her with that steady attention, that pressure against the skin, and she felt the weight of his perception like a hand on her throat. He was not guessing. He was laying out possibilities and waiting to see which one made her flinch. She did not flinch. "I am here to catalog records," she said. "That is my contract. That is my purpose." "You are a terrible liar for someone carrying such good papers." "I am an archivist." "You found a restricted ledger within an hour of arrival and opened it to the one page that ties House Mordent to the destruction of a village that no longer exists." He said it flatly, without accusation, as though he were reading a weather report. "That is not the behavior of an archivist. That is the behavior of someone who came here looking for something specific." He stood. He was tall. She had noted it the night before, but seeing him standing now with the table between them and the lamp at his back, she understood the full measure of it. He was taller than she had estimated, and the stillness of his posture was not the stillness of hesitation. It was the stillness of a predator who had learned patience. "I am going to make you an offer," he said. "You will work the archive as your papers state. You will have access to the records you need to perform your duties. You will be housed and fed and treated according to the terms of your contract." He paused. "And you will report to me directly, every day, every task, every record you open." She said nothing. She let him watch her, let him read whatever he wanted from the surface of her face. "In exchange," he said, "I will not hand your forged bond to my father. I will not turn you over to the conclave guard. I will not have you questioned under blood law." He held her gaze. "You will stay in this manner until I decide what to do with you." The same words he had used the night before. She heard the repetition for what it was, a deliberate echo, a reminder that he had not forgotten, and she should not either. She could refuse, she could fight, she could die in this room, or flee through the service hatch and into the flooded crypt road below, and either way the mission would collapse and Ashmere would go unavenged. She did not refuse. "Under your oversight," she said. "That is the condition." "Yes." "Any record I open, you see." "Yes." "Any task I perform, you approve." "Yes." She let the silence hold, let him think she was weighing the terms, calculating the cost. In truth, she had already decided. His oversight was a chain, but chains could be loosened. His attention was a danger, but it was also access. If he wanted her close, she would be close. Close to him, close to his father, close to every sealed door and forbidden corridor that a bonded archivist would never be permitted to approach. "I accept," she said. He studied her for a long moment. She could see him reading the calculation behind her words, the same way he had read the binding knot the night before. He knew she was not surrendering. He knew she was adapting, but he did not call her on it. "Good," he said. He picked up her forged bond and folded it carefully, sliding it back into his coat. "You will begin this morning with the tax ledgers from the Eastern holdings. They are on the 3rd shelf. I want a complete inventory of outstanding debts by sunset." He walked to the door. At the threshold, he stopped. The same threshold where he had stopped the night before. The same hesitation, the same decision held in the balance. "The ledger you found last night," he said. "The Ashmere record." She waited. "It was my mother's work." He did not turn around. He spoke to the door, to the corridor beyond, to the mist pressing against the glass. She spent the last 3 years of her life compiling it. Every name, every debt, every death. She believed the truth was worth preserving, even if no one ever read it. He opened the door. "Try to remember that while you decide what to do with what you find." He left. The door closed behind him, and Vesna stood alone in the archive with the scent of old paper and candle wax and the ghost of his words still hanging in the air. His mother's work. The Ashmere ledger had been compiled by someone inside House Mordent, someone who had known the names of the dead, someone who had recorded them with the care of a woman who wanted the truth preserved. She looked at the 3rd shelf, where the tax ledgers waited. She did not move toward them. She stood in the silence of the North Archive with her hands at her sides and the weight of his offer pressing against her chest, and she understood that she had just accepted a leash held by a man who already knew more about her than she had told anyone in 15 years. She did not know if he was her enemy. She did not know if he was her ally. She knew only that he had chosen not to destroy her, and that she had just agreed to spend the next season standing close enough to kill his father. And then the servant returned, the same mute man who had escorted her the night before. He appeared in the doorway without a sound, his face blank, his hands empty. He did not gesture. He simply stood there, waiting, and when she looked at him, he raised his right hand and pointed at the ceiling. Then he left. She followed. He led her through the corridors at a pace that was neither hurried nor casual, his footsteps silent on the stone, his shadow pooling behind him like water. They passed the main hall, the kitchens, the servants' quarters. They climbed a narrow staircase she had not seen the night before, the treads worn smooth by centuries of use. At the top of the stairs he stopped. He pointed to a door. An iron door set into the wall with no visible handle, its surface covered in the same binding knot pattern she had seen on the Ashmere ledger. Then he turned and walked away. She stood alone at the top of the stairs with the iron door before her and the knot pattern staring at her like a challenge, and she understood that Emrys Mordent had not given her all the terms of their arrangement. He had given her a test, and she had no idea what waited on the other side. Chapter 3. She did not touch the iron door. She stood before it for a long breath, reading the knot pattern the way Emrys had read her forged seal, looking for meaning in the arrangement of loops and crossings. But the pattern told her nothing she could use. It was not a test of strength or lock-picking. It was a test of patience, of whether she would force a door she had not been given permission to open. She turned and walked back down the staircase. The mute servant was gone. The corridor below lay empty, the morning light filtering through high windows in bands of pale gold. She found her way to the North Archive by memory, counting steps and turns the way Eloine had trained her, building a map of the manor in her bones. The tax ledgers sat on the 3rd shelf where Emrys had said they would be. She began to work. The morning passed in a rhythm of ink and whooks and the rustle of pages. Vesna read each entry with the same methodical attention she had been taught to apply to every document, searching for the story buried in columns of numbers. The Eastern holdings owed grain, timber, silver, blood tax. Some debts were marked paid in full. Others carried annotations in a hand she did not recognize, notations about crop failure and flood damage and pleas for extension that had been denied. She catalogued them all. At midday, a servant brought bread and cold meat and a cup of water. Vesna ate, standing at the reading table, her eyes still on the ledgers, her ears tracking every sound in the corridor beyond the door. Footsteps passed, voices drifted. She counted 3 distinct pairs of boots, 1 set of heels, the drag of a cart across stone. The manor breathed around her. She learned its lungs. By the 3rd hour, she had identified the kitchens below the east wing, the laundry in the south gallery, the servants' mess tucked away in the grand hall. She had marked the hours when the corridors fell quiet and the hours when they flooded with movement. She had noted which doors stood open and which stayed locked, which servants met her eyes and which looked away. Sabin Yarrowell found her in the 4th hour. He entered the archive without announcing himself, a lean man with graying temples and hands stained with ink that had nothing to do with his work as steward. He carried a ledger of his own, worn at the spine, and he set it on the corner of her table as if claiming territory. "The heir tells me you will be working the records for the season," he said. Vesna looked up from the tax accounts. "I will." His eyes moved over her face, her collar, the stillness of her hands on the page. "We do not receive many archivists from the scriptorium. The last one came 4 seasons ago, and she stayed only until the flooding began. I do not mind damp. Most do. Then I am not most." Sabin's mouth tightened. He was not a man who appreciated correction, even mild, even implied. He picked up his ledger and turned toward the door, then stopped. "You will take your evening meal in the servants' hall," he said. "The bonded staff eat together at sunset. I prefer to know who is at my table." He left before she could answer. Vesna returned to the ledgers, but her attention had sharpened. Sabin Yarrowell was watching her the way a steward watches a new servant who arrived without references, without history, without anyone to vouch for her name. He would not find proof of her fraud in the records because no proof existed, but he would keep looking. She added him to her map. By sunset, Vesna had finished the Eastern Holdings inventory. She recorded the total, closed the last ledger, and stretched her fingers in the cooling air. The windows had darkened. The candles had burned low. The manor had settled into the hush that came between the day's labor and the night's hunger. She walked to the servants' hall. The room was long and low-ceiled, lit by tallow candles that smelled of rendered fat. 20 people sat at the tables, maids, kitchen hands, 2 grooms, a man with a gardener's hands and dirt still under his nails. They ate in silence for the most part, their voices low when they spoke, their eyes fixed on their plates. Vesna took a seat at the end of the bench. No one acknowledged her. The meal was stew, thick with root vegetables and a shred of meat that could have been rabbit or could have been something else. Vesna ate slowly, watching the room the way she had watched the ledgers, cataloging faces, postures, the way each person moved between the table and the door. Sabin sat at the head of the room, his bowl untouched. She felt his gaze on her throughout the meal. When the plates were cleared and the servants dispersed to their evening duties, Vesna rose and walked not toward her chamber, but toward the tapestry of the Mordent crest that hung in the archive corridor. She passed it without stopping, without looking, her footsteps steady and unhurried. But her fingers found the edge. The stone panel behind the tapestry swung open on oiled hinges, and she slipped into the darkness of the servants' passage before anyone could see her go. The air changed immediately. It was colder in the walls, damper, thick with the smell of standing water and old stone. Vesna waited for her eyes to adjust, then moved forward with her hand brushing the wall, counting her steps, memorizing the turn of each corner. The passage sloped downward. The floor became wet. She found the crypt road at the bottom of the stairs, just as she had seen it the night before. A narrow tunnel of dressed stone half submerged in black water that reflected no light. The water was cold. She stepped into it without hesitation, the liquid rising past her ankles, then her calves, as she moved deeper into the tunnel. The crypt road ran beneath the manor like a vein. She followed it for 100 paces, then 100 more, counting side passages, marking each branch with a scratch of her knife into the stone at shoulder height. Some passages were blocked by fallen masonry. One opened into a chamber filled with old iron racks and the remains of what might have been wine barrels. Another ended at a grate that looked out onto the marsh, the moonlight slicing through the bars in pale strips. She memorized every route. When she had reached the end of the main passage, where the water deepened to her thighs and the ceiling dropped low enough to brush her hair, she stopped and listened. The manor creaked above her. Water dripped somewhere in the dark, and beneath that, almost too faint to hear, the slow rhythm of breathing that was not her own. She went still. The breathing continued. It came from somewhere ahead, where the tunnel narrowed into a gap she could not see through, a space beyond the water, a room with no door she had found. Vesna stood in the dark with the cold water pulling at her clothes and the sound of someone breathing in a hidden chamber beneath the manor, and she did not move toward it. She memorized the direction of the sound, the distance, the quality of the breath, slow and steady and human. Then she turned and walked back. She emerged from the servants' passage an hour before midnight, her clothes damp, her boots leaving water on the stone. She had dried herself as well as she could in the passage, but the evidence of her route was still visible in the trail she left across the floor. She wiped it clean with her sleeve as she walked. In her chamber, a narrow cell with a cot and a washstand and a single candle burned low. Vesna stripped off her wet clothes and hung them over the chair to dry. She sat on the edge of the cot and reviewed what she had learned. The crypt road connected the North Archive to the Marsh, and to at least 4 other access points she had not fully explored. Someone was breathing in a chamber beneath the manor, hidden behind a gap in the tunnel that might be a door or might be a collapse. Sable distrusted her enough to watch her at meals, but not enough to search her quarters, which meant he was waiting for evidence before he acted. The manor's rhythms could be predicted, and therefore exploited. She had the bones of an escape route. She did not yet have a way to reach Emrys Mordent. She lay back on the cot and closed her eyes, her hand resting on the silver blade still sewn into her sleeve. She had not removed it. She would not remove it, not for sleep, not for any reason. She had been inside Duskwater for 1 full day. She had 29 days left before the Centennial gathered the full court. She needed to move faster. In the morning, a stack of supply records appeared on her table with a note in Sabin's hand. Inventory these by midday. The last archivist left them unfinished. Vesna opened the first volume and began to read. The records were mundane. Linens, candles, kitchen stores, firewood. She worked through them with the same methodical attention she had given the tax ledgers, her eyes moving down columns of numbers and dates and locations. And then she found it. A deviation in the ink. A slight thickening of the stroke on the line recording wax deliveries for the North Chapel, a pressure change that had nothing to do with the nib. She ran her finger over the page. The ink was newer than the surrounding entries. She held the page to the candlelight, tilting it until the shadow caught the shape of the indentation beneath the writing. Someone had written on a sheet placed over this page, pressing hard enough to leave a ghost in the paper. She fetched a charcoal stick from the desk drawer and rubbed it gently across the surface. The ghost words emerged. Devoted daughter, the season turns. Do not let the fruit rot on the vine. The dead are patient, but I am not. Strike before the gathering, or I will send someone who will. Vesna stared at the words until the charcoal began to smudge. Mireya. She burned the supply record page in the candle flame, then scraped the ash into her palm and scattered it out the window. The book was damaged now, a page missing, but the loss could be blamed on age, on damp, on 100 innocent accidents. She sat down at the table with the remaining supply records and the ash still clinging to her fingers. 29 days. Mireya had given her a deadline. The letter had not said what would happen if she failed. It had not needed to. The Order of the Thorn did not send warnings without teeth. If Vesna did not strike before the Centennial, another blade would come to Duskwater, and that blade would not show restraint. She picked up her pen and resumed the inventory, but her hand was steady now with something that was not calm, something colder, sharper. The countdown had begun. Chapter 4. The third morning at Duskwater found Vesna in the North Archive before the candle had burned to its first mark. She had slept in boots again. The habit was older than her mission, older than the Order, older than anything she could name without reaching into the smoke of Ashmere. Boots on meant movement possible, and movement possible meant survival. The tax ledgers from the Eastern holdings stretched across her table in a stacked wall of leather and rot. Emrys had assigned them 2 days ago, and she had read every line of every volume with the same methodical attention she gave to a blade's edge. The Eastern holdings were a network of marsh villages, peat cutters, eel fishers, and bonded servants whose labor flowed into Duskwater's accounts like water into a basin. The numbers did not lie, but the men who wrote them did. She found the first inconsistency in the 3rd volume, buried beneath columns of grain tithes and livestock fees. A line item for servant registration costs appeared twice in the same fiscal quarter, entered in different hands but approved by the same noble seal. Lord Purnell Wake. She knew the name from the court rolls Sabin had left on the side table. A conclave noble with holdings in the Eastern Marsh, a seat on the Blood Levy Council, and a reputation for legal precision that bordered on obsession. Vesna read the duplicate entry again. The first charge was 3 copper marks per head, listed as a standard registration fee under the treaty agreements. The second charge was 7 copper marks per head, listed as arrears adjustment with no supporting documentation. She turned the page. The pattern repeated. Every bonded servant from the Wake holdings carried a secondary debt line that appeared nowhere in the original contract terms. Fees for transfer documentation. Fees for health certification renewal. Fees for estate inventory reconciliation. All legal sounding. All invented. The bonded humans of the Eastern Marsh were paying for the air they breathed, and Lord Wake was pocketing the difference. Vesna set down her pen. She had found something useful. She spent the next hour tracing the debt trail through 5 fiscal years, cross-referencing names, dates, seal impressions, and witness signatures. The fraud was elegant in its structure, a spiderweb of small charges too minor to attract audit attention, but too numerous to be accidental. 400 bonded servants over 63 months, each paying a tiny, invisible sum that accumulated into a fortune. And none of them had the standing to complain. Bonded humans did not file grievances against noble houses. They served, and they died, and their debts were folded into their children's bonds. Vesna closed the ledger. She could use this, not by reporting the fraud. That would draw attention to the archive, to her, to the records she had been reading. But she could redirect the evidence. A careful alteration here, a misplaced folio there, an anonymous copy of the duplicate fees sent to a rival house that would happily destroy Wake's reputation in open court. The order had taught her to weaponize paper. Eloine's voice in her memory said, "A blade leaves a trail, a ledger leaves a verdict." She reached for the ink pot. The work required surgical patience. She did not forge documents. Forging was detectable, and Emrys had already proven he could spot a false seal at hair widths. Instead, she rearranged. She took the duplicate fee records from the 3rd volume and moved them forward in the binding, placing them beside the original registration contracts, where the discrepancy became obvious to anyone who compared dates. She did not alter a single number. She changed only the order of pages, the placement of evidence, the visibility of the crime. Lord Wake had been careful to bury his theft deep in the volumes where only a patient reader would find it. Vesna made it lie at the surface, waiting for the first pair of curious eyes. She worked through the morning and into the afternoon, her fingers smudged with old ink and the damp of the archive seeping through the stone walls. The rain had started again, a steady drum against the leaded windows, and the candle smoke curled in threads above her head. By the time the bells rang the 4th hour, she had finished. The Wake ledgers now told a different story. The same numbers, the same names, but arranged so that the fraud was no longer hidden. It sat in plain sight, waiting for the court to notice. Vesna sat back and rolled her shoulders. The cold satisfaction was quiet, familiar. This was the revenge she understood, patient, surgical, impossible to trace. No blood, no blade, no witness who could name her, just paper and ink and the slow ruin of a man who had believed his position made him untouchable. She had not killed Lord Wake. She had exposed him to the wolves who would do it for her. It was not the vengeance she had come for, but it tasted clean. She did not hear Emrys enter. One moment she was alone with the ledgers in the rain. The next he was standing at the end of her table, his tall frame still against the gray light, his eyes moving across the stack of volumes she had rearranged. He did not speak. He picked up the third volume, opened it to the page she had moved, and read the duplicate fees in silence. Vesna held her breath. He turned another page, then another. His expression did not change, but she saw the shift in his stillness, the way his fingers paused on the binding as he traced the sequence she had created. He knew. He closed the ledger and set it down. "The Eastern Holdings have been submitting irregular accounts for 3 seasons," he said. His voice was flat, neutral, the tone of a man stating weather. "I reviewed them last winter and found nothing." He was testing her. She heard the shape of the trap in his words. "Perhaps you did not look closely enough," she said. Emrys smiled. It was a small thing, barely a curve at the corner of his mouth, and it did not reach his eyes. "Perhaps," he agreed. "Or perhaps the records were arranged differently then." He held her gaze. Vesna did not look away. "If records change without authorization," he said slowly, "the archivist is held responsible. Do you understand the risk?" "I understand it." "And you accept it?" It was not a question. She heard the approval beneath the words, buried so deep that another listener might miss it entirely. "Lord Wake has been stealing from bonded servants for 5 years, Vesna said. "The records should reflect that." Emrys was silent for a long moment. The rain filled the space between them, and the candle gutter, and the quiet weight of the things neither of them said. "Wake will be ruined before the Centennial," he said finally. "His rivals will tear him apart once they see the evidence. He will lose his seat, his holdings, his protection. He may lose his life." "Good." Emrys looked at her. The smile was gone now, but something else had replaced it. Something watchful and curious and dangerous. "You are not here for Wake," he said. "You are here for something else, something larger." Vesna did not answer. "But you took the time to destroy him anyway," Emrys continued. "A man you have never met, a crime that does not touch you. You did it because you could not let it stand." He stepped closer. "That tells me more about you than any bond or seal ever could." Vesna felt the air between them shift, the heat of his proximity, the weight of his attention, the way the candlelight caught the edges of his face and made him look older and more dangerous than she had allowed herself to remember. "I did it because he deserved it," she said. "I know." He held her gaze for a beat longer. Then he turned and walked to the door, pausing with his hand on the frame. "The iron door in the lower passage," he said. "I will meet you there at midnight." He did not wait for her answer. The door closed behind him, and Vesna sat alone with the ledgers and the rain and the burn of his words still pressed against her skin. The iron door. The test she had refused. He was ready to show her what lay behind it. Chapter 5. The bells had stopped an hour past. Midnight hum in the damp air as Vesna slipped out of her chamber and down the service stairs, her boots silent on the worn stone. The manor breathed around her, creaking and settling, a body of old wood and wet foundations that never fully slept. She had memorized the route from the archives to the lower passage during 3 days of patient observation. Left at the kitchen corridor, past the cold pantry, through the service hatch that opened onto the narrow stairwell where the stone turned from dressed blocks to rough-hewn foundation. The iron door waited at the bottom. It stood in a recess cut into the bedrock, its surface dark and pitted with age, patterns of interlocking knots carved deep into the metal. No handle, no lock, just the knots, hundreds of them, twisting into one another like a language she could almost read. Emrys was not there yet. She stopped a dozen paces away and studied the door without touching it. The passage was dry here, unlike the flooded crypt road beneath the North Archive. Someone had maintained this approach. The floor was swept clean. The torch in the iron bracket beside the door burned fresh oil, not the old tallow she smelled elsewhere in the lower levels. The breathing chamber she had found in the crypt road surfaced in her memory. Slow, steady, hidden behind a gap too narrow for an adult body. She filed the connection and waited. Footsteps approached from behind, light, unhurried, the tread of someone who knew every stone that creaked and stepped around them by habit. Emrys emerged from the service stair with a lantern in one hand and a leather-wrapped bundle in the other. He wore no coat, just a dark tunic with the sleeves rolled to his forearms, and the lantern light carved shadows across the lean architecture of his face. He did not greet her. He walked past her to the iron door and pressed his palm flat against the central knot, the one where all the other patterns converged. Vesna watched his fingers trace the grooves in a sequence that looked deliberate, almost ritual, until something clicked deep within the stone. A seam appeared. The door had no handle because it did not need one. The entire face shifted, grinding sideways into the wall on hidden tracks, revealing a narrow tunnel that sloped downward into darkness. Emrys picked up the lantern and stepped through without looking back. Vesna followed. The tunnel descended for 30 feet, then opened into a chamber that made her stop mid-stride. It was an archive. Not the neat catalogued shelves of the North Library above, but a warren of stone ledges and iron racks stacked with scrolls, ledges, and bound folios that smelled of age and careful preservation. The ceiling arched high overhead, braced with timber that predated the manor above. A single desk stood at the center, covered in maps weighed down with stones. Oil lamps burned along the walls. Someone tended this place regularly. Emrys set the lantern on the desk and turned to face her. "No bonded archivist has ever been here," he said. "No servant, no court official, no member of my father's household except myself." Vesna kept her breathing steady. "Why am I different?" "Because you ruined Wake for no political gain, and because you found the ledger on your first night." He said it flatly, as though stating a proof. "I have been waiting for someone who cared more about the records than the position they granted." He gestured to the racks. "This is where the truth goes when the court cannot afford it." Vesna moved slowly along the nearest shelf, reading spines without touching them. She recognized the seal of the old ecclesiastic archive on a stack of petitions, recognized the hand of Emrys's mother in the careful marginalia of a land dispute ledger. She pulled a thin volume bound in faded leather and opened it. The date was 20 years past. The contents were a census of Marsh villages, listing names, harvest yields, and tax assessments. She turned the pages until she reached Ashmere. The entry was there. Population, families, the Zoric line, the Crales. Her fingers went still on the page. She had seen the names before. She had memorized them as a child, then again as a woman, each time expecting the wound to scar over and each time finding it still raw. But this was different. This was a record made before the fire, when the village was still alive and the names were just names, not ghosts in a coded ledger. She closed the volume and set it down. "You have been collecting this material for years," she said. "Decades. And keeping it hidden." "I keep it safe," Emrys corrected. "There is a difference." He moved to the desk and pulled a map from the stack, smoothing it flat under the lamp. Vesna recognized the contours of the Duskwater estate, the river bend, the marsh roads, the dotted lines that marked the old crypt network. "The passage you found beneath the North Archive connects to this chamber," he said, tapping a point near the center of the map. "From here you can reach the East Wing, the chapel foundation, and the Lord's private study without crossing any public corridor." Vesna's pulse sharpened. The Lord's study. Castellan Mordent. She had been searching for exactly this kind of route for 3 days. The path that bypassed Sabin's watch, the mute servant's silent tracking, and the impossible architecture of a manor designed to funnel strangers into controlled spaces. "Show me," she said. Emrys looked at her for a long moment. She felt the weight of his attention, the way he read her stillness, her lack of breath at the map, her too quick answer. He was testing her still, even now, even here where he had brought her willingly. "There is a condition," he said. "Of course there is." "You see everything down here. You read what you need. You use the passages I show you. But if you find something that belongs to my mother's private work, you do not remove it from this chamber without my permission." Vesna met his eyes. "And if I find something that belongs to the truth about Ashmere?" The question hung between them. The lantern light flickered. The stone walls held the cold and the quiet and the shape of everything unsaid. Emrys did not look away. "Then we will decide together what to do with it." He said it like a promise. or a threat. She could not tell which, and the uncertainty troubled her more than either certainty would have. She nodded. He turned to the map and traced a route through the crypt passages, his finger following a line that curved beneath the manor's footprint and ended at a small square marked with a single letter. S. "The study," he said. "The passage enters through a false panel behind the fireplace. If you know where to press, you can be inside without touching the door." Vesna memorized the route, the turns, the distances, the landmarks. "Show me the entrance," she said. Emrys led her to a narrow door at the far end of the chamber, half hidden behind a rack of bound testimonies. It opened onto a corridor even smaller than the tunnel above, low enough that Emrys had to duck his head. He stepped through and held the lantern high. The passage ran straight for 20 feet, then branched in 3 directions. Vesna counted each fork, each niche, each shadow that could hide a body. She followed him left, then right, then down a short flight of steps so worn that the edges had softened to curves. The air changed. Colder. Wetter. The smell of stone and standing water. They emerged into a wider tunnel, the walls slick with moisture, the floor glistening under the lantern. Vesna recognized the construction. The same rough-cut stone as the crooked road beneath the archive. The flooded road. But this section was not flooded. The waterline stopped at a low stone lip, and beyond it, the tunnel stretched dry, maintained, the floor swept clean. She stopped. "Someone keeps this clear." Emrys did not turn. "The chamber you heard breathing in. It connects to this passage." Vesna's hand found the silver blade in her sleeve before she made the decision conscious. "You knew I would find it. I knew you would find something." He faced her, the lantern between them. "I wanted to see what you would do when you did." She did not answer. She was already moving past him, following the dry tunnel toward the narrow gap she had discovered during her first exploration, the place where the breathing had come from. The gap was still there, a fissure in the stone barely wide enough for a person of her build to pass sideways. But now she knew what lay on the other side. She pressed herself into the gap and felt the cold stone scrape against her shoulders, her hips, the edge of her collar. The tunnel narrowed until she had to turn her shoulders and breathe shallow. Then it opened. She stepped into the chamber and stopped. It was small, maybe 8 feet across. The walls were lined with crates and casks, the kind used for long storage. A pallet lay in the corner with a folded blanket. A single oil lamp burned on a crate, its flame turned low. And in the center of the room, watching her with eyes that held no fear, stood a woman. She was Vesna's age, maybe a year or 2 older. Her hair was gray-streaked dark, pulled back from a face that carried the marks of hard years and careful survival. She wore servant's clothes, plain and patched, and her hands were calloused, strong. She held a knife. It was not raised. It was simply present, held at her side with the ease of long familiarity. Vesna stared at her. The woman stared back. Behind Vesna she heard Emrys enter the chamber, his frame filling the gap, his lantern casting long shadows across the walls. "This is Alara," he said. "She has lived beneath Duskwater for 8 years. The woman did not speak, but her eyes never left Vesna's face, and in them Vesna saw something that made the silver blade feel useless in her sleeve. Recognition, not of her face, of her kind. The woman was human, and she had been hiding here, in the dark beneath the vampire manor, for almost a decade. The lantern flickered, the air held its breath, and Vesna understood, with a clarity that cut deeper than any blade, that the iron door had never been a test of patience. It had been a test of trust. And she had just walked into the truth Emrys kept closest to his chest. Chapter 6. The woman did not lower her knife. Vesna did not raise hers. They stood on opposite sides of the small chamber, the oil lamp throwing their shadows against the crates, and between them the silence stretched like a wire drawn tight enough to sing. Emrys did not fill it. He remained in the fissure, the lantern in his hand, watching them both with an expression that gave nothing away. He had brought her here. He had chosen to let her find this. Now he waited to see what she would do with the knowledge. Vesna looked at the woman again. Ilara. Gray-streaked hair, calloused hands, eyes that held the wariness of something permanently hunted. A human woman who had lived beneath a vampire manor for 8 years, who had survived it, whose hand on the knife was steady as stone. "You do not speak," Vesna said. It was not a question, but the woman's silence had weight. It was not the silence of fear or shock. It was the silence of someone who had learned to swallow every sound because sound could be tracked. Ilara's gaze flicked to Emrys, then back. She did not answer. Vesna turned to face him. "She does not trust me." "She trusts no one," he said. "Not at first." "At first?" She let the edge show. "How long does at first last down here?" "Long enough." He moved past her into the chamber, setting the lantern on the nearest grate. The light pooled across his hands, his jaw, the shot lines of his face. "She is still alive. That is the measure." Vesna studied him, the calm, certainty, the way he had built a second world beneath his father's house, a world of hidden records and hidden people, and moved through it as though it were ordinary. "You exposed Wake last night." The shift in topic landed like a blade slipped between ribs. She did not flinch. "The records exposed him. I rearranged pages." "You chose to." He stepped closer. The chamber was small. He did not need to move far. "You had no orders to destroy Lord Wake. You had no guarantee I would not report what I found. But you rearranged those pages anyway, knowing it would bring ruin." He was bleeding bonded servants dry, 7 copper marks per head, every season for 5 years. Thousands of marks stolen from people who cannot read the ledgers he filed. She kept her voice flat, precise. "I saw the proof and I placed it where it could be seen. That is what archivists do. Most archivists would not recognize the fraud in the first place. Most would see what they were told to see. I am not most archivists." "No." His voice dropped. "You are not." The silence returned. The lamp flame swayed. Ilara had not moved, had not lowered the knife, but her attention had shifted to Emrys now, watching him with something that might have been concern. Vesna held his gaze. "You let the scandal spread. You did not warn him, did not give him time to bury the evidence. You let him fall. He deserved to fall." She had expected something different. Predator etiquette, noble solidarity, the casual cruelty of a court that protected its own. But he had said it like a fact, like a judgment he had made long before she ever touched those ledgers. "Why?" Emrys looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a folded paper, creased and worn, the edges soft with handling. He held it out. She took it, unfolded it. It was a petition, written in a hand that trembled, the ink uneven, the letters pressed hard into the page as though the writer had been fighting to keep control. A name at the bottom, a woman's name, a village mark Vesna recognized. Ashford, one of the Eastern holdings. The petition described a daughter taken to cover a debt, a bonded term extended without consent. The master who had claimed the fee was paid in full, but had no receipt. She read it twice. "Wake's people," she said. "Her daughter was 12 when she was taken. The mother wrote this petition 3 years ago. It never reached the Blood Levy Council. It was intercepted and filed in a drawer where no one would find it." His voice was flat, controlled. "I found it during an inventory 2 years after she wrote it. By then, the girl had been sold twice and the mother had died of the Marsh fever." Vesna looked down at the paper in her hands. The ink had faded in places. The creases had worn thin enough to tear. She folded it carefully and held it back to him. "Then you buried him cleanly." "Cleanly enough." He took the paper and returned it to his coat. "But you gave me the tool. I want to know why." "You already asked that." "I asked what you did. I am asking now what you are." The question hung in the air. Ilara shifted. The knife blade caught the lamplight. Vesna felt the walls of the chamber pressed closer. Not the stone, the truth. The shape of what she had not said, what she could not say, not here, not yet. She had rearranged the ledgers because she could not stomach the fraud, because Wake's victims reminded her of names in the Ashmere ledger, Names she had memorized as a child, names she had carried like bruises. But that was not an answer she could give. "I saw an injustice and I corrected it," she said. "Is that not what an archivist does? Maintains the record, ensures the truth is preserved?" "The truth." He let the words settle. "You speak of truth as though it is a neutral thing, something that exists independent of the person who finds it. It does." "No." He shook his head. "The truth is what someone has the will to hold. Everything else is noise." She felt the words land. They sounded like something she might have said, something Eloine had taught her. Evidence is the only wound that does not heal, but Emrys meant it differently. He meant truth as a burden carried, not as a weapon swung. She did not know which frightened her more. "Why did you bring me here?" she asked. "To this chamber, to Alara. Why show me any of this?" "Because I wanted you to see that I trust you with what I have hidden." "That is not an answer." "It is the only answer I have." He stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the cold stone on his coat, the wax and ink that clung to his hands. "You could have taken the Ashmere census when I showed it to you. You could have removed the register from my mother's shelf while I watched. You did not. You kept your word. Keeping a promise is not proof of character." "No, it is proof of choice." His voice was quiet now, almost gentle, and I have spent enough years watching people to know the difference between obedience and will. She had no answer. She wanted to look away. She did not. Alara cleared her throat, a small sound, barely a breath, but it broke the air between them. Vesna turned. The woman had lowered the knife. She was watching Vesna now with something new in her eyes. Not trust. Not yet. But the wariness had shifted, the way a locked door shifts when the bolt is drawn back. She did not speak, but she nodded. Once. Small. It was the closest thing to welcome this place would ever offer. Vesna nodded back, then Emrys spoke again, and his voice had changed. "The census you found tonight," he said. "The Ashmere register. You recognized the names?" She felt the ground shift beneath her. "I told you. I had seen the ledger in the North Archive." "No." His eyes held hers. "You recognized them before you read the page. The moment you saw the village header, you knew what you would find." The air in the chamber went cold. Ilara's hand tightened on the knife. Vesna did not move, did not breathe. Emrys took a step closer. His voice was soft. "Inevitable. How do you know the names of Ashmere, Vesna?" Chapter 7. She did not answer. The silence stretched long enough that Alara shifted her weight, the knife lowering another inch. Vesna kept her gaze on Emrys, on the quiet certainty in his eyes, and felt the seconds press against her like a wall moving in. "I studied the ledger," she said. "The night I arrived. I told you. I read every name." "You told me you examined it. You did not say you memorized it." "I have a good memory." "That is not what I asked." She held his gaze, let the silence answer for her. Emrys watched her a moment longer, then he nodded, as though she had confirmed something he already knew, and turned toward the passage. "We should go. The night bells will sound soon." Ilara moved past them without a word, disappearing into the shadows of her chamber. The door closed behind her. Vesna heard the bolt slide home. She followed Emrys back through the passage, up the narrow stone steps, past the iron door with its binding knot patterns. He reset the sequence behind them, and the door sealed with a soft thud that sounded like a lock turning on unresolved things. They walked the corridor in silence. The air grew warmer as they climbed. Lantern light pooled on the stone. At the junction where the servants' passage opened into the main manor hall, Emrys stopped. "I will not ask again tonight," he said, "but the question will return." She said nothing. He left her there, tall and unhurried, his footsteps fading toward the east wing. Vesna stood alone in the corridor and pressed her palm flat against the cold wall. She counted her breaths until her pulse settled. Then she moved. The chapel was empty at this hour. She had noted it during her first tour of the manor. A narrow stone room off the main hall, dedicated to the old ecclesiastic rites, unused except for ceremonies and the occasional private prayer. The pews were dark, the altar was bare. The scent of old incense clung to the air like dust. She had come here because the chapel kept the devotional records, ledgers of attendance, tithes, offerings, the small documentation of a faith that no longer held meaning but still required bookkeeping. She pulled the ledger from the shelf and opened it on the altar. The entries were routine. Names, dates, copper marks donated, a note about the Centennial rite. Nothing amiss. She turned the pages slowly, feeling for the roughness of paper pressed twice, the subtle thickness where a second sheet had been glued beneath the first. She found it near the middle. A single leaf, thinner than the others, adhered to the spine with old paste. She worked it free with her thumbnail and held it to the candle. The same hand as the supply records, the same ink, the same careful spacing. Little sister, you have not moved. The season turns, the Centennial approaches. Hesitation will be read as treason by those who made you. Remember Ashmere. Remember what they took. Remember why you were forged. Strike before the moon is full, or another will finish what you were sent to do. The dead are watching. No signature, no seal. But she knew Mireya's handwriting the way she knew the weight of a blade. Vesna read the message twice, memorized it, held the paper to the candle flame. The edges blackened, the words curled. The ash fell into the altar dish like confession. She watched until every trace was gone, until the paper was nothing but smoke and dark dust. Then she turned to leave, and stopped. Below the altar ledge, carved into the wooden frame where the varnish had worn thin, was a mark she had not noticed before. Small, deliberate, almost invisible in the candlelight. A thorn. 3 strokes, the center line longer than the flanking 2. The order's signal, not a recent addition. The wood around it had darkened with age, the edges softened by years of handling. This mark had been here long before she arrived, long before Mireya's first message, long before Vesna had ever heard the name Duskwater. She traced the outline with her fingertip. Thorn cells did not leave marks by accident. They were left for operatives to find, reassurance that the network extended further than any single mission. But this one was old. 10 years, 20, buried in the manor's furniture like a root she had never known existed. Someone else had been here. Someone else had walked these corridors, served these nobles, waited for a signal that never came, or had come and been answered. Vesna straightened. She pulled her sleeve down and touched the silver blade hidden at her wrist, confirming its presence. She was not alone in Duskwater. She never had been. The thought should have been a comfort, a confirmation that the Order's reach was long, that she was part of something larger than her own survival. Instead, it felt like a leash she had not known she was wearing. She left the chapel and walked the corridor back toward the servants' wing, her steps measured, her breathing steady. The mark stayed in her mind like a splinter she could not pull free. The question Emrys had asked her echoed in the hollow of her chest. How do you know the names of Ashmere? She did not have an answer for him, but she was beginning to understand that she did not have an answer for herself either. The Centennial was coming. The moon was rising toward full, and somewhere in the manor another operative was watching, waiting, ready to finish what she could not. Chapter 8. The invitation came at dusk. A folded card on her work table, sealed with green wax and stamped with a crest she did not recognize. The script inside was precise, formal, the kind of calligraphy that belonged to old houses and older grudges. Lord Castellan Mordent requests the pleasure of the bonded archivist's presence at the first Centennial supper. Not a request, a command, dressed in silk. Vesna read it twice. She had known this was coming. The Centennial season opened with a formal gathering of the conclave's noble houses, a display of unity and appetite designed to remind everyone which bloodline still held power. Every servant with rank enough to be seen would be there, standing at the edges, proof of the household's reach. She had not expected to be included among them. The silver blade stayed in her sleeve as she dressed. A grey wool gown, plain enough to pass for service, but cut well enough not to shame the house. She pinned her hair tight, hid the scar at her throat beneath the collar. In the mirror, her face looked like someone else's, masked. ready. The hall ate the light. Candles burned in iron sconces along every wall, but their flames seemed to shrink rather than illuminate, swallowed by the dark wood and the high vaulted ceiling. The tables were arranged in a wide U, the inner curve reserved for the noble houses, the outer edges lined with attendants, scribes, and bond-servants waiting for orders. Vesna took her place along the outer wall and watched. She had studied the court from ledgers and servant reports, but paper could not prepare her for the reality of them. The vampires moved like water, like smoke, like creatures who had forgotten what it meant to hurry. Their voices were low and precise. Their smiles showed teeth that were slightly too white, slightly too sharp, even when the expression was meant to be kind. She counted them without appearing to. 12 nobles seated, 4 attendants standing, 2 empty chairs at the head of the table, one for Castellan Mordent and one for his heir. The food arrived. Meat roasted in herbs, bread still warm, wine dark as old blood. The vampires ate sparingly, pushing food across their plates more than consuming it, but their guests, the human petitioners, the lesser house representatives, the bonded officials, ate with the desperate hunger of people who might not see this much again. Vesna ate nothing. She stood against the wall and catalogued exits, postures, the way certain nobles glanced toward the empty chairs and calculated how long the old lord would last. The courtier found her during the second course. He approached from her blind side, a skill that told her everything. Tall, lean, dressed in black and silver with a house crest stitched into his collar, a coiled serpent biting its own tail. His smile was pleasant. His eyes were not. "You are the new archivist." She inclined her head. "Yes, my lord." "From what scriptorium?" "The Thornfield scriptorium, under the old ecclesiastic seal." He let the silence stretch. Not a challenge, not yet, just a test of whether she would fill the quiet with something incriminating. She did not. "I am Sylvan Corith," he said, as if the name should mean something. "House Corith holds the eastern Marsh holdings adjacent to the Ashford levy. I have reviewed many scriptorium bonds in my time. The formatting varies by region." "It does, my lord." "Yours is remarkably clean, almost too clean." She kept her breathing steady. "The scriptorium master was exacting." "I am sure he was." Corith's gaze drifted over her face, her collar, the curve of her shoulder where the gray wool sat too plain for the room. "Tell me, archivist, what is the term for a bond renewed by blood affirmation rather than ink?" The question was a trap laid in full view. She knew the term. Every Thorn operative knew it. But Elowine's forger had used the wrong phrasing on the original bond, substituting an older ecclesiastical term that had fallen out of practice. If she answered correctly, she would reveal the forgery. If she hesitated, she would reveal ignorance. Neither answer saved her. "The term varies by jurisdiction, my lord. Some conclude houses prefer sanguine affirmation, though the old rites use covenant renewal." She had split the difference, named both terms, let him decide which was wrong. Corith's smile widened. He had not come here uncertain. He had come here knowing. "You speak like someone who learned the law from a book rather than a bond," he said. "The ecclesiastical branch abolished the older term 17 years ago. A properly trained archivist would know that." The room had gone quiet. Vesna felt the weight of 12 noble gazes turning toward her, slow and patient as cats watching a mouse decide which way to run. She had no answer that would not dig the grave deeper. A hand settled at the small of her back, warm, firm, possessive in a way that had nothing to do with the body it touched and everything to do with the room watching. Emrys Mordent stepped past her shoulder and placed himself between her and Corith as if the space had always belonged to him. "Lord Corith?" His voice was pleasant. His smile showed no fangs. "I see you have met my archivist." "Your archivist." Corith's tone hovered between amusement and skepticism. "I was not aware the Mordent heir kept personal staff. I keep what serves the archive." Emrys's hand did not leave her back. "Her work is directly under my authority. Her papers were reviewed and approved by Lord Castellan's seal before the season began. If you have concerns about her bond phrasing, I encourage you to raise them with my father's office." The weight of the words settled like a door closing. Carith held his ground for a beat, too. Then he inclined his head with the grace of a man who knew when to retreat and intended to return better armed. "Of course, Lord Mordent. I meant no offense. Merely curiosity about the quality of staff the Conclave attracts." "Curiosity is a virtue," Emrys said. "Pursued too far, it becomes an imposition." Carith smiled again. The smile meant nothing and everything. He withdrew. The room exhaled. Conversations resumed. The candlelight flickered as if it too had been holding its breath. Vesna did not move. Emrys's hand remained at her back, a brand of heat through the wool. She could feel the shape of his fingers, the precise pressure of his palm, as if he were measuring the space she occupied. "Walk with me," he said. It was not a request. She followed him out of the hall, through a side door, into a narrow corridor where the stone walls ran damp and the voices of the supper faded to a distant hum. He stopped at the third window and turned to face her. The light from the marsh outside painted his features in silver and shadow. "He will verify the papers," Vesna said. "Let him. He will find the flaw." Emrys looked at her for a long moment. His eyes moved over her face the same way they had moved over the ledger on the night she arrived, searching for something she could not name. "Then we will make sure he does not," he said. His hand was no longer at her back, but she still felt it there, a ghost of heat, a promise she had not asked for and could not refuse. The Centennial was coming, and she had just been claimed in front of the entire court. Chapter 9. The corridor smelled of wet stone and the distant burn of candle wax. Vesna stood with her back to the window, the cold from the glass seeping through the wool at her shoulders, while Emrys watched her with that patient stillness that felt less like waiting and more like reading. "You knew he would test me," she said. "I knew someone would." He did not look away. "The Centennial brings every house with a grievance or a hunger. A new face in the Mordent archive is an invitation they cannot resist. And you waited until the last moment to intervene." "I waited until the moment served." The words hung between them, precise and deliberately weighted. She understood what he was telling her. He had let Carith push, let the room watch, so that when he stepped in, the claim carried the force of a public declaration. The timing had been calculated, not reactive. She should have felt grateful. Instead, she felt the ghost of his hand at her back still burning through the fabric, and she did not know which feeling was more dangerous. "Come," he said. He turned and walked down the corridor without checking whether she followed. She followed. They passed through a narrow service door she had catalogued on her second night, a passage that ran behind the great hall and opened into the archive's eastern annex. The shelves here were older, dustier, the ledgers bound in leather so dark it looked almost black. Emrys stopped at a reading table where a single lamp burned low. He turned to face her. "The hall will talk for days," he said. "A Mordent heir who keeps a personal archivist. A rival house humbled in public. The story grows with every telling. That keeps them looking at the story instead of the bond." "Yes." He reached into his coat and drew out a folded paper. Her bond. The original, with its forged seal and the flaw Carith had nearly exposed. "I had this taken from the registry before the supper," he said. "They will search for it tomorrow. By then, it will have been misfiled, mislaid, or altered beyond recognition." She stared at the paper in his hand. Her entire cover, reduced to a page he could destroy or preserve as he chose. "Why?" He met her gaze. "Because you earned the trouble you caused, Wake, and I will not see that work wasted on a technicality." The answer was truthful enough to sting. He held the bond out to her. She took it. Her fingers brushed his. The contact lasted less than a heartbeat, but she felt the warmth of his skin like a brand, the same way she still felt the pressure of his palm at her back. She folded the bond and tucked it into her sleeve beside the silver blade. "The registry will notice it missing by morning." "Let them." He moved past her to the shelf, running a finger along the spines of the ledgers. "By the time they trace the absence, Carith will have turned his attention elsewhere. He has other games to play tonight." "And tomorrow?" "Tomorrow we make sure the flaw cannot be verified." He pulled a ledger from the shelf and carried it to the table. "The scriptorium that issued your bond no longer exists. The seal's design was based on a master stamp that was supposedly destroyed in a fire 12 years ago. If Karith tries to trace the paper's origin, he will find ash and contradiction. You planned for this. I planned for someone to look. He opened the ledger and began turning pages. Every forged bond has a weakness. The only defense is to ensure the weakness cannot be reached. She watched his hands move across the page, pale and precise, and she thought about the depth of his preparation. He had known she was false from the first night. He had kept her close, tested her, watched her choices, and all the while he had been building a shield for her lie. "Why help me?" she asked. He looked up. The lamplight caught the edges of his face, sharpening the bones, shadowing the hollows beneath his eyes. "Because you were useful," he said. "Because the archives have not been properly tended in years. Because I wanted to see what you would do with Wake's ledgers when you found the fraud." He paused. "And because you did not run." She had no answer for that. He closed the ledger and returned it to the shelf. "Karith will send inquiries to the scriptorium houses within the week," he said. "I will intercept what I can, but you should know that the Centennial supper was only the first test. There will be others." "I know." "Then you also know that claiming you as my archivist painted a target on your back." He turned to face her fully. "Every house that wants leverage against Mordent will now look at you. Every servant who resents a sudden rise will watch your mistakes. You will be seen wherever you go." She felt the weight of his words settle over her like a second skin. "I was already seen," she said. "Now I am seen as yours." The word hung in the air between them. Yours. She had not meant it to sound the way it sounded. She had meant it as a statement of fact, a calculation of political advantage. But the silence that followed stretched too thin, and she watched something shift in his eyes, a flicker of awareness that matched her own. He took a step toward her. Not close. Close enough that she could smell the cold stone on his coat and the faint trace of candle smoke. "You are under my authority," he said. "That is all the claim means." "I know what it means." "You need you." He was a match of the perfect central slove through ever. "You are under my authority," he said. "That is all the claim means." "I know what it means." "Do you?" His voice had dropped, not softer, lower, the kind of low that made her breath catch before she could stop it. She held his gaze. "Tell me," she said. He did not answer. He reached out and took her wrist, the same wrist where she kept the blades sewn into the fabric. His fingers circled the bone, firm and precise, the same way he had held the ledger on the night they met. But this time he was not measuring paper. He was measuring her. The heat of his hand traveled up her arm, settled in her chest, lodged itself somewhere she could not reach to remove. "Tomorrow," he said, "we will review the Eastern Holdings ledgers again. You will be seen working at my side. You will answer no questions from anyone without my presence. And when the moon rises, we will go below and continue what we started in the archive. The Iron Nor, the hidden chamber, Ilara." He was giving her a path forward that did not end in exposure. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt the weight of his fingers around her wrist, the slow pulse of his thumb against her skin, and she understood that the leash he held had changed shape without her noticing. "I will be at the archive at dawn," she said. "Good." He released her. The cold rushed back into the space his hand had occupied. He turned and walked toward the door, pausing at the threshold. "One more thing." She waited. "When Karith finds he cannot verify the bond, he will look for another way to prove what he suspects." Emrys did not turn. "He will watch you. He will study your habits, your movements, your silences. He will try to find the part of you that does not belong." He glanced back over his shoulder. "Make sure he does not find it." Then he was gone, and the corridor swallowed his footsteps, and Vesna stood alone in the dim lamplight, with the forged bond pressed against her wrist and the echo of his fingers still warm on her skin. She touched the blade in her sleeve. 29 days until the full moon. 29 days to choose between the mission she was sent for and the truth she was beginning to suspect. She blew out the lamp and walked into the dark, her heart beating a rhythm she refused to name. Chapter 10. Dawn came gray and wet, the marsh light bleeding through the leaded windows in sheets of pale silver. Vesna reached the archive before the bells and found the Eastern Holdings ledgers already stacked on the reading table, a fresh candle burning at the edge of the desk. Emrys was not there. She worked alone through the first hour, cross-referencing levy tallies against the census rolls, building the shape of the Eastern Holdings in her mind. The numbers were clean, too clean. Someone had been adjusting them long before Wake's fraud, smoothing the edges of old debts into something that could not be questioned. She noted the discrepancy and kept reading. The door opened behind her. She did not turn. She recognized the weight of the footsteps, the measured tread of someone who had spent years walking corridors without hurry. "You work early," Sabin Yarrowell said. "The ledgers do not keep hours." He moved past her and set a stack of supply records on the adjacent table. His hands were ink-stained at the nails, the skin around his fingers cracked from years of damp paper. He did not look at her directly. He arranged the records, aligned their edges, and then turned with the slow precision of a man who had already decided what he would say. "The Heir has claimed you as his archivists." "He has. That makes you visible." Sabine folded his hands. "Do you know what happens to visible things in Duskwater?" She waited. "They get watched," he said. "Measured. Remembered." He studied her without hostility, but without warmth either. "I have been steward of this house for 19 years. I have seen 4 archivists come and go. The ones who lasted were the ones who understood that service here is not a performance. It is a function. You serve the ledgers serve the house, and the house serves the law. I understand the chain. Do you?" He took a step closer. "Then tell me why the northern tax rolls from last winter show a correction in the 4th folio that does not match your handwriting." She kept her face still. "They do not match my handwriting because I did not make the correction. I have not reviewed the northern tax rolls." "No." He pulled a folded sheet from his coat and held it up. "But you reviewed the Eastern Holdings yesterday, and you rearranged Wake's ledgers in a pattern that made the fraud obvious. The Heir noticed. The court noticed. I noticed." He let the sheet hang between them. "I am not accusing you of anything," he said. "I am telling you that I notice what happens in this house. If you are here to serve the archive, you will have no trouble from me. If you are here for another reason, you will find that House Mordent protects what it keeps." He refolded the sheet and tucked it back into his coat. "That is all." He turned and walked to the door, pausing with his hand on the frame. "The bonded servants eat at noon in the lower hall," he said. "You should attend. It is expected." The door closed behind him. Vesna stood very still. Her heart had not accelerated, her breathing had not changed, but the air in the room felt thinner, pressed into something harder to hold. She looked down at the ledgers. The correction in the northern tax rolls was not hers. She had never touched those records. But Sabin had examined them anyway, looking for her mark, testing whether her movements matched her story. He had found nothing, but he had looked. She returned to the ledgers and worked until the bells rang noon. The lower hall was cramped and damp, its walls sweating moisture from the river that ran beneath the foundations. Bonded servants sat at long trestle tables, eating in silence or low murmurs, their faces turned toward their bowls. Vesna took a seat at the far end. A woman across from her glanced up, nodded once, and returned to her food. The meal was plain: bread, stew, water. Vesna ate because eating was expected, because refusal would be remembered, because every gesture in this house was a piece of evidence someone might read. She said nothing. No one spoke to her. When the meal ended, she rose and carried her bowl to the wash basin, and as she set it down, a folded piece of paper slipped from beneath the rim. She caught it before it hit the water. Her fingers recognized the weight, the texture, the precise fold that meant a message from Sister Mireya. She palmed it and walked out. Her quarters were small and cold, the same narrow room she had been given on the first night. She closed the door, lit the candle, and unfolded the paper. The message was short. "The moon fills, the house remembers. The second blade walks among the guests. Do not make her necessary. No signature, no seal." Vesna read it twice, then held the corner to the flame and watched the paper curl into ash. The second blade. Ilar Dravet was already inside Duskwater. She crushed the ash into the candle wax and smoothed it flat, erasing every trace. Then she turned to check the room. It took her 3 breaths to notice. The wardrobe door stood open a finger's width wider than she had left it. The corner of her bedsheet was tucked under the mattress at an angle she never used. The dust on the window ledge had been disturbed in a clean, deliberate line. Someone had searched her quarters. Whoever it was had worked with professional care, opening nothing that would leave a mark, closing everything a hair's breadth from its original position. They had found nothing because she cared nothing. The silver blade stayed in her sleeve. The forged bond was in Emrys's custody. The messages were ash, but they had searched anyway. She stood in the center of the room and listened. The manor breathed around her. Water dripped. Footsteps passed in the corridor above. Somewhere a door closed. She touched the blade at her wrist. 29 days. And now a second blade walked the halls, watching, waiting, ready to finish what Vesna had been sent to do. She blew out the candle and sat in the dark, counting the minutes until moonrise, when Emrys would take her below again, and she would have to decide how much longer she could balance on the edge of the lie before it cut her open. Chapter 11. Moonrise came and went. Vesna stayed in the dark long after the silver light passed across her window, listening to the manor breathe. No knock came, no summons. Whatever Emrys intended to show her below, tonight was not the night. She slept in fragments, waking at every creak of timber, every distant footfall. The second blade walked those halls. Ilar Dreve moved through the same corridors, breathing the same air, waiting for Vesna to fail. Morning found her in the archive before the bells. She worked through the Eastern Holdings ledgers with mechanical precision, her hands moving while her mind circled the trap. Someone had searched her quarters. Ilar was inside. Sabin was watching. The moon was filling. 28 days now, maybe 27. The door opened. She did not turn. She knew the weight of his footsteps, the rhythm of his approach. Emrys crossed the room and stopped at the end of her table, a folded sheet in his hand. "You did not come below last night," she said. "I had a visitor." He set the sheet on the table. From the Sable communion. She looked at it. The paper was heavy, cream-colored, sealed with black wax and the communion's mark, a circle divided by a curved line, like a crescent caught in a ring. She recognized the emblem from her training. The Sable communion was a human cult that traded loyalty for the promise of immortality. They served vampire houses in exchange for blood privileges, protection, and the hope of eventual transformation. "They have requested my presence at a private observance," Emrys said. 3 nights from now, at the Ashford Chantry." She picked up the sheet and read. The language was ornate, devotional, steeped in the ritual cadence of old feeding customs. "Honored heir of House Mordent, the Sable communion invites your attendance at the rite of sustained kinship, a sacred observance of blood covenant and mutual obligation. Your presence will affirm the bond between your house and our faithful." It sounded harmless, ceremonial, expected. Vesna read it again. The witness signatures caught her eye first. 3 names at the bottom, each from a different communion chapter, each certifying the invitation's authenticity. The second name was smudged, the ink thinned in a way that suggested a different hand had added it later, after the original signing. She read the room assignment. The Ashford Chantry's inner chapel, accessible only through a single corridor, no secondary exit. She read the time. Midnight, when the manor's guard rotation was thinnest. She set the paper down. "You see it," Emrys said. "The second witness signed after the first," she said. "The ink has a different density." Someone added their name to an already completed document. He nodded. "And the room assignment," she said. "The inner chapel has one approach. If the communion wanted a public observance, they would use the main hall. They chose the chapel because it can be sealed." "What else?" She looked at the seal. The crescent ring was clean, unbroken, but the pressure was uneven, heavier on the left edge, as if whoever pressed it had been standing at an angle, in a hurry, or nervous. "The seal was applied by someone who does not handle communion documents regularly," she said. "They press too hard on one side. An archivist or a clerk, not a priest." Emrys took the sheet back. The communion has hosted this rite for 20 years. The same families attend, the same blessing is spoken. I have attended twice before, at my father's request, and nothing happened. But this year is different. This year the Centennial falls. This year the court is divided. This year I have publicly claimed a bonded archivist whose papers I had removed from the registry, and half the noble houses are watching to see what I am building. He folded the invitation along its original creases. If I attend, and the rite escalates into a feeding obligation, he said, the communion can claim I accepted a blood covenant before witnesses. That obligation can be transferred, sold, or used as leverage. If I refuse to attend, I insult a house that has served Duskwater for decades, and the noble houses that support them will call me ungrateful or weak. He placed the folded sheet in his coat. Either way, someone moves against me before the Centennial. Vesna watched his hands, the careful way he handled the paper, the controlled stillness of his fingers. He was not afraid, he was measuring. You could send a representative, she said. The invitation names me specifically. A substitute would be read as an insult. Then you do not attend, and give whoever arranged this the victory of my absence? They want me to look afraid. They want the court to see the Mordent heir hiding behind his father's authority while the Centennial approaches. He met her eyes. I am going, he said, but I am not going alone. She understood before he said it. You want me there. You can read a document faster than any servant I have. You notice what others miss. If there is a break in the ritual, a forged signature, a witness who does not belong, you will see it before I do. He stepped closer. The invitation includes a provision for a bonded attendant, he said. You will enter as my archivist. No one will question your presence. She thought of Ilardrive walking the halls, of the thorn mark carved into the altar frame, of the second blade waiting for Vesna to fail. If she went to the Ashford Chantry, she would be outside Duskwater's walls, exposed, trackable, separated from the crypt roads she had mapped for escape. But if she stayed, Emrys would walk into the trap alone. 3 nights, she said. 3 nights. She looked at the folded invitation in his coat, at the uneven seal, the shifted witness signature, the sealed chapel with one door. She thought of Elowine's voice in her memory. A blade leaves a trail, a ledger leaves a verdict, but a trap left a signature if you knew how to read it. I will need to see the chantry layout before we go, she said, and I need to know who the communion's local priest is. If the invitation passed through their hands, they may already be compromised. Emrys studied her. You are not trying to talk me out of it. Would you listen? No. Then I will not waste the breath. He almost smiled. The expression was brief, barely a shift in his features, but she caught it before it vanished. I will have the map brought to your quarters, he said. And the priest's name. He turned toward the door. Emrys. He stopped. She did not have the words for what she wanted to say. That accepting a ceremonial feeding obligation in front of witnesses could be used to bind him to a house he did not choose. That the Sable communion did not extend invitations without expecting return. That someone inside Duskwater had helped arrange this, and that the same someone might have searched her quarters the night before. She said none of it. Bring the map yourself, she said, not through a servant. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded and left. The door closed. The archive settled back into silence. Vesna stood alone among the ledgers, counting the minutes until she would have to walk into a sealed chapel beside the man she had come to destroy, knowing the blade in her sleeve was not the only weapon aimed at his throat. Chapter 12. The map arrived at dusk, folded into a leather case and pressed into Vesna's hands by Emrys himself. He did not stay. He met her eyes once, nodded, and turned back toward the main hall where the supper bells had begun to ring. She waited until his footsteps faded, then carried the case to her quarters and locked the door. The chantry layout unfolded across 3 sheets of heavy vellum, ground floor, chapel level, and the crypt beneath. Each entrance marked, each corridor measured. She traced her finger along the planned route. Iron gate, narthex, inner chapel, single door. No secondary exit. The altar sat at the far end, flanked by two smaller doors she did not recognize. She checked the map's key. Sacristy. Preparation chamber. Both too narrow to hold more than two people. Her pulse stayed steady. The room was a killing box, if someone wanted it to be. She studied the priest's name written in Emrys' hand at the bottom of the third sheet. Brother Aldrich Venn. 23 years serving the Ashford Chantry. No complaints, no scandals, no apparent reason to be compromised. But someone had signed that second witness line. Someone had pressed the seal crooked. She worked through the night. By the second bell, she had cross-referenced every communion name from the last decade of Duskwater's hospitality records. By the third bell, she had found the mismatch. 3 names from the Ashford congregation had been added to the witness list within the last fortnight. All 3 were listed as communion elders. None of them appeared in any earlier record of the rite. She wrote the names on a scrap of paper and stared at them until the ink blurred. Huldah Vance, Simeon Poole, Darren Cask. 3 people who had never attended the rite of sustained kinship before, now positioned to testify that Emrys Mordent accepted a feeding obligation before the full conclave. She set the paper down and pressed her palms flat against the table. The trap was not subtle. It did not need to be. The communion only needed witnesses willing to swear what they had seen. By the time anyone questioned their testimony, the blood obligation would already be sealed in ritual law. She could let it happen. If Emrys was bound to a hostile house, his attention would fracture. His focus on her would thin. She would have more room to move, more nights to reach Castellan Mordent before the deadline. The thought sat cold in her chest. She waited for it to feel right. It did not. She pushed back from the table and crossed to the window. The marsh stretched dark and flat beyond the glass, the moon, 3 nights from full, still rising. A line would tell her to let the trap close. A compromised heir made an easier path to the father. The mission came first. The mission was everything. But Alowine's voice felt distant now, like a lesson recited in a language she had stopped speaking. She had agreed to walk into the chantry beside Emrys. She had asked for the map. She had asked for the priest's name. She had chosen something, even if she could not name it yet. Vesna turned from the window and gathered her coat. The chapel was empty when she reached it. Cold stone and wax-stained air, the altar stripped of its ceremonial cloth. She crossed to the communion alcove on the north wall and knelt as though in prayer. Her fingers found the hidden latch beneath the third panel, the one the map did not show. The servants' passage beyond was narrow and dark, smelling of damp wool and old incense. She moved without light, counting steps, memorizing the turn where the corridor branched toward the chantry grounds. At the end, a wooden door sealed with a fresh iron lock. She had not expected that. Vesna pressed her ear to the wood and listened. Nothing. No voices, no movement, no breath on the other side. But the lock was new. The bolt was oiled. Someone expected company. She traced the lock's shape in the dark. A simple mechanism. 3 tumblers, if she read the resistance right. She could pick it in under a minute, if she had the right tools. She did not have them tonight. She memorized the lock's position, the grain of the wood, the angle of the hinges. Then she retreated the way she had come, silent, unreported, unseen. The archive was dark when she slipped back inside. She did not light a lamp. She sat in the chair by the cold hearth and let the silence settle around her. 3 names, 1 sealed door, a fresh lock on a passage the map pretended did not exist. Someone inside Duskwater had helped arrange this. Someone who knew the chantry's blind corners, its forgotten corridors, the places a witness could stand without being seen. The same someone who had searched her quarters. She thought of Sabin Yarrowell, his ink-stained hands, his careful questions, his 19 years of watching servants come and go. But Sabin was loyal to Castellan. He had said as much in his own oblique way. The second blade walked among the guests. Vesna sat in the dark until the first light bled gray through the archive windows. Then she rose, folded the chantry map into her sleeve, and went to find Emrys before he could walk into the trap alone. Chapter 13. Dawn hung gray and cold over the marsh. Vesna found Emrys in the lower corridor, already dressed in formal dark wool, a silver clasp at his collar catching the thin light. He saw her sleeve, the folded edge of the map, the set of her jaw. "You found something." 3 names added to the witness list in the last fortnight, she said. "None of them attended the rite before. They will swear you accepted a feeding obligation." He did not ask how she knew. He only watched her face. "And the passage the map omits?" "Locked, new iron, 3 tumblers." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once and turned toward the door. The Ashford chantry sat at the marsh's edge, its stone walls dark with damp, its bell tower silent against the pale sky. They walked the last stretch in silence, Vesna a half-step behind him as the bond demanded. Brother Aldrich Venn met them at the gate. He was older than she expected, thin and soft-voiced, with the careful hands of a man who had spent decades handling sacred objects. He smiled at Emrys with practiced warmth. "Lord Mordent, we are honored." Emrys inclined his head. "Brother Aldrich." The inner chapel was smaller than the map suggested. Red velvet hung from the walls, candles burning in iron clusters, the air thick with resin and old incense. A single aisle led to a stone altar where a silver cup waited. 1 entrance, 1 exit. Vesna catalogued the room in 3 breaths. 2 side doors, both narrow, one leading to the sacristy, the other to a preparation chamber. Windows too small for escape. The congregation numbered 13, all human, all in communion gray. She found them immediately. Huda Vance sat in the 3rd row, hands folded, eyes forward. Simeon Poole stood near the altar, adjusting a candle with the air of a man who had been told where to stand. Darren Cask was not visible, which meant he was already in position. The trap had teeth. Brother Aldrich raised his hands for the opening invocation. The congregation murmured the response, a low chant that vibrated through the stone floor. Vesna stood at the back against the wall, where she could see every face and every door. The rite moved through its stages with the weight of old habit. Readings, responses. The lighting of the covenant candle, a tall taper of beeswax that would burn throughout the ceremony, its flame a witness to whatever oaths were spoken. Emrys stood near the altar, composed, unreadable. He had not looked at her since they entered. She watched the witnesses. Hulda Vance's hands were still, but her lips moved a fraction before the responses, as though she was practicing the words. Simeon Poole kept glancing at the side door, the one that led to the preparation chamber. Darren Cask was not in the congregation. The ceremony reached the offering. Brother Aldrich lifted the silver cup and held it toward the altar. "We offer the bond of kinship, freely given, freely received. Let the blood witness what the heart chooses." The congregation rose. Emrys stepped forward. Vesna moved. She did not run. She walked, 3 quick steps that brought her to the edge of the aisle, her voice carrying clear and steady through the chantry. "Brother Aldrich, the covenant candle has guttered." The old priest turned. The congregation turned. Every face in the room shifted toward her, and in that instant of broken rhythm, she saw Hulda Vance's hands tighten, saw Simeon Poole take a half-step toward the altar, saw the preparation chamber door shift a fraction. The candle was burning steadily, but the rhythm was broken. The ceremony had stumbled. Brother Aldrich's smile thinned. "The flame is strong, sister. Need not cost the shay, emotion. Stumley-like, but the disposements. You need not concern yourself. Then forgive me." Vesna lowered her eyes, submissive, obedient. "I misspoke." She stepped back to the wall, but she had seen what she needed. The break in the ceremonial flow, the uncertainty in the priest's eyes, the way Simeon Poole had moved when the order broke. Emrys had not moved. He stood at the altar, his hand resting on the silver cup, and his gaze found hers for half a breath. He knew. Brother Aldrich cleared his throat and raised his hands to resume the rite. The congregation shifted back into position. Hulda Vance's hands were no longer still. They gripped the pew in front of her, knuckles white. Simeon Poole had not returned to his candle. The preparation chamber door opened. A man stepped out, tall, lean, dressed in communion gray, a veil of dark silk covering the lower half of his face. He walked to the altar with the fluid ease of someone who knew exactly where he was supposed to be. Darren Cask. He carried a second cup, silver, identical to the one on the altar. The congregation stirred. This was not part of the rite, as any of them knew it. Brother Aldrich's face tightened. Brother Cask, the ceremony requires witness, Darren Cask said. His voice was soft, unhurried. And witness requires truth. He set the second cup beside the first. Vesna understood. There were 2 cups, one for Emrys, one for Who de Levance, or Simeon Poole, or whoever had been chosen to bind him. The feeding obligation would be sealed before anyone could question whose blood had been offered. She had one chance. She stepped into the aisle again, but this time she did not speak to Brother Aldrich. She walked directly to the altar, past the congregation, past the candle, past Emrys's contained stillness, and stopped before Darren Cask. The second cup requires the priest's blessing before it can stand witness, she said. The law of the rite is clear. Darren Cask's eyes were colorless, flat, and they studied her with the patience of a man who had been waiting for this moment. The law is what the priest declares it to be. Then let him declare it. She turned to Brother Aldrich. The old priest's face was pale, his hands trembling against his robe. He looked at Darren Cask. He looked at the second cup. He looked at Emrys, who had not moved, who was watching everything with the stillness of a man who knew he was being hunted. The blessing, Brother Aldrich said. Yes, the blessing is required. Darren Cask's jaw tightened behind the veil, but he did not argue. Not here, not in front of the congregation. He stepped back. Vesna moved with him, her hand brushing the altar's edge as though steadying herself, her fingers finding the base of the first cup, the one meant for Emrys. She lifted it. The congregation gasped. A bonded servant did not touch the covenant cup. It was not permitted. She did not care. The cup is tarnished, she said. A clear vessel for a clear oath. The law requires it. Brother Aldrich stared at her. Darren Cask's hand moved beneath his robe. The side door behind the altar swung open. A figure stepped through, masked, dark-cloaked, moving with the deliberate grace of someone who had been watching from the shadows. They did not look at the congregation. They looked at Vesna, and Vesna saw it. The angle of the shoulder, the weight distribution, the way the hood framed a face she could not see but knew she had seen before. The masked observer who had watched her from the Sable Communion's shadows, the one who had seen her dismantle Lord Wake's ledgers, the one who knew what precision looked like. The figure raised a hand. Darren Cask stopped. The room held its breath. Then the figure said, "The cup is tarnished. The blessing is required. The rite is incomplete." Brother Aldrich let out a breath that might have been relief or might have been fear. "The rite is incomplete," he repeated. "We will reconvene when the vessel is purified." The congregation began to murmur. Hulda Vance stood, her face flushed. Simeon Poole was already moving toward the side door. Darren Cask did not move. His eyes stayed on the masked figure. Vesna did not wait. She took Emrys's wrist, the same wrist he had measured at the archive, and pulled him toward the side passage. He followed without resistance, his stride matching hers, his hand closing over hers as they passed through the narrow doorway into the dark. The passage led down, then up, then through a service corridor that smelled of wet stone and mouse droppings. Vesna did not slow. She counted steps, turns, the distance to the Marsh gate. Behind them, voices rose in the chantry. But no one followed. The masked observer had bought them exactly enough time to disappear. They emerged into the marsh light, gray and cold, the reeds swaying in the morning wind. Vesna let go of Emrys's wrist. Her hand was shaking. He did not step away. "You knew," he said, "when you saw the candle. You knew what was coming." "I saw the trap, and you walked into it anyway." She looked at him. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were not. They were raw, open, the mask of the Heir stripped away. "I agreed to walk into the chantry beside you," she said. "I meant it." He held her gaze for a long moment. The wind moved through the reeds. The chantry bell began to toll, a slow, uneven sound that carried across the marsh. Then he said, "The observer, the one in the mask." I do not know who they are. But she did. She had seen the precision, the stillness, the way the figure had watched her movements with the eye of someone who had been trained the same way. The masked observer was one of the Thorn, and they had just seen exactly how Vesna moved when she chose a side. Chapter 14. The passage narrowed as they pressed deeper into the service corridor, the stone walls sweating with marsh damp. Vesna's shoulder scraped against old mortar. Emrys followed close enough that she felt the heat of him at her back, his breath a steady rhythm against the nape of her neck. The chantry bell had stopped. In the silence that followed, voices carried through the walls, low voices, searching voices. Vesna stopped. Emrys stopped with her. The corridor bent left, then right, opening into a space barely wider than her shoulders, a chamber meant for nothing but the passage of air and the occasional crawling servant. There was no door, no hiding place except the dark itself. She pressed herself against the wall. Emrys pressed in beside her, his chest against her shoulder, his face turned toward the sound. The voices grew closer. The priest is useless. Cask should have silenced him. Cask did what he was told. The masked one overruled him. Who was the masked one? A pause. Then, that is what we are going to find out. Footsteps passed the outer wall. 3, maybe 4 people. Their boots scraped on stone. One of them laughed, a flat sound with no humor in it. The Mordent heir ran like a rabbit. His little archivist pulled him out. She's no archivist. No, she is not. The footsteps faded. The voices dissolved into the wet air. Vesna did not move. Emrys did not move. The space between them was the width of a held breath, and neither of them was willing to break it first. She counted to 30 in her head, then to 60. The pursuit did not return. She let out the breath she had been holding. Her hand was still shaking, the same hand that had lifted the Covenant cup, the same hand that had pulled Emrys through the side door. She pressed it flat against the stone to steady it. Emrys shifted. Not away, closer. His voice came low and rough, stripped of the careful court tones he used in the archive. You did not have to do that. She kept her hand on the stone. I agreed to walk in beside you. That was before you knew the depth of the trap. She turned her head. In the dark, she could barely see the line of his jaw, the shape of his shoulder. But she could feel him. The weight of his attention, the stillness that was not unnatural, the way he held himself like a man who had learned patience the hard way. The trap would have bound you, she said. Feeding obligation, transferable, sellable. You would have become leverage for whoever owns Cask. I know what it would have done. Then you know why I stopped it. He was quiet for a long moment. The stone wept moisture beneath her palm. Somewhere above them, the chantry bell began to toll again. But the sound was fainter now, muffled by the weight of the earth between them and the sky. That is not an answer, he said. She looked at him. It is the only answer I have. He did not accept it. She could feel that too, the way his silence rejected the half-truth without needing to name it. He was too perceptive to let her hide behind practicality. He had been too perceptive from the first night. You dislike compulsion, she said. I saw it when you refused to make Alara speak to me. You will not force a human to do what they have not chosen. You watched that. I watched everything. He absorbed that. Then he said, And you? Do you dislike compulsion? The question landed precisely where he meant it to land. In the hollow between her ribs, where the Order's teachings lived like a second heartbeat. Her entire life had been compulsion. Duty trained into reflex. Obedience shaped until it looked like will. But she had said yes to the chantry. She had walked in of her own choice. That was the part he was asking about. I dislike watching it used on other people, she said. I have seen enough of it. It was not a full answer. It was closer to true than anything she had said to him since the first night. He heard it. He did not press further. Thank you, he said. The words were plain, unadorned, and that made them hit harder than any court tribute. Whatever your reasons, thank you. She nodded. Her hand was steady now. The corridor stretched ahead, curving toward a grate she remembered from the map. an old drainage channel that fed into the marsh. If they followed it, they would reach the eastern edge of Duskwater's grounds, where the wall met the floodplain. Emrys followed her when she moved. He did not question her direction. The grate was rusted but not seized. She whipped it open with both hands, the metal groaning in protest. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of reeds and standing water. They emerged into gray morning light. The marsh spread before them, flat and endless, the tops of the reeds silver with dew. The towers of Duskwater rose in the distance, black stone against a pale sky. They had made it out. But the voices in the corridor had said something that would not leave her. She's no archivist. And the masked observer had watched her move, had known exactly where to step, exactly when to speak. The masked observer was one of the Thorn, and now the Thorn knew that Vesna Crale had chosen a vampire over her mission. Emrys stood beside her, his face turned toward Duskwater's towers. The wind moved through his hair. He looked older than he had in the chantry, the mask of composure gone, replaced by something harder and more alive. "We'll need to finish what we started," he said. "The rite will be reconvened. The Centennial is not cancelled because of one failed trap." She knew. And when the rite was reconvened, she would have to walk in beside him again, this time with the Thorn watching, this time with the masked observer knowing exactly what she looked like when she chose. She looked at the towers of Duskwater. Somewhere inside, the second blade was already moving. Chapter 15. They walked through the marsh in silence, the reeds whispering against their clothes. Duskwater's towers grew larger with each step, black stone cutting into the pale morning sky like a wound that refused to close. Vesna's sleeve was still wet where she had pressed it against the drainage grate. The silver blade sat cold against her forearm, a weight she had carried so long she barely felt it anymore. Emrys walked beside her, not ahead, not behind, beside. She did not know what to do with that. The servants' gate was unlocked when they reached it. Emrys held it open without comment, and she passed through into the lower yard where the kitchen smoke rose thinned and gray against the dawn. No one challenged them. No guard stepped from the shadows. The manor was still waking, its routines not yet begun, but someone was watching. She felt it in the back of her neck, the prickle that meant eyes on her from a window or an upper gallery. The second blade, the masked observer, someone who had seen her choose. Emrys led her through the service corridor, past the laundry and the cold storage, past the stair that led to the archive. She expected him to stop there. Instead, he kept walking, deeper into the lower levels where the stone grew darker and the air smelled of old wax and sealed earth. "Where are we going?" He did not answer. He reached a door she had never noticed, iron-bound, set flush into the wall where the corridor dead-ended. The lock was old, 3 keys required, and he wore them on a chain beneath his coat. She watched him turn each key in sequence, watched the bolts draw back with a sound like bones settling. "This chamber exists under blood law authority," he said. "No bonded human has entered it in living memory. If anyone learns I brought you here, the conclave could strip my father's seal and dissolve the house." She should have asked why. She should have calculated the risk before stepping through. Instead, she followed him. The chamber was small, circular, lit by a single lantern hanging from the ceiling. Shelves lined the walls, each one filled with scrolls and ledgers bound in leather that had gone dark with age. In the center stood a reading table, scarred by decades of use, and on it lay 3 documents, already separated from the others. He had prepared this before the chantry. "You planned to bring me here," she said. "Before the trap, before any of it. I planned to bring you here the night I took the Ashmere ledger from the North Archive." He did not look at her, but I needed to be certain. "Certain of what?" He turned. In the lantern light, his face was all hollows and shadows, the careful mask stripped away by the morning's work. "That you would not kill my father the moment you found proof of what you came here to find." The words hung between them like a blade suspended in mid-strike. Vesna did not move. She did not breathe. "I do not know what you think I came here to find," she said. "You are not a very good liar," he said. "That is the only thing that has made this bearable." He gestured to the table. She stepped forward, resisting the pull of her training, the voice that told her to deny everything until denial became useless. The first document was a sealed petition, the wax still intact but cracked with age. The name on the seal was not Mordent. It was a house she did not recognize, a sigil of crossed reeds beneath a star. "Open it," Emrys said. She broke the wax. The petition was dated 23 years ago, written in a hand that trembled with age or fear. It requested an audit of the eastern marsh levees and named several villages, including Ashmere, as having been overtaxed by a collection agent whose name had been erased from the official records. The second document was a copy of a command order bearing Castellan Mordent's seal, authorizing the burning of Ashmere to prevent a human uprising that had been fomenting in the marsh villages. She read it twice. The third document was the same order, dated 3 days earlier, but this copy showed a different seal placement and a signature that did not match the first. "2 orders," she said. "Same command, different seals." "The first is my father's genuine seal," Emrys said. "The second is a forgery made to look like his. The date discrepancy means the forgery was prepared before the real order was issued, then substituted afterward when the real order was destroyed." She looked up at him. "Who destroyed the real order?" "My mother." The words landed like a blow. "She discovered the substitution 3 years after Ashmere burned," he continued. "She had been compiling the census, cross-referencing names with the levy records, trying to understand what happened. When she found the discrepancy, she removed the real order and hid it. She replaced it with a copy that would not compromise the official chain, but the forgery was already in place. The damage was done." "She knew," Vesna said. "She knew my father was innocent, and she did not—" She stopped. The words were too large, too raw. "She knew, but she did not have enough proof to expose the conspiracy," Emrys said. "The forgery was too clean. The seal was too accurate. Whoever made it had access to my father's private chamber and knew the binding ritual well enough to replicate the pressure pattern. She spent the last 3 years of her life trying to find the forger." "Did she find them?" He looked at her. The answer was in his silence before he spoke. "She found a name, Ilewine Rusk." The room narrowed, the walls pressed in. Vesna felt the air leave her lungs and did not know if she would find it again. Emrys watched her. He did not move. He did not speak. And in the silence, she heard it. A pulse. Low. Rhythmic. 3 beats, then 2. The Thorn signal. Coming through the wall behind her. She forced herself to breathe, to keep her face still while the signal pulsed through the stone behind her like a heartbeat she could not unhear. 3 beats, then 2. The old summoning pattern, the one Elewine had drilled into her until it lived in her bones, a reflex that bypassed thought entirely. Someone in this chamber knew she was here. Someone had followed them through the service corridors, or watched from a passage she had not mapped. Emrys saw something shift in her face. His gaze sharpened. "What is it?" She did not answer. She could not. The signal was still repeating, 3 and 2, 3 and 2. The rhythm of a hand striking stone in a pattern only the Thorn would recognize. It was not a threat. It was an invitation. "Come find me." "Vesna." Emrys said her name. Her real name. Not the archivist's name. Not the lie she had worn for weeks. The sound of it in his voice nearly broke her composure. "Someone is in the passage behind this wall," she said. "Someone who knows what I am." He did not ask how she knew. He did not question the certainty in her voice. He simply moved, crossing the chamber in 3 long strides, pressing his palm flat against the stone where her gaze had fixed. "There is no door here," he said. "There is a crack, a seam. The mortar is darker where it meets the floor." He looked down, ran his fingers along the join, found it. "How long have you known this passage existed?" "I did not. I heard the signal just now. 3 beats, 2. She hated how much she was saying, how much she could not stop herself from saying. "It is a Thorn call, a summoning pattern." He looked at her. The lantern light cast his face in gold and shadow, and she saw the thing she had been dreading since the chantry, understanding. He was putting it together. The forged bond, the Ashmere knowledge, the way she moved in a fight, the way she had known the trap before it sprang. "The Order of the Thorn raised you," he said. "You are not hunting my father for personal revenge. You were sent here." She met his gaze. The words sat in her throat like stones. "I was sent here to kill him," she said. The signal stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Emrys did not recoil. He did not draw away. He stood motionless, his hand still pressed against the cold stone, and looked at her with an expression she could not read. Not anger, not betrayal. Something quieter. Something that hurt more than either of those things. "Was it personal?" he asked. "Or were you just following orders?" She could have lied. She could have said both. She could have woven a story that let her keep some part of herself hidden, some fragment of the woman who had walked into Duskwater with a silver blade and a forged name. But she had heard his voice in the dark, thanking her for a choice she had not fully understood until she made it. "It was personal," she said, "and I was following orders. And until last night, I did not know there was a difference." He absorbed that. She watched him take the weight of it, the full shape of what she had confessed, and hold it in his hands like a thing he was still learning to recognize. "The passage," he said finally. "Can you open it?" She crossed to the wall, found the seam he had located, traced the line of darker mortar with her fingertips. The stone was cold, rough, older than the rest of the chamber. She pressed her ear to the surface and listened. Nothing. No breathing, no footsteps. Whoever had made the signal was gone, or waiting. "I need a blade," she said, "something thin enough to work the mortar." He produced a knife from his coat, small, silver-handled, plain. She took it without looking at him and began working the tip into the seam. The mortar crumbled easily, too easily, as if it had been softened recently, reworked by someone who wanted this passage found. She pried a section loose, then another. The stone shifted. A section of the wall swung inward on hinges she had not seen, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The air that came up was cold and damp. It smelled of crypt water and something else, something resinous and familiar. Chapel incense, the same resin that made her burned scar ache whenever it burned nearby. She looked at Emrys. The question she could not ask was written in her stillness. He answered by stepping past her and taking the first stair down. Chapter 16. The staircase turned twice before the air changed. Vesna counted each step by the scrape of her boots on stone. Emrys moved ahead of her, his silhouette cutting the lantern light into shadows that stretched and shrank with every turn. The resinous smell grew stronger, the incense sting she knew from a lifetime of Thorn chapels, and her burn scar tightened along her throat like a second pulse. "How deep does this go?" she asked. "Below the crypt roads." Emrys did not turn. "I did not know it existed." The confession unsettled her more than the passage itself. He knew every hidden seam in Duskwater. His mother had mapped them. If this one had escaped them both, someone had worked very hard to keep it hidden. The stairs ended at a stone arch. Beyond it, a chamber no larger than a cell. A plain wooden shelf built into the wall. A single candle stub, unlit, and on the shelf, folded into thirds, a sheet of devotional paper sealed with a drop of black wax. Vesna knew the seal, not by crest, but by the absence of one, the unmarked surface that said only what the bearer chose to write. She reached for it before Emrys could speak. The wax cracked under her thumbnail. She unfolded the paper and read, "Strike before the Centennial sermon, or the second blade finishes what you started. The hall will hear testimony that buries Mordent beyond recovery. If you cannot act, your weakness will be erased with the rest." No signature, no greeting. Mireya's voice in every word. Vesna read it twice, the first time for information, the second time for the shape of the threat between the lines. Strike before the Centennial sermon. She had a window fewer than 4 days wide, collapsing toward a ceremony that would seal Castellan's guilt in public testimony, testimony she now knew was built on Elowine's forgery. If the sermon aired the false order before the full conclave, House Mordent's condemnation would become law, irreversible and armed. Your weakness will be erased with the rest. Ilarn Dreve was already inside the manor. He had been watching from the moment she reached the gate. Mireya's message was not a reminder, it was a deadline. What does it say? Emrys had not moved. He stood at the arch, the lantern in his hand casting his face in angles of gold and shadow. Vesna considered lying. She could crumple the paper, clang a servant's note, a reminder of duties, anything that kept this weight off his shoulders while she decided what to do with it. The habit was so deeply carved into her that her hand began the motion before she caught it. She held the paper out to him instead. He took it. read it. The lantern light did not shift, but something in his stillness did, a tightening at the jaw that she would have missed if she had not been watching for it. "The second blade," he said. "That is the name you used. Il a dreve. He walks among the Centennial guests. I do not know his face yet, but you know his purpose. If I fail, he kills my target, and everyone who helped me." She paused, "Including me." Emrys folded the paper with the same precision she had used to open it. He did not hand it back. He slipped it into his coat, tucking it against the same pocket that held the forged Ashmere order. "Then we have fewer than 4 days," he said. She stared at him. "We?" He met her gaze. "You said you did not know the difference between personal and orders until last night. I believe you. I also believe the woman who walked into a sealed chantry to pull me out of a trap did not do it because her handler told her to." The words settled in her chest like something hot and unfamiliar. "If I fail," she said, "if I do not strike before the sermon, Ilar will kill your father. The order will present the forged testimony as truth, and the Centennial will seal it. I understand the stakes. Do you understand that I am still the person who came here to kill him?" He did not flinch. "You are also the person who chose otherwise. That choice does not disappear because the threat changes shape." She wanted to argue, wanted to find the flaw in his reasoning, the edge where she could slip back into the armor of certainty. But the passage was cold, and the incense smell clung to her skin, and the man in front of her had just accepted that she had been sent to murder his family. "The note mentions a Centennial presentation," she said. "Someone will testify against House Mordent using the forged seal. The sermon is held in the Great Hall on the final night of the gathering. My father will be seated before the Regent, bound by custom to accept any formal testimony offered under blood law witness." "Who delivers it?" "The Regent's voice, usually, but the testimony is prepared by the Sable communion, the same hand that arranged the trap at the chantry. Vesna saw the shape of it then. The communion had failed to bind Emrys through ritual obligation. This was their contingency: public accusation in a room with no exits and a full conclave as witness. "If the forged order is presented as evidence," she said, "and your father cannot refute it in the moment, the Regent has authority to act." "He does." "What would that action look like?" Emrys was quiet for a moment. The lantern flame carved the hollows of his face deeper. "Seizure of the Mordent seal, transfer of blood levy authority to the Regent's house. My father would be detained under ceremonial guard until the compound rite can determine sentence." "And you?" "If I defended him, I would be complicit. If I remained silent, I would be seen as weak. The communion has designed a trap that leaves no clean path." Vesna looked at the empty shelf where the letter had rested, at the candle stub, at the narrow arch that led nowhere, a dead end built for one purpose only: to receive a message that could not be trusted to any living hand. "The woman who left this," she said. "She knows the passage. She knows the signal. She knew I would find it." "She?" "Mireya Quist, my handler." "Your handler," Emrys repeated, "is telling you to strike before a false testimony buries my house, or she will send a blade to kill us all." "Yes, and she expects you to obey." Vesna looked at him. The question hung between them, unvoiced but present, sharp as the blade she still carried sewn into her sleeve. She had confessed her mission. She had shown him the threat. But she had not yet answered the question that mattered most. What was she going to do? The silence stretched. From somewhere above, muffled by stone and distance, a bell began to toll the hour. Evening approaching. The Centennial sermon 3 nights away. She had 4 days to choose, and the second blade was already inside the walls. Chapter 17. They climbed in silence. The staircase narrowed as it rose, the walls pressing closer until Vesna's shoulders brushed damp stone on both sides. Emrys led, his lantern casting his shadow long and broken against the uneven ceiling. She watched the back of his coat where the folded ultimatum lay against his ribs, felt the weight of what she had confessed still settling in the space between them. The passage opened into a low corridor she did not recognize. Not the archive, not the crypt road she had mapped. Emrys turned south, then east, counting doors until he stopped at one that looked like a storage closet. Plain wood, no lock. He opened it. Inside, shelves held rolled maps and stacked ledgers, the kind of room a steward might use for overflow records. He set the lantern on a shelf and turned to face her. "We cannot talk in the archive," he said. "Too many ears." "Whose? Anyone Sapin Eurowell has trained to listen, and the second blade, if they know where to watch." She stepped inside. The room smelled of dry paper and candle wax, a scent almost ordinary after the incense and damp of the crypt. Emrys pulled a ledger from the shelf, opened it, and laid out 3 pages of handwritten testimony records, names and dates in a cramped clerical hand. He placed the forged Ashmere order beside them. "My father began collecting these 8 years ago," he said. "He never told me why. I found them after my mother died." Vesna looked at the pages, testimony from Marsh traders, from a Sable communion novitiate who had left the order, from a bonded servant who had processed devotional ledgers at a chantry near Ashford. "He was building a case," she said. "Yes." "Against whom?" Emrys did not answer immediately. He moved the forged order aside and pulled a single sheet from beneath it, a list of names in 2 columns. One column she recognized: the Crale, Zoric, and Barlow families from the Ashmere census. The other column held dates and sums of silver. 8 years ago, Emrys said, my father began tracing payments, large sums, moved through devotional accounts to chantry clerks and seal keepers. He never told me what he suspected, but after my mother died, he showed me this list and said the fraud that destroyed Ashmere was not finished. He said it was still being protected. Vesna studied the columns. The payments stopped 5 years ago. After that, the ledger entry shifted to expenses she recognized from the Duskwater hospitality records. Timber, stone, provisions delivered to a location marked only as the lower quarter. He was hiding survivors, she said. Yes. And paying for their silence, for their safety. Emrys met her gaze. The two are not the same. She looked away. Her reflection stared back from the dark glass of a window she had not noticed, a woman with pinned hair and hollow eyes who looked nothing like the child who had watched Ashmere burn. I lost people there, she said. The words came out flat, unadorned, a fact stated without the weight it carried. She had meant to say more, to shape the confession into something that would explain her, the mission, the blade still sewn into her sleeve. But the room was small, and the lantern was low, and Emrys was watching her with that stillness that made lying feel like effort. Who? He asked. She did not answer. Vesna. The name cut through her. Her false name, the one she had worn for weeks, answered to, let him say in the dark of the chantry passage. It fit like a borrowed coat, warm but never hers. My mother, she said. My father. My brother. She stopped there. The other names remained locked behind her teeth. The neighbors, the elders, the children whose faces she still saw in dreams she had stopped telling anyone about. Emrys did not press. He turned back to the testimony records and slid one sheet toward her, a deposition from a seal keeper who had authenticated the Ashmere order. Read this, he said. Then tell me if you recognize the hand. She leaned over the page. The handwriting was careful, ecclesiastical. The letters formed with the same precision she had seen in Elowine's training manuals. The same pressure on the downstrokes, the same slight break in the loop of the capital A. She had copied that break 1,000 times in practice. It is Elowine's, she said. Emrys did not react. He simply nodded and placed another sheet beside the first, a fragment of a devotional register with the same hand. There is more, he said. A full testimony index, compiled by my mother before she died, listing every document that was removed from the main archive in the year after Ashmere burned. He pulled a folded paper from his coat, the edges soft with handling. He opened it across the ledger, a grid of dates and document numbers, each entry marked with a small ink cross. The index references records that no longer exist, he said. They were removed from the archive and never returned, but the index gives their original locations. Vesna read the first entry. A supply record from the Ashford Chantry dated 2 weeks before the fire, removed 6 weeks after the burning. She moved down the list. 10 entries. Then 20. Testimony from Marsh traders, seal impressions, correspondence between devotional houses, all pulled from the archive in the year following Ashmere. Someone emptied the evidence trail, she said. Someone knew what the records could prove. She looked up from the page. And left the index behind? My mother hid it, Emrys said. In a binding she knew no one would open, a book of blood law precedent that had not been touched in 30 years. A slow pressure built behind her ribs. The index was not proof, not yet, but it was a map, a list of what had been taken and where it had lived before someone decided it should disappear. If we find even one of these records, she said, we can trace who ordered the removal. Yes, and that order will name the person who protected the forgery. Emrys held her gaze. The lantern flame trembled, casting shadows across the testimony sheets and the folded index and the false order that had condemned her family twice, once in fire and once in silence. I know where the first record was kept, he said. The supply register from the Ashford Chantry. It was moved to a closed room with the Regent's house after the removal. How do you know that? Because my father told me, before he stopped telling me anything. The room felt smaller now, the air heavier. The Regent's house is sealed until the Centennial, Emrys said, but the service corridor connects to it through a shared foundation wall. I have traced the route. I know where the entrance is. He paused. I just need someone who can pick a lock faster than I can. Vesna stared at him, the third tumblers on the chantry lock, the tools she had lacked that night. You want me to break into the Regent's house? I want us to find the truth before the Centennial sermon makes it irrelevant. She looked at the index, at the crossed-out entries, at the empty spaces where evidence had lived before someone erased it. When? She asked. Tonight, before the household locks down for the sermon preparations. The bell had already tolled evening. The corridors would be quieting. The second blade was somewhere inside the walls, watching, waiting. If we are caught, she said, there is no explanation that saves us. I know. She met his eyes, the same stillness, the same steadiness that had held when she confessed she had come to kill his father. Then let us not get caught, she said. Emrys folded the index and tucked it into his coat beside the ultimatum. He picked up the lantern and moved toward the door. Follow me, he said, and stay close. She followed. The corridor beyond was dark and empty, the kind of silence that felt watched. They turned south past the old kitchens, past a row of servants' quarters with no light beneath the doors, and reached a narrow staircase Vesna had never seen on any map. Emrys stopped at the top. The Regent's foundation wall is below, he said. But there is a problem. What? He lifted the lantern. The staircase did not descend. It ended in a stone wall, freshly mortared, the bricks still darker than the surrounding stone. Someone had sealed the passage, and whoever had done it had done so within the last week. Vesna looked at the new mortar, at the stacked bricks, at the sealed route to the evidence they needed. Then she heard it, a footstep, behind them, in the dark. Chapter 18. The footstep did not hesitate. It landed once, then twice, each step deliberate and unhurried, the rhythm of someone who knew exactly where they were going. Vesna did not turn. She let her hand fall to her sleeve, where the silver blade lay flat against her forearm, and counted the distance between the sound and her back. 20 paces, maybe 15 by now. Emrys moved before she could. He stepped past her, placed himself between the sound and her shoulder, and raised the lantern high enough to flood the corridor behind them with light. The flame caught a familiar face. Sabin Yarrowell stood at the bend in the corridor, hands clasped behind his back, graying temples catching the lantern glow. He did not look surprised to find them there. He looked like a man who would know exactly where they would be. The Regent's foundation wall, he said. That is a strange place for an archivist and an heir to walk on the night before the Centennial lockdown. Emrys did not lower the lantern. We were inspecting the old service routes. I had heard the passage was sealed. It was. Sabin's gaze moved past Emrys to Vesna, held there a moment too long. 3 days ago, by my order. The admission landed like a second footstep. Vesna kept her breathing even, her posture still, her weight balanced for motion she did not yet need. "Why?" Emrys asked. "Because I was told the mortar had cracked and water was seeping through into the foundation stores. I had it sealed before the damp ruined the season's wine." Sabin's tone carried the patient authority of a man who had managed Duskwater longer than Emrys had been alive. "If you needed access below, you should have told me. I did not know the seal was recent until we arrived, and now you do." Silence stretched between them, the kind of silence that measured how much each man was willing to say in front of a third party. Sabin broke it first. "The Regent's reception begins in 2 hours," he said. "Lord Castellan expects you both in attendance. The Eastern houses have already arrived, and House Curith has requested the pleasure of speaking with your archivist again." The wording was not subtle. Curith had not forgotten. The reception would be the first public gathering since the rite, and the court would be watching for cracks in House Mordent's facade. Emrys lowered the lantern. "We will be there," he said. Sabin inclined his head once and turned back the way he had come, his footsteps receding with the same unhurried precision. Vesna let herself breathe. "He knew we would come here," she said. "He suspects everything. That is his purpose." Emrys looked at the sealed wall one last time, then started back down the corridor. "But he did not report us. That means he is still deciding whose side he is on." They walked in silence through the old kitchens, past the empty servants' quarters, up into the main floor where the manor had begun to stir with Centennial preparations. Servants carried linens and silver. A pair of noble guests crossed the north hall in deep conversation, their voices low and urgent. The reception hall was already transformed when Vesna entered 2 hours later. Candlelight pooled on long tables draped in black silk. The house crest, a river serpent coiled around a broken tower, had been hung above the hearth in fresh thread. The room was fuller than the supper had been, more voices, more tension compressed into polite smiles. Emrys stood at her side, still, watchful, his public mast in place. The Regent had not yet arrived, but his influence was already visible in the arrangement of the room. The eastern houses clustered near the hearth, the southern delegates positioned near the doors, and House Mordent's allies scattered too far from one another to speak without crossing the floor. Vesna catalogued the room the way she catalogued every space now. Entrances, exits, faces she recognized and faces she did not. Then the doors opened and the Regent entered. He was older than Castellan, lean and silver-haired, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. He moved through the room with the ease of a man who had never been denied entry anywhere, stopping to exchange pleasantries, touching shoulders, leaving the wake of his attention like a cold draft. He reached Emrys within 10 minutes. "The Heir of Duskwater." The Regent's voice was smooth, cultivated, pitched to carry. "I had hoped to speak with you before the sermon. There are matters of succession I wish to discuss." Emrys inclined his head. "I am always at the conclave's service." "Of course you are." The Regent's smile widened. His gaze shifted to Vesna with the casual precision of a hunter noting a second target. "And this must be the archivist I have heard so much about, the one who exposed Lord Wake's accounts." The room had gone quieter. Vesna felt the weight of attention settle on her like a hand on her shoulder. "I merely reviewed what was already in the ledgers," she said. "Modest. How refreshing." The Regent's eyes lingered on her collar, where the burn scar rose above the high neck of her dress. "Our archivists rarely show such initiative. I wonder what else you have found in the Mordent records that no one else thought to look for." The question was not casual. It was a probe, designed to find the edge of her composure. Emrys answered before she could. "He has found what I have directed her to find," he said. "Nothing more." The Regent's smile did not falter. "Of course." He turned back to Emrys, and his voice dropped just enough that only the three of them could hear. "There are rumors, young Mordent, that your house has been hiding things beneath the waterline. Survivors, testimony, secrets that should have stayed buried." He tilted his head. "I do not believe them, of course, but rumors have a way of becoming evidence when the right person speaks them aloud." He touched Emrys's shoulder once, lightly, and moved on. Vesna stood very still. The pressure was coordinated. The Regent, Curith's renewed interest, the sealed passage, the timing of it all. Someone had been arranging the board while she and Emrys had been searching for evidence. She turned to scan the room again, looking for faces that did not belong, for the wrong stillness in the crowd. That was when she saw him. Near the side door, half hidden behind a pillar, a man in a pilgrim's gray coat stood speaking with a courier. The courier's hand moved as he listened, adjusting his collar, and the movement caught the light. A strip of devotional ribbon, dark and braided, hung from the courier's wrist. Thorn ribbon. The pilgrim turned his head, and Vesna saw the line of his jaw, the stillness of his posture, the way his gaze found her across the room as if he had known exactly where she would be standing. The masked observer from the Sable trap. He did not look away. He held her gaze for one heartbeat, two, while the courier finished speaking and slipped out the side door. Then the pilgrim smiled, slight and knowing, and vanished into the crowd. Chapter 19. The bells had not rung again by the time Vesna reached her quarters. She locked the door with the iron key Sabin had issued on her first night, tested the bolt once, and crossed to the narrow window that overlooked the inner courtyard. The reception was still bleeding guests into the corridors below. Voices rose and faded. Laughter, brittle and stretched. She did not light a candle. In the dark, she worked the seam of her left sleeve loose with her thumbnail, exposing the narrow channel where the silver blade lay flattened against her forearm. She had sewn it there herself, 3 nights before she entered Duskwater, using the whip stitch Eloine had taught her. The same stitch used to close a wound. She drew the blade free. Silver caught the faint marsh light from the window. The edge was still clean, still sharp. She had not drawn it once since arriving. Not for Wake. Not for the Sable trap. Not for the Thorn signal in the blood law chamber. It had stayed against her skin, a promise waiting to be kept. She tested the weight in her palm, then resheathed it and began resewing the sleeve with quick, precise movements. The thread matched the fabric exactly. Eloine had chosen the color herself. Wear it always, the memory said. Let them forget you carry anything at all. Vesna finished the stitch and flexed her fingers. The blade did not show. The seam did not pull. She could draw it in less than a heartbeat. She had 3 nights before the Centennial sermon. 3 nights before Mireya's deadline expired and Ilardroe finished what she could not. If she moved now, tonight or tomorrow night, she could reach Castellan before the sermon ever happened. Strike once. Leave by the crypt roads before anyone knew he had fallen. The Thorn would call it complete. The order would mark her mission fulfilled, and the evidence of the forged Ashmere order would never see the light of the Great Hall. She stood very still in the dark and let herself feel how simple that path still was. Then she thought of Emrys descending the hidden staircase first, of his hand at her wrist in the chantry dark, of the way he had said you when he could have said you. She pushed the thought down and reached for her coat. The lower corridors were quiet this late. Vesna moved through them with the certainty of someone who had mapped every turn, every blind angle, every servant's alcove where a body could wait unseen. The Centennial had brought too many strangers into the manor. The crowds made surveillance harder, but they also made movement easier. A woman in a plain coat and dark hair was invisible if she did not meet anyone's eyes. She found Castellan's route within an hour. He walked the same circuit every night after the formal events ended. From the Great Hall to the East Loggia, down the narrow stair to the archive level, then along the colonnade that overlooked the flooded crypt roads. He paused at the same spot each time, near the railing where the water lapped against the foundation stones, and stood there for perhaps 2 minutes before turning back. He was alone during that pause. No steward, no guard, no heir. Vesna watched from the shadow of a column, timing his steps, counting his breaths. The distance from the column to the railing was 12 paces. She could cover it in 4 strides. The blade would be in her hand by the 3rd. She noted the hour, the light, the position of the nearest servant's door. Then she noted the lean man who stepped out of that same door just as Castellan reached the colonnade's far end. Emrys. He did not look at his father. He stood at the railing, facing the water, and waited until Castellan passed behind him. The Lord did not stop. He continued toward the archive level without acknowledgement, and Emrys stayed where he was, watching the dark water as though he had come there to be alone. Vesna did not move. Emrys turned his head slightly, not enough to face her, just enough to show he knew she was there. "The servants avoid this corridor after midnight," he said. His voice was low, unhurried. "They say the water rises in the lower vaults and takes things that get too close to the edge." She stayed in the shadow of the column. "I did not expect to find you here, Emrys." "No." He turned to face her fully now, and the marsh light caught the line of his jaw, the stillness in his shoulders. "What are you searching for in places servants fear?" The question was plain, no accusation in it, only the patient weight of a man who had already guessed the answer and wanted to hear her speak it anyway. She stepped out of the shadow. "Your father's route," she said. "His habits, the moments he is alone. The truth, but not the whole truth." A fragment offered to see how he would receive it. Emrys did not flinch. "And what will you do when you find them?" She could hear the thing he did not say. "Will you still strike, knowing what we found? Knowing your masters are the murderers and my father hid the survivors?" She did not answer. He took a step toward her, then another. Close enough now that she could see the tension in his throat, the way his hands hung loose at his sides, neither defensive nor threatening. "You are still deciding," he said. It was not a question. "I am weighing odds," she said. The same thing, in different language. She felt the blade against her forearm, a thread of cold attention beneath the fabric. His gaze dropped, just once, to the line of her sleeve, to the place where the fabric did not fall quite as naturally as the other side. He had not seen the blade, but he had seen the seam. "If you move on him," Emrys said, "you will have to move through me first." The words landed like a door closing. "Is that a threat?" "It is a statement." His voice was steady, almost gentle. "I do not want it to become true." She should have had an answer ready, a deflection, a half-truth, a promise that would mean nothing by morning. She had been trained to lie before she had been trained to read. Elowine had made sure of it. But standing here, with Emrys close enough to touch and the water lapping against the foundation stones below, she found she had no lie that would fit. "Your father is not my enemy," she said. It was the truest thing she had spoken in days. Emrys held her gaze. Something in his posture shifted, a softening so slight she might have imagined it, and for a moment she thought he would reach for her. Then a footstep sounded on the stair behind them. Vesna turned. The pilgrim from the reception stood at the top of the colonnade stairs, still wearing his gray coat, his face half in shadow. He had not made a sound until now. He had chosen to be heard. "I was told the lower vaults were forbidden to guests," he said. His voice was quiet, courteous, and completely wrong. "I did not realize the Heir's archivist had special dispensation." Emrys stepped between them before Vesna could move. "State your business," he said. The pilgrim smiled. The same slight, knowing smile from the reception. "No business," he said. "I only wanted to see her face again." His gaze lit Emrys and found hers. "To confirm what I already knew." Chapter 20. The pilgrim's smile did not waver. It hung there in the half-light, patient and certain, the expression of a man who had already solved a puzzle and was waiting for the solver to catch up. "I do not know you," Vesna said. The words came flat, controlled, the tone she had used 100 times with hostile clerks and suspicious stewards. But she felt the silver blade against her forearm, cold and present, and she measured the distance from her hand to his throat. "No," the pilgrim said, "but you will." Emrys did not move. He stood between them like a wall, shoulders set, face unreadable. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of a man accustomed to being obeyed. "You have not given your name." The pilgrim inclined his head. "I am a guest of the Centennial, like your archivist. Guests do not follow my staff to private corridors after midnight." "I was not following your staff." The pilgrim's gaze slid to Vesna again. "I was following her." The admission landed like a blade laid flat on a table. Not a threat, not yet. But the intention was there, visible as the pulse in his throat. Vesna held still. She did not reach for the blade. She did not look at Emrys. She watched the pilgrim's hands, loose at his sides, and the way his weight settled evenly on both feet. He knew how to stand. He knew how to wait. "What do you want?" she asked. The pilgrim considered the question as though it deserved real thought. The marsh bells had stopped. The only sound was the water below, lapping against the foundation stones, and the distant creak of the manor settling into its old bones. "To offer you a choice," he said, "before the other one finds you." Emrys stepped forward. The movement was controlled, but it shifted the balance of the space. He was no longer standing between them. He was standing beside her. "If you have something to say, say it plainly," he said, "or leave this corridor." The pilgrim's smile flickered, not with fear, with something closer to amusement. The Heir of Duskwater, defending a human archivist in the dark. He shook his head slowly. She must be very good with records. He turned before either of them could answer and walked back up the stairs. His footsteps were light, unhurried, and he did not look back. The shadow swallowed him at the top of the landing, and then the colonnade was empty except for the water and the wind and the two of them standing too close to pretend they had not been interrupted. Vesna let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "You should have let me answer him," she said. Emrys did not look at her. He was watching the top of the stairs where the pilgrim had vanished. "He knows you." "He thinks he does. That is the same thing until it is not." She wanted to argue, but the truth sat in her chest like a stone, and she found she did not have the energy to lift it. "I do not know his face," she said, "but I know how he moves, how he waits. He was trained the same way I was." Emrys turned to her then. The marsh light caught the line of his jaw, the tension in his throat. He looked as though he wanted to ask something, then thought better of it. "Then he is Thorn," he said, "or he was. The Order does not retire its instruments." The words hung between them. She watched him absorb them, the way he had absorbed every truth she had thrown at him tonight. The tracking, the route, the confession that his father was not her enemy. He took them one at a time, like a man carrying glass, and did not let any of them shatter. "You told me your father was not my enemy," she said. "You did not ask if I believed it." Emrys's gaze met hers. "Did you?" "I am still deciding." The words came before she could stop them. They were truer than she wanted, rawer than she had intended, and she saw something shift in his face. Not surprise, recognition. He took a step closer, close enough that she could see the small scar at the corner of his mouth, the one she had never noticed before, pale against the darkness of his skin. "Then you have not decided to kill him?" "I have not decided anything." She should have moved back, should have put distance between them, re-established the boundary she had spent 12 days building. But her feet stayed where they were, and the blade stayed hidden, and the silence between them stretched like a thread pulled taut. "The first night you came to the archives," Emrys said, "when I found you with the Ashmere ledger. You did not look at me like a servant caught stealing. You looked at me like a woman who had just discovered something that mattered more than her fear." Vesna's throat tightened. "I did not come here to discover anything." "No, but you found it anyway." He raised his hand, slowly, deliberately, the way he had moved in the archive the night he had touched her wrist, a gesture that had meant more than either of them had been willing to name. His fingers stopped an inch from her sleeve. "I do not know what you will choose," he said, "but I know you are not what you were sent here to be." Her breath caught. She could feel the heat of his hand, not quite touching her, a presence as real as the blade against her arm. She could feel the weight of everything she had not told him, all the years of Eloine's voice in her head, the nights she had lain awake and rehearsed the kill, the moment in the chantry when she had chosen him instead. She could feel the truth pressing against her teeth. "I do not know my name," she said. The words came out smaller than she had intended, barely a whisper, swallowed by the sound of the water below. Emrys's hand did not move. "What do you mean?" "The Order gave me a name when I was 7. It is the only one I have ever had, but it is not the one I was born to." She looked down at her hands, at the sleeve where the blade was hidden. "I do not remember what my mother called me. I do not remember her face. I remember Ash and running, and a woman in gray who took my hand and told me I belonged to her now." She had never said this aloud. Not to Eloine, not to any of the other orphans, not even to herself, in the dark when the memories pressed too close. "I came here to kill a man I had never met," she said, "because I was told he burned my family, because I was told that was the only way to make my survival mean something." She raised her eyes to his. "But your father is not my enemy, and I do not know what I am if I am not revenge." The words fell between them, raw and unfinished, and Emrys did not look away. He lowered his hand. Then he did something she had not expected. He offered her his palm. Open, empty, a human gesture, startling in its plainness. "Then find out," he said. She stared at his hand, at the lines across his palm, the calluses at the base of his fingers, the small scar running along the edge of his thumb. A hand that had held ledgers and keys and the weight of secrets too heavy for one man to carry. She did not take it, but she did not move away. And then, from somewhere deep in the flooded levels below, a cry rose through the stone. It was not human. It was high and thin and cut short, swallowed by water and distance, but it left a silence behind it that felt sharper than sound. Emrys's hand closed. His gaze snapped to the stairs leading down, the ones that disappeared into the dark where the crypt roads began. "That was not a servant," he said. Vesna was already moving. The blade was in her hand before she reached the first step, and she did not look back to see if he followed. She did not need to. Chapter 21. The stair curved deeper than Vesna remembered. The water had risen since her last passage through the crypt roads, lapping at the 8th step, where before it had only reached the 12th. The blade stayed wet in her grip, and the dark pressed in from every side. Emrys followed without speaking. She could hear his breath behind her, steady and controlled, the same discipline that had carried them through the chantry. He did not ask where she was going. He did not tell her to slow down. The cry had come from somewhere below the main passage, past the fork where the crypt road split toward the Marsh grate. That was what Vesna remembered from her mapping. The left branch led to the breathing chamber. The right branch curved under the manor foundations and ended at a collapsed wall. But the sound had come from neither. She stopped at the fork and listened. Water dripped. Somewhere in the dark, stone shifted against stone, a slow settling that could have been the foundation or could have been a door. "There is a passage here," she said. "I marked it on my first night, a seam in the stone where the mortar was darker than the rest." Emrys moved beside her. She felt, rather than saw, him study the wall, his hand passing over the wet surface. "I have never mapped this far," he said. "The water keeps the servants out. My father never forbade it, but he never encouraged exploration either. He knew. Possibly." She found the seam by touch. The mortar crumbled under her fingers, softer than it should have been, recently disturbed. She pressed her weight against the stone and felt it shift inward. Not much, but enough to know it was not a wall. "Help me." Emrys sat his shoulder beside hers. Together they pushed, and the stone ground inward on a pivot she had not seen, a counterweight hidden in the darkness behind it. The gap was narrow, a shoulder's width. Enough. She went first. The passage beyond was dry. The air tasted different, still and warm, carrying the faint smell of lamp oil and something else. Something that made her chest tighten before her mind could ning it. Wood smoke. Bread. The smell of a hearth where food had been cooked recently. The passage ended at a door. Not a stone panel or a hidden seam, but a proper door with iron hinges and a handle worn smooth by use. Light bled through the crack at the bottom, yellow and steady. Vesna did not think about what she was about to do. Thinking would have stopped her. She turned the handle and stepped through. The room was a chapel. Not the grand kind above, with carved pews and stained glass, but a small underground chamber with a low ceiling and walls of rough-hewn stone. A table stood at the center, covered with a cloth that had been mended in 3 places. A fire burned in a hearth at the far end, and around the table sat 6 people. They looked up when the door opened. Vesna saw a man with a missing ear, an old woman whose hands were knotted with work, a child, no more than 8 or 9, with dark hair and gray-green eyes that could have been her own. And at the head of the table, rising from his chair with the slow care of a man who knew exactly what he was doing, Lord Castellan Mordent. The blade was at his throat before either of them took another step. She moved without decision. One heartbeat she was in the doorway. The next, she was behind him, the silver edge pressed against the skin of his neck, her other hand gripping his shoulder hard enough to feel the old bones beneath his coat. No one screamed. The child stared. The old woman did not move. "Vesna," Emrys's voice from the doorway, low, careful. "Do not." "He knew," she said. "He knew this was here. He knew about the survivors. He knew, and he let me believe." She stopped. The blade trembled against Castellan's throat, and she hated it, hated the tremor, hated that her hand was not steady when it had never failed her before. "Let you believe what?" Castellan's voice was quiet, not afraid, old and tired and quiet in a way that made her listen against her will. "Let you believe you came here to kill a monster." She pressed the blade harder. A thin line of blood welled along the edge, dark against his skin. "I came here to kill the man who burned my village." "Then you came to kill the wrong man." The voice did not come from Castellan. It came from the far end of the table, where the old woman had risen to her feet. Vesna looked at her, looked at the knotted hands, the silver hair, the eyes that were pale and faded and fixed on her with an intensity that made something in Vesna's chest crack. "You do not remember me," the woman said. "You were small, 7 years old, running through the reeds. I was the one who pulled you from the canal after you fell in trying to catch a frog." Vesna's grip on Castellan's shoulder loosened. "You called me Auntie Sarah. You used to sit on my lap while I braided rushes, and you would ask me to tell you the names of the birds." The blade dropped. It fell from her fingers and hit the stone floor with a sound that seemed too loud, too final, too much like the end of something that had been building since she was 7 years old. "You died," Vesna whispered. "You all died. The fire took everything." "The fire took the houses," the woman said. "It did not take everyone. Some of us ran. Some of us were pulled out. Some of us have been hiding down here for 20 years, waiting for the day someone would tell the truth." Vesna stumbled back. Her legs hit a stool and she sat down hard, her hands empty in her lap, her breath coming too fast. The child watched her with those gray-green eyes. Castellan turned to face her. He did not touch the wound on his throat. He simply looked at her, and in his face she saw something she had never expected to see. Pity. "I have spent 20 years keeping them alive," he said. "I'll let my own name become a curse among your people, because keeping them safe meant letting the world believe I was guilty. The Order of the Thorn burned Ashmere. They forged my seal. They killed your family, and then they raised you to be their weapon." He stepped closer. "You were never meant to avenge them, Vesna Crale. You were meant to finish what they started." The word hung in the air. Her name, the name the Order had given her, spoken in a dungeon beneath the manor, in front of 6 living ghosts. She did not know what to do with her hands. They felt wrong, too light, too empty. And then the child spoke. "I remember you." Vesna looked at her, the gray-green eyes, the dark hair. "The fire," the child said. "You were in the reeds. You were crying. A woman in gray took your hand." Vesna's throat closed. "I remember," the child said again. "I was hiding in the boat. I saw you run. I saw her take you." The old woman crossed the room and knelt in front of Vesna. Her hands, knotted and warm, closed around Vesna's empty ones. "Your mother called you Lena," she said. "Lena Crale. You were named for your grandmother, who died before you were born. Lena." The word landed like a blade between the ribs. Footsteps sounded in the passage behind them. Fast, coming closer. Emrys turned. His hand went to his belt, and the light went out. Chapter 22. The dark pressed in like a held breath. Vesna felt the child's hand find hers, small fingers wrapping around her wrist with a certainty that did not belong to the moment. The footsteps stopped, not passed, not faded, stopped, somewhere in the passage beyond the stone door, close enough that Vesna heard the soft scrape of a boot, sole on wet stone. Emrys did not move. She heard his stillness, the absence of breath where breath should have been. No one in the room spoke. 5 heartbeats. 6. The child's grip tightened. Then the footsteps resumed, slower now, moving away, the sound swallowed by the flooded crypt until only silence remained. No one exhaled. The old woman, Sarah, moved first. She struck a match against the table's edge and lit a small oil lamp, the flame catching low and steady. The light returned slowly, reclaiming faces from the dark. Keston still stood beside the table. He had not touched the wound on his throat. The thin line of blood had already begun to dry. Vesna looked at her hands. Empty. The silver blade lay on the floor where it had fallen, and she had not yet reached for it. She did not know if she would. The child who had taken her hand was still watching her. Gray-green eyes, the same color as the reeds at dawn. "You called me Lena," Vesna said. The word felt foreign on her tongue, like a language she had forgotten how to speak. "Before the fire," the child said. Sarah made a sound, something between a laugh and a sob. "She is not a child. She is 24 years old. She was 4 when Ashmere burned." Vesna stared at the young woman. 24. Not a child. A woman with a child's build and a child's voice and eyes that had watched her run through the reeds 20 years ago. "What is your name?" Vesna asked. The woman did not answer immediately. She looked at Sarah, then at Castellan, and then back at Vesna. "Talia Zoric." The name landed like ash in Vesna's throat. Talia Zoric. The cobbler's daughter. The girl who had been small for her age and refused to eat turnips. The one who had chased Vesna down the lane the day before the fire, laughing, holding a handful of wild mint. "You died," Vesna said. "No. The ledger said you died. The whole family. All 4 of you. The ledger was written by people who wanted us erased." Talia's voice did not waver. "My mother pulled me out through the back window. We ran to the marsh. The water was up to my chest. I could hear the houses falling." Vesna's hands began to shake. She pressed them flat against her thighs and forced them still. "Who took you in?" Talia looked at Castellan. The old lord had not moved from where he stood. A hand's reach from the chair where Vesna had been sitting since her legs gave out. "He did," Talia said. "Not that night. A week later. My mother died of the marsh fever 3 days after the fire. I was 4 years old and alone under a dock when one of his men found me." Castellan spoke for the first time since the light had gone out. "I did not know whose daughter she was until she remembered enough to tell me. By then I had already buried 2 other children from Ashmere, and I knew that whoever had burned the village would burn whoever survived it." He had said nothing to justify himself, nothing to explain how his seal ended up on the forged order, nothing about the years of silence, only the dead children. Vesna felt the room tilt. "The order with your seal," she said. Her voice did not sound like her own. "I held it in my hands. Emrys found it. The real order, the forged one, both of them in the sealed chamber. The seal was yours. The wax was yours. The seal was stolen," Castellan said. "Stolen? Capite. Forged. I do not know which. The Order of the Thorn had access to my house for months before the fire. They had access to my archival clerks, my correspondence routes, the devotional accounts that fed my court. My seal appeared on a document I never wrote, authorizing a destruction I never ordered." He paused. "By the time I learned of it, Ashmere was already ash, and the survivors I had hidden underground were the only proof I had that someone wanted the village dead for reasons beyond my understanding." Vesna's mind raced, catching on fragments: the supply register, the sealed passage, Elowine's handwriting on the deposition. "Elowine Rusk," she said. Castellan's eyes met hers. "Yes. She forged your seal. She commanded the cell that did. Whether she held the stamp herself or ordered it held, I do not know. But the woman who raised you is the woman who burned your village." Vesna had known this. The evidence had been building for days, layer on layer, each discovery stripping another piece of armor from the story she had lived by. But hearing it spoken aloud, in a hidden room with a living survivor and a vampire lord who had bled for her blade, made it real in a way that evidence could not. She looked at Talia, the woman who had been a child chasing her with mint. "What do you remember?" Vesna asked. Talia's hands were clasped in her lap. She did not look away. I remember the smoke. I remember my mother dragging me through the water. I remember you running toward the canal, and I remember the woman in gray catching you before you fell in. She stopped. I remember thinking she would save you. Vesna's throat closed. I remember thinking she was good, Talia said. I was 4. I did not understand what I was watching. No one spoke. The lamp flickered. Castellan Mordent turned to face Vesna fully. The wound on his throat had stopped bleeding. His eyes were tired and old and held no anger. There is more, he said. But first I need to know who sent you. Not the name on your bond, the name that gave you the blade. Vesna sat in the silence. She could feel the answer pressing against her teeth, the name that had defined her entire life, the woman who had taken her from the reeds and shaped her into a weapon. She opened her mouth, and from the passage came a sound. Not footsteps this time, not a cry. A single, clear note, metal on stone, deliberate and unmistakable. The Thorn signal. 3 beats. 2. Someone had found them. Chapter 23. The signal hung in the silence like a blade drawn across stone. Vesna's hand found the silver in her sleeve before she finished thinking. The whip stitch gave way in a single pull, and the blade settled against her palm, cold and familiar as breath. Emrys had already moved. Not toward the passage where the signal had come from, but toward his father. One step that put his body between Castellan and the sound. He had no weapon drawn. He did not need one. The line of his spine said everything about what he would do if someone came through that door. Sarah pressed Talia behind her. The old woman's hands were steady, but her eyes tracked the ceiling as if she could see through stone to whatever waited above. Castellan did not move. He stood where he had been standing when the signal sounded, beside the table where the lamp still burned. His face had gone still in a different way than Vesna had learned to read, not the stillness of a predator waiting to strike. The stillness of a man who had already decided he would not run. That signal, he said. You know it. Vesna did not answer. How many? At least 1, she said. Maybe 2 if the pilgrim followed me down. The pilgrim who watched you at the reception. He knows what I am. Castellan's eyes met hers. The wound at his throat had sealed to a thin red line. He did not touch it. Then he knows you are here to kill me. The words did not land like a blow. They landed like a key turning in a lock that had been rusted shut for 20 years. The room held its breath. I was sent to kill you, Vesna said. I came to Duskwater with a blade and a forged bond and 30 days. That was the mission. You were raised to kill me. Yes. The old lord looked at her for a long moment, the lamp glow carved hollows under his eyes. And now, Vesna felt the weight of the answer pressing against her throat. She had spent her whole life knowing what she was. A weapon, a reckoning. The girl who would walk into a vampire lord's house and end him. Elowine had carved that identity into her with prayer and silence and the careful shaping of grief. But Elowine had also burned Ashmere. I do not know what I am now, Vesna said. Castellan nodded slowly, not with satisfaction, with something that looked more like grief recognized from far away. Then you are further along than most, he said. It took me 3 years to admit I did not know what I was either. He turned and walked toward the far wall of the chapel, where a wooden cabinet stood against the stone. Vesna watched him open it, expecting a weapon. Instead, he pulled out a bundle wrapped in oilcloth and laid it on the table. The lamp caught the edge of a seal. Mordent, Emrys said. He had not lowered his guard, but his voice had changed. That is your personal seal. It is a copy. Castellan unrolled the oilcloth. Inside lay a second seal, smaller, the crest reversed as if pressed from a mold. The Order made this. They used it to authorize payments, move supplies through the devotional channels, and sign the orders that burned Ashmere. He held it out to Vesna. She did not take it. How long did they have access to your house? Long enough. Castellan set the false seal on the table between them. The Thorn sent a civil clerk to my archive 6 years before the fire. A quiet man, competent, unremarkable. He processed petitions for 3 seasons and left a recommendation letter that I signed myself. I did not think of him again until after Ashmere fell. Who was he? He died in the fire, or so I was told. By the time I began looking for him, he had been dead for 8 months, and the paper trail I might have followed had been burned in a separate accident at a chantry office in the upper Marsh. Vesna knew the pattern. She had been trained in it. A single point of access, a planted agent, a clean exit that left no thread to pull. He was never a clerk, she said. He was an operative. The Thorn placed him inside your household years before the fire. Yes, they were building the case against you before they decided to burn Ashmere. Castellan met her eyes. I believe Ashmere was the test. A village small enough to erase, remote enough to silence, with enough bonded families on old treaties to make the crime look like a vampire lord's purge. When the forgery held and no one questioned it, they moved on to larger targets. Vesna's hands were still shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. How many? How many survivors? How many targets? Castellan was silent for a long moment. 3, he said. 3 villages in the last 20 years that burned on orders bearing the Mordent seal. I have records showing the first 2 followed the same pattern as Ashmere. A planted clerk, a forged document, a fire that left no witnesses. He looked at the false seal on the table. The Thorn has been using my name to erase villages for 2 decades. I could not expose the forgery without admitting I had lost control of my own seal, and I could not admit that without triggering an audit that would have found every survivor I had hidden. Emrys stepped forward. You stayed silent to protect them. I stayed silent because the alternative was handing the Thorn exactly what they wanted. Castellan turned to face his son. The open war between vampire houses and human cells, with Duskwater at the center, and every survivor I had hidden dragged into the light as proof that I had been hiding evidence of my own incompetence. He paused. I chose to let the world believe I was guilty, so that the people who survived would stay alive. Vesna stood very still. The lamp guttered. She looked at the false seal on the table, at the old lord who had bled for her blade and not raised a hand against her, at the woman who had been a child chasing her through the reeds, and at the man who had offered her his open palm and asked her to find out who she was beyond revenge. The signal had come from the passage above. Someone was coming. You asked who sent me? She said. Castellan nodded. Her name is Eluine Rusk. The words tasted like ash and truth. She commands the thorn cell that forged your seal. She burned Ashmere. He took me from the canal when I was 7 and raised me to be the blade that finished what she started. Castellan did not look surprised. I know. You know. I suspected. He reached into the cabinet again and pulled out a sheaf of papers, yellowed and worn, tied with red ribbon. I have been collecting evidence against the Order for 8 years. I know the names of every operative stationed in Duskwater during the decade before the fire. Some are dead, some are still here. One became a clerk in my household and married a woman from the lower quarter. She bore him 2 children before he disappeared. He set the papers on the table. He was your father. Vesna felt the room drop away. What? Your father was not a victim of the Ashmere fire. He was a Thorn operative stationed inside Duskwater, feeding information to Eluine Rusk for 5 years before the village burned. He disappeared the night of the fire, along with your mother and your brother. He had not killed them. The Order had. The Order had taken her father for his usefulness, used her mother and brother as leverage, and burned the village to cover the trail, then raised a 7-year-old girl on lies and called it justice. Vesna's legs gave out. She did not feel the stone floor meet her knees. She did not feel Talia's hand on her shoulder or Sarah's voice calling her name. She felt only the bone-deep certainty that everything she had ever been taught was a weapon aimed at her own heart. The footsteps in the passage were closer now, and they were coming fast. Chapter 24. She stood. The stone held her weight. The lamp flames steadied. The footsteps above had not reached the chapel door yet, but they would. And when they did, she needed to be moving, not kneeling in the ruin of a life she had not chosen to live. Emrys was at her side before she finished standing. We need to move her. He meant Talia. He meant all of them, the survivors, the witnesses, the proof Castellan had spent 8 years collecting in the dark. Vesna heard the words, but they arrived late, as though the space between his mouth and her ear had stretched into something the sound had to cross alone. Vesna. She blinked. Lena, she said. The name tasted wrong in her mouth. Not false, but unused, a key cut for a lock she had never turned. She pressed her palm flat against her chest, where the papers from Castellan's cabinet lay folded against her skin. The yellowed sheets that proved her father had been a Thorn operative, that her family had not been victims but leverage, that the fire had been lit to silence witnesses, and she had been taken to finish the same work. I know, she said. Move them. She did not remember walking up the passage. She did not remember climbing the stairs that led from the hidden chapel to the world above. But she was standing in the lower archive corridor with dust on her sleeves and the papers pressing against her ribs, and Emrys was beside her with a lamp, and the rest of them were somewhere she could not see. Castellan took them to the old cistern room, he said. There is a second exit through the drainage channel. Sarah knows the route. Talia knows the route. They will not be found tonight. She nodded. You are bleeding. She looked down at her hand. The silver blade was still in her grip, her knuckles white around the hilt, and there was blood on her palm where the edge had bitten in. She did not remember drawing the blade. She did not remember cutting herself. She opened her fingers. The blade hit the stone floor with a sound like a bell struck once and muffled. Vesna. I need a moment. He did not argue. He did not ask where. He simply pointed toward the end of the corridor where the old overflow records were kept, the room where they had found the seal keeper's deposition and the hidden index of removed documents, the room where she had first begun to understand that the shape of her life was a lie. I will be in the archive, he said, when you are ready. He walked away. She watched him go, the line of his shoulders, the steady pace of a man who had learned to wait for truths that came at their own speed. Then she turned and walked into the overflow room and shut the door behind her. The room was small and windowless. Shelves lined every wall, crammed with ledgers so old their spines had cracked into pale leather fans. A single candle stub sat on the reading table. Wax pooled around its base like a frozen accusation. She did not light it. She stood in the dark. The papers from Castellan's cabinet were still against her skin. She pulled them out and held them in both hands, feeling the grain of the old paper, the weight of 8 years of patient evidence collection. Someone had folded them carefully. Someone had wanted them preserved. She unfolded them in the dark. She could not read them. There was no light, but she had memorized the first page already, the names and dates, the careful handwriting that listed her father's assignments and payments, and the 5 years he had spent inside Duskwater feeding Elowine Rusk, the information that let the Thorn burn Ashmere to ash. She folded them again. Ash. That was what she tasted. Ash and the memory of running, the canal water cold around her legs, the woman in gray catching her wrist and pulling her out of the reeds and telling her she was safe now. She was chosen now. She was going to be something that mattered. Elowine's voice. Vesna heard it as clearly as if the woman were standing in the room with her, the precise syllables and the iron patience beneath them, the way Elowine had always spoken as though every word was a lesson and every lesson was a test. You were not born a weapon. You were made one. The difference is that a weapon can be aimed. A weapon can choose its target. She had chosen her target. She had chosen it 20 years ago, when she was 7 years old, and Elowine had placed a silver blade in her hand and told her that the man who burned Ashmere was waiting in Duskwater, that his name was Castellan Mordent, that he deserved to die for what he had done, that she was the only one who could make him pay. She had believed it. She had believed it so completely that she had built every year of her life around that single point of certainty, the training, the languages, the records, the blade, the silence, the stillness, the patience, all of it aimed at a man who had spent 2 decades hiding the people Elowine wanted dead. The candle stub had a few inches of wax left. She found a match in her pocket, the same pocket that had held Mireya's warning note and the folded instructions for the Ashford chantry and the cipher that had told her to strike before the Centennial sermon. She struck the match and lit the candle. The flame rose. She looked at the papers again. Her father's name was Martin Crale. He had been recruited at 21, trained for 3 years, and placed inside Duskwater as a civil clerk at age 24. He had been a reliable operative for 5 years before the fire. He had received regular payments. He had filed reports. He had married a woman from the Marsh villages, fathered 2 children, and continued his work without interruption. The fire had been arranged to cover his extraction. Her mother and brother had been collateral. She had been a useful orphan. She set the papers down on the table and pressed her palms flat on either side of them. The candle flame flickered with her breath. She watched it for a long time, the way it bent and straightened, the way it survived its own instability. She thought about what Talia had said, the way Talia had looked at her with those gray-green eyes and said, "You were running toward the canal. I thought you were fast." She thought about the woman in gray catching her wrist. She thought about Elowine's hands on her shoulders, Elowine's voice in her ear, Elowine's lessons shaping her spine, until she did not remember what it felt like to stand without someone else's purpose holding her upright. She thought about Emrys's open palm. She thought about his voice. Then find out. She did not know how. She did not know what it meant to want something that was not revenge. She did not know what it meant to choose without someone else's mission standing behind her like a blade pressed to her back. She did not know who she was without the shape of Elowine's lie holding her together. The candle flame bent. She heard the signal again in her memory, the 3 beats and the 2, the sound that had called her to the passage above the hidden chapel, the sound that had come from someone who knew where to strike and when. The second blade. Ilard Dreve. He was inside Duskwater. He had found the passage. He might have seen her leave the chapel. He might have watched her walk into this room. He might be waiting for her in the corridor right now, patient and still, the way the Thorn had taught him to wait. She did not care. She sat in the candlelight with her father's records spread before her, and her hands pressed flat against the table, and the taste of ash still thick in her throat. And she let herself feel the full weight of the ruin Eloine had built from her childhood. She was not Vesna Crale. That name belonged to a girl who had died in a canal, pulled from the reeds by a woman in gray who had never intended to save her. She was not Vesna. That name belonged to a blade, a tool, a weapon the Thorn had sharpened for 20 years and aimed at an innocent man. She did not know what name she was supposed to carry now. The candle burned lower. She sat in the dark of the overflow room and let the silence hold her long enough to learn its shape. Then she stood, folded the papers into her pocket, and walked out into the corridor to find Emrys. She found him in the archive. He was standing at the reading table with a fresh cipher in his hand, the paper still damp from the messenger's wax. His face was drawn. His eyes found hers before she reached him, and she saw the answer there before he spoke. "They have left a message for you," he said. He held out the paper. She took it. 3 lines of Thorn's cipher, the same hand that had written Mireya's ultimatum, the same precise strokes that had ordered her to strike before the Centennial sermon. The message was short. The cipher was clean. It said, "She has 24 hours to complete the contract, or everyone she touched in Duskwater will burn with her." Chapter 25. The Centennial guests began arriving at dawn. Vesna watched them from the archive window, her palms still wrapped in the linen Emrys had given her. After she cut it on the silver blade she could not remember drawing. The bandage was clean. The wound beneath had already stopped weeping. She had dressed it without thinking, the same way she had folded Castellan's papers into her pocket, the same way she had walked out of the overflow room and taken the cipher from Emrys's hand. 24 hours. She had not told him what she planned to do. She did not know yet. The first carriages rolled across the wet stone of the outer courtyard, their lanterns still burning against the marsh dark. Servants moved through the gate in cars, carrying trunks and sealed boxes. The air smelled of rain and horse sweat, and the sharp resin of travel blessings burned at the threshold. Vesna counted the arrivals by habit. 7 carriages in the first hour, 12 in the second. The guest registry would be fuller by noon, and by nightfall the great hall would be packed with every noble house that mattered to the conclave's balance. She had memorized the registry list 3 days ago. She knew which names belonged to allies, which to neutral houses, and which to the ones who would vote for seizure of the Mordent seal if the forged order were presented with enough weight. She knew which face she was looking for. She had never seen Ilar Drave's face. That was the point. The Thorn did not send two blades into the same mission with full mutual knowledge. One blade held the primary contract, the other held the contingency. They could pass each other in a corridor without recognition, eat at the same table, breathe the same air, and never know they were hunting the same target for opposite reasons. She had been the primary. Ilar was the contingency. She did not know his age, his height, his build, or his strategy. She knew only that he had been trained in the same cell, by the same hands, with the same doctrine. She knew he would be patient. She knew he would be thorough. She knew he would not hesitate where she had begun to fracture. The cipher message was still in her pocket. 24 hours to complete the contract, or everyone she touched in Duskwater would burn. She touched the paper through the fabric and felt the weight of it settle against her ribcage like a second blade. She left the archive at midday. The corridors were thick with guests now, voices layered over each other in the damp stone air. Servants moved in disciplined streams, carrying trays and linens and the polished silver of ceremonial vessels. The whole manor had transformed from a quiet archive into a stage, every room dressed for spectacle, every face arranged for witness. Vesna walked to the lower hall first, then the eastern colonnade, then the great hall where the Centennial sermon would be delivered in 2 nights' time. She moved like a servant checking preparations, her gaze sweeping each room without lingering, her hands empty and visible. She was hunting. The pilgrim guest who had intercepted her in the corridor 2 nights ago had worn Thorn training like a second skin. She had recognized the stillness, the economy of movement, the way he had placed himself on her path without seeming to choose it. But the pilgrim had been testing her, not striking. He had offered her a choice. He had warned her about the other one. The pilgrim was not Ilar Drave. She knew that now. Ilar was the other one. She found him in the North Gallery, standing before a tapestry of the conclave's founding, his hands clasped behind his back like a scholar studying old thread. He was younger than she had expected, mid-20s maybe, with the kind of face that could pass through any room without collecting memory. Brown hair cut close to the skull, a traveler's coat of unmarked gray wool, no house crest, no devotional ribbon, no ornament that could be used to identify him later. He stood with his weight perfectly balanced, his shoulders loose, his breathing so steady that she could not see his chest move. She stopped at the gallery threshold. He did not turn. She waited. He finished his study of the tapestry with the same deliberate patience she had seen in every Thorn operative who had ever survived a long mission. Then he turned, slow and unhurried, and met her eyes across the length of the gallery. His gaze was flat. Not hostile, not curious, flat, the way a blade is flat before it catches the light. He looked at her the way he would look at a target file, assessing distance, angle, probability of interference. He knew who she was. He knew what she had been sent to do. He knew she had not done it. She held his gaze without blinking. She did not reach for the blade in her sleeve. She did not step back. She let him see that she had recognized him too, that she knew what he was, that she understood the shape of the failsafe standing between her and the next 24 hours. A long pause. Then Ilar Drave inclined his head, a fraction of an inch, the smallest acknowledgement of mutual recognition. He turned and walked out of the gallery through the far door. She stood alone in the center of the room, the tapestry's old thread frozen behind her, the sound of his footsteps fading into the corridor. She had found him. Now she had to decide what to do with the knowledge that he had found her first. She did not go after him. She counted to 60 in her head, the way Elowine had taught her, letting the space between them widen enough that their paths could not be read as connected. Then she walked out of the gallery through the same door he had taken and turned in the opposite direction. Her hands were steady. Her breathing was even. Every instinct she had ever been trained to trust was screaming that she should kill him now, in a quiet corner, before he could report her failure to the order. She knew his face now. She knew his stillness. She knew the way he moved through a room. If she struck first, if she caught him alone, if she used the blade Elowine had taught her to sharpen, she could remove the threat before it became a wound. She did not draw the blade. She did not know why. She walked the corridor until she found a window overlooking the inner courtyard and stopped there, her palms pressed flat against the cold stone sill. The courtyard was full of arriving guests, carriages, servants, the bright colors of house livery against the gray of the Marsh morning. She looked at the crowd and thought about what it meant to kill a man she did not hate. Heir had not burned Ashmere. He had not lied to her. He had not shaped her childhood into a weapon and aimed it at an innocent man. He was a blade the same way she had been a blade, trained to follow orders, raised to believe that obedience was the only protection against chaos. If she killed him, she would be killing someone who had been made the same way she had been made. If she did not kill him, he would kill Castellan, or Emrys, or her, in whatever order served the order best. She pressed her palms against the stone until she felt the cold through her bandage. 24 hours. She turned from the window and walked toward the archive, where Emrys was waiting with the evidence that could save or destroy them all, and she did not look back at the gallery where Drava had stood. But she felt his gaze on her spine anyway. She felt it the whole way. Chapter 26. The crypt passage smelled of wet stone and the lamp oil Talia used to keep the darkness at bay. Vesna found her in the small chamber off the chapel where the survivors had been moved, sitting on a folded blanket with a sewing needle in her hand and a torn shirt across her lap. Talia looked up when Vesna filled the doorway. Her gray-green eyes caught the lamplight the same way Vesna's did, reed-colored, watchful. She did not speak. She set the needle down and waited. Vesna stood in the threshold and felt the question pressing against her teeth like a second blade she had not known she carried. "I need to ask you something," Vesna said, "about the night of the fire." Talia's hands stilled on the fabric. "I told you what I remember. I need you to tell me again." It was not cruelty driving her. It was the opposite. A desperate hope that somewhere in the telling, Talia's memory would fracture, that she would recall a detail that did not match, a face that did not belong, some crack in the story that would let Vesna keep the revenge she had spent 20 years sharpening. If Talia was wrong, if the woman in gray had not been Eloine, if there was another explanation for the forged seal, then Vesna could still be what she had been made to be. She could still kill Castellan. She could still burn her way through the Order's enemies and die knowing she had been right about the shape of the world. Talia studied her for a long moment. Then she said, "The smoke came first." Vesna sat down across from her on the stone floor. She did not pull the records from her pocket. She wanted to hear it without the papers, without the dates and the names that had already been confirmed. She wanted to hear it from a voice that had been there. "There was no bell," Talia said. "My mother always said the marsh bells would warn us if something was wrong, but there was no bell that night. There was just the smoke, and then the heat through the wall, and then my mother pulling me out of bed so fast I hit my head on the doorframe." She touched her temple, the ghost of an old bruise. She wrapped me in her shawl and pushed me through the back window into the canal ditch. I remember the water being cold enough to stop my breath. "How far did you go?" "To the bend where the reeds grow thick." She told me to stay there and not make a sound, no matter what I heard. Talia's voice did not waver. She had told this story before. She had told it to herself in the dark for 20 years, until it became a scar she could carry without bleeding. "I heard the houses fall. I heard screaming. And then I heard someone running through the water." Vesna's throat tightened. "Toward the canal?" "Yes." Talia met her eyes. "You were running toward the canal. I saw you from the reeds. You were wearing a white nightgown and your hair was loose, and you were calling for your mother." "I do not remember that." "I know. You were past seeing anything but the fire." Talia paused. "And then the woman in gray came out of the smoke and caught you before you reached the water." Vesna closed her eyes. She had hoped in some hollow part of her chest that Talia would describe someone else. A man, a different woman, anyone who was not Eloine. What did she look like? Gray eyes, iron white hair, a thin scar along her jaw. Talia's voice was certain. She was tall and lean, and she moved like the fire did not matter to her. She knelt down and took your hand, and you stopped fighting. You just... Talia's voice broke for the first time. You just went with her. Like you knew her. Like she had already told you who to follow. Eloine had planned it. She had not taken Vesna by chance. She had been there, waiting because the fire had been arranged to extract Martin Crale, and his handlers had known there was a child worth taking. She had not saved Vesna from the fire. She had collected her from it. Vesna opened her eyes. The lamp flame was steady. Talia's hands had resumed their work on the torn shirt, the needle moving in small, precise stitches that looked like the whip stitch Eloine had taught her. "You learned that from Sarah," Vesna said, pointing at the stitch. Talia looked down at her hands. "She taught me last winter, said I needed a skill that did not depend on hiding in the dark. She is right. She usually is." Talia finished the stitch and bit the thread clean. "She also said you used to follow her around the village asking questions about everything. Why the reeds bent toward the marsh. Why the bells rang 9 times instead of 7. Why your mother's bread tasted different when the wind came from the east." Vesna remembered none of it. The before time was a gap in her memory where Eloine's voice had filled every space, a smooth surface that showed no trace of the child who had once wanted to understand the shape of the world instead of learning how to cut through it. "She said you wanted to learn bird calls," Talia added. "You were trying to copy the marsh wren for 3 summers, but you could never get the trill right." Something moved in Vesna's chest. A small shift, like stone settling after a long fall. "I do not remember that." "I do." Talia set the shirt aside and looked at her with the steady patience of someone who had learned to wait through years of silence. "You were 7, and you wanted to learn a bird call. You did not want to be useful. You did not want to be ready. You wanted to know what the marsh wren was saying when it sang at dusk." The words landed like a blade she had not seen coming. Vesna had spent 20 years being useful. She had shaped her whole existence around the shape of the mission, the weight of the blade, the discipline of obedience. She had never asked herself what she wanted beyond the revenge that was supposed to be hers. She had never dared to, because wanting anything else would have meant admitting that she was more than the weapon Eloine had made. "Has anyone ever asked you that before?" Talia said. "What you want, not what you were told to be?" Vesna did not answer. She could not. She left the crypt when the lamp began to gutter, climbing back through the passage that led to the archive level. The manor was quiet above her, the Centennial guests settled into their chambers, the corridors empty of everything but candlelight and the distant hum of the marsh. She walked to the archive. Emrys was not there. The room was empty, the ledgers closed, the evidence stacked in neat piles on the table where they had left it. The cipher message was still in her pocket, the paper warm against her hip. 24 hours counting down to an ultimatum she had not yet decided how to answer. She stood in the center of the room and listened to the silence. "What do you want?" The question followed her into the dark and sat beside her like a second shadow, patient and waiting, refusing to let her look away. Chapter 27. The archive held its silence. Vesna stood at the table where the evidence lay stacked, the cipher message still warm against her hip, Talia's question circling like a blade she could not stop turning over in her hands. "What do you want, not what you were told to be?" She had no answer, but she knew where to look for one. The devotional channels. The routes Mireya had used to pass her coded messages, the supply registers, the ledger deliveries, the prayer books that moved through Duskwater's chapel network like veins carrying poison. If the Order had planted forged testimony and false witnesses for the Centennial rite, the evidence would be in the channels Mireya had already established. Vesna left the archive without lighting a lamp. The dark was familiar. She moved through the corridor with her palm against the stone, counting steps, feeling the air change where the passage narrowed toward the chapel wing. The Centennial guests were settled. The manor breathed around her in sleep and whispered servitude, the distant creak of floorboards, the hush of marsh wind against leaded glass. She passed the first chapel door without stopping, continuing to the side passage where the supply room connected to the vestry. The lock was new. 3 tumblers, oiled recently, catching the faint light from the window slit. Vesna worked it with the pick she had kept sewn into her collar lining since the night she arrived. The movements automatic, her mind already cataloging what she expected to find. The lock clicked open. She slipped inside and closed the door behind her. The supply room smelled of incense and old paper. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with candles, linen, and devotional pamphlets bound in plain gray covers. A writing desk sat against the far wall, its surface clear, but the drawer beneath it was locked with a different mechanism, a ward lock, the kind that required a specific key rather than a pick. Vesna did not have the key. She had Mireya's training. She wedged the tip of her blade into the gap between drawer and frame and worked the catch from the side, feeling the mechanism give with a soft scrape. The drawer slid open. Inside, a ledger, devotional accounts, donations, expenses, candle tithes, and, buried in the middle pages, a list of names she recognized from the Sable Communion witness roster: Hulda Vance, Simeon Poole, Darren Cask. Each name was marked with a date and a chapel designation. 3 different chantries, 3 different routes, all feeding into the Centennial rite like streams converging into a single flood. Beneath the ledger, a folded paper sealed with black wax. Vesna broke the seal and unfolded it. The handwriting was Elowine's. If the first narrative fails, the second will speak from the floor. The seal will be presented as recovered evidence, not planted testimony. The Mordents will answer for what they cannot prove was stolen. Vesna read the line twice. Elowine had planned for failure. She had arranged a second layer, a backup witness who would produce the forged seal, not as testimony, but as discovered evidence, making it look like House Mordent had hidden the proof of its own guilt. The cold precision of it settled into Vesna's chest like a familiar weight. This was what she had been trained to recognize. The shape of a mission that accounted for every variable except the one that could not be controlled. Someone had taught her that a blade leaves a trail and a ledger leaves a verdict. Elowine had taught her that, and Elowine had built her knowing she would one day have to be accounted for. Vesna folded the paper and slid it into her sleeve. She was reaching for the ledger when the door behind her opened. She turned. Mireya stood in the threshold, her gray devotional robes catching the candlelight from the corridor, her face smooth and patient as carved stone. She did not look surprised to find Vesna there. She looked like a woman who had been waiting for this moment longer than Vesna had been alive. "I wondered when you would follow the trail back to me," Mireya said. Vesna did not reach for her blade. The movement would tell Mireya everything she needed to know, that Vesna still thought like a weapon, that she still measured threats by the distance between her hand and silver. Instead, she held the folded paper up. "You knew Elowine would plan for failure. I knew she would plan for you." Mireya stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. The latch engaged with a soft click. "You told me the day she brought you in from Ashmere that you would either become her greatest work or her greatest wound. She has been preparing for both outcomes for 20 years. And you?" "I serve the Order. I serve the mission. I have never served the woman." Mireya's voice was calm, almost kind. "Elowine's vision is fire and ash. She wants to burn the vampire houses to the ground and salt the earth where they stood. I want something quieter. I want the rot to spread from inside, so that when the houses fall, no one can say who brought them down." The difference mattered less than Mireya thought it did. Both ends led to the same graves. "Then why are you here instead of Ashford?" Vesna said. "Because you are not the only variable Elowine failed to control." Mireya moved closer, her robes whispering against the stone floor. "The pilgrim guest who spoke to you in the corridor, he is not mine. He is not Elowine's. He is someone else's piece on this board, and I do not know who placed him." Vesna kept her face still. "You do not know everything. I know you have not completed the contract. I know Ular Dreve is somewhere in this manor with orders to finish what you started, and I know that if he acts before the Centennial sermon, the plan collapses into blood, and no one walks away clean." Mireya stopped an arm's length away. "I came to offer you a choice you were never given before. Not obedience or death. Something else." Vesna waited. "Help me bury Elowine's plan," Mireya said, "and I will help you survive what comes after." The offer hung in the air between them, clean and sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. Vesna thought of Talia's hands sewing the torn shirt, of Thera's voice describing a child who tried for 3 summers to learn a bird call, of Emrys's open palm in the corridor, offering her a path she had never been allowed to choose. "What do you want?" she said, and heard Talia's voice echo beneath her own. Mireya smiled. It was not a kind expression. "I want Elowine's network broken, so that I can rebuild it in my own image." I want the order to survive the exposure that is coming, and I want to be the hand that steers it through the fire. You want power. I want leverage. Mireya's eyes held hers, and I am offering you the same. You have evidence now. You know where the forged testimony is routed. You know the names of the false witnesses and the chantries that will present them. You can stop the Centennial trap, or you can let it burn. But either way, you need someone inside the Order who will not put a blade in your back the moment you turn around. Vesna studied her. The smooth face, the patient stillness, the way Mireya had always known when to push and when to wait, like a woman who had been reading people longer than Vesna had been alive. And if I refuse? Mireya's smile faded. Then you will die in this manner before the Centennial bells ring, and Elowine will call it mercy. Chapter 28. I want leverage. Mireya's eyes held hers. And I am offering you the same. Vesna studied the woman before her, the smooth face, the patient stillness, the way Mireya had always known when to push and when to wait, like a woman who had been reading people longer than Vesna had been alive. You knew I would find this room. I left the lock pickable, Mireya said. Not easy. That would have been insulting. But possible for someone trained to notice weak wards and 3 tumbler mechanisms. The admission cut. Vesna had walked exactly where Mireya wanted her to walk. The question was whether the path led anywhere useful or straight to an open grave. If I accept your offer, Vesna said, what do you need from me before the Centennial? Disruption, not completion. Mireya moved to the shelf of devotional pamphlets and ran a finger along their spines. Elowine's backup plan relies on a single witness producing the forged seal at the critical moment. The second witness is a woman named Della Karn, stationed in the lower chantry as a lay sister. She has never met Elowine. She does not know the seal is false. She believes she is serving the Order's holy mission by exposing Mordent's corruption. And if she never reaches the hall, then Elowine must present the seal herself through a proxy, which breaks the illusion of impartial discovery. Mireya turned. I need you to intercept Della Karn before the Centennial sermon. Contain her. Hold her somewhere she cannot testify. The rest of the trap crumbles. Vesna catalogued the request. 1 woman, 1 interception. A task that sounded simple and would almost certainly be anything but. Where is she lodged? The lower chantry guest cell, west door, 3rd room from the stair. She arrives at dusk and does not leave until she is called to the hall. Vesna filed the information. The lower chantry had 2 entrances and a drainage grate she had mapped 3 nights ago. Possible. And after I contain her? Mireya's smile returned. Then you attend the Centennial sermon as a guest of House Mordent, watch the Order's plan collapse, and survive long enough to decide what comes next. The offer hung clean between them. Not obedience, not death. A path through. But paths through could be closed from behind. You said Elowine prepared for me to fail, Vesna said. What exactly did she prepare? Mireya's expression flickered, a crack in the smooth stone, there and gone. She predicted that you would form attachments in Duskwater, that the isolation she built into your training would erode if you were given enough time inside a household that treated you as something other than a blade. Mireya paused. She built a contingency for that possibility. A sealed statement lodged with the Ashford Chantry archivist, to be opened only if you survived the Centennial without completing the contract. Statement of what? That you were sent by the Order, that your mission was to assassinate Lord Castellan Mordent under false cover, that any testimony you give against the Order is a calculated lie designed to protect yourself after a failed assassination attempt. The words landed like a blade between the ribs. Vesna kept her face still. She kept her hands at her sides, but she felt the trap close around her. Not in this room, not tonight, but in the future Mireya was describing. If Vesna survived the Centennial and testified against Elowine, the sealed statement would counter everything she said. The Order would paint her as a failed assassin scrambling for mercy. No one would believe the truth about Ashmere. They would see a cornered weapon trying to save its own skin. She really did prepare for everything. Almost everything. Mireya's voice dropped. She did not prepare for me to be standing in this room with you tonight. The words carried weight Vesna did not fully trust. But they also carried the only leverage she had. The ledger, Vesna said, and the backup plan letter. I am taking them. Mireya did not move to stop her. I expected you would. Then you also expected me to ask what happens if I change my mind about your alliance. I would be disappointed. Mireya's eyes held hers, but not surprised. You were raised to trust no one. I would not expect you to trust me simply because I offered first. The honesty was almost disarming. Almost. Vesna slid the ledger into the inner pocket of her coat. The folded paper with Eloine's handwriting went into her sleeve beside the silver blade. I will consider your offer, she said, after I see whether Delacarne is real or a trap. A wise precaution. Mireya stepped aside, clearing the path to the door. The lower chantry guest cell, west door, third room from the stair. She arrives at dusk. Vesna moved toward the threshold. Her hand was on the latch when Mireya's voice stopped her. One more thing. She turned. Mireya's face had changed. The patient stillness remained, but something beneath it had sharpened, a blade exposed. Eloine did not just prepare a sealed statement. She prepared a second blade aimed at the person you would protect first. Vesna's blood went cold. Emrys. He is the only variable she could not predict, Mireya said. She knew you could resist friendship. She knew you could resist duty to the household. But she did not know whether you could resist love, because she never believed you capable of it. The woman's voice softened, almost pitying. She told me once that if you ever formed a true attachment, it would be the easiest way to break you. The words settled into the silence between them. Vesna thought of Emrys's open palm in the corridor, the way he had positioned himself between her and the pilgrim, the way he had looked at her in the crypt, not with suspicion, but with something that had no name in the language Eloine had taught her. She thought of Ilar Dreve walking the manor halls with flat, assessing eyes. The second blade aimed at Emrys. Thank you for the warning, Vesna said, and her voice did not shake. She opened the door and stepped into the corridor. The candlelight from the supply room spilled after her for a single breath, then vanished as Mireya closed the door behind her. Vesna stood in the dark with the ledger pressed against her ribs, and Eloine's backup plan folded into her sleeve, and the knowledge that she had just made a deal with a woman who would burn her the moment she stopped being useful. She walked. The corridor curved past the chapel entrance. The old thorn mark carved into the altar frame caught her eye as she passed, a wound in the stone that had been waiting for her longer than she had been alive. She did not stop. She reached the archive staircase and began to climb, the ledger heavy in her pocket, the hours until dusk already counting down in her skull. Behind her, somewhere in the manor's dark, Ilar Dreve was moving, and Emrys did not know his face. Chapter 29. The archive stairs groaned beneath her weight as she climbed, the ledger heavy against her ribs, Eloine's letter a folded thread in her sleeve. The hours until dusk pressed against her skull like a count she could not stop. She found Emrys in the deep archive, the section past the iron door where the air changed, older and closer and thick with the dust of papers no one else had touched in decades. He stood at a reading table with his back to her, sorting through a stack of folios bound in cracked leather. He did not turn when she entered. You were gone longer than expected? The words carried no accusation, just observation. Vesna crossed to the table and set the ledger down. The thud of it against the wood drew his attention at last. What is that? Eloine's witness list. She opened the cover, and the names lay exposed. Vance, Poole, Cask, each marked with a chantry and a date that fed into the Centennial like separate streams joining a river. And a backup plan. A second witness who will produce a forged seal if the first narrative fails. Emrys's hand stilled on the folio he had been holding. He looked at her. The silence between them stretched, and she watched him read what she was not saying. You found Mireya. I found more than that. Vesna pulled Eloine's letter from her sleeve and set it beside the ledger. The black wax seal caught the candlelight. She offered me an alliance. Emrys did not reach for the paper. He studied her face instead, that unhurried attention that felt like being weighed on scales she could not see. What did you tell her? I told her I would consider it. Vesna met his gaze, after I verify that her target is real. Delacarne. She should not have been surprised he knew the name. He'd been tracking the threads of this conspiracy longer than she had been alive to see it. Lower chantry guest cell, Vesna said. Third room from the stair. She arrives at dusk. Emrys nodded slowly. Then he set the folio aside and reached for a second stack on the table, bound in the same cracked leather. "Before you go," he said, "there is something I need to show you." He opened the cover, and Vesna saw what lay inside. Not maps, not records, not ledgers, petitions. Rows of them, each folded into thirds, each bearing a different hand, a different seal, a different plea. The paper was aged and brittle at the edges, as if they had been read and refolded many times. She looked at him. "What is this?" "Everything." Emrys's voice was quiet. "Every petition filed against my house in the last 30 years. Every request for justice that was buried. Every testimony that was erased. Every statement that never reached the conclave because someone decided it was inconvenient." He turned the pages slowly, letting her see the breadth of what he had collected. Human complaints against bonded service conditions, testimonies of forced feeding, reports of disappearances from the Marsh villages, records of blood debt demands that violated treaty terms. His finger traced the edge of a seal. "My mother collected the first 100. Then I took over." Vesna looked at the stack, then at the shelves behind him, and saw more. Dozens of bindings, hundreds of documents, a private archive built in secret against his own kind, kept in hope of forcing reform. "How long?" 20 years. Emrys closed the folio. "Since I was old enough to understand what the archive was supposed to protect and saw what it was actually hiding." The words landed in the space between them. She thought of Talia's question. "What do you want? Not what you were told to be." She thought of Emrys's open palm in the corridor, the way he had positioned himself between her and the pilgrim, the way he had looked at her in the crypt, not with suspicion, but with something that had no name in the language Eloine had taught her. She thought of the silver blade in her sleeve and the 24-hour deadline burning in her pocket, and the truth she had been carrying like a stone lodged beneath her ribs. "Emrys." He looked at her. His eyes held nothing but patience, and she felt the words rising in her throat. "I was sent to kill your father. I was raised for it. I stood in the chapel with a blade drawn, believing he deserved to die." She opened her mouth, and a figure moved beyond the archive window. Vesna's gaze snapped to the glass. The Centennial guard line was forming in the courtyard below, black coats and silver crests catching the fading daylight. She counted them by habit. 12, 13, 14. And at the far end, standing among them in unmarked gray wool, a face that collected no memory. Hilar Drevet. He was not watching the archive window. He was watching the courtyard gate, the approach to the main hall, the route every arriving guest would walk at dusk. He stood with the stillness of a blade waiting to be drawn. The words died in her throat. Emrys followed her gaze. His hand moved toward the window before he stopped himself. "Is that him?" It was not a question. Yes. She felt the weight of Eloine's letter in her sleeve, the press of the ledger against her ribs, the seconds bleeding toward dusk. Hilar was not hiding in the manor's dark anymore. He had stepped into the open, wearing a guard coat, positioned where he could see everything. The archive felt smaller than it had a moment ago. Emrys turned back to her. His voice dropped. "Tell me what you need." The question hit her like a blow, not because it was unexpected, but because it was offered. No demand, no accusation, just the same open palm he had extended in the corridor, waiting for her to choose what to do with it. She looked at Hilar through the glass. Then she looked at Emrys. The confession she had been about to make sat between them, a blade half drawn. She could still speak it. She could tell him everything, the mission, the deadline, the threat against him, the sealed statement waiting in Ashford to brand her a failed assassin. But if she spoke now, and Hilar moved before she could act, the knowledge would become a weight he would carry into the fight. She pressed the truth back down where it had lived for 20 years. "I need to reach Delacar before Hilar does." Emrys held her gaze for a long moment. She watched him read what she was not saying, the same way he had been reading her from the first night in the archive. Then he nodded. "I know a faster route through the lower pantry." He moved toward the door. "Stay behind me. Keep your hands where I can see them." The corridor swallowed them both. Behind them, the archive window held the fading light, and Hilar Javel stood among the guard line, watching the courtyard gate. Waiting. Chapter 30. They went down through the lower pantry in silence. Emrys moved ahead of her through a service corridor that smelled of salt pork and old flour. His shoulders stayed loose, but she had learned to read the tension in the way he placed each foot, the fraction of a pause before he turned a corner. He was listening for the same thing she was, footsteps that did not belong. The passage narrowed, stone pressed in from both sides. Emrys stopped at a low door bound with rusted iron, the kind that had not been opened in seasons. "Storage room beyond," he said. "Connects to the chantry service entrance. We come up behind the guest cells." He lifted the latch. The door groaned against the frame. Vesna followed him into a room stacked with broken chairs and rolled sacking. A single lantern burned on the far wall, its flame turned low. The air was thick with dust and the sour tang of old straw. Emrys crossed to the far wall and pressed his palm flat against the stone. He found a seam she would have missed, one that followed the mortar line in a deliberate curve. "Servants' access," he said. "Original construction. Before the chantry was expanded, this led to the cellar. No one remembers it now." He pushed. The panel swung inward on hidden hinges, revealing a staircase so narrow they would have to descend single file. Vesna looked at the dark and felt the weight of what she had almost said in the archive. The words were still there, pressing against the inside of her throat. "I was sent to kill your father." She had carried them for so long they felt like a second skeleton. Emrys turned to face her. The light from the single lantern caught the line of his jaw. His eyes held that patient attention she had learned to recognize, the one that made her feel like she was the only thing in the room worth seeing. "You were about to tell me something," he said. "In the archive." The air between them went still. Vesna felt the confession rise again, heavier this time. She thought of Talia's question. She thought of the silver blade in her sleeve. She thought of the way Emrys had looked at her in the crypt, not with suspicion, but with something that had no name in the language Elowine had taught her. But the time for strategic silence had passed. If she walked into this with him, he deserved to know what she had been walking toward. "I was," she said. She reached into her sleeve. Not for the blade, for the cipher message. She pulled it out, the paper creased from hours against her skin, and held it where he could see. Emrys took it. He read it in silence. She watched his face shift through recognition, then understanding, then a cold stillness she had never seen on him before. 24 hours, he said. 18 now. Vesna felt the weight of the admission settle between them. "They gave me a deadline. Kill Constellan or everyone I touched in Duskwater burns. The survivors. Yarrowell. You." Emrys did not look away from the paper. His thumb traced the edge of the cipher seal. "When were you going to tell me this?" "When I knew what I was going to do about it." He lifted his gaze. The stillness in his eyes had not softened. "And now, do you know?" Vesna thought of the hidden chapel beneath the crypt, the faces of the survivors, the way Talia had looked at her with recognition and grief and something like hope. "I know I am not going to kill your father." She had not said it aloud before. The words landed in the narrow space between them and did not shatter. Emrys held her gaze for a long breath. Then he folded the cipher message and tucked it into his own coat. "Good," he said, "because I would have stopped you." "I know, and I would have hated every second of it." "I know that too." The silence that followed was not heavy. It was full, like a held breath before release. Emrys took a step toward her, then another. He stopped close enough that she could see the pulse beating in his throat, could smell the clean linen of his collar, and the faint trace of archive dust in his coat. "I have spent 20 years collecting evidence against my own house," he said. "I have read testimonies of forced feeding and disappearances. I have sat in rooms with people who looked at me and saw only the vampire who would inherit the power that crushed them." His voice dropped. "I have never met anyone who made me forget what I was looking at. Until you." The words hit her low in the chest. She had been trained to distrust softness. Elowine had taught her that tenderness was bait, that any offered hand was hiding a blade. But Emrys had already shown her his weapons, his archive, his secrets, and his open palm. He had nothing left to hide. She reached up and touched his jaw. His breath caught. She felt the warmth of his skin beneath her fingers, The slight roughness of stubble, the way he leaned into the contact like a man starved for something he had not known he needed. Emrys. He covered her hand with his own. I know there is more you are not telling me, he said. I have known since the first night in the archive, but I also know that you chose not to kill my father when you had the chance. I know you saved me from the communion trap. I know you are standing here now with a deadline burning in my pocket, and you came to me instead of running. He pressed his forehead to hers. Tell me when you are ready, he said. Not before. She closed her eyes. The dust and lantern light and the steady beat of his pulse filled every corner of her awareness. She did not know if she deserved this trust. She did not know if she could hold it. But she knew she wanted to try. She tilted her chin, her lips brushed his, a whisper of contact, barely there, deliberate. Emrys exhaled against her mouth. His hand found the back of her neck, fingers threading into her pinned hair. He pulled her closer with a restraint that made her ache. The kiss, when it came, was everything she had not let herself imagine. Patient and fierce, a question and an answer all at once. She felt his free hand settle at her waist, the pressure of his palm, the heat of him through the layers of cloth. She let herself lean into it, let herself feel what it meant to be held by someone who saw her clearly and had not turned away. The world outside the storage room ceased to exist. There was only the lantern light and the dust motes drifting, and the steady cadence of his breath against her skin, and then footsteps in the corridor beyond. They broke apart in the same motion, silent and synchronized. Vesna's hand went to her sleeve before she thought about it. Emrys shifted sideways, positioning himself between her and the door. The footsteps stopped. A knock. 3 beats, formal. Lord Emrys, Sabin Yarrowell's voice, tight and clipped. I need to speak with you immediately. Emrys did not move. It is not a convenient time, Steward. It will not wait. Something in Sabin's tone made Vesna's spine stiffen. She had heard that cadence before, in Thorn couriers carrying sealed orders. It was the voice of someone who had discovered something that could not be unsaid. Emrys met Vesna's eyes. She nodded. He crossed to the door and opened it. Sabin stood in the corridor with a single sheet of paper in his ink-stained hand. His face was pale, and he was not looking at Emrys. He was looking at Vesna. The Conclave has received anonymous evidence, Sabin said. A deposition naming a human infiltrator inside House Mordent. Trained blade, false papers, active contract against a member of this household. The words hung in the air. Sabin held out the paper. Emrys took it. Vesna watched him read it. She watched the color drain from his face as he recognized what was written there. He turned to her, and for the first time since she had arrived at Duskwater, she saw fear in his eyes. Chapter 31. Sabin's hand trembled as he held the paper out, not with fear, with the vibration of a man who had just pulled the thread that unraveled everything. Emrys did not take it. I know what it says, Vesna said. Both men turned to her. Sabin's face went through 3 expressions in 2 heartbeats: confirmation, accusation, calculation. You admit it, Sabin said, not a question. I admit I came here with false papers and a contract on Lord Castellan. She kept her voice flat, the way Elowine had taught her. Flat meant controlled. Controlled meant survivable. I no longer intend to fulfill it. The evidence you have not read yet will prove the Order of the Thorn forged the seal that burned Ashmere. Your Castellan is innocent. My targets were the people who raised me. Sabin stared at her. Emrys stepped between them. Steward, he said, how many copies of that deposition exist? 3. The Regent has 1. The Conclave clerk has 1. This is the 3rd. Then the Regent already knows. Sabin nodded, his jaw tightened. He summoned an inquiry. Pre-write, within the hour. Formal questioning before the full household council. He wants the infiltrator brought to the East Hall under guard. Emrys went still. You came to arrest her. I came to warn you. Sabin's voice cracked at the edges. The Regent does not know I am here. The deposition arrived by courier from Ashford, sealed with a chantry stamp. I opened it before I logged it. I recognized the description before I finished the first paragraph. He looked at Vesna. His expression shifted to something she had never seen on him before. Plea. How many of them are still inside my house? At least one, she said. Ilar Dreve, trained in my cell. He is wearing a guard coat at the courtyard gate. There may be more. I do not know all their faces. Sabin closed his eyes. Ems took her wrist. We need to move her before the Regent's men arrive. There is nowhere to move her, Sabin said. The Regent already posted guards at every gate. The deposition names her as Thorn trained. They will search the manor room by room if she vanishes. Vesna felt the walls pressing closer. She had mapped exit routes through every corridor in Duskwater, had measured the drop from the east loggia window and the clearance in the crypt drainage channel. But none of those routes led anywhere useful if the Regent already held the evidence. Running would confirm the accusation. Staying meant trusting people who had no reason to trust her. She looked at Emrys. How long until the inquiry? Less than an hour. Then I walk into the hall. She pulled her wrist free of his grip. Your father knows the truth. Your archive holds the evidence. I will answer their questions and let them see whether my story holds. Emrys's face went hard. You will be arrested the moment you enter. Probably. They will bind you in silver. Emrys, she stepped closer. If I run, they will tear this manor apart looking for me. They will find your survivors. They will find your archive. Everything your mother died to protect will be burned as evidence of conspiracy. The only way to control this is to walk into the hall with my hands visible and let them test the story in front of witnesses. He held her gaze for a long beat. Then I walk beside you. You cannot. If you stand with me, they will claim House Mordent colluded with the assassin. Your father spent 20 years protecting Ashmere survivors in silence. Do not undo his work by defending me in public. I am not going to let them take you alone. You are not going to have a choice. Sabin cleared his throat. Lord Emrys, she is right. If you enter that hall beside her, the Regent will use it as proof that your house harbored the blade. You will lose the Centennial before the rite begins. Emrys did not look at him. He looked at Vesna. I will find another way, he said. I will bring the evidence myself. I will stand before the council and speak the truth about the seal, but I will not let them take you to the inquiry unescorted. You cannot. I am the heir of House Mordent. His voice dropped, cold and final. If the Regent wants to arrest my archivist, he will do it with me standing in front of her. He turned to Sabin. How long before the guards arrive? Sabin checked the corridor. They are already moving. I came ahead through the servants' passage. You have maybe 5 minutes before they reach this corridor. Emrys nodded. He took Vesna's hand. Then we walk out now, together, through the main hall, in full view of every guest, servant, and spy in this house. That is not a strategy, Sabin said. It is a statement. Emrys pulled Vesna toward the door. If they want to arrest her, they will do it in front of the entire court, and they will have to explain to every witness why the Heir of Duskwater is standing between them and their prisoner. Vesna followed him into the corridor. The manner had changed. She felt it in the quality of the silence. Servants did not meet her eyes. Guests stepped aside as she passed, their gazes tracking her with the particular stillness of people who had already heard the news. The deposition had moved faster than she had, spreading through the household like marsh fire through dry reeds. Emrys kept her hand in his. They reached the East Hall. The doors were open. Inside, the household council had already assembled. Castellan Mordent at the head of the table, the Regent seated at his right, Sylvan Carith standing near the window with a folded paper in his hand. A dozen other nobles ringed the room, their faces hungry. The Regent looked up as they entered. Lord Emrys. His voice carried the smooth weight of ceremony. I see you have brought the accused yourself. How efficient. She is my archivist, Emrys said. I stand by her work. Her work is not in question. Her identity is. The Regent gestured. Bring her forward. Emrys did not release her hand. Vesna stepped toward the table alone. Carith unfolded the paper. Vesna Crale, he read, also known as Vesna, raised by the order of the Thorn after the burning of Ashmere. Trained in blade work, infiltration, and assassination. Dispatched to Duskwater under a forged bond to kill Lord Castellan Mordent during the Centennial season. He looked up. Shall I continue, or shall we skip to the part where she confirms it? The room went still. Vesna felt the weight of 20 pairs of eyes, felt the calculation behind them, the fear and the hunger and the survival instinct that made every vampire in that hall measure her as a threat. She lifted her chin. I confirm it. Murmurs rippled through the room. Karith smiled. Then the question becomes, why are you still alive, and why is Lord Castellan still breathing? Because the people who sent me lied about what happened at Ashmere. She said it clearly, loudly enough for the servants at the back wall to hear. House Mordent did not burn my village. The Order of the Thorn forged Castellan's seal to justify the fire and raise me as their weapon against an innocent man. I discovered the truth. I chose not to complete the contract. The Regent leaned forward. A convenient story, offered just as the evidence against you arrives. Do you have proof? Vesna opened her mouth. The East Hall doors slammed open. Ilar Jovet stood in the frame, still wearing the unmarked guard coat, his face as blank as the first time she had seen it. Behind him, 3 figures in Ashford chantry gray waited with ink and paper. There is no proof, Ilar said, because she is still the weapon she was trained to be, and I am here to finish what she started. The room turned predatory all at once. Chapter 32. Ilar Jovet stepped into the hall, and the temperature of the room changed. He did not look at Vesna. He looked at the Regent, at Karith, at the ring of nobles who had turned toward him like wolves scenting a second kill. His guard coat was still unmarked. His hands were empty. That meant nothing. She knew where he carried his blade. I am the failsafe, Ilar said, sent by the Order of the Thorn to complete the contract Lady Vesna abandoned. I have been inside Duskwater for 4 days, watching, waiting to see if she would do what she was trained to do. She did not. He turned to face her then, and his eyes were flat and cold as winter marsh. She chose the Mordents over the Order. She chose the lie over the mission. And now she stands in this hall claiming she discovered the truth about Ashmere, as though it were not the Order itself that placed her here to kill the man she now pretends to protect. Griffith straightened. You admit to being a Thorn operative as well? I admit to being what she was supposed to be. Ilar's voice carried no heat. I am here to finish what she started, with or without the court's permission. The room stirred like a disturbed nest. Castellan Mordent rose from his seat. His movements were slow, deliberate, the weight of old bones and older authority pressing against the chaos. No one finishes anything in this hall without the court's permission. Ilar met his gaze without flinching. Then give me permission. She is a traitor to her own kind. She was sent to kill you and she failed because she let your son soften her. Let me correct the error and your house will be free of the Thorn's debt. Vesna's hand moved toward her sleeve before she thought about it. The silver blade was still there, sewn into the seam, waiting. Emrys stepped between her and Ilar. You will not touch her. His voice was quiet. It did not need volume. Every person in that hall heard the steel beneath it. She confessed the moment she walked through those doors. She told you who sent her and why she chose not to complete the contract. She gave you the truth while your failsafe was still hiding in the guard line, waiting to see which way the wind would blow. Ilar's jaw tightened. I was waiting for her to choose. She chose wrong. She chose the truth. The truth does not keep vampires from feeding on human blood. The truth does not burn villages or forge seals or raise orphans into weapons. Ilar took a step closer, and Emrys did not move. The Order exists because people like your father have been taking from people like her for centuries. She was supposed to be proof that the resistance still has teeth. Instead, she became proof that even the best blade can be turned by a kind word and a warm bed. The insult landed where it was aimed. Emrys did not flinch, but Vesna saw the muscle in his jaw shift. Stand down, she said. Ilar looked at her, really looked, for the first time since he had entered the hall. Matron Elowyn sends her regards. She knew you would break. She said you were always too curious for your own good, too hungry for answers that were not yours to find. She raised me on a lie. She raised you to survive. The lie was the tool, not the purpose. He shook his head. You were her finest work, and now you stand in a vampire lord's hall pleading for the court's mercy as though they will give it. The Regent cleared his throat. This is a fascinating spectacle, but it is still a disruption of the Centennial inquiry. We have 2 confessed Thorn operatives in the same room, one claiming to have defected and one claiming to have come to finish what the first abandoned. Both cannot be true. Both are true, Vesna said. I defected because I discovered the order forged the evidence against Emrys Mordent. He stayed because he was ordered to. If you want to know which of us is lying, look at the records, look at the seal, look at the witnesses who have been hidden in the crypts of this house for 20 years. Karith's head came up. What witnesses? The survivors of Ashmere. The room went silent. Vesna felt the weight of that silence, felt every vampire in the hall recalculating, every noble measuring the political cost of a truth that would shatter the Centennial. Emrys Mordent spoke before anyone else could. She is not lying. The words landed like stones in still water. The Regent turned toward him. You claim to have been sheltering survivors of the village the order burned under your forged seal. And you did not bring this before the Conclave? Because the Conclave would have used them as political currency. The Regent would have called a hearing, the houses would have argued over jurisdiction, and the order would have sent another blade to silence them before any testimony could be recorded. Castellan's voice was tired. I kept them hidden because it was the only way to keep them alive. Karith's face had gone pale. You are admitting to withholding evidence from the Conclave. I am admitting to protecting innocent people from the same institution that burned their village and blamed me for it. The hall erupted. Vesna tracked the voices, the shifting bodies, the hands moving toward hidden weapons. Ilar had not moved from his position near the door. He was watching her with the patience of a man who knew time was on his side. Emrys turned to face her. I am going to bring the archive. There is no time. There is never time. He caught her wrist, his grip warm and certain. I have been collecting evidence for 20 years. My mother collected it before me. It is the only thing that will stand against the Regent's authority and Ilar's blade. The Regent will use it against you. If you produce evidence that your own house suppressed, every noble in the room will call it a conspiracy. Let them. He released her wrist. I would rather be called a conspirator than watch you die in a hall full of people who already know the truth. He walked toward the door. Ilar shifted to block him. You are not going anywhere, Lord Emrys. Then kill me in front of the entire court. Emrys did not slow. I am sure the Regent will enjoy explaining to the Centennial witnesses why the Heir of Duskwater was murdered while trying to retrieve evidence of a forged seal. Ilar held his ground. Emrys stopped a handspan from his chest. I know who you are, he said quietly. I know what you were sent to do, and I know that if you touch her, I will spend the rest of my life proving that the Order of the Thorn murdered an innocent village and raised its orphans into weapons to cover the truth. He stepped around Ilar and walked through the door. The hall held its breath. Vesna watched him go, watched the door swing closed behind him, watched Ilar's face shift through a dozen calculations in the span of a heartbeat. You cannot hold this hall, she said to the Regent, not without evidence, not without testimony, and not while the heir of House Mordent is retrieving the truth from his own archive. The Regent's smile did not reach his eyes. Perhaps not, but I can hold you. He gestured, and the guards moved. Vesna did not resist when they took her arms. She let them pull her back. Let them position her against the wall where every noble in the hall could see her. Ilar watched. The night was not over. Chapter 33. The guard room smelled of old wax and wet stone. Vesna sat against the far wall, with her wrists bound in front of her, the rope tight enough to chafe through her sleeves, and counted the seconds between the Centennial bells. 3 strokes. Silence. 2 strokes. The pattern was wrong for a Thorn signal. It was just the hour mark, a reminder that the night was still moving while she sat pinned to a chair in a room with no windows and a single locked door. She had been here for 2 hours, maybe 3. The guards had not spoken to her. They stood at the door in pairs, rotated every half hour by a captain who refused to meet her eyes. She heard footsteps before the lock turned. The door opened, and Emrys stepped through, still carrying the dust of the archive on his coat. His face was pale and set, and he held a leather folder bound with a red cord that she recognized from the hidden chamber. He did not speak to the guards. He waited until the door closed behind him, then crossed the room and crouched in front of her chair. I have the evidence. She heard the strain beneath the words, the exhaustion of a man who had spent hours digging through sealed records while his house teetered on the edge of collapse. How bad is it out there? The Regent has called a closed session of the Household Council for dawn. He wants to settle the matter before the Centennial sermon. Emrys set the folder on his knee. He is hoping to contain the damage by ruling against my father before the full conclave assembles. Contain the damage or bury the truth? Both. He looked at her hands, at the rope. I tried to get you released. The Regent claims you are a security risk until the inquiry rules on your status. I am a security risk. I was trained to kill your father. He met her eyes then, and she saw the hurt beneath the calm, raw and patient, and held at a careful distance. I know. Emrys, I need to tell you. You told me enough in the hall. You chose the truth. You did not complete the contract. He paused. I believed you then. But you still need to hear the rest. I need to hear all of it. His voice was quiet, steady, the voice of a man who had spent 20 years cataloging crimes and knew the weight of incomplete testimony. Every moment you nearly killed him. Every time you stood in the same room with my father and measured the distance. Every hesitation that could have gone the other way. She felt the rope bite into her wrists, felt the old discipline rising in her chest, the instinct to shape a story that would control what he thought of her. She crushed it. The first night I arrived, I mapped his route from the Great Hall to the colonnade. I timed his pauses. I calculated the window for a clean strike from the archive level. Emrys did not flinch. The second week I found the crypt road access beneath the east foundation. I could have reached his study through the false panel behind the fireplace before the Centennial guests even arrived. Why did not you? Because I needed proof. I needed to hear him admit what he had done before I killed him. She let out a breath. I thought the certainty would make the killing easier. Instead, it made me look closer. At the records. At everything. She shifted against the rope. At the seal. At the dates. At the way your mother had organized the Ashmere ledger as if she knew someone would come looking for the truth. Emrys's jaw tightened. You found my mother's work. I found it the same night I found the survivors. I went down to kill your father. I found a sanctuary full of people who should have died in a fire that never had a natural cause. He was quiet for a long moment. She watched him process it, watched the anger and the grief and the exhausted relief move through his face in sequence. You nearly killed him. It was not an accusation. It was a statement of fact, laid between them like a piece of evidence. I nearly killed him 3 times. The first night, the night I found the crypt access, and the night I followed him to the colonnade with the blade already in my hand. Why did you stop that night? She thought about the question. The answer was not simple. It was not clean. Because he stopped. He paused at the railing and looked down at the crypt roads, and he did not look like a man who had burned a village. He looked like a man who had buried something he could not carry. That is not proof. No, it is not. She met his eyes. I came to Duskwater certain that he was guilty. I needed to see his face when I named Ashmere. I needed to hear the guilt in his voice. And it was not guilt. It was grief. She held his gaze. Grief looks the same from a distance. But I had spent enough time watching you to know the difference. His breath caught. She saw the words land. You used me as a measure. I used everyone as a measure. It was the only way I knew how to tell the truth from the lie. She looked down at her bound hands. I am sorry. I should have told you the first night I knew. I should have trusted you with the whole truth instead of feeding it to you in fragments. Emrys sat back on his heels. I would have believed you if you had told me then. I know. I would have helped you. I know that too. She looked up. But I did not know how to be someone who asked for help. I only knew how to be someone who finished the mission. He was silent. The room pressed in around them, the wax smell, the cold stone, the distant echo of bells marking hours she could not count. Believing you is not the same as being healed of the hurt, Vesna. I know. What you almost did to my father. What you almost did to me by letting me trust a lie. I know. He reached out and took her bound hands in his. His fingers were cold and steady. You will have to carry that hurt with you. I cannot take it away. I cannot pretend it does not exist. I would not ask you to. Good. He squeezed her hands once, then released them. Because I am choosing to trust you anyway. But the choice costs something every time I make it. She felt the words lodge beneath her ribs. A knock at the door shattered the moment. The guard captain opened it without waiting for a response. His face was gray. "Lord Emrys, a message from the steward." Emrys rose. "What is it?" "The second blade, Illard Drove." The captain swallowed. "He has vanished from his assigned quarters." The guards who were watching him found the door unlocked and the room empty. He was last seen heading toward the lower chantry. Vesna was on her feet before she finished processing the words, the chairs scraping back against the stone. "He is going for Delacarne." Emrys turned to the captain. "Unlock her." "Lord Emrys, the Regent ordered, unlock her now, or by dawn your Regent will answer to a full conclave inquiry about why he let a trained assassin walk freely through Duskwater while the heir of the house was trying to stop him." The captain hesitated. Emrys held his gaze. The captain produced a key. Chapter 34. The key turned in the lock with a sound like breaking bone. Vesna was through the door before the captain finished pulling it open, the rope burns on her wrists already fading into numbness. Emrys caught her elbow in the corridor. "The lower chantry, how long?" 8 minutes, if we run," the captain said. 12 if we take the servant passages and avoid the hall. "We take the passages." Emrys was already moving. "And you, find Sabin Yarolel. Tell him to bring Castellan Mordent to the chantry's evidentiary chamber. No court herald, no regent's observers, just Sabin and the Lord." The captain hesitated. "Lord Emrys, if I leave my post, then you leave your post. I will answer for it at dawn." The captain turned and ran. Vesna followed Emrys into the narrow service corridor behind the guard room, its walls sweating with marsh damp. She had mapped this route on her second week at Duskwater, a servant's access that fed into the lower chantry's storage cellars. The memory of that mapping felt foreign now. She had been a different woman then, measuring every passage for a kill. "Where was Ilar quartered?" she asked. "West wing, 3rd floor, corner room overlooking the chantry's north wall." Then he had a direct line to her window. Emrys did not answer. He did not need to. The corridor dipped and narrowed, forcing them into single file. Vesna counted doors, service hatches, side passages she had flagged on her mental map as potential escape routes. She was back in her operational rhythm, but the purpose had shifted. She was not hunting to kill. She was hunting to protect a woman she had never met, whose name meant everything to the truth. The first sign of trouble was the lock. The door at the bottom of the stairs should have been secured by a standard chantry bolt, iron and old, the kind that could be forced with enough shoulder against wood. Instead, Vesna found it swinging open, the bolt housing cracked cleanly in half. "Not forced," she said, running her fingers over the break. "Cut from the inside." Emrys's face went still. Someone let him through. Or someone let themselves out. She pushed the door open and stepped into the lower chantry's storage cellar. The air was cold and dry, smelling of old paper and wax. Rows of shelving held bound registers, devotional pamphlets, the administrative bones of the Ashford chantry's reach into Duskwater. And on the floor, between 2 shelves, a body lay face down in a spreading pool of ink. Vesna was already crouching before she finished registering the sight. The man wore a courier's leather with the Ashford chantry crest stitched into the shoulder. His throat had been opened cleanly, a single precise cut that had bled out in seconds. The ink pool was not ink. It was blood mixed with the crushed contents of a leather satchel beneath his chest. She turned him over carefully. The satchel was empty. "Emrys, light." He produced a candle and struck flint. The flame caught, revealing the courier's face. Young, mid-20s, skin pale with the pallor that came from running through marsh cold and arriving dead. His hands were still sheathed in riding gloves. He had not even had time to draw a weapon. Vesna searched the body with practiced economy. Inside coat pocket, belt pouch, boot lining. Nothing. She stood and followed the blood trail. A single set of footprints led away from the body, heading deeper into the chantry's storage passages. Ilar's stride was unhurried, the prints evenly spaced, no stumble, no hesitation. "He is not rotting," she said. "He is placing something." Ames followed her gaze. The forged seal packet. Elowine would not risk sending it through normal channels. She needed a courier who could not be traced to her, someone who would arrive with the evidence just before dawn and present it to the Regent's clerk. She looked at the body. Ilar intercepted him before he reached the delivery point. Then Ilar has the packet now. Or he has hidden it somewhere the Dawn Council will find it without knowing where it came from. She turned in a slow circle, scanning the shelves. This is not random. He chose this route deliberately. He knew the courier's schedule. How? Because Eloine told him the plan before she sent him. The words tasted bitter. She never expected the courier to arrive. Ilar was always meant to meet him here. Emrys raised the candle higher, the light pushing back the shadows between shelves. They found the packet at the end of the third row, wedged between two stacks of devotional registers, as though placed there for collection. The leather was unmarked, the seal intact, a single thread of black wax holding the fold closed. Vesna did not touch it. Could be trapped. Emrys studied the wax. The seal is Ashford Chantry, standard authorization seal. If Ilar wanted to kill anyone who opened it, he would have used a different binding. Or he would have used the packet as bait and waited in the dark for whoever took it. They both went still. The candle flame flickered once, twice, as if someone had moved past an air vent above them. Vesna drew the silver blade from her sleeve. She had not consciously retrieved it. The motion was pure training, the body remembering what the mind had not yet commanded. The blade caught the candlelight, cold and patient. Emrys moved to stand beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. They waited. The silence stretched. The flame steadied. Nothing came. Vesna let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. She sheathed the blade and reached for the packet, careful to lift it by the edges. Sabin and Constellan are waiting in the evidentiaring chamber, Emrys said. We need to move the survivors there now. If Ilar has already planted something, we cannot afford to wait until dawn. The survivors are still in the crypt passage. Talia, Sarah, the others. Then we go to them first. They turned and moved deeper into the chantry, the packet pressed against Vesna's ribs like a second heartbeat. Behind them, in the darkness between shelves, a floorboard creaked. Vesna did not look back. She did not need to. The watcher was already gone. Chapter 35. The great hall of Duskwater had never held so many living bodies in one space. Lanterns blazed from every iron bracket, their flames multiplied by the silvered mirrors mounted behind each sconce. The light was surgical, leaving no corner for shadow to pool. Vampire nobles filled the eastern benches in rows of dark silk and house colors, their pale faces turned toward the raised dais where the regent sat in ceremonial black. Behind them, standing 3 deep along the walls, human petitioners, chantry clerks, and household witnesses pressed shoulder to shoulder, their breath fogging the cold air. Vesna stood at the western pillar, where Emrys had placed her before the doors opened. The position gave her a clear sightline to the dais, the main entrance, and the side passage that led to the evidentiary chamber where Talia and the others waited under guard. She had argued against being visible in the hall at all. Emrys had overruled her. If you hide, they will say the deposition was true and you fled. If you stand here, they have to look at you while they decide. She had not told him that standing in the open felt like standing on a trap door with the latch already drawn. The regent rose. The hall went silent. He was older than Castellan Mordent, his face a mask of bone and patience, his voice carrying to the farthest corner without effort. He welcomed the gathered houses, invoked the blood law that bound the conclave together, and spoke of the Centennial as a renewal of vows between vampire authority and human service. Vesna watched his mouth form the words and heard only the shape of the trap closing. Before the rite of testimony begins, the regent said, the conclave must settle a matter that has been carried to this hall through proper channels, a claim of forged authority, a charge of murder. The hall stirred. The regent gestured, and a chantry clerk stepped forward from the side door. He carried a leather folder bound with black thread, the Ashford seal hanging from the cord. Vesna's chest went cold. That was not the packet she had recovered from the chantry cellar. That was a different folder, with a different seal, carried by a clerk she had never seen before. The clerk mounted the dais and presented the folder to the regent, who broke the seal with deliberate ceremony. He withdrew a single sheet of parchment, held it to the light, and read aloud. The words were a legal deposition. They named Emrys Mordent as the authority who ordered the burning of Ashmere village 20 years ago, signed with his seal and witnessed by 3 human servants now deceased. The document had been recovered, the clerk testified, from a sealed archive at the Ashford Chantry where it had been hidden by the Castellan's own agents to suppress the truth. Lies wrapped in procedural formality. Vesna's hands stayed still at her sides, but her pulse had begun to count a different rhythm. Eloine had not relied on a single forged packet. She had seeded multiple copies through multiple channels, each one dressed in enough legitimacy to survive independent scrutiny. The Regent set the deposition down. The signet matches the Mordent seal as it appears on every treaty and tax waiver filed with the Conclave. The paper is period correct. The ink is period correct. The witnesses, though deceased, were named in contemporary servant rolls. He paused. This hall must decide whether this document is proof of guilt or a forgery designed to destroy this house. Someone in the eastern benches called out, "Ask the Castellan to produce the seal." A murmur of agreement. Emrys Mordent rose from his seat on the lower dais. He looked older than he had in the crypt passage, the weight of 20 years pulling at his shoulders. "We have already established," he said quietly, "that my seal was stolen or copied by the order of the Thorn, who had access to this household for months before the fire. I have provided testimony to that effect." "Testimony from survivors you have been hiding," a noble woman replied. "Survivors who owe you their lives. That is not evidence. That is loyalty dressed as truth." The hall murmured agreement. Vesna watched the Regent's face. He was not arguing. He was letting the hall convict itself, letting the gathered houses voice the doubts that would make Eloine's lie feel like their own discovery. "Let the seal speak for itself," the Regent said. "If the Mordent signet matches the impression on this document, then the Castellan must explain how the same seal authorized both the burning of Ashmere and the legal records of this house." He held up the parchment. "Bring the seal forward." Emrys Mordent did not move. The silence stretched, and the hall began to understand that he was refusing. Vesna understood it too. If he produced the seal and it matched, the deposition would become nearly impossible to refute. If he refused, the refusal would read as confession. She looked at Emrys. He was standing near the dais, his face unreadable, but his hand rested on the leather folder of evidence he had carried from the archive. The folder that held the real forged seal, the witness testimony, the chain of custody that proved the order had manufactured every link. He was waiting for the right moment. But the right moment was slipping away. The Regent nodded to the clerk, who produced a wax impression from the folder and held it beside the document's seal. 2 guards flanked them, one holding a magnifying lens. The hall held its breath. Vesna's hand moved to her sleeve, where the silver blade waited. She did not know what she would do if the impression matched. She only knew she would not watch Emrys's father be condemned by a lie that she had once been sent to complete. The clerk leaned closer to the seals. Then the hall's main doors slammed open. Elad Drave walked in. He was no longer wearing the guard coat. He was dressed in the formal gray of an Ashford Chantry clerk, his face composed, his hands empty. He walked to the center of the hall and stopped. "The seals will match," he said, his voice carrying. "I made sure of it." Chapter 36. The clerk held the magnifying lens over the seals. The hall had gone so quiet that Vesna heard the wax crack as the clerk's breath disturbed it. She stepped forward before the comparison could land. "I have evidence." Her voice cut the silence. Every head turned. The clerk's hand froze above the seals. The Regent's gaze found her. "You are under arrest, bound for judgment by this hall. You do not have standing to speak. The hall wants to know if the seal on that deposition is genuine." Vesna kept her voice flat, the tone Eloine had beaten into her over years of practice. "I can answer that question without touching the wax." She pulled the leather folder from inside her coat, the one Emrys had carried from the archive. She had taken it from him in the chantry passage while he was checking the corridor, and he had not noticed. She saw his face now. He had noticed. "Where did you get that?" the Regent asked. "From the archive beneath this house." Vesna held the folder up. Inside are 20 years of suppressed petitions, blood-debt testimonies, and sealed records that House Mordent's own heir collected in secret. because the truth was too dangerous for the court to hear. The noblewoman who had dismissed Castellan's testimony leaned forward. "You expect us to accept evidence from a Thorn assassin?" "I expect you to look at it." Vesna pulled out the first sheet. "This is the original Ashford Chantry supply register from 2 weeks before the fire. It records the delivery of 3 reams of parchment, 2 bottles of black ink, and 1 bottle of ceremonial red ink to the Chantry scriptorium." She held it higher. "The deposition on your dais is written in red ink. The Ashford Chantry only kept 1 bottle of ceremonial red ink, and it was used exclusively for devotional copies of the Covenant text. The log shows the bottle was still 3/4 full when the Chantry inventory was taken the morning after the fire." The clerk behind the Regent shifted his weight. "The ink on your deposition," Vesna said, "is too fresh for 20-year-old ceremonial stock. The oxidation is wrong." The Regent did not look at the deposition. He looked at the clerk who had brought it. "Brother Hale." The Regent's voice had cooled. "Is this true?" The clerk's face had gone bloodless. The ink was sealed in the document. I cannot verify the oxidation without breaking the seal." "You can verify it," Vesna said, "by comparing it to any document from the Chantry's own archive written in the same period. The red ink they used for the Covenant copies has a specific iron compound that darkens differently with age." She pulled a second sheet from the folder. "I brought a sample. A leaf from the Covenant copy dated the same year, written in the same Chantry. Compare them." The hall stirred. The Regent nodded to Brother Hale, who took the sample with trembling hands and held it beside the deposition. He did not need the magnifying lens. The difference was visible at arm's length. "The deposition ink is darker," Brother Hale said, "by a margin that suggests recent manufacture." The noblewoman stood. "One discrepancy does not clear the Mordent name. The seal itself has not been challenged." "Then challenge it properly." The voice came from the survivor's entrance at the side of the hall. Talia Zoric walked through the door. She moved past the guards as if she did not see them, her small frame steady, her gray-green eyes fixed on the dais. Behind her came Sarah, and behind Sarah, 3 more survivors Vesna had only glimpsed in the crypt chapel. Talia stopped at the center of the hall, directly beside Vesna. "I am Talia Zoric," she said, "daughter of the cobbler of Ashmere village. I was 7 years old when the fire came. I watched my mother die of marsh fever 3 days later. I have been hidden in the crypts beneath this house for 20 years because Lord Castellan Mordent feared the people who burned my village would come back to finish what they started." Her voice did not waver. "The Order of the Thorn killed my village. They did it with a forged seal and a borrowed name, and I will swear to that on every blood oath this hall recognizes." The noblewoman's face had hardened. A survivor's grease is not evidence. Blood memory is. Castellan Mordent rose from his seat. He walked to the clerk's table and set down a small vessel wrapped in black linen. The shape was unmistakable. A ceremonial cup, narrow at the base, wide at the rim, the kind used for blood oaths in the old rites. 20 years ago, Castellan said, when I first discovered that someone had used my seal to burn a village, I preserved the one piece of evidence I knew could not be forged or denied. He unwrapped the cup. It was stained dark along the inner rim. Not paint, not wax. The residue of blood dried into the porous ceramic, held there by the preservation rites that conclave law had used for centuries to capture a witness's final memory. I recovered this from the Chantry scriptorium the morning after the fire, Castellan said. The men who forged my seal did not know the scribe had caught the exchange on the edge of a memory vessel. He was already dead by the time I arrived, but the cup was still wet. He held it up. The blood in this cup belongs to one of the forgers. It carries the moment the seal was pressed, the hands that held it, and the face of the woman who gave the order. The hall inhaled. If the hall wishes to know the truth, Castellan said, the cup will show it. But blood memory cannot be controlled. It will show everything. Not only the forgery, but every death that followed, every lie told to cover it, every life shaped to serve the lie. He looked directly at Vesna. It will show the child who was pulled from the canal and raised to be the weapon that finished the work. Vesna felt the weight of his gaze like a blade point resting at her throat. The Regent's face had lost all expression. "Blood memory is admissible under conclave law," he said slowly. "But once opened, it cannot be sealed again. The evidence will outlast this hall. It will outlast the Centennial. It will become part of the record that every house in the conclave is bound by." He looked at Castellane. "Are you prepared for what that record will cost your house?" Castellane did not answer. He placed the cup on the table, his hand steady, and stepped back. The clerk approached with the activating solution, a silver vial of distilled vitae that would wake the dried blood and release the memory into the air for every witness in the hall to see. The clerk uncorked the vial. A single drop of clear liquid touched the dark residue inside the cup. The blood began to lift, to shimmer, to unfold in the space above the rim. Vesna saw a room she did not recognize, a scriptorium with wax-dripping candles, a table littered with seal blanks, ink pots, and a document still wet. A hand holding the Mordent stamp, pressing down. The image pulsed, and the face above the hand came into focus. Gray eyes, iron-white hair braided tight, a thin knife scar along the left jaw. Alewine Rusk. The memory shifted, and Vesna saw herself. A child in the canal, reaching up, a gray sleeve closing around her wrist. A voice saying, "You belong to me now." Chapter 37. The blood memory hung in the air like smoke. Alewine's face still visible above the cup, the child in the canal still reaching. Then the hall broke. Voices crashed over each other. A noblewoman screamed something about conspiracy. The clerk stumbled back from the table as if the cup itself might burn him. Guards moved forward, then stopped, unsure who to protect or restrain. Vesna stood frozen in the center of it all. The image of her own small hand reaching up from the canal burned into the air where everyone could still see it. "You belong to me now." She felt the words like a blade between her ribs, and in the split second of collective chaos, Iflaudriva moved. He came from the Easter Isle where the Ashford clerks had gathered in their gray robes, and he did not hesitate. His first strike was not aimed at Castellan, not at Emrys, not at the witnesses. He came for Vesna. She saw it in the shift of his shoulder before the blade cleared his sleeve. The same angle she would have used, the same commitment. The Thorn had trained them both to read bodies before weapons. She dropped and rolled, and the silver edge passed through the air where her throat had been. The hall screamed. Ilar turned with her momentum already resetting. His face was calm, not angry, not desperate. He looked like a man performing a task he had practiced until it meant nothing. "You hesitated," he said. Vesna gained her feet, the silver blade from her own sleeve sliding into her palm. The weight was familiar. The grip was the same one Alewine had taught her at 12, at 14, at 17, until the seam between skin and steel had blurred. "I stopped," she said. "There is a difference." Ilar's mouth twitched, not a smile, a recognition. "That is exactly what she said you would tell yourself." He struck again. The second blow was faster, a thrust aimed at her sternum meant to end it in one motion. Vesna caught it on her own blade, the ring of silver on silver cutting through the noise of the hall. The impact locked her arm, and for a heartbeat they stood braced against each other, close enough to see the cold certainty in his eyes. "Alewine's finest instrument," he said, shattered by a kind word and a warm bed. The insult hit harder than the blade had. She shoved him back. He recovered instantly, circling, and she saw him calculate the room. The guards were too slow to intervene. The nobles had pressed back against the walls, clearing a space around them. The dais was behind her, Castellan and Emrys both shouting something she could not parse. Ilar's daze flicked past her, to the witnesses, to Talia, standing frozen at the edge of the chaos. "No," Vesna said. Ilar's attention snapped back to her. "Then finish it," he said. "Kill me. Prove you still can." He lunged. This time she met him directly, blade to blade, and the duel tore through the broken ritual space like a storm through flood. They crashed against the clerk's table, scattering parchments. They pivoted around the blood memory cup still glowing on its dais. Their breaths came in the same rhythm. Their feet found the same angles, because they had been carved from the same stone. Ilar was faster. He had always been faster. But Vesna had learned to think around speed. She let him overcommit on a thrust, twisted her wrist, and opened a line along his forearm before he could recover. Gray wool split. Blood welled dark against the fabric. Ilar looked at the wound, then at her. "Good," he said. "There is still something left." The praise from him, from a brother who had drilled beside her in the same cold training yard, nearly undid her. She wanted him to hate her. She wanted him to be a monster. But Ilar was not a monster. He was what she would have become. He drove forward again. The fight broke through the eastern doors into the antechamber, where the chandeliers had been dimmed for the rite. Fez's heel caught on a fallen chair and she went down, her shoulder hitting the stone floor hard enough to knock the air from her lungs. Ilar was above her in an instant, blade descending. She rolled. The silver edge bit into the stone where her neck had been. She swept his leg. He went down beside her, and they scrabbled across the floor like animals, trading blows without grace, without form, the discipline cracking into something older and raw. His elbow caught her jaw. Her knee drove into his ribs. The blade in her hand found his side, shallow but bleeding. He gasped. She used the breath to gain her feet. Ilar rose, slower. The blood was spreading across his gray robe, darkening the Ashford crest at his chest. He pressed a hand to the wound and looked at her with something that might have been respect. "She raised you to replace her," he said, "and you threw it away for a vampire who looked at you like you were human." Vesna's chest burned. Her lip was split. Her hand trembled on the blade. "She raised me to be a lie," Vesna said. "I chose to become true." Ilar shook his head. "There is no truth for people like us. There is only the mission, and the mission is all that keeps the world from falling apart." He straightened. His blade came up again. Vesna saw the shift in his weight before he made it. He was not targeting her. He was aiming past her. At the door. At the witnesses. "No," she said again. He moved. She threw herself between him and the threshold, blade extended, and the impact when their blades met sent a shock through her arm that she felt in her teeth. He pressed. She held. The steel sang between them. And behind him, the hall was still screaming. Chapter 38. The hall was still screaming. Vesna heard it as a single note, a sustained howl of panic and fury that wrapped around the clash of their blades like water around stone. Ilar pressed against her guard, his weight driving her back toward the antechamber door, and she felt the old patterns rising in her arms, the muscle memory Illowayne had carved there before she learned to read. She shoved him off. He landed cleanly, blade already reset, and she saw him adjust his grip. The blood from his side had slowed but not stopped. He would bleed out eventually if she could keep him moving, keep him spending, keep him fighting long past the point where discipline could mask damage. But she had been trained by the same hands. He knew his own limits. He would not let it go that long. "You are stalling," he said, "waiting for help that will not come. I am waiting for you to stop. Then you will wait forever." He came at her again, and this time she did not meet him blade to blade. She stepped inside his reach, caught his wrist with her free hand, and twisted. The motion was a reversal Illowayne had taught them at 12, a desperation move that only worked if the opponent did not see it coming. Ilar did not see it coming. His blade went wide. Vesna drove her elbow into the wound at his side and he choked, air leaving him in a sharp, broken sound. She followed with her knee to his diaphragm, and when he folded, she brought the pommel of her blade down across the back of his skull. He went to his knees. The hall noise shifted. The screaming dropped to a ragged watchfulness as Vesna stood over Ilar with the silver blade at her side, his blood on her sleeve, his breath heaving in the space between them. He looked up at her. His face was calm. Not the calm of surrender, the calm of a man who had already accepted that this was how it ended. "Do it," he said. "Illowayne said you would not. She said you would hesitate. She said you would find a reason to stop, to talk, to make it a choice instead of an execution." Vesna's hand tightened on the blade. "She was wrong about everything else," Ilar said. "I thought she might be right about this." "Why?" Vesna heard herself ask. "Why do you still follow her? You know what she did. You know she burned Ashmere. You know she lied." Ilar's mouth moved. Not quite a smile. "I know that the world is full of people who tell themselves they are fighting monsters so they do not have to look at their own hands. Eloine never pretended. She told me what I was, and I believed her. That is more than most of us ever get. He reached into his coat. The hall surged. Guards shouted. Vesta's blade came up before she thought about it, but Ilar did not draw a weapon. He pulled out a folded piece of paper, creased and stained, and held it up to her. "From the courier," he said. "Before I killed him, I read it. She wrote to you." Vesna did not take it. "You think I would trust a letter from your hand? I think you know I never lied to you." Ilar's voice dropped. "I told you what I was from the first moment. I told you I would finish the mission. I told you there was no truth for people like us. I never pretended to be anything else." He dropped the letter on the stone between them. Vesna looked down at it. The Ashford seal was broken. The paper was the same devotional stock she had seen in Mireya's supply room. The handwriting, visible at the edge of the fold, was Eloine's. "I brought it because she wanted you to read it before I killed you," Ilar said. "She said you deserved to know. That is more than she gave your mother." The blow landed exactly where she meant it to land. Vesna's vision went white at the edges. The blade in her hand felt suddenly heavy, suddenly impossible to lift, because Ilar was not fighting her anymore. He was handing her the truth she had been running from since the blood memory opened. Eloine had taken her from the canal. Eloine had forged her life. Eloine had killed her mother not with fire, but with purpose. "Is that supposed to make me hate her more?" Vesna said. "I already do." "No." Ilar rose slowly, one hand pressed to his side. "It is supposed to make you understand that you can never escape her. She made you. She chose you. And now you have to live with that." The letter lay on the stone. Vesna did not pick it up. She looked at Ilar, at the blood darkening his gray robe, at the stillness in his face that was not peace but resignation. He was ready to die. He had been ready since the moment he walked into the hall. He was not afraid of the blade. He was afraid of outliving his purpose. That was the difference between them. That was the crack Eloine had never been able to seal. "I am not going to kill you," Vesna said. Ilar's composure cracked. For the first time, something flickered in his eyes that looked almost like confusion. "You have to. I do not have to do anything she taught me." She lowered her blade. The hall held its breath. Ilar stood motionless, his own weapon still raised, his face a battlefield of calculation and disbelief. He was waiting for the trap. He was waiting for the moment her mercy became an opening he could exploit. Vesna watched him watch her. "I know what you are thinking," she said. "You think if I spare you, you will find another way to finish the mission. You think you will wait. You think you will watch. You think you will find the moment when my guard drops and your blade finds my throat." Ilar said nothing. "You will not." She took a step back, then another. She was giving him the hall. She was giving him the space to walk away. Ilar did not walk away. He looked at the letter on the stone. He looked at Vesna. He looked at the witnesses pressed against the far wall, at Talia's face half hidden behind Sarah's shoulder, at the blood memory cup still glowing on the dais, at Emrys standing rigid beside his father, at the whole broken ceremony that had been designed to end one way and was ending in another. "You should have killed me," Ilar said. He moved, not toward Vesna, not toward the witnesses, toward the dais, toward Castellan Mordent. Vesna threw herself after him. Her blade came up. The distance was too far. She was not going to make it. She was not going to. She never saw Ilar's blade turn. She only felt the impact as the point passed cleanly through his own chest. He stopped. The momentum carried him 2 more steps. Then his knees buckled and he fell, weight dragging the blade through his body until the hilt struck his sternum and the steel sat buried in his heart. The hall went silent. Vesna reached him as he toppled. She caught him, lowered him to the stone, and his eyes found hers before the light left them. "I chose," he said. "You do not get to take that from me." His hand found hers, squeezed once, then his grip loosened and the stillness settled over him, and the silence in the hall was deep enough to hear the drip of blood from the altar, the crackle of the candles, the ragged sound of Vesna's own breath as she closed his eyes. She knelt beside him. The letter lay where he had dropped it. She picked it up. Her hands were steady. The hall was watching. Emrys was saying something to the guards, something about the body and the testimony, and the need to secure the room before the other houses moved. Vesna did not hear him. She unfolded the paper. Elowine's handwriting rose from the page like a voice she had been hearing all her life. Vesna, if you are reading this, Heir is dead, and you are alive, and I have lost my finest blade to a lie I taught you to hate. You will think you have won. You have not. Ashmere was never the beginning. It was only one village, one fire, one family broken to make a weapon. I did worse before you, and I will do worse after. You are not the first child I pulled from a canal. You are not the last. Her eyes stopped moving. The hall noise returned, a rising tide of questions and accusations, guards moving, nobles pressing in, Sabin's voice cutting through the chaos to demand order. Vesna folded the letter. She stood. The blood on her hands was Heir's. The blade at her side was still wet. The room was full of people who had seen her fight, had seen her spare him, had seen him fall on his own steel rather than let her choose his death. She did not know what any of them saw now. She turned to face the dais and found Emrys already watching her, his expression unreadable, his hand extended across the space between them. Behind her, the hall's main doors opened. A messenger in travel-stained coat stood in the threshold, face pale, voice carrying over the noise. The lower chantry is burning. Chapter 39. The lower chantry is burning. The messenger's words hung in the air like smoke already spreading. Vesna heard them through a layer of distance, as if the voice came from underwater, from the other end of a corridor she had already left behind. Heir's blood cooled against her fingers. The letter was still in her hand. Which cell? Sabin's voice cut through the rising noise. Which section of the lower chantry? The messenger shook his head, coat still wet from the Marsh crossing. All of it. The guest cells, the storage cellar, the scriptorium, they lit it from 3 points at once. By the time anyone raised water, the roof beams had caught. 3 points. Vesna's hand closed around the paper. Elowine had not relied on Heir alone. The fire was the second stroke, the one that would burn whatever evidence remained in the chantry records, the one that would scatter the survivors who had not yet testified, the one that would ensure no one could trace the forged seal back to its true source. The hall erupted. Nobles shouted over each other. A woman in silver-threaded silk demanded the guards seal every gate. A man in conclave black grabbed the messenger by the shoulder, demanding to know who had been inside when it started. Someone overturned a table, and the crash sent a wave of candles skidding across the stone. Chaos. Vesna had been trained to move through chaos. She folded the letter, tucked it into her sleeve beside the silver blade, and turned to face the dais. Emrys had not moved. His hand was still extended. His eyes were on her, and there was something in them she could not name. Not accusation, not trust, but a question that had not yet found its shape. Behind him, Castellan Mordent stood with one hand on the blood memory cup, the candlelight carving deep shadows into his old face. "We need to secure the east corridor," Sabin was saying, already moving toward the guards. "If the fire spreads through the chantry foundations, the crypt roads will fill with smoke." "I will handle the gates," a noblewoman announced, her voice carrying authority. "No one leaves until we know who lit that fire and who they were working for." "No one leaves anyway." Sylvan Curist stepped into the open space where Heir had died. His eyes swept the hall, paused on Vesna, moved on. "The Ashford Chantry is my territory," he said. "That fire was set to destroy evidence that would have cleared my house of any involvement in this forgery. I have no interest in letting the guilty scatter before I have names." "Names?" A voice from the crowd, sharp and mocking. "Look at the blood on the floor, Curith. You want names? The Thorn left us a dead operative, a forged seal, and a confession from the girl who was supposed to kill the Castellan. What more do you need?" The hall shifted. Vesna felt the weight of attention turn toward her like a physical force. Nobles who had watched the duel from safety now saw her clearly. The wet blade, the blood on her hands, the place where she knelt beside Heir before he died. She was the stranger. She was the known assassin. She was the one who had walked into their house with a lie in her mouth and a weapon hidden in her sleeve. "You!" The mocking voice belonged to a lean man with a house crest stitched in copper across his collar. He pointed at Vesna. You stood in this hall and watched a child of the Thorn die for you. You carry his blood and his letter. What did that letter say? Vesna met his gaze. That I am not the first child Eloine Rusk took from a canal, she said, and I am not the last. The hall went quiet. She was lying, someone said. No, Emrys's voice. He stepped down from the dais. His boot touched the stone where Illa had fallen, and he did not look at the blood. He crossed the space between them, and when he reached her, he did not take her hand, but he stood beside her, facing the hall. She is not lying. The copper-crested noble laughed. You vouch for the woman who came here to slit your father's throat? The woman who trained with the Thorn, who carried their blade, who knelt beside their dead and read their letters. I vouch for what I have seen, Emrys said. I have seen her choose truth over orders. I have seen her spare the man who tried to kill her. I have seen her stand between witnesses and a blade. And what has she told you? Emrys did not answer. The silence stretched. Vesna felt the hall waiting for her to break, to confess, to run, to give them the excuse they needed to turn her into the villain who explained everything. She did not run. I came to kill him, she said. The words fell into the silence like stones into still water. I came with forged papers and a silver blade and 20 years of lies that told me Castellan Mordent burned my village and murdered my family. I was trained to be the weapon that ended him. I was shaped for it. I was fed on it. She let the silence hold. I chose not to. Because you fell for the heir, the copper-crested noble sneered. The assassin's oldest weakness. Vesna's hand moved to her sleeve, not to draw, to rest. No, she said, because the truth did not match the story. Because I found survivors where Eloine told me there would only be ash. Because the man I was sent to kill had been hiding my own people for 20 years, while the woman who raised me burned villages and took children from canals. She stepped forward. I chose not to kill him because he was never my enemy, and I will stand beside him now, in front of this hall, in front of every house that wants to use this chaos to tear Duskwater apart, and I will tell that truth until the ash settles. The hall did not answer. But something shifted. The copper-crested noble's eyes moved from Vesna to Emrys to Castellan Mordent, and he saw what the entire room saw, a human assassin, a vampire heir, and an old lord who had hidden survivors for 20 years, standing together against the room. For now, that was enough to hold the line. But Vesna saw the other glances, the ones that slid sideways, the hands that moved to weapons, the mouths that whispered behind raised hands. The hall was not convinced. It was waiting. Waiting for the moment the alliance cracked, waiting for the next blow to fall. She thought of Mireya, who had offered alliance. Mireya, who had said she wanted to break Eloine's network and rebuild it under her own control. Mireya, who was not in the hall. The messenger from the burning chantry stood at the doors, still catching his breath. Vesna turned to him. Was anyone inside when the fire started? He swallowed. The lay sister, Delacarne. Vesna's chest went cold. She's dead? I do not know. The messenger's voice shook. The roof fell before we could reach the guest cells. If she was in there, she did not come out. Delacarne, the second witness, the woman who would have produced the forged seal at the Centennial sermon, dead before she could testify. Vesna looked at Emrys, and she saw in his face that he understood what she did. Eloine had not only burned the evidence, she had burned the witness who could confirm the forgery chain. The fire had not been a desperate retreat. It had been a cleanup. And somewhere beyond the marsh, beyond the smoke, beyond the ringing of bells that would soon announce the Centennial, Eloine Rusk was already planning the next strike. I need the crypt roads, Vesna said. Emrys turned to her. Why? Because Mireya Quist is not in this hall, and if she was not here to watch the death of Eloine's plan, she was somewhere else. Where? Vesna looked at the letter in her sleeve. She was closing the door behind her. Chapter 40. The hall had not settled, but the chaos had thinned. Guards moved along the perimeter, herding the scattered nobles toward the side chambers where servants poured wine and whispered apologies for the disruption. The copper-crested noble had withdrawn with two of his house, their eyes still tracking Vesna as they went. Sylvan Kureth stood at the far archway, speaking in low tones to a clerk whose hands trembled around a ledger. The Burns Chantry messenger had been taken to the kitchens for food and water. The dead lay under canvas in the anteroom. The living stood in clusters, watching each other. Vesna did not move from her place near the pillar. Emrys had not left her side. She felt his presence like a second skin, close enough to touch, close enough to pull her into cover if the room turned again. But he did not touch her. He stood beside her, facing the hall, and she understood that he was waiting for the same thing she was. The moment when the last witness left and they were alone with what she had said. It came slowly. The doors closed behind the last of the smaller houses. Sabin appeared at the far end of the hall, caught Emrys's eye, and gave a single nod before withdrawing. The guards at the main entrance stepped back. The room became a vault of candlelight and silence. Vesna turned to face him. "Ask me," she said. Emrys's jaw tightened. "I have been asking you for weeks." "Not everything." "No." His voice was low, carefully controlled. "Not the whole shape of it. You told me you were sent to kill him. You told me you stopped. You did not tell me how close you came." She felt the silver blade against her forearm, a weight she had worn so long it felt like bone. 3 times, she said. Emrys did not flinch, but something in his stillness changed, sharpened, as though he had known the answer and still needed to hear it spoken. "The first night, in his study, I had the blade drawn before I heard your footsteps in the corridor. You came to the library instead, because I heard you coming, not because I chose." He absorbed that without moving. "The second time? The crypt road, the night I found the passage behind the stone panel. I had a clear angle from the lower stair. He was alone, reading by candlelight. I could have put the blade through his throat before he looked up. Why did you not? Because I was still counting the ledgers, still weighing whether the evidence matched the story I had been fed." She paused. "I told myself it was discipline, holding position until the target was confirmed. But it was not. No." She let the silence hold, then spoke again. "The third time was the colonnade. The night after I found the survivors. He was standing at the railing, staring at the marsh, unarmed, unsuspecting. I had the blade in my hand. I had the angle. I had 20 years of Eloine's voice in my skull telling me to finish what I was made for." Emrys's hand moved, not toward her. He pressed his paw against the stone pillar, fingers spread, as though steadying himself. "What stopped you?" "The child I was before the fire." He did not look at her. "You told me once that your trust cost something every time you made it," she said. "I am telling you now what that trust bought. A woman who held a blade to your father's throat 3 times and chose, each time, to wait 1 breath longer." Emrys turned. His face was unreadable in the candlelight, all shadow and sharp edge. But his voice, when it came, was not hard. "You chose not to kill him. I chose not to become Eloine's final stroke. That is not the same as choosing." "No," Vesna said. "It is not." She felt the truth of it land between them, heavy and unfinished. She had stopped. She had refused. She had turned her blade on Ilar instead of Castellan. But Emrys was right. Stopping was not choosing. It was only the refusal of one path, not the taking of another. "What do you want?" Talia had asked her, in the crypt, with a torn shirt in her hands and reeds in her voice. She still did not know, but she knew she wanted to be able to answer. "I do not know what I am yet," Vesna said. "I know what I was made to be. I know what I refused. I know I will not go back to her. But I do not know what comes next." Emrys's hand left the pillar. He crossed the space between them, and when he stopped, he was close enough that she could see the exhaustion in his eyes, the line in his mouth, the way his chest rose and fell like a man who had been holding his breath for hours. "That is the first honest answer you have given me that cost you nothing to say." "It cost me everything to admit." "Good." His hand rose. She thought he would touch her face, but he stopped short. His fingers hovered at the edge of her collar, where the burn scar rose above the fabric. "I cannot forgive you yet," he said. "I do not know if I can trust what you will become, but I can stand beside you while you find out." The hall door opened. Sabin stepped through, his face gray in the candlelight. He did not speak. He crossed the room with the quick, controlled stride of a man carrying news that could not wait. Thorn cells, he said. Vesna's chest tightened. Every safe road, every sanctuary we knew of beyond the marsh, they have marked you as traitor. The order went out before the fire. She felt the walls of Duskwater close around her like a throat. Elowine had not only burned the evidence, she had burned every door that led away from here. Emrys turned to Sabin. Who brought the news? One of the marsh runners. He rode through the night to reach us before the seal closed. Before what seal closed? Sabin's hand tightened on the doorframe. The conclave rode. The Regent has ordered it sealed at dawn. No one leaves Duskwater until the Centennial inquiry is resolved. Chapter 41. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Sealed at dawn, Vesna repeated. Sabin nodded. The Regent's herald posted the notice at the gatehouse not 20 minutes past. Every road, every ferry, every marsh track. No one passes until the inquiry concludes. Emrys had not moved from where he stood. His hand still hung in the space where it had nearly touched her throat, and now he let it fall. How long does the Regent intend to hold the seal? Until he has a verdict. Sabin's voice carried the weight of a man who had already calculated the answer. However long that takes. Days. A week. And if the inquiry finds nothing, then he will find something. The hall had emptied. The guards had herded the last of the nobles into the side chambers, where their voices rose and fell like distant tide. The dead lay under their canvas. The candles had burned long enough that shadows stretched across the floor like spilled ink. Vesna stood at the center of it, still holding Elowine's letter. The paper felt thin against her palm, thin and finished. Every safe road, she said. Every sanctuary. The marsh runners confirmed it, Sabin said. The message was sent before the fire. Your name, your description, your training marks. Any thorn cell that sees you will either turn you away or put a blade in you. She burned the door before I could reach for it. Yes. Vesna looked down at the letter. The ink had smeared at the edges where Ilar's blood had soaked through the seal. She could still see the final line, the one that had settled into her chest like a blade left in the wound. You are not the first. You are not the last. She folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. Then I stay. Em's voice came from behind her. That is not a choice. Designing a shadow baker, and I always did it. It is the same thing. It is not. She turned. The exhaustion in his face had deepened into something harder, something that looked like grief held at arm's length. He stood with his arms at his sides, his posture careful, as the movement might break the thread between them. You came here to kill my father, he said. You had 3 chances. You did not take them. You stood beside me in front of every house in the conclave and told them who you really were. That is not the same as knowing what you want. But it is not nothing. It is not a choice? No. His voice dropped. But it is the ground a choice is built on. The silence between them stretched. Vesna could hear the candles burning, the distant voices from the side chambers, the slow creak of the hall settling into night. She wanted to tell him that she was afraid, that she had spent 20 years knowing exactly who she was and what she was meant to do, and that the absence of that certainty felt like a wound she could not stop pressing. She wanted to tell him that when she thought about what she wanted, all she saw was ash. I do not know how to choose myself, she said. I do not know what that looks like. I have never done it. Emrys held her gaze. Then start by not choosing the thing we were made to be. It was not an answer. It was not forgiveness. But it was enough to stand on. The door opened behind Sabin. A guard stepped through, her face pale in the candlelight. She crossed the room with the quick, controlled stride of someone who had not stopped moving since the fire was announced. Steward, Sabin turned. What is it? The witness. The one from the right. The woman who was brought to the lower ward after the blood memory. Sabin's hand tightened on the doorframe. About her? She's gone. The words hung in the air. Gone, Sabin repeated. The ward was locked. There was a guard at the door. The guard is unconscious. The lock was not forced. Vesna's chest went cold. She knew that method. A lock opened without a mark. A guard silenced without a wound. Clean, precise, thorn work. Which witness? She said. The guard's eyes found hers. The lay sister, the one who was pulled from the guest cells before the roof fell. Della Carn. Della Carn, who had been in the guest cells when Elowine set the fire. Della Carn, who was supposed to produce the forged seal at the Centennial sermon. Della Carn, who the messenger had declared likely dead. But not dead. Alive. Taken. Desna was moving before she finished the thought. Where was she being held? Lower ward, third corridor, the room at the end. How long ago? Not 10 minutes. The guard was found by a passing clerk. Vesna reached the door and stopped. She turned back. Emrys had followed. He stood at the edge of the candlelight, his face unreadable. If they took her, he said, they took the testimony she was meant to give. They took the proof, Vesna said. Della Carn is the only witness who can confirm where the forged seal originated. Without her, the chain dies. Sabin stepped forward. I will have the manor searched, every corridor, every cellar, every room. Do not search the manor, Vesna said. Sabin's eyes narrowed. Explain. Whoever took her knew the ward layout, knew the guard rotation, knew which lock to open and how to open it without leaving a trace. She met his gaze. That is not a stranger who slipped in through the gate. That is someone who has been inside Duskwater long enough to map it. The silence that followed was heavier than the one before. Emrys spoke first. How long? Long enough to know the lower ward, Vesna said. Long enough to wait for the chaos. Long enough to take a witness the moment the guards were spread thin. She looked at the dark corridor beyond the door. Elowine did not only burn the evidence. She left someone behind to take what the fire missed. Sector 42. The lower ward's third corridor smelled of lamp oil and stone dust, the kind of quiet that came after chaos had passed through and left the air heavier than before. Vesna reached the door before Sabin caught up. She did not touch it. She stood in the frame and read the room the way Elowine had taught her. Surface first, then detail, then the thing that did not belong. The guard sat slumped against the wall, head tipped forward, breathing steady. No blood, no wound visible. A sedative pressed to the mouth or neck, fast enough that she did not have time to shout. The lock cylinder sat flush in the housing. No scratch marks, no bent teeth. Opened with a tool that fit exactly or a key that matched perfectly. Emrys stopped behind her. She felt the weight of his attention without turning. What do you see? He said. Professional work. She knew the lock-type and brought the right pick. Or she had a key. Only the steward's office holds keys to the lower ward. Vesna stepped inside. The room was small, a holding cell with a cot, a chair, a single window narrow enough to discourage escape but wide enough for messages. The blankets on the cot were rumpled, still warm where Della Carn had been sitting. Sabin entered last and closed the door behind him. His face was the color of old paper. I checked the key cabinet, he said. All 4 lower ward keys are still on their hooks. Then she brought her own, Vesna said. She crossed to the window. The latch was iron, painted over so many times the edges had softened. She ran her finger along the seam and felt the slight give of something caught between metal and frame. A thread. Black, unwoven at one end where it had snagged on the latch's hinge. Devotional wool, the kind used for prayer bands and vigil wraps. Thorn issue. She pulled it free, then held it up to the candlelight. Devotional thread, Sabin said. Half the bonded humans in the manor wear those, not this weave. Vesna turned it between her fingers. This is chantry issue, Ashford pattern. The order uses it for field communication. A thread tied to a latch means a signal point, a marker for someone following the same route. Emrys stepped closer. She left a trail. She left a claim. Vesna looked at the window. This is not a hurried abduction. This is extraction. Someone came prepared with the right tools, the right timing, and the right route. Can you follow the signal? Vesna tested the window latch. It came easily, well-oiled, maintained by someone who wanted it to move without noise. She pushed the frame outward, and cold marsh air spilled in, carrying the smell of wet earth and distant smoke. The drop was 2 stories into a service alley that ran behind the kitchens. Where does this lead? Sabin moved to the window and looked down. The kitchen deliveries, root cellar entrance, and a passage to the old fishmonger's gate. The one sealed after the rot. The one sealed after the rot, Sabin repeated. But sealed does not mean locked. The gate was bolted from the inside. If someone knew which bolt to lift, Vesna was already climbing onto the sill. Vesna, she looked back. Emrys stood in the candlelight, his face half-shadowed, his posture controlled in a way that told her he was holding something back. If you go down there alone, I cannot follow fast enough to reach you. I am not going alone. She dropped. The landing jawed her knees and she rolled into the momentum, coming up with her hands clear, her weight settled. The service alley was narrow, barely wide enough for two to walk abreast, the walls slick with moss and old damp. Above her, Emrys swung over the sill. He landed lighter than she expected, recovering with the unnatural economy of vampire muscle. Sabin followed a breath later, landing hard but steady. The alley ran 30 feet before bending east toward the old fishmonger's gate. Vesna moved before the others had fully straightened. Her boots found the worn stones, the places where the mortar had crumbled, the route someone had taken who knew this path by memory. Here, she said, kneeling. A scuff mark on the wall. Fresh. Boot leather against stone, placed precisely where someone had braced to lift something heavy. Or someone, Emrys said. Vesna rose. The gate was ahead, a rusted iron grate set into the wall, its hinges coated in ancient grease, but the bolt clean, recently worked. She lifted the bolt. It slid back without resistance. The gate opened onto a narrow passage that curved into darkness. This is Blood Law ground, Sabin said from behind her. The old Covenant route. It connects the manor to the chantry grounds through consecrated soil. Anyone using it is protected by ritual immunity during the Centennial season. Protected from what? From inquiry, from search without cause. The Regent's seal does not apply to blood law passages. They are inviolate until the rite concludes. Vesna looked at Emrys. He understood before she spoke. Mireya, he said, or one of her people, using a route no guard can follow. Not can follow, Vesna said, will follow, because violating blood law ground during the Centennial would tear the truce apart. She stepped into the passage. The darkness closed around her like a hand. The walls were closer here, the ceiling lower, the air thick with the smell of old wax and something sharp, something that pulled at the back of her throat. Resin. Thorn chapel resin. She stopped. What is it? Emrys said. The smell into they burned resin here. Recently. She pressed forward. The passage bent twice, then opened into a small chamber, circular, lined with empty candle sconces and a stone altar worn smooth by decades of use. On the altar lay a length of black devotional thread. Same weave, same pattern. Tied into a knot she recognized, the order's signal for safe convergence. She picked it up. She is telling us where she went. Or telling us she wants to be followed, Emrys said. Vesna turned the knot in her fingers. The thread was warm, still carrying the heat of whoever had handled it last. Both, she said. Mireya left this for me. She knows I will read it. She knows I will follow. Then it is a trap. Probably. Sabin stepped into the chamber and his breath caught. The seal. Vesna turned. On the far wall, burned into the stone, a mark she had not seen in years. A thorn branch wrapped around a blade, the order's sigil, scored deep enough to survive for centuries. This chamber is Thorn ground, Sabin said. It has been consecrated to the order. For how long, I cannot tell. Vesna traced the burned line with her finger. The resin smell was stronger here, fresh, recent. Someone had been in this chamber within the hour. She looked at the thread in her hand, then at the mark on the wall, then at the dark opening on the far side of the chamber where the passage continued. She is not just showing me the route, Vesna said. She is showing me she owns it, that she has been here longer than I have. Then we walk into her ground, Emrys said. Vesna looked at him. The candlelight caught his face, the hard set of his jaw, the steadiness in his eyes despite everything. We do not walk into her ground. She stepped toward the dark opening and stopped. We let her know we found it. She tied the thread back onto the altar's edge, leaving it visible, a countersignal that Mireya would recognize. Then she turned and walked into the passage. Behind her, Emrys followed without hesitation. Chapter 43. The survivors were herded into the archive chamber at Castellan's order, the same room where the Ashmere ledger had sat untouched for months. Vesna watched them file past. Talia first, pale and silent. Sarah behind her, one hand braced against the wall for balance. 3 others she knew only from the hidden refuge, their faces still carrying the shock of moonlight and open air. The archive door closed. The lock turned. Silence settled like ash. Castellan Mordent stood at the head of the long oak table, his hands flat against the wood. His coat was still flecked with soot from the chantry fire, and there was a grayness to his skin that had not been there at dawn. He looked at Vesna for a long moment before he spoke. "You need shelter." She said nothing. Not the kind a passage or a locked door provides, the kind that carries a name, a house, a seal that tells the conclave you belong to someone who will answer for you. "I belong to no one," Vesna said. "That is precisely the problem." Castellan's voice was quiet but unhurried, the tone of a man who had spent decades choosing his words because each one could kill or save. "You confessed before the hall. You are a Thorn-trained assassin who entered my house to kill me. Half the nobles in that room will call for your blood before the inquiry opens. The other half will want to use you as evidence against the order, which means they will want to hold you, question you, and dispose of you when your testimony no longer serves them." "I know what they want." "Then you know you have 2 choices. You can face them as a solitary agent, accountable to no house and protected by no one. Or you can stand under House Mordent's formal protection, bound by our seal and our law, and let the conclave answer to me before they touch you." Vesna's hand found the edge of the table. The wood was warm, worn smooth by decades of hands that had come before hers. "Your protection means I belong to you. It means the house answers for you. That is not the same thing." "Is it not?" Castellan's jaw tightened. "I am not offering you a collar, Vesna Crale. I am offering you ground to stand on while the rest of the world tries to pull you under." Emrys moved then, stepping away from the wall where he had been watching. He did not come to her side, did not touch her. He stopped at the foot of the table, far enough to give her room, close enough to feel the weight of his attention. "Protection is not possession," he said. "You may refuse, and leave the survivors undefended. I did not say the offer carried no cost." His voice was careful, stripped of demand. He was giving her the choice, not dressing it in comfort or pressure, and somehow that made it harder. She looked at Talia. The girl sat at the far end of the table, her hands folded in her lap, her gray-green eyes fixed on Vesna with the patient attention of someone who had learned to wait through years of hiding. She did not speak. She did not need to. Vesna thought of the crypt refuge, the damp stone walls, the candle stubs burned down to nothing, the way Talia had sewn the torn shirt with careful stitches because mending was something she could control when nothing else was. She thought of Eloine's letter, still folded in her coat. "You are not the first. You are not the last." "If I accept," Vesna said slowly, "what does it mean in practice?" Castellan straightened. "Sabin will record your name in the household register under the formal protection clause. You will take rooms in the family wing, not the servant quarters, and you will be given the same access privileges as a sworn retainer of the house. In exchange, you will be subject to Mordent law and Mordent judgment. You will not leave Duskwater without the heir's explicit permission. You will cooperate with the inquiry, and you will not raise a blade against anyone within these walls unless I or Emrys order it. And if I refuse, then I will still shelter the survivors. They are not leverage, Vesna. They never were." The silence stretched. Vesna looked at Emrys. He was watching her with that unreadable stillness, the one that gave nothing away and saw everything. "What do you want me to do?" she said. The question came out before she had decided to ask it. He held her gaze. "I want you to choose. Not what the order trained you to choose. Not what the situation forces you to choose. What you want." "I do not know what I want." "Then choose what you can bear." She stood motionless in the dim light of the archive, the survivor ledger on the table beside her, the the scent of ash and resin still clinging to her coat. The protection clause would bind her to the house she had entered to destroy, but it would also give her ground to stand on while the inquiry came, ground to speak from while the truth of Ashmere was carved into the record, ground to hold while Talia and Sarah and the others learned how to live in the open again, and ground to leave from if she ever chose to. She turned to Castellan. "Write the register." The words tasted like iron. Castellan nodded once, then moved toward the door where Sabin was waiting with a ledger and ink. Emrys stayed. The silence between them was not empty. It carried everything they had not yet said, every truth still waiting between the words, and the weight of what it meant that she had chosen to stand with his house. "Thank you," he said. "Do not thank me yet. I am not thanking you for the decision. I am thanking you for making it." He turned and followed his father. Vesna stood alone in the archive, her hand pressed to the wood, her pulse steady and wrong, the locked door at her back and the passage ahead, and in the silence, she heard it, a scrape. From the hidden panel behind the archive's north wall, she turned. The mortar was dark, freshly worked. Chapter 44. The scrape stopped the moment Vesna turned. She stood motionless before the north wall, her breath held, her palm pressed flat against the nearest shelf. The archive held its silence. Dust motes drifted through the dim lantern light. The mortar between the stones looked dark, freshly packed, but no sound repeated itself. She waited 10 heartbeats. 20. Nothing. The panel was a seam in the stonework, hairline thin, invisible unless you knew where to look. She had passed it 100 times without noticing. Now she could not stop noticing it. She crossed the floor and pressed her ear to the wall. Stone cold. Still. No breath, no shift of weight. But the mortar was damp enough to leave a dark smear on her thumb when she touched it. Someone had been through here, recently. She stepped back, measuring the wall against the chamber beyond, trying to map what Lakon did. The crypt ran beneath the manor at this depth, but the panel faced east, not down. A secondary passage, one that had been sealed and then unsealed. The question was whether whoever opened it had gone through or was still waiting. She reached for her sleeve before remembering the silver blade was no longer sewn there. She had surrendered it to Castellan's keeping as part of the protection terms. Her hand closed on empty fabric. She was unarmed. The thought settled cold in her chest. A knock at the archive door. She turned, forcing her shoulders loose, her face neutral. Sibin Yarrowell entered without waiting for permission. His hands were stained with fresh ink and a leather folder was tucked under his arm. "The register is ready," he said. Castellan wants the declaration made before the evening meal, when most of the houses are assembled in the hall. Now, the longer it waits, the more room there is for rumor to fill the gap. He was right. Every hour the hall spent whispering about the Thorn assassin who had confessed and then vanished would compound the suspicion. Better to face them with the seal already dry. "There was a scrape behind the north wall," she said. Sabin's gaze flicked to the panel, then back to her. "I will have it examined, not by guards, by me." She held his look until he nodded once, then followed him out. The hall was half full when they entered. Nobles clustered in small groups, their voices low and sharp as cut glass. The copper-crested lord who had demanded answers during the chaos was speaking to Sylvan Carith near the far archway. Both of them stopped when Vesna appeared. The silence spread like oil on water. She walked past them, Zabin at her shoulder, heading for the raised dais where Castellan Mordent stood beside a small writing table. Emrys was already there, positioned slightly behind his father, his face unreadable. He looked at her once, a brief meeting of eyes, and then looked away. Castellan raised his hand and the room stilled. "We have a matter of record," he said, his voice carrying without strain. "Vesna Crale has accepted formal protection under House Mordent, subject to the terms of the household register. Sabin will read the clause." Sabin stepped forward, opened the leather folder, and recited the terms in a flat steward's voice. The words felt like they belonged to someone else. Binding, forfeiture, judgment, access. When he finished, the hall held its breath. Sylvan Carith was the first to speak. "You are sheltering an admitted assassin." "I am sheltering a witness," Castellan said. "One who chose truth over her orders and saved lives in this hall by doing so. She confessed to 3 attempts on your life and chose not to complete any of them. That is not absolution. That is a murderer who lost her nerve." Vesna kept her face still. The words landed, but she had expected them, had rehearsed the shape of them in her mind during the walk from the archive. Emrys shifted. Not a step forward, not a gesture, but the quality of his stillness changed, and Carith's gaze moved to him. "If House Mordent wishes to harbor a blade that was meant for its own throat," Carith said, "that is its right, but I will have it recorded that I counseled against it." "Recorded," Castellan agreed. A figure detached itself from the cluster near the copper-crested lord, a woman Vesna did not recognize, tall and narrow-shouldered, wearing a house crest she had never seen before. 3 silver drops on a black field. "The protection clause binds her to Mordent law," the woman said. "But what of the law beyond Duskwater? The Order of the Thorn has marked her as traitor. Every human settlement in the Marsh will know her face within the week. If she sets foot beyond your gates, she is dead." "Then she will not set foot beyond my gates without escort." "And if the Conclave demands her surrender before the inquiry is resolved?" Castellan's jaw tightened. "The inquiry will resolve itself. The evidence is already recorded. The survivors have given their names. The seal forgery has been confirmed by blood memory. There is no case to answer." "There is a political case," the woman said, "and you know it." The hall murmured. Sabin dipped his pen and began to write. Vesna watched the ink flow onto the register page, watched her name take shape under his hand, watched the words under formal protection of House Mordent dry into permanence. She was no longer Vesna Crale, Thornblade. She was Vesna Crale, bound to the house she had come to destroy. The theft should have felt like a cage. It did not. It felt like standing on ground that had just stopped shaking. Sabin blotted the page, closed the folder, and stepped back. "The register is sealed." Castellan nodded. "Then it is done." "It is not done." The voice came from the far end of the hall, where a door had opened without anyone noticing. A man stood in the frame. Older, broad-shouldered, dressed in marsh gray wool with no house crest. His face was weathered, his hands thick with scars, and his eyes were the pale, flat color of winter sky. He held a folded paper. "The Regent's herald arrived 10 minutes ago," he said. "There is a petition before the Conclave, signed by 6 houses. It invokes the oath blood law provision for human judgment." The hall went still. Vesna knew the provision. Every Thorn operative knew it. It was the one law that could override vampire jurisdiction over a human within the Conclave walls. "The petition requests that Vesna Crale be surrendered to a human tribunal," the man said, "under the authority of the Marsh Covenant, on grounds that her crimes were committed against human victims and therefore fall outside vampire judgment." He lifted the paper. "The Regent has accepted the petition for consideration." The hall erupted. Vesna did not hear the noise. She heard only the words repeating in her skull. Human judgment. The one court that would be made of Elowine's people. The one verdict she could not survive. Emrys was looking at her across the chaos, his expression no longer unreadable. It was afraid. Chapter 45. The hall did not settle. Voices overlapped, sharp and discordant, and Vesna stood at the center of the noise without moving. The man in marsh gray wool still held the folded paper. The woman with the 3 silver drops had not looked away from Castellan. Emrys reached her first. "Stay exactly where you are," he said, low enough that only she could hear. "Do not answer anything. Do not agree to anything. Let them talk." She nodded. Her throat felt dry, and her fingers remembered the weight of the blade she no longer carried. Sabin had moved to intercept the messenger. His voice cut through the chaos with the flat authority of a man who had managed Duskwater's rhythms for decades. "The petition is not a summons. It has been accepted for consideration, not granted. There is a hearing first." "The Regent's herald said 3 days," the messenger replied. 3 days for what?" Curvet's voice carried from across the hall. For her to compose a defense? For Mordent to hide her deeper in his crypts? For the signatories to present their case, Sabin said, and for the accused to respond. That is the law. The law, Kurith repeated, and the word drooped with contempt. The law that let a thorn blade walk through our gates with forged papers. The law that let her sit at our suppers and catalog our archives while she mapped the quickest route to her target's throat. That law? Emrys turned to face him. Yes, he said. That law. The same law that let you file your objections and have them recorded. The same law that let the Regent accept the petition. You do not get to discard it now because you dislike the outcome. Kurith's jaw tightened. You argue for procedure when your house is bleeding influence. I argue for procedure because without it, the word of the strongest becomes the only truth. You taught me that, Kurith. In the very first conclave I attended as heir, you said law was the wall between civilization and the Marsh. That was before civilization let assassins through the gate. She is not an assassin anymore. Emrys's voice did not rise, but the hall heard him anyway. She is a witness, and the truth she carried is the only reason any of us know what happened to Ashmere. A murmur ran through the gathered houses. Vesna watched them weigh his words, saw the calculation behind their eyes. They were not deciding whether she deserved protection. They were deciding which side would cost them less. The gray messenger spoke again. The human tribunal would not try her for infiltrating Duskwater. That is vampire jurisdiction. They would try her for the deaths she caused before she arrived. The Ashford courier, the Chantry witnesses who died in the fire, the false witnesses she helped expose who may face retaliation. The Ashford courier was killed by Ilar Greve, Vesna said, and the words came out before she could stop them. The fire was set by Eloine Rusk. The false witnesses are alive and under guard in this manner. There is no human crime to try. The messenger met her eyes. There are bodies in the lower Chantry that have not been claimed. There are families in Ashford who buried sons and daughters this morning. They do not know whose hand held the blade. They only know the Order of the Thorn was in their village, and you are the only Thorn operative who walked out alive. Silence. Vesna felt the weight of his words settle on her chest. He was not wrong. She had not killed those people, but she had been part of the machine that did. She had worn the same gray. She had carried the same purpose. The distinction between her hand and Eloine's meant nothing to the families standing over fresh graves. Then let me face them. The words came from her own mouth before she had fully chosen them. Let me tell them what I know. Give me 1 hour with the tribunal, and I will lay out every name, every seal, every forged document the Order has produced. They will know whose hands held the blade before I am done. Kurith laughed. You think the tribunal wants truth? They want blood. Your blood. It does not matter whose signature was on the order. You are the visible target. You are the one who can be caught and judged. The Order made sure of that when they burned your network. Then what do you propose? Castellan's voice cut through the exchange. That we surrender her to a trial that cannot be fair? That we hand her to the Regent and let him decide the outcome behind closed doors? I propose we follow the law, Kurith said. The human tribunal has standing. The petition has been accepted. Let the hearing proceed, and let the evidence speak for itself. The evidence will not speak for itself, Emrys said. It will be read by people who have already been told what it says. The Regent accepted the petition before anyone in this room had seen it. That is not due process. That is a verdict waiting for a trial date. The woman with the silver drops stepped forward. The Regent is well within his authority. The blood law provision was written to prevent vampire courts from exercising unchecked power over human lives. If we ignore it now, we set a precedent that the Conclave can protect anyone it chooses, regardless of their crimes against human victims. She is not a human victim, Vesna said. She is me, and I am the one who exposed the forgery. I am the one who stood in this hall and told you the Order of the Thorn burned Ashmere and blamed your house for it. If you surrender me to a tribunal that will convict me before I speak, you are not following law. You are letting the Order finish their work. A rustle moved through the crowd. The gray messenger shifted his weight. "The petition names 6 houses. I can tell you which ones." "Do it," Testalan said. "House Carith, House Velamont, House Ashworth, the Sable Communion's Marsh chapter, the Ashford Chantry elders, and one of the human delegates who arrived this morning requesting access to the evidence." Carith went still. "I did not sign any petition." "Your house did," the messenger said. "Your seal keeper presented it this morning, signed in your name." The silence that followed was not procedural. It was the stillness of a room that had just realized the game was larger than anyone had understood. Benzma watched Chorist's face cycle through shock, calculation, and something that looked almost like fear before he mastered it. "I was not consulted." "Then your seal keeper acted without your authority," Emrys said. "Or with authority you did not choose to remember." Chorist's eyes slid to Vesna, and in them she saw a question he would never ask aloud. Who else among his household had been turned against him? The gray messenger lifted the paper again. "The hearing is in 3 days. The tribunal will convene at the Ashford Chantry's fallow ground, neutral territory under Marsh Covenant. Vesna Crale will be escorted by House Mordent's sworn guard under blood truce. No one may raise a blade within the Covenant boundary." He folded the paper and tucked it into his coat. "That is the provision. The Regent has signed it. The 6 houses have bound themselves to it. If House Mordent refuses to produce the accused at the appointed hour, the blood truce collapses, and the petition becomes a warrant." Emrys's hand found Vesna's wrist. Not a grip, a touch. She did not pull away. 3 days, she said. 3 days, the messenger confirmed. And then he turned, and the hall watched him leave, and Vesna felt the walls of Duskwater press closer around her, not as protection, but as a cage that had just begun to tighten. Chapter 46. The silence after the messenger's footsteps faded felt heavier than the noise before it. Vesna stood with Emrys' hands still at her wrist, the warmth of his fingers the only fixed point in a room that had become unmoored. Nobles shifted in small clusters, voices low and coiled with suspicion. Guards had sealed the hall's side doors. The dead still lay under canvas near the far pillar. 3 days. She pulled air into her lungs and let it out slowly, the way Elowen had taught her when the mission pressed too close. But the rhythm did not settle her. It never had, not since the crypt, not since Talia. "I need to see them," she said. Emrys turned. "The survivors. They are the evidence. The tribunal cannot ignore living witnesses." "The tribunal can do whatever it chooses." His voice carried no cruelty, only the flat weight of truth. "But you are right. They need to be accounted for, named, recorded. If the petition becomes a warrant, every voice we lose is a door that closes." He released her wrist and gestured toward the archway that led to the family wing. "The archive chamber. They are still there." The walk through the corridor felt longer than it should have. Servants pressed themselves against the walls as Vesna passed, their faces unreadable, their bodies careful. She had been one of them once, invisible in the hierarchy of bonded hands. Now she was the shape every gaze tracked. Emrys opened the archive door himself. Inside, the chamber was close and warm, lit by a single oil lamp. Talia sat on the floor with her back against a shelf, her small hands folded in her lap. Sarah occupied the chair near the reading table, her knotted fingers resting on a ledger. 3 others were scattered across the stone. A man with a scarred jaw, and a woman so thin her collarbones cast shadows, and an older man whose eyes had the distant look of someone who had seen too much to be surprised by anything. They all looked up when Vesna entered. Talia rose first. "What happened?" "A petition," Vesna said. 6 houses have invoked the blood law provision for human judgment. They want to try me before a tribunal at the Ashford Chantry fallow ground in 3 days. The man with the scarred jaw let out a low breath. "That is a death warrant." "It is a hearing," Vesna said, "and I intend to speak at it." Sarah's pale eyes found hers. "What will you tell them?" "Everything. Every name, every seal, every village the order burned to make the lie hold." The old man with the distant eyes shifted. "They will not believe you. They might not, but they will have to hear it." Talia moved closer, her reed gray eyes catching the lamplight. "Then let us help. We were there. We remember." Vesna looked at her, at the small body that had survived what should have consumed her, and felt something crack open in her chest. "Yes," she said. "You do." Emrys found paper and ink from the reading table. He laid them flat and stepped back, giving the space to the survivors. Talia spoke first. "Talia Zoric, daughter of Mila Zoric, who was a weaver, daughter of Stefan Zoric, who was a farmer. Ashmere born, Ashmere raised. I was 6 when the fire came. I remember the heat before I remember the smoke." She gave her age, her family's trade, the names of 3 neighbors who had tried to reach the well before the flames cut them off. She spoke of the woman in gray who had walked through the burning village with a torch and a ledger, and the riders who followed her with seal orders. Sarah wrote each name down. "Sarah Velenek," the old woman said when Talia finished. "Auntie to no one by blood, but nurse to half the village's children. I was in the root cellar when the fire came, pulling a crying boy away from the stairs. I stayed under the earth until the soldiers left, and then I walked 3 days to the Marsh road where Castellan Mordent's people found me. She named the boy, she named his mother. She named the soldier who had looked into the cellar, seen nothing, and walked away. The scarred man was next, Devon Krennic, fisher. I was on the channel that night. I saw the flames from the water and rode back to find nothing but ash and the bodies the riders had piled at the village gate. The thin woman, Lena Vostra. I was 12. I hid in the chapel cistern until the water rose to my chin. Each name pulled Ashmere out of the silence it had been buried in. Each voice reclaimed a detail the order had tried to burn away. The color of the riders' cloaks, the symbol on their sealed orders, a broken ring, not a crest Vesna recognized. The direction they had come from, not the Marsh road, but the deeper channel, where the water turned black and the reeds grew thick enough to hide a boat. The old man waited until the others finished. "Milan Daravik," he said. His voice was dry as kindling. "I was the village record keeper. I kept the births, the deaths, the tithes paid to the chantry. I was the one who saw the order before the fire." Vesna stilled. "What order?" He met her gaze. "The one the Thorn brought. They came at dusk. 3 riders and a woman in gray. She carried a sealed document and demanded the village elder's signature on a land transfer. When the elder refused, she read the order aloud, that Ashmere had been declared a nest of vampire collaborators and was to be cleansed by fire and blade under the authority of the Marsh Covenant. "The Mordent seal," Emrys said. "Yes." Milan's fingers trembled against the ledger. "But I had seen the Mordent seal before. On tax records, on protection writs, on the annual harvest tithe. The seal on that order was wrong. The thorn branch curled the opposite direction." Sarah looked up from her writing. "You noticed that in the moment?" "I noticed because the elder noticed." He said it aloud, and the woman in gray took the order back, looked at it, and told him he was mistaken. He paused. Then she gave the signal, and the riders began lighting the thatch. The room held its breath. Vesna felt the shape of the seal in her memory. The one on her forged bond had been wrong too, a tiny flaw in the thorn crest that Emrys had caught the first night. The same flaw, the same lie. "The sanctuary," she said. "The Thorn used a marsh sanctuary after the fire. Do you know where it was?" Milan's eyes went distant again. "There is an island in the Black Channel, not marked on any map. The reeds grow thick enough to hide a structure, and the water is too shallow for vampire boats, but deep enough for flat hulls. The riders used it as the staging point before the fire. I saw their torches moving through the reeds the night before." "Can you find it again?" "The channel has changed. 30 years of flooding shifts the banks, but I remember the stars above it. I could guide someone close." Emrys turned to Vesna. "That is where the evidence went. The records, the seals, the proof Delacarn was meant to deliver. If Eloine has a sanctuary on that island, it has not been abandoned." Vesna looked at Milan's trembling hands and his steady eyes. "Can you take us?" "I can point the way," he said, "but I will not set foot on that ground again. The water there remembers what happened." Talia set her hand on Milan's arm. "You remembered the seal," she said. "That is enough." Sarah finished writing and set down the pen. The ledger held 17 names now. Ashmere's dead were not coming back, but the living had begun to speak. Vesna looked at the ink, at the careful letters, and felt something settle in her chest. She did not know if the tribunal would hear them. She did not know if the sanctuary held the evidence she needed, but she was not alone in the telling. And for the first time in her life, that did not feel like a weakness. The door behind them opened. Sabin Yarrowell stood in the frame, his graying temples damp with sweat, his ink-stained hands gripping a leather folder. "The hidden panel," he said. "I found what was behind it." Vesna rose. "What?" He held out the folder. A body, still warm, dressed in Ashford chantry gray. And the room tilted again. Chapter 47. The warmth of the body still clung to Sabin's hands when he opened the folder. Vesna crossed the room before she could think. The leather was supple, oiled, expensive. Inside lay a single sheet of paper folded around a seal token. No blood, no weapon, only the quiet evidence of a death that had not yet announced itself. "Where?" she said. Sabin's jaw tightened. "Behind the north panel, wedged between the frame and the false wall. Whoever placed it there meant it to be found, but not immediately." "The mortar was damp," Vesna said. "Someone sealed it very recently." "Within the last hour." Sabin's voice was flat. "Whoever put that body there knew exactly how long fresh mortar takes to set." Emrys moved to her side. He did not touch her, but she felt the shift in his stillness, the way he positioned himself between the open doorway and the folder, as though the air itself could be hard. "Is it Delacar?" he asked. Sabin shook his head. Male, older, hands had calluses from scribe work, and this was in his palm. He reached into the folder and pulled out a strip of black devotional thread. Ashford weave, freshly cut. Vesna's pulse did not change, but something cold settled in her spine. The thread was identical to the one she had found in the locked ward window, identical to the one she had tied to Mireya's altar as a countersignal. "He was a messenger," she said, "not a target." "How do you know?" Emrys asked. "Because the thread was placed after death. It is a signature, not evidence." She looked at Sabin. "Show me the body." He led them through the servant corridor that wrapped behind the archive chamber. The air grew colder. Lantern light barely reached the ceiling here, and the floor sloped where the foundation had settled unevenly. The body lay on a canvas tarp in the narrow space behind the false wall. Vesna knelt. The man's face was familiar in the way that memory sometimes fails. The shape of his nose, the graying stubble along his jaw. He had been dead long enough for the skin to take on a waxy sheen. But Sabin was right. The warmth was still there, bleeding slowly into the stone around him. "Who was he?" Emrys said. Vesna looked at the hands, calluses at the thumb and forefinger, the kind of marks a man got from carrying a scribe's tray for 30 years. "He delivered the petition," she said. "The broad-shouldered man who brought the seal from the Regent's herald." Sabin went still. "That was 5 hours ago." "Yes." Emrys's voice was carefully level. "Someone killed the messenger who brought the petition, hid his body behind a wall in your archive, and left a Thorn signature on him. That is not a threat. That is a message." "To me," Vesna said. "Or about you." He did not look away. "If the tribunal finds his body, it becomes evidence. If they find the thread, they connect it to you." "I did not kill him. I know that." The words came fast, harder than she expected. "But you are the only one in this manor who knows how to read a Thorn signal, and the only one whose enemies would leave one." The silence stretched. Vesna looked down at the dead man's face. He had been someone's brother, someone's father. He had carried a folded piece of paper through the gates of Duskwater and never walked out again. He had been killed because of what he carried, or because of what he might say if someone asked the wrong questions. "He was not the target," she said again. "The message is the target, and I am meant to find it before anyone else does. Then we do not find it before anyone else does." Emrys turned to Sabin. "Seal this space. No one enters except you, me, and Vesna. Tell no one what you found." Sabin nodded once and disappeared into the corridor. Emrys stayed. The lantern light carved shadows under his jaw, and Vesna saw something in his face she had not seen before. Not anger, not suspicion. A kind of careful exhaustion, the expression of a man who had been holding a question so long his arms had begun to shake. "I need you to tell me everything," he said. "I have told you—" "No," the word cut. "You have told me fragments, orders, secrets, choices. But you have not told me who you were before you came here. And I think if I do not know that before the tribunal, I will not know how to stand beside you when they ask." She felt the shape of the question in her chest. The unsent letter he had not written, the confession he had not burned. She could see it in the way he stood, in the cost he had already named once, in the trust he kept choosing despite the price. He was asking for the one thing she had never given anyone, the truth that did not serve a mission. "The name is not Vesna Crale," she said. The words tasted like ash. "I was born Lina Crale in the 7th year of the Marsh Covenant. My father was a fisher. My mother kept the village accounts. I had a brother who taught me to tie knots in the dark. He was 7 years older than me, and he could whistle through his teeth in a way that carried across the water." Emrys did not move. "I was 7 when the riders came. My mother pushed me into the canal through the kitchen drain. I held my breath until the water stopped burning, and when I came up, the thatch was gone, and so was everyone I had ever loved." She stopped. The dead man lay beside her. The lantern light did not reach his eyes. "Aloine found me on the bank. I was coughing water, and the smoke had curled into my throat, and she told me that the vampires had done it. She told me they always did it. She told me my grief was proof they had to be destroyed, and you believed her." "I was 7. Vesna's voice did not break. "What else do children do?" Emrys was very still. "When did you stop believing?" She looked at him then, at the cut of his jaw and the careful way he held himself, and she felt the weight of the silver blade she had carried for his father. The blade she had drawn 3 times. The blade she had never used. "I do not know if I have stopped," she said. "I know the evidence. I know the truth of the seal. I know what Aloine did. But believing and knowing are not the same thing when the grief is 30 years old." He took a breath. "Then tell me the rest," he said. "Tell me what you carried, and why you did not use it, and whether you would have killed him if you had not found Talia first." Vesna thought of the study, the sealed ledger, the way his father had looked at her with grief in his eyes, as though he had been waiting for someone to ask the right question. "I would have killed him," she said. Emrys's face did not change. "The first night, I had the blade in my sleeve and I knew the route through the crypt roads. I could have done it before the candles burned out." She paused. "But I found the ledger, and I found your handwriting on the margin notes, and I realized you knew something about Ashmere that I did not. So you waited. I waited because I needed to know what you knew. I told myself it was strategy, caution. But by the second opportunity, the one on the colonnade, I was no longer gathering intelligence." "What were you doing?" She met his gaze. "I was looking for a reason not to kill him." The silence held, and Emrys did not speak. He did not look away. He simply stood in the narrow space behind the false wall, with the dead messenger at his feet, and the lantern light carving him into shadow, and the quiet became heavier than any accusation he could have made. Chapter 48. The silence stretched between them like a blade held at distance. Emrys did not move. His face had not changed when she spoke the words, "I was looking for a reason not to kill him." But something behind his eyes had shifted, a door opening onto a room he had not known existed. "How many times?" he asked. His voice was quiet, not accusatory. He was counting, she realized. He needed the full number before he could decide what to do with it. 3, she said. "The first night, through the crypt roads, I had the blade drawn before the candles burned out. I stopped because I found the ledger with your handwriting. The second, the colonnade. He was alone, no guards. I had the angle and the cover. I stopped because I had already found Talia, and I needed to know whether she was real or a trap." Emrys's jaw tightened. "The third," she held his gaze. "The morning after the Sable communion trap, he was in the undercroft with Sarah. I had the blade in my sleeve and he was reading aloud from an old prayer book. I stopped because he sounded like a man who had been carrying something alone for too long." Emrys closed his eyes. When he opened them, the exhaustion was deeper. You could have killed him any of those nights, before you knew me, before I showed you the archive, before he stopped, before any of it. Yes, and you chose not to. I delayed, she said. Delaying is not choosing. I told myself it was caution, intelligence, but by the third night I was lying to myself and I knew it. He looked at her. What were you doing? She thought of the Undercroft, the old prayer book, the way Castellan's voice had carried in the damp stone, reciting words he had learned by heart in a village that no longer existed. I was learning what kind of man he was, she said, so I would know whether killing him would make me a weapon or a murderer. Emrys did not speak for a long moment. And what did you decide? That I did not want to find out? The words hung between them. He took a step closer. Not threatening, the space was too narrow for threat. He simply reduced the distance, the lantern light pooling at their feet. I cannot forgive you yet, he said. She had known he would say it. She had braced for it. But hearing it voiced still felt like a blade pressed to a scar. I know. I do not say it to wound you. I say it because the truth matters more than comfort, and if I pretend the wound does not exist, it will rot between us. I know that too. He studied her face, the gray-green eyes she had inherited from a mother who pushed her into a canal, the burn scar along her throat, the stillness she had learned in a chapel that smelled of resin and duty. But I also know you chose me, he said. Not once, every time. You chose me against orders, against training, against every instinct Eloan carved into you. You chose me before you had the right words for what I was to you. She did not answer. She could not. The truth of it sat in her chest like a stone she had been carrying so long she had forgotten it had weight. Tell me the rest, he said. The lies I do not know about yet. She gave him every one. The cipher messages she had hidden in the devotional ledger, the signals she had left for Mireya in the supply room drawer, the night she had followed him to test whether he was a threat or a mark, and the moment she had realized she was no longer watching him for weaknesses. I told myself every proximity was strategy, she said. Every time I let your hand stay on my wrist, I told myself it was cover. Every time I did not pull away, I told myself it was discipline. And the Miss voice was very low. And when did you stop telling yourself that? The night you showed me the archive. She paused. I saw your mother's handwriting on the ledger margins, and I realized you had been carrying the truth alone for years, and I wanted to help you carry it. Not because the mission needed it, because I could not bear the thought of you carrying it alone. He looked at her. The silence was not empty. It was full of all the things they had not said, all the nights they had stood close enough to feel each other breathe, all the times one of them had reached and stopped short. We should go, he said, but he did not move. Neither did she. The dead messenger lay beside them. The false wall stood open. Somewhere in Duskwater, the tribunal clock was counting toward dawn. We have 3 days, Emrys said. 3 days until they demand you on the fallow ground, and I do not know how to protect you there. I am not asking you to protect me. I know. His voice was tired. That is what makes it harder. He reached for her. It was not a command, not a claim. His hand found her wrist, the same gesture he had used in the hall when Karith had pressed too hard, but softer now. His thumb rested against the pulse point. I do not know what I feel yet, he said. I cannot name it. I cannot promise where it leads. But I know I would rather stand beside you in the fallow ground than watch you face it alone. She did not pull away. The alarm bell sounded. It came from somewhere below, muffled by stone and distance, a single insistent note that did not stop. Someone was pulling the rope in the lower archive. Emrys's hand tightened on her wrist. That is the breach alarm, he said. He did not release her. They ran. The corridor narrowed as they descended, the bell growing louder with each term. Servants pressed themselves against the walls. A guard shouted something that was lost in the clangor. Emrys reached the lower archive door first and wrenched it open. The room was in chaos. Shelves had been pulled down. Ledgers lay scattered across the floor. pages torn and trampled. The reading table was overturned, and in the center of the wreckage, a figure in gray robes stood motionless, waiting. The bell stopped. The silence that followed was worse. The figure turned. The face beneath the hood was familiar, pale and smooth as carved stone, with eyes that held no surprise. Mireya looked at Vesna. "You found my thread," she said. Her voice carried no question. She held out her hand, palm open, and on it lay a strip of black Ashford devotional thread, the same pattern Vesna had tied to the altar as a countersignal. "I need to know whose side you are on," Mireya said. The dead messenger lay in the room above. The ledgers lay scattered at her feet, and the alarm bell had been pulled by Maria's own hand, calling them to a meeting she had staged. Vesna felt Emrys's hand still at her wrist. The question hung in the air like a blade, and Vesna realized she did not know the answer. Chapter 49. Mireya did not lower her hand. The black thread lay across her palm like a wound that had not finished bleeding. Behind her, the shattered shelves leaned against what remained of the lower archive. A ledger lay open at her feet, its pages curled with moisture. "You pulled the alarm," Vesna said. "I needed you to come where no one would follow." Mireya's gaze flicked to Emrys. "Both of you. You killed the messenger." "No." Mireya's voice was flat. "I found him. I left the thread for you because I knew you would understand the signature before Sabin's report buried the detail under procedure." Emrys stepped forward. His hand had not left Vesna's wrist. "You have 10 words to explain why we should not call the guard." "The guard will find what I found," Mireya said, "and then the tribunal will have its dead man tied to either of us. You want the truth before they frame it." She turned and walked toward the overturned reading table. Her robes brushed through scattered pages without disturbing them, the movement deliberate, controlled, as though she had rehearsed every step. Vesna followed. The table lay on its side, one leg cracked where it had struck the floor. Behind it, the wall panel that had hidden the messenger's body was still open. The space beyond was dark and empty. "I came here looking for the records he carried," Mireya said. The messenger had a second packet, sealed under Ashford chantry wax with a different seal than the petition. "Where is it now?" "Someone reached it before I did." She gestured to the collapsed shelf nearest the wall. Among the scattered ledgers, a leather folder lay open, its contents reduced to blackened scraps that crumbled at the edges. The smell reached Vesna a moment later, bitter, resinous, undercut by something sharp that burned the back of the throat, alchemical heat. She had smelled it only once before, in a Thorn training cellar where Elowine had demonstrated how to destroy evidence faster than fire could be called suspicious. A paste compound that ignited at pressure and left nothing but stain and ash. "Thornfield kit," Vesna said. Mireya's expression did not change. "The same." Emrys knelt beside the ruined folder. He did not touch the scraps, only studied the pattern of the burn, the way the leather had curled inward from a single point of contact. "You can tell that from the residue?" "The compound leaves a specific oil trace," Vesna said. "Darkens paper from the inside out. Ordinary fire chars the edges first. This method takes 3 heartbeats and leaves no flame." She crouched beside him, her knee brushing his shoulder. The scraps were uniform in their destruction, each one reduced to a brittle black wafer that separated at the slightest breath. Whatever the messenger had carried beyond the petition, it was gone. "Then we have nothing," she said. "Almost nothing." Sabin's voice came from the doorway. He stood with the lamp raised, the light catching the gray in his temples and the ink stains on his hands. Behind him, the corridor was empty, the alarm bell silent. "I sealed the passages you ordered," he said to Emrys. "But I came back to check the mortar before it fully set. Found a gap where the false wall met the floor beam, enough space for a paper to slide through." He held out his hand. Between his fingers was a scrap no larger than his thumb, the edge singed, but the center still readable. The paper had been folded twice, crushed into the gap where the wall's weight had not compressed it. Vesna took it. The handwriting was Mireya's, tight, economical strokes, the same hand that had written the devotional cipher messages. "River Chapel, East Fork." before the second bell. Mireya's face held no surprise. "I left that," she said, "before the records were destroyed. I did not know who would find it first." "You knew the records were here," Emrys said. "I knew the messenger was a conduit, not for the petition alone. He was carrying corroboration from the Ashford Chantry, testimony from the elders who signed the tribunal demand, witness statements that tied the deaths to House Mordent's old seal." She paused. "And witness statements that did not." Vesna turned the scrap between her fingers. The river chapel was a half-day's travel east of Duskwater, built on the old Marsh road where the water turned brackish and the reeds grew high enough to hide a boat. She had mapped it during her first week in the manor, catalogued it as a possible exfiltration point, and dismissed it when the Thorn-safe roads had been closed. "Why the chapel?" "But because that is where the rest of the evidence was supposed to meet the messenger," Mireya said. "Someone redirected it, or intercepted it. I do not know which yet." "And you expect us to trust you?" It was not a question. Emrys said it the way he said everything, measured, without accusation, as though testing the weight of the words before he committed to them. Mireya looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Vesna. "I expect you to understand that Elohim planted the messenger's second packet before the petition was delivered. I expect you to recognize the field kit burn. I expect you to know that if I wanted you dead, I would not have lit the alarm bell to bring you here." She stepped back from the ruined folder, her hands empty. "The chapel before the second bell," she said. "If you want to see what Elohim does not want found, that is where it will be." She turned and walked into the corridor. Sable moved to block her. Emrys shook his head. Mireya passed without looking back. Her footsteps faded into the stone, and the silence she left behind was heavier than the alarm bell had been. Vesna looked down at the scrap in her hand. The river chapel. East Fork, before the second bell. The burned records lay at her feet. The dead messenger lay behind the wall above, and somewhere in the marsh, a cache of evidence waited for someone to reach it before the tribunal deadline collapsed everything. Emrys stood. "You are not going alone." She heard what he did not say. "You are not going at all." She heard the cost in his voice, the choice he was already making against every instinct that told him to keep her inside Duskwater's stone. "The chapel is outside the truce boundary," she said. "If I cross the fallow ground before the hearing, the petition becomes stale. The tribunal cannot claim I violated terms I never accepted. And if Elohim's people are waiting at the chapel, then I find out what they brought before they bring it to Duskwater." He held her gaze. The scrap of paper was warm from her palm. The wax residue had blackened her thumb, and she did not wipe it away. "I do not know what she wants," Vesna said, "but I know that burn. I know that handwriting. The records were real. What they contained was worth destroying." Emrys was silent for 3 full breaths. Then he reached for her wrist again. The same gesture, the same pulse point, the same measured claim that asked nothing in return. "Then we go together." Chapter 50. They left through the fishmonger's gate an hour before dawn, when the mist lay thick enough to blur a figure at 10 paces, and the only light came from the lantern Sabin carried. Its flame turned low. Sabin had argued against it. So had every instinct in his face when Emrys told him the destination. The river chapel was outside the truce boundary, past the fallow ground where the marsh turned brackish and the law went thin. If they were caught crossing, the tribunal would have grounds to call the hearing contaminated. If they were ambushed, there would be no blood law protection to fall back on. "I know the risks," Vesna had said, and she had not waited for permission. Now the marsh road unrolled ahead of them in gray half-light, the reeds bending under a wind that smelled of salt and rot. She led, because she knew thorn traces better than either of them, because her eye had been trained to read the language of disturbed ground and snapped stems, and the way a boot heel turned when its owner was carrying weight. Emrys walked behind her, close enough that she felt his presence without turning. Sabin took the rear, the lantern swinging low, his free hand never far from the knife at his belt. The road narrowed as they moved east. The packed earth gave way to mud that sucked at their boots and released with a wet, reluctant sound. Reeds rose taller than her head on both sides, and the only break in the monotony came where old fishing stakes jutted from the water, their ropes frayed and green with moss. Vesna stopped at a fork where the main path curved toward open channel, and a narrower track branched left into the reeds. East Fork. She crouched and ran her fingers over the mud. Fresh disturbance. 3 sets of prints, maybe 4, pressed into the silt within the last day, the edges still soft, not yet hardened by sun or wind. One of them was shallow enough to suggest a person carrying little weight, a runner, perhaps, or a woman with small bones. Mireya's people. Or Elowine's. She rose without comment and took the fork. The chapel appeared through the reeds like a bone surfacing from mud. Its walls were stone gone dark with damp, its roof half collapsed, the bell tower a skeletal silhouette against the paling sky. A single door hung crooked on its hinges, and the windows were black hollows that returned no reflection. Sabin killed the lantern. They approached in silence, the reeds brushing against their clothes, the marsh sounds retreating as though the place itself drew a breath and held it. Vesna reached the door first. The wood was swollen with moisture, the iron handle crusted with rust, but the lock had been forced recently. Fresh scratches in the metal, the strike plate splintered, the mark of a pry bars that had not bothered with subtlety. She pushed the door open. The interior smelled of standing water, old feathers, and something else, something sharp and chemical that she recognized before her eyes had adjusted to the dark. Thorn incense, burned within the last day. Emrys followed her inside, his shape a darker shadow against the gray light from the doorway. Sable came last, pulling the door half-closed behind them, leaving a blade of dawn across the floor. The chapel had been stripped of its furnishings. The altar was gone, the pews reduced to stacked lumber along one wall, and the only thing that remained in the central space was a wooden crate, its lid pried open, its contents spilling across the flagstones. Ledgers. Dozens of them. Vesna crossed to the crate and knelt, her fingers brushing the nearest book. The leather was worn, the spine cracked, the cover stamped with a seal she knew by heart. The Order of the Thorn. Enrollment records. She opened it. The pages were dense with names, ages, and the careful columns of intake dates. She scanned the first entry without reading it, then the second. And then her hand stopped moving. Amira Velen, age 7, taken from the village of Crestwood, burned in the 4th year of the Marsh Covenant. Dorian Hask, age 8, taken from the same convoy that lost 3 children on the road to Ashford. Vesna Crale, age 7, Ashmere. She traced her own name with her fingertip, the ink still dark after 30 years, the handwriting that of a clerk who had recorded children the way a farmer recorded livestock. She kept reading. The ledger did not stop at Ashmere. It continued past it, page after page, each entry documenting a child taken from a burned village, a raided settlement, a border skirmish where the order had arrived after the flames and harvested survivors the way a reaper harvested grain. Crestwood, Eastmarch, the Hollows. 3 fairy villages whose names she did not recognize. A hamlet on the Black Channel that fed directly into the Thorn Island Milan had described. 47 children, 53. The count climbed as she turned pages, each new entry adding weight to her chest, each age and place a thread pulled taut and tied to the same woman. Eloine Rusk had not saved Ashmere's orphans for vengeance. She'd been collecting soldiers. Vesna. Emrys's voice was low, pitched to carry only to her ear. He stood at the chapel's far wall where a second door led to what had once been the vestry, his hand resting on the jamb. She closed the ledger and rose, the name of every child she had never known pressing against the inside of her skull. "There is more in here," he said. "Crates of it. Transfer orders signed by Chantry officials whose names matched the tribunal petition." She crossed to him and looked past his shoulder. The vestry was smaller, its floor covered in dust that had been recently disturbed, and in its center sat 3 more crates, their lids still nailed shut. A bundle of papers tied with red ribbon lay on top of the nearest one, and a single candle stub had burned down to a pool of wax beside them. Sabin appeared at her other side, his face tight in the dim light. "We cannot carry all of this back," he said. "Not before the tribunal bell. We do not have to carry all of it." Vesna picked up the bound papers, the ribbon frayed, the ink faded but still legible. "We only need to carry enough to prove what it is." She untied the ribbon and unfolded the top sheet. It was a transfer order, dated the same year as the Ashmere fire, stamped with the seal of the Ashford Chantry, and signed by a name she did not recognize. It authorized the movement of 12 children from a border holding to a training facility on the Black Channel, with a note in the margin that she knew belonged to Eloine. Warehouse secured. Candidates marked for induction after quarantine. The word candidates sat in her throat like a blade. She set the paper aside and reached for the next, her hands steady even as the ground shifted beneath her. The second sheet was a list of names, the same careful clerk's hand with a column of dates and a column of destinations. Some of the names had been crossed out. Failed suitability assessment, the note said. Returned to secondary processing. She did not need to ask what secondary processing meant. Behind her, the chapel door groaned. Not the wind. The sound was too deliberate, too weighted, the scrape of a boot on stone shifting weight. Vesna's hand went to her sleeve. Emrys was already moving, his body turning to place himself between the vestry door and the sound, his head tilted as he listened. Sabin had his knife free, the blade catching the thin light from the doorway. Silence. Then another sound. A footstep directly above them, in the space where the bell tower had once stood. Vesna looked up at the ceiling, at the dark gap where the tower stairs had rotted away. Someone was up there, and they had been listening. Chapter 51. The footstep above did not shift again. Vesna counted 3 heartbeats of silence, then 4, her hand still on the blade in her sleeve, her gaze fixed on the dark gap where the bell tower stairs had rotted away. The dust on the vestry floor held recent prints. Not 1 pair. 3, maybe 4, overlapping and smeared where someone had moved with weight on the balls of their feet. "They know we are here," Sabin said, his voice barely a thread. Emrys did not answer. He was already moving, crossing to the far wall where a stone buttress had partially collapsed, creating a pocket of shadow large enough to hold 2 people if they pressed close. He dragged the nearest crate toward it, the wood scraping against the flagstones. Vesna understood what he wanted without being told. Defensible position, narrow approach. The ledgers behind them instead of between them and the threat. She grabbed the second crate, the binding papers still tucked against her chest, and shoved it into the same pocket of shadow. Sabin took the third, his knife still in his hand, his breathing controlled. The ceiling groaned again, not a footstep this time. The sound of weight shifting on rotten timber, the slow complaint of wood that had been dry for years and was finally being asked to hold something it could not. Vesna looked up. A section of the ceiling above the vestry door was sagging, not much, a handspan of deflection, visible only because she knew where to look. The bell tower stairs had been gone for years, but someone had found another way down. "They are coming through the roof," she said. Emrys followed her gaze, his jaw tightened. "How many?" She did not answer. She was already mapping the space, the entry points, the angles of fire. The chapel had 1 door, 3 windows sealed with rotted boards, and a ceiling that was about to become a liability. The first board gave way above the vestry door. It fell in a burst of dust and splintered wood, and a body dropped through the gap, landing in a crouch, a blade already in hand. Dark clothes, no insignia, face half covered by a wrapped scarf. Thornfield kit. A second figure followed before the first had straightened, then a third. Vesna moved. She did not think, she did not plan. Her body knew the rhythm of a close-quarters ambush the way her lungs knew breath, and she let it carry her forward, the silver blade sliding free of her sleeve as she closed the distance. The first attacker saw her coming. He raised his weapon, a short blade with a curved guard, and she recognized the stance before he finished settling into it. Low center of gravity, blade held forward, point angled up. Chantry petrol training, the same foundation she had been drilled in for years. She hit him in the throat with the heel of her palm before his blade could complete its arc. He went down, choking, his weapon clattering across the flagstones. The second attacker was already at her flank, and she turned into the movement, her blade catching his arm as he lunged. The cut was shallow, but it forced him back, and she used the half-second to reposition, putting the crate of ledgers at her back instead of open ground. Emrys was fighting. She heard the impact before she saw it, the sound of his body colliding with the third attacker, the grunt of breath forced from ribs, the scrape of boots on stone as they struggled. She did not look. She could not afford to look. The second attacker came at her again, faster this time, and she met him blade to blade, the ring of metal sharp and close in the small space. He was good, not as good as Ilar, but good enough that she could not afford to treat him as anything less than lethal. She gave ground deliberately, drawing him past the crate, past the vestry door, into the space where the ceiling was still sagging. He followed, overconfident, and when he lunged, she stepped inside the arc of his blade and drove her elbow into his temple. He folded. She turned, already searching for the next threat, and found Emrys standing over the third attacker, his hand pressed against his ribs, his breathing hard but steady. The third attacker was alive. On the ground, one leg bent at an angle that meant the knee was finished, his blade lying out of reach beside Sabin's boot. Vesna crossed to him. She knelt, keeping her weight balanced, her blade still in her hand. The man's eyes tracked her movement, his breathing wet and shallow. A training scar ran along his jaw, and his hands had the calloused palms of someone who had spent years on blade work. "How many more?" she asked. He did not answer. She leaned closer, close enough to smell the resin on his clothes, the same incense she had smelled in the chapel when they arrived. Thorn issue, burned within the last day. "The matron sent you," she said, "to retrieve the ledgers or burn them." His eyes flickered, not confirmation but close enough. "She is at Blackwake Ferry," Vesna said, gathering her loyal cells, preparing for the tribunal. The man's jaw tightened. "She is," Vesna said, "and you are going to tell me when she plans to move." He looked at her. For a long moment the only sound was the drip of water from the broken roof and the ragged rhythm of his breathing. Then his teeth closed on something hidden in his collar, and his body went rigid. She caught his shoulder, but it was too late. The poison was already in his blood, his eyes already fixed and empty, his throat working once before he went still. The date. He had taken the date with him. Vesna straightened, her hands red, her chest tight, the enrollment ledger still pressed against her ribs. Emrys was watching her. "Blackwake Ferry," he said. She nodded. "Before the tribunal," she said. "She is gathering. And we just lost the only man who knew when." Chapter 52. They burned the bodies in the chapel crypt. Sabin worked the bellows on an old iron stove, while Vesna fed the dead through the door one at a time, the flames casting her shadow long across the flagstones. Emrys stood watch at the ruined east window, his hand still pressed against his ribs where the third operative had landed a blow before the knee gave out. The smell of scorched wool and hair filled the space. Vesna did not look away from the fire. She had seen bodies burned before. She had watched Ashmere consume her village from a canal bank, had stood over Ilar in the hall while the chantry roof fell, had fed the stove in the Thorn's training yard more times than she could count. Burning was a kind of closure. It left nothing for the curious to find. But these three would be missed. Illowine had sent them. Illowine would count the hours until they failed to return, and when the count reached its limit, she would know the ledgers had slipped through her net. "We need to move," Vesna said. Sabin latched the stove door. "The bodies will burn to ash in another hour. No one will find bone." "Not the bodies," she said. "The ledgers. If we stay here until dark, Illowine's next wave will find us." Emrys turned from the window. His face was gray with strain, but his eyes were clear. "She is at Blackwake Ferry, gathering cells. We knew that before the third operative took his own mouth offline." "We knew where she is," Vesna said. "We do not know when she moves. And the tribunal is in—" She stopped, counting. 2 days now, maybe less if the Regent decides to advance the clock. "Then we carry the evidence back to Duskwater," Sabin said, "presented to Castellan. Let the hall see what the Order has been building for decades. Vesna looked at the crate of ledgers, the charred remains of the vestry records, the half-burned transfer orders she had pressed flat against her chest during the fight. "We carry it back," she said, "but we do not show all of it. Not yet." Emrys studied her. "Why?" "Because the petition signers are named in those transfer orders," she said. "Chantry officials, house elders, people who signed the tribunal demand while their names sat on Elowine's convoy lists. If we show everything at once, the hall will fracture before we can control the narrative." "You want to control a narrative?" Emrys's voice was dry, but not unkind. "You, who walked into my father's house under forged papers and a false name." "I learned from the best," she said. "Elowine taught me that truth is only useful when it lands at the right moment. If we dumped every name and every convoy and every forged transfer onto the hall floor at once, the nobles will scatter into defensive factions. Some will burn their own archives. Some will kill their witnesses. The truth will drown in chaos." Sabin was watching her with a new expression, something between respect and wariness. "You plan to feed it in pieces?" "I plan to feed it in the order that makes the trap close," she said. "First the pattern, then the proof, then the names." Emrys held her gaze for a long moment, then he nodded. "Then let us get the pattern back to Duskwater before the second bell." The journey took most of the day. They traveled through the marsh roads, Sabin leading with the same patient tread he used through the manor's corridors, Vesna carrying the heaviest ledger wrapped in oilcloth, Emrys limping at the rear with a second crate balanced on his shoulder. The sun tracked overhead, pale and indifferent. They stopped once at a collapsed shepherd shelter, where Vesna redistributed the weight and checked Emrys's ribs. The bruising was deep, but the bone held. He did not complain. She did not offer comfort. By the time the marsh bells sounded the second watch, they were within sight of Duskwater's outer wall. The gates opened at Sabin's signal. Castellan Mordent received them in the archive chamber, the same room where Vesna had first been tested by Emrys's gaze. The old lord sat behind the reading table, his hands flat on the wood, his face carved into something that might have been patience or might have been dread. Talia stood in the corner, her reed-gray eyes fixed on Vesna as she entered. Sarah was beside her, her knotted hands gripping a chair back. "You crossed the truce boundary," Castellan said. "We did," Vesna said. "And you found what you expected to find." "We found more." She set the ledger on the table and opened it to the first page. The ink was faded in places, but the names were legible. Crestwood, Eastmarch, the Hollows, 3 Ferry villages, a hamlet on the Black Channel. 53 names, 53 children, 53 entries written in the same clerical hand with the same notation in the margin. Candidate, conveyed to Ashford. Castellan read the first page in silence. Then he turned to the second, then the third. His hand stopped on a name near the middle of the 4th page. "Milan Gravik's daughter," he said, "listed as conveyed, but Milan said his daughter died in the fire." "She did," Vesna said. "The Order's ledgers record every child who entered their pipeline. They also recorded the ones who did not survive assessment." She turned to a section near the back of the ledger, where the handwriting changed and the text was darker. Secondary processing. The list beneath it was shorter. 10 names. Children who had failed suitability assessment and been sent to a different destination than Ashford. Castellan read the names, then he closed the ledger. "This is not a conclave scandal," he said quietly. "This is a continental one." Emrys stepped forward. "Father, do you understand what this means?" Castellan looked up at his son, and Vesna saw something she had not seen before in the old lord's face. Fear. Not for himself, but for what the truth would do when it broke. The Order of the Thorn has been harvesting children from human villages across the entire Marsh region for decades. They burned the villages to cover their tracks. They forged my seal to frame my house, and every chantry official who signed the tribunal petition has a counterpart on these convoy lists. "We know," Vesna said. "You know." Castellan rose, his chair scraping back across the stone. "Then you also know that when this evidence reaches the hall, every human delegation in the conclave will demand to see it. Every house with a burned village in its territory will want blood. The Order will claim the ledgers are forged. The nobles will claim the ledgers implicate their rivals. And the truth, he stopped. The truth will be a battlefield. A knock sounded at the archive door. Sabin crossed to it, opened it a crack, and spoke in a low voice to someone on the other side. When he turned back, his face was unreadable. "The Regent's herald is at the main gate," he said, "with a delegation of human elders. They are demanding entry to review the evidence from the river chapel." Vesna felt the room shift. The messenger who had brought the tribunal petition was dead. The evidence had been redirected. But someone had told the human delegates where to find it, and they had arrived at the same moment as Vesna's return. Coincidence was a word she had stopped believing in. "Who sent them?" she asked. Sabin's jaw tightened. "The herald says they came on their own authority, but the timing suggests someone inside Duskwater signaled them." Emrys moved to the window, looking down at the courtyard where the gate was visible between the eaves. A cluster of figures stood there, dark cloaks against the lantern light. Human, weathered, armed with walking staffs and righteous fury. "They will not wait long," he said. Testalan looked at Vesna. "You brought the proof," he said. "Now you decide how we use it." The door behind him creaked. Vesna turned, her hand already moving toward her sleeve, and saw the dark shape of a figure standing in the archway that led to the inner passage. Mireya Quist stepped into the light. Her gray robes were travel-stained. Her hands were empty. Her eyes found Vesna and held. "The human delegates are not the only ones who followed you back," she said. Vesna did not lower her hand. "How many are at the gate?" Mireya's smile was thin and cold, enough that the Regent cannot refuse them entry. "And one more who came through the crypt roads, not the gate." "Who?" Mireya reached into her robe and produced a folded piece of paper, creased and travel-worn, sealed with black wax. The seal was a thorn branch around a blade. "She sends her regards," Mireya said. Vesna took the letter. The wax was warm. Chapter 53. The delegation entered through the main gate under escort, their footsteps echoing across the wet stone of the courtyard. Vesna watched from the archive window as the human elders filed past the guard post, their dark cloaks heavy with marsh damp and their faces set in the particular stillness of people who had decided what they would find before they arrived. Sabin stood at her shoulder, counting them under his breath. 8, he said. 2 from the Marsh Council, 2 from the Ashford Chantry elders, 1 from the Ferry villages, 3 I do not recognize. "The Regent sent them," Emrys said from behind her. "Or someone inside the manor did. The timing is too precise." Castellan had retreated to the inner chamber with the ledgers, locking the door behind him. He had not said when he would emerge. Vesna did not blame him. The evidence in those pages would burn through every alliance he had spent decades building. She turned from the window. "Let them in." Sabin's jaw tightened. "They will demand to see the ledgers." "They will demand a lot of things." Vesna smoothed the front of her coat, feeling the weight of the silver blade still sewn into her sleeve. "But they entered under truce flag, which means they cannot touch me without voiding the tribunal, and the tribunal does not convene until tomorrow." "That is not the same as safe," Emrys said. "No," she agreed, "but it gives us tonight." The hall was already filling when they descended. Servants had lit the wall sconces and pulled the long tables into a U shape that would allow the delegates to face the dais. Lantern light caught the edges of silver pins, frayed hems, and the worn leather of prayer books carried by the chantry elders. They stood in small clusters, not speaking to one another, their eyes tracking every movement from the Mordent side of the room. Vesna stood toots. She did not pause on the threshold. She walked to the center of the open space and stopped where the lantern light pooled brightest, making herself impossible to ignore. The murmuring stopped. 8 pairs of eyes fixed on her. She saw recognition in some, calculation in others, and in one face, a sharp recoil that looked almost like fear. "I am Vesna Crale," she said, "registered under House Mordent protection. I brought the evidence from the river chapel." A woman stepped forward from the cluster of chantry elders. She was older than Vesna had expected, silver-threaded hair pinned beneath a gray traveling hood, her hands gripping a walking staff scarred by years of marsh travel. "We heard what you found," the woman said. 53 names, ledgers, transfer orders." 53 names that I saw, Vesna said. "There may be more. The Order has been harvesting children for longer than I have been alive. Ashmere was not the first village they burned, and it was not the last." A murmur ran through the delegates. The woman with the staff did not look away. "And you," she said, "you are one of those children." Silence. Vesna held her ground. "Yes, you were raised by the Order, trained by them, sent here to kill the Lord of this house. Yes, and now you stand under his protection, carrying proof against the hand that fed you." The woman's voice was not cold. It was worse. It was the careful, measured tone of someone who had spent a lifetime learning to separate truth from story and who had been lied to by both sides. "Then tell me, child of Ashmere," she said, "do you serve the dead or the house that fed on them?" The question landed like a blade thrown across the stone. Vesna felt the weight of every eye in the hall. She saw Emrys at the edge of her vision, standing motionless beside the archway. She saw Sabin's hand resting on the knife at his belt. She saw the delegates waiting, their judgment suspended on the edge of her next word. The dead, the house. The words were not equal. The question was not simple. The dead of Ashmere deserved vengeance. The house had sheltered survivors. The Order had forged the seal that burned her village. The Mordents had hidden Talia, hidden the records, hidden every piece of proof that could have destroyed the lie years ago. And she had to choose which truth to speak. "I serve the Ash," Vesna said. The elder's eyes narrowed. "The Ash remembers everything," Vesna continued. "It remembers the children who burned. It remembers the children who were taken. It remembers the names that were written in the ledgers and the names that were not. The Ash does not care which house I stand beside. It only cares whether I tell the truth about what I found." She took a step forward. "I found proof that the Order of the Thorn burned Ashmere, forged House Mordent's seal, and harvested children from every marsh village they could reach. I found proof that the Chantry officials who signed the tribunal petition also signed transfer orders for those children. I found proof that children who failed the Order's assessment were sent to secondary processing, which is a word for something I have not yet uncovered." She stopped. "That is what I serve, the truth about what happened. Everything else is politics." The elder studied her for a long moment. Then she turned to the other delegates, exchanged a look that said nothing and everything, and stepped back into the cluster of gray cloaks. The hall remained silent. Vesna did not move. And then, from somewhere near the back of the delegation, a voice spoke. A man's voice, old, cracked with disuse. "Lenda Crale." Vesna turned toward the sound. A figure separated from the shadows near the pillar, where the lantern light did not reach. He was thin, bent, wrapped in a coat that had once been good wool and was now held together by patches and thread. His face was weathered, lined with years of marsh wind and grief. He walked toward her with the slow, careful steps of someone whose body had stopped trusting its own balance. "I knew your mother," he said. "I knew your father. I pulled your brother's body from the canal the morning after the fire." Vesna felt the floor tilt beneath her feet. "He was face down in the reeds," the old man said. "His hands were still tied. The Order did not want witnesses." She could not speak. "They told me you died with the rest," he said. "They told me no one survived. But I have spent 30 years waiting for someone to come back with the truth." He stopped a few paces from her, close enough that she could see the tears tracking through the grime on his face. "And now you are here, standing in a vampire's hall, carrying ledgers that could burn the Order to ash." He reached out, slowly, and his hand hovered near her arm, not quite touching. "Tell me you are still fighting for them," he said. "Tell me you are still on our side." The hall held its breath. Vesna looked at his hand, at the years etched into his knuckles, at the tremor that ran through his fingers. She thought of her brother, face down in the reeds, thought of her mother pushing her into the kitchen drain, thought of Talia's voice asking what she wanted, not what she had been told to be. She opened her mouth to answer, and the main door of the hall slammed open. Everyone turned. A messenger stood in the doorway, breath heaving, his coat soaked through with marsh water and something darker. "The Regent's herald is dead," he said. "Found at the guest wing threshold. Exsanguinated." The room erupted. Vesna felt the shift before she heard it. Terror, suspicion, the ancient fear that lived beneath every treaty between human and vampire, surfacing like a blade from deep water. The elder woman with the staff turned on her. "You brought us here under truce," she said, "and now a man is dead." Vesna did not answer. She was already moving toward the door. Chapter 54. The hall had not stopped moving. Voices crashed against the stone, accusations layering over one another, until no single word could be heard above the swell. The elder woman with the scarred staff had planted herself in front of the main door, blocking the path Vesna had taken 3 steps toward. Behind her, the messenger still stood in the doorway, marsh water pooling at his boots, his face the color of wet ash. Vesna stopped. She could feel the shape of the room shift around her. The human delegates had pressed together into a defensive knot. The vampire nobles had drawn back toward the side arches, their faces unreadable masks of politeness and calculation. Somewhere behind her, she heard Sabin's voice cutting through the noise, sharp and ordering, but she could not make out the words. The old man who had named her Vesna Crale still stood where she had left him, his hand still extended, still trembling. She looked at him. 30 years. He had waited 30 years for someone to come back with the truth. And now, in the moment before she could answer, the truce had been cracked open by a corpse. "There is no proof I did this," Vesna said. The elder woman's staff struck the stone once. The sound cut through the noise like a blade through tendon. "You are a trained assassin," she said. "You confessed it in this very hall. And the moment a man is found dead under truce, you move toward the body. Explain how that is not the action of a woman who knows exactly what she will find." Vesna held her ground. "I move toward the body because I want to see what the killer left behind before your people trample the evidence into mud." The elder's eyes narrowed. "You expect me to believe? I expect nothing." Vesna's voice did not rise. It dropped. The old discipline, the one Elowine had carved into her, the one that made her voice carry further by making it quieter. "I am telling you what I am doing. If you want to stand in my way, stand. But the killer is still inside Duskwater. And every moment you spend accusing me is a moment they spend covering their tracks." The hall went still. Not silent. The breathing, the shifting of feet, the rustle of fabric, those continued. But the accusations stopped, held in the throat of the room like a held breath. The elder woman did not move her staff. "You have a dead man at your threshold," Vesna said. "A dead man who was here to witness the tribunal. Someone wanted him dead. Someone wanted him dead in a way that would point at me." She took a step forward. The elder did not block her. "If I were that someone, I would have made sure I was seen rotting from the scene. I walked into this hall before the body was found. I was standing in front of your delegation when the messenger arrived. Ask your people. Ask your own eyes." The elder's jaw tightened. "I know what I saw." "Then look again." The silence stretched, and then, from somewhere behind Vesna, a voice spoke. "She's telling the truth." The old man, the one who had named her, he stepped forward, his torn coat catching the lantern light, his hand no longer reaching, but pressed against his chest as though he were holding something in. "I saw the herald an hour ago," he said. "He was alive. He was standing at the guest wing door, speaking to someone inside. I did not see who, but I saw him walk away alive." The elder woman turned on him. "You saw this and said nothing?" "I saw a man walking," the old man said. "I did not know he would be dead within the hour. I am not a prophet. I am a man who has spent 30 years learning when to speak and when to hold his tongue. And now," the old man looked at Vesna, "now I speak." He turned to face the delegation fully. Her mother was Vesna Crale. Her father was a fisher named Orphaned. Her brother was Dari, who taught her to tie knots before he could properly talk. "I pulled Dari's body from the canal with my own hands. I buried him in the marsh where the reeds grow thick because there was no one left to claim him." His voice cracked. "She is the daughter of Ashmere. She is not the one who killed your herald." The elder woman stared at him. Then she stepped aside. Vesna did not wait for permission. She moved past the elder, past the messenger, through the main door and into the corridor beyond. The air changed immediately, colder, damper, carrying the scent of marsh water and something metallic that she knew too well. Blood. She followed it. The guest wing threshold was a narrow archway, where the main corridor widened into the receiving hall for visiting dignitaries. The herald lay sprawled across the stone, his arms thrown wide, his throat a wound that had already stopped bleeding. Vesna crouched beside him. The cut was clean, precise, a single stroke that had opened the artery without severing the spine. Professional, fast. She looked at his hands. They were empty. No weapon, no defensive wounds. He had not seen it coming. She looked at the floor around him. No signs of struggle. No displaced dust, no scuff marks. No indication that he had fought or run or even realized what was happening until the blade was already through. Whoever killed him had been close enough to touch. She looked up at the doorframe. There was a mark on the stone just above the herald's head. Small, deliberate, a thorn branch, carved into the mortar with a blade glip. Vesna stared at it. The herald had been killed by someone who wanted the order's signature left behind. Not hidden, not blamed on a rogue operative. Claimed. She straightened. Behind her she heard footsteps. Emrys. She knew the rhythm of his stride now, the weight of it, the way he moved through a room without disturbing the air. "What did you find?" he asked. She pointed at the mark. "The killer left a signature," she said. "Thorn work, but not the kind meant to be found by accident. This was left to be seen." Emrys looked at it. His jaw tightened. "Then Eloine wants us to know she is here. Or she wants us to think she is." Vesna turned back to the body. The dead man's coat was still damp. The blood was still wet. The killer had not been gone long. Minutes, maybe less. She looked at the corridor ahead. The passage branched twice before reaching the outer gate. The Creek Road entrance was 3 turns west. The lower archive was 4 turns east. Any of them could have been used for escape, but one of them had been used for approach. She looked at the herald's boots. Clean, dry. He had not come from the marsh. He had been killed inside Duskwater, by someone who had been inside Duskwater long enough to know exactly when and where to strike. She looked at Emrys. "The killer is still here." He met her eyes. "I know." Behind them the hall was still erupting, but in this corridor, in this moment, there was only the dead man, the carved thorn, and the certainty that whatever came next would not wait for the truth to be spoken before it struck again. Chapter 55. The corridor breathed cold around them. Vesna stayed low beside the herald's body, her fingers hovering above the wound without touching. The cut was surgical in its precision. One stroke, no hesitation, no second pass to deepen the line. The kind of work that came from a blade wielded by someone who had done this before and expected to do it again. She looked at the herald's face. His eyes were open. Surprise, but no fear, no recognition of what was coming. "Whoever killed him," she said, "he trusted." Emrys stood at her shoulder, his shadow falling across the body. "Or did not see as a threat." "Same thing in this line of work." She moved her attention to the herald's hands. Clean nails, no ink stains. A messenger, not a scribe. She touched his sleeve, feeling for anything concealed. The fabric was damp, but not from marsh water. She pressed the cloth between her fingers. Oil, not blood. She turned his wrist and found the source. A small leather wrap strapped to his forearm, hidden beneath the sleeve. She loosened the tie and pulled it free. The wrap contained 3 vials. 2 were empty. One was still half full of a cloudy liquid that caught the lantern light like crushed pearls dissolved in water. She held it up. "Alchemical sedative," she said. "The kind the Order uses to slow a vampire's reflexes before a kill." Emrys took it from her, turned it to the light. "This is not Thorn work." "No?" "Thorn sedatives are carried in glass ampules, not leather wraps. The compound is clear, not cloudy, and they use a different binding agent." He tapped the vial. "This is Marsh pharmacy work, made by someone who knows the recipes but sources their materials locally." Vesna stared at him. You know Thorn's sedative composition. I have spent 20 years studying the people who tried to destroy my house. She looked back at the vials. 2 empty, 1 half full. The killer had sedated the herald before cutting his throat. Not to subdue him. The herald had no defensive wounds. He had not fought. To slow the bleeding. She looked at the pool of blood beneath the body. Spread wide, but not as wide as it should have been. The stone around the wound was wet, but the edges were already tacky, beginning to set. He was drained, she said. Emrys followed her gaze. The sedative kept his heart pumping after the cut, slowed the coagulation. Whoever killed him wanted to draw out the bleeding. A vampire feeding, but not a vampire. She looked at the vials again. 2 empty, 1 half full. The killer had used 2 doses on the herald, then left the third behind, or had not needed it. She looked at the thorn carved into the mortar above the body. Someone wants us to believe the order killing, but the sedative is local. The blade work is professional, but not thorn pattern, and the amount of blood suggests the killer was not feeding. Then what were they doing? Staging, she straightened. This was meant to look like a vampire attack. A rogue feeding during truce, something that would break the trust between the houses and the delegation before the tribunal could even begin. Ems's jaw tightened. Then the killer could be anyone. A rival house, the Regent, someone who wants the truce shattered, or someone who wants us looking at the wrong enemy while the real strike lands somewhere else. Behind them, footsteps approached. Sabin emerged from the corridor, his face drawn, a leather folder pressed against his chest. "The guest wing roster," he said. I pulled it before anyone could lock the records. He opened the folder. 3 pages. The duty schedule, the arrival log, and the chamber assignments for the night. Vesna took it. The arrival log was clean. 8 names, all matching the delegates she had seen in the hall. Chamber assignments were standard. Guest wing, 1st and 2nd floors, with the herald assigned to the alcove room nearest the outer stair. The duty schedule was an afterthought. A list of names, times, and corridor assignments for the household staff covering the guest wing. She scanned it. Most names she did not recognize. Servants she had seen in passing, faces that blurred into the manor's daily rhythm. But one name caught her eye. Mireya Quist, assigned to the guest wing corridor between the 6th and 7th bells. Sad. He stepped closer. Her name was not on the original schedule. I checked the master log when I pulled the folder. Mireya was assigned to the lower archive for the full night. Someone moved her? Or she moved herself? Vesna looked at the log. The handwriting was standard. No corrections, no marginal notes. If Mireya had changed her own assignment, she had done it cleanly enough to pass a casual inspection. But Sabin had looked closer. He always looked closer. The timing fits, Emrys said quietly. The herald was killed between the 6th and 7th bells. If Mireya was in the guest wing corridor during that window, she could have done it. Or she could have been watching the corridor for someone else to do it. Vesna handed the folder back to Sabin. Where is Mireya now? I do not know. She was not in the archive when I pulled the log. She was not in the main hall during the confrontation. Then she is either hiding, or she is finishing what the herald's death started. She looked at Emrys. We need to find her before the delegation decides the truce is already broken and takes matters into their own hands. He nodded. But neither of them moved, because the truth was already settling between them like ash. Whoever killed the herald had known where to strike, when to strike, and how to make the wound look like something it was not. They had the sedative, the blade, and the access. And they had left a signature. Mireya's absence, her reassignment, the thorn above the body. All of it pointed one direction. But Vesna had learned one thing in Duskwater that she had never been taught in the Order. The obvious answer was usually the trap. The vials, she said. The sedative. The killer used 2 doses, but the half-full vial was still wrapped in the leather. That means they carried 3 doses and only used 2. Emrys followed her logic. They brought an extra, which means they did not know how much they would need, either because they had never killed this way before, or because they were not sure how the herald's body would react. A test. A rehearsal. She looked at the body again. Someone is preparing for a larger kill. The herald was practice, a way to gauge timing, dosage, and how quickly the household would respond. Then the next target, will be someone they cannot afford to miss. Sabin closed the folder. I will check the archive for any record of sedative purchases or pharmacy withdrawals in the last month. If someone on staff is brewing this compound, there will be a paper trail. Do it quietly." He nodded and disappeared back into the corridor. Vesna stood alone with Emrys and the body. The blood was still spreading, slow but steady. She looked at the vials again. 2 empty, 1 half full. She thought of the man who had recognized her as Vesna Crale, the old survivor who had buried her brother. He had said the herald was speaking to someone inside the guest wing, not on the threshold. Inside, the killer had been waiting for him. "I need to see the herald's room," she said. "Why?" "Because if he was lured there, if the meeting was arranged, there will be evidence of who called him." Emrys did not argue. He led the way. The guest wing was silent as they passed, doors closed, lamps burning low. No guards, no servants, no sign that a murder had just been committed 2 turns away. The herald's room was at the end of the corridor, door slightly ajar. Vesna pushed it open. The room was empty. Bed made, papers stacked neatly on the desk, a travel case open on the floor, still half-packed. She crossed to the desk. The papers were standard, tribunal procedures, a map of the fallow ground where the hearing would be held. A sealed letter bearing the Regent's crest. She picked up the letter. The seal was intact, unopened. She turned it over. No address, no delivery notes. The herald had not had time to read it. She looked at the desk again. A pen, a half-empty ink pot, a candle burned down to a stub. Nothing hidden, nothing out of place, but the bed was made. Vesna looked at the folded corner, the tight crease, the pillow placed precisely. "He never slept here," she said. Emrys followed her gaze. Then where was he before he died? She looked at the corridor. The question hung between them, and in the silence she heard it. Footsteps, light, careful, moving away from the room, not toward it. Someone had been listening. She moved to the door. The corridor was empty, but the air still carried the faint scent of ash. Chapter 56. The corridor was empty, but the ash scent clung to the air like a second presence. Vesna stood at the herald's doorway with her fingers still pressed to the frame where the warmth of the listener should have been. Gone. Whoever had been there knew how to move without sound and how to vanish into a house that did not belong to them. Behind her, Emrys righted the candle stub on the desk. "Can you track it?" "No. The draft is pulling through the wing. By the time I find the source, they will be in another corridor." She turned. "But they were not here to kill us. They were here to watch, to see what we found, or to make sure we found nothing." Footsteps in the far corridor, fast, measured, 2 people, not running but moving with intent. Vesna stepped back from the door and pulled it almost closed, leaving a crack wide enough to see through. Sable appeared at the junction with a leather folder pressed to his chest. He was alone. He reached the door before she could open it fully. "The archive is being sealed," he said. "Regent's order. 2 guards at every entrance. No one in or out until the herald's death is resolved." "How long do we have?" 10 minutes before they lock the upper doors. 15 before they reach the lower stacks. Emrys moved past her to face Sabin. "You pulled the roster. You checked the sedative records. What else did you find?" Sabin's jaw tightened. He looked at Vesna, held her gaze in a way he never had before. Not suspicion, not calculation. Assessment. "I searched your quarters," he said, "the second night you were here." The words landed flat between them. Vesna did not react. She held his gaze and waited. "You kept a good cover, better than most. But I knew the seam of a thorn whip stitch before I could read. I found the silver thread in your sleeve lining. I found the false bond writ folded into your mattress. Then why did you not expose me?" "Because I recognized the name you did not use." He reached into the folder and pulled out a worn service key. Iron. Old. The teeth filed into a pattern that did not match any lock in the upper manor. 7 years ago, House Mordent sheltered another child from Ashmere, a boy, 12 years old. He arrived with forged papers and a thorn seal he did not know was counterfeit. Castellan hid him in the lower archive for a season, then moved him north under a new name when the Order's scouts started asking questions. He held out the key. Before he left, he gave this to me. Said it opened the old ferrymaster's lockbox beneath the manor, the one that holds the transport ledgers from before the fire. He never told me what was in them, but he said if another child from the Ash ever came asking, I would know what to do. Vesna took the key. The metal was warm from his hand. You knew who I was, she said, from the second night. I knew what you were. I did not know who you were until the old man named your mother in the hall. And you did not stop me. No, his voice was quiet, because I watched you choose not to kill him. He glanced at Emrys, more than once. The shouts came from the main staircase, heavy boots, multiple sets, moving fast. Sabin turned toward the sound. Lower archive entrance is through the old scullery, the door behind the copper boiler. The lock takes that key. You have maybe 8 minutes before they search the servant passages. Emrys caught his arm. What about you? I am the steward of this house. I will delay them with paperwork and procedure until the ink runs dry. He pulled free. But I cannot delay a blade. If they find you below, use the flood sluice at the channel wall. It empties into the Marsh road north of the ferry landing. He was gone before Vesna could answer. She looked at the key in her palm. Old iron, field teeth, the weight of a choice made before she ever set foot in this house. Another child, she said. Protected, hidden, sent away. Which means the Order has been sending operatives to Duskwater for at least 7 years, maybe longer. Emrys took her wrist, gentle but firm. We can map that later. Right now, we need to move. The boots were closer, voices overlapping. Orders shouted in the Regent's name. Vesna closed her fingers around the key and ran. The scullery was dark and smelled of stale grease. A copper boiler loomed against the far wall, rusted at the seams. She found the door behind it by touch, the key fitting the lock on the first try. The mechanism turned with a scrape that echoed through the empty kitchen. The door swung inward. Darkness. Damp. The smell of river silt and old stone. Emrys lit a candle stub from his coat and held it into the gap. Steps, narrow, descending into the foundation. Below, the water lapped against stone, and from somewhere deeper, a sound that did not belong. A scrape, as though something heavy had just been dragged across a wet floor. Chapter 57. The steps curved deeper than she expected. 12, 20, 30 before the candlelight touched a floor. The air thickened with river silt and the mineral bite of old damp. Emrys moved behind her, his hand a steady pressure at the small of her back, not guiding, anchoring. The passage opened into a chamber whose walls sweated black moisture. Wooden crates stacked against the far wall, their labels bleached to illegibility. A desk slumped in the corner, its surface furred with dust that had settled undisturbed for years, except for the footprints. Fresh. 2 sets, moving from the stairs to the desk and back. Vesna held the candle higher, the desk drawer hung open, empty. She crossed to it, running her fingers along the interior edges. Paper dust. The ghost of stacked documents that had been removed recently, not decayed in place. They were here before us. Emrys crouched beside the desk, studying the footprint pattern. One heavier than the other, carrying something on the left side. The weight shifted. The transport ledgers, or whoever took them wanted us to think so. Vesna straightened and turned, sweeping the candle across the chamber walls. Stone. No visible exits beyond the stairs, no secondary door. Then she saw it. A seam in the floor, barely visible beneath the dirt. The outline of a trap door, fitted so precisely that only the darker line of the gap gave it away. She knelt and scraped at the edge with her fingernail. The gap ran clean, recently cleaned. The ferrymaster's lockbox was never in the desk. She found the recessed ring and pulled. The trapdoor lifted with a scrape that echoed through the stone. Beneath it, a cavity lined with oilcloth. And inside, a leather-bound ledger, its spine cracked with age, its cover stamped with a faded seal. She lifted it out and set it on the desk. The pages were dry. The ink had browned, but the handwriting was still legible. Dates, names, cargo manifests, and at the bottom of each page, a route code she recognized. BWF, Blackwake Ferry, AHL, Ashmere's holding lane. Emrys leaned close, his shoulder brushing hers. The transport ledgers from before the fire. Vesna turned the pages slowly. The entries were routine at first. Grain, timber, salted fish, standard Marsh trade moving through the ferry. Then the pattern shifted. The entries grew shorter, less detail, and a new cargo classification appeared: ecclesiastical goods. Church immunity. No inspection required. She counted them. 12 convoys in the 3 months before the fire, each one departing Blackwake Ferry at night, arriving at Ashmere's holding lane before dawn, each one signed off by a different chantry official, and one name that appeared on every 5th convoys: Chaplain Vidric Psalm. Vesna's hand stilled. She knew that name, knew the way it felt in her mouth, the way it sounded in the dark of a Thorn chapel when the drills ran late and the older children were sent to bed. Chaplain Psalm, the one who led the prayer before suitability assessment, the one who smiled at the children who passed and did not smile at the ones who did not. Her fingers traced the ink. He signed the manifest for the last convoy, 3 days before Ashmere burned. Emrys studied the signature over her shoulder. You recognize the hand. From my training, he was the one who blessed the candidates, told us we were chosen, that the order was our family now. She turned the page. The last entry was dated the night of the fire. Convoy 7, Blackwake Ferry to Ashmere holding lane. Ecclesiastical goods, no inspection. Signed by Chaplain Vidric Psalm. But at the bottom of the page, in a different hand, an addendum. Return cargo. 1 candidate, female, age 7, conveyed to Ashford. Vesna read it twice. The ink was fresher than the rest, added later by someone who knew the convoy carried more than ecclesiastical goods. That's me, she said. That's the night I was taken. She looked at Emrys. His face was unreadable, but his hand had found hers, fingers laced tight against the cold of the ledger. Your mother wrote that addendum. His voice was quiet. I would recognize her hand anywhere. Vesna looked back at the page. The letters were small, precise. The same careful hand that had filled the margins of the Ashmere ledger, the same hand that had recorded the names of the dead. Emrys's mother had known. She had traced a single child's passage through a system designed to swallow children whole, and she had written it down, the one piece of evidence that connected a fishing village's destruction to a Thorn chaplain's signature. The convoy went out empty, Vesna said. Ecclesiastical goods, church immunity, but it came back with me. She closed the ledger. And if there was one convoy carrying one child, there were others. 12 convoys before the fire, 12 opportunities to move candidates unseen. A pipeline, Emrys said, running under church seal, through Blackwake Ferry into Ashford, with Ashmere as the burn site that covered the trail. Vesna looked at the ledger again, the weight of it in her hands. The years of hidden movements, sealed routes, bureaucratic cruelty. We need every page of this. She turned toward the stairs. The gate at the top was closed. Iron bars, thick. A lock she had not noticed on the way down because it had been open. Now it was not. Someone stood on the other side, their face hidden in shadow, a single key glinting between their fingers. The key turned. The lock clicked home, and the footsteps retreated, soft and measured, into the darkness of the upper archive. Chapter 58. The iron gate rattled once under Vesna's shoulder. Deadlock, old steel, the kind that held against torque and blade work alike. She stepped back and measured the bars with her eyes. No gap wide enough to slip through, no hinge pin she could reach from this side. Emrys came up beside her, the ledger still in his hands. How far to the flood sluice? If the passage holds, 1/2 mile through the channel wall, but we need a key from the gate side to reach it. Then we find another way. She turned back toward the stairs, counting options. The chamber had no second exit. The crates held nothing but dust and dry rot. The desk was bolted to the floor. They were trapped in a room designed to hold what no one wanted found. From somewhere above, beyond the locked gate, a voice carried through the stone. Low, male, not the retreating footsteps. They came down here. I saw the lantern. A second voice, rougher. Then they're still here. Seal the passage above. No one goes in or out until the books are in my hands. Vesna's pulse settled into the rhythm she knew, the one before a blade moved. Hired, she said quietly. Not Thorn. They'd already be shooting through the bars if they were order. Emrys set the ledger on the desk, his movements deliberate, controlled. How many? 2 heard, likely more above. They won't come down until they know we're unarmed. She drew the silver blade from her sleeve, the weight of it familiar, necessary. How long do we have? Until they finish sealing the upper passage. 3 minutes, maybe 4. Emrys looked at the ledger, then at the gate. They want the books. They don't care about us. They'll care once we're dead. Then we don't let them get that far. He crossed to the far wall where the stonework was rougher, older. His fingers traced a seam in the mortar. This section was relaid, lighter than the rest. The original builders wouldn't have left a joint like this unless they planned to open it again. Vesna joined him, running her palm across the seam. The mortar was dry but shallow. Behind it, the stone shifted under pressure. There's a cavity beyond. Big enough? Only one way to know. She set the blade against the mortar and worked the tip into the seam. The old lime crumbled. A hairline gap opened behind the stone. Emrys pressed his shoulder against the block and pushed. Stone scraped against stone. The block shifted inward, revealing a narrow crawl space beyond, dark and smelling of dry earth. That leads to the flood sluice, he said, if it's still clear. The gate above them rattled, a key turning in the lock. Vesna grabbed the ledger from the desk and shoved it into the crawl space. Then she turned to face the stairs, blade up. The gate swung open. 2 men came through, broad, armed with cudgels and a lantern. Behind them, a third figure waited in the shadows above, watching. The first man saw Vesna and smiled. Hand over the books. We'll let you keep your teeth. She did not answer. The second man moved left, trying to flank her. Emrys stepped into his path empty-handed. His weight settled like a man who had learned to fight in spaces too narrow for retreat. The first man lunged. Vesna caught his wrist mid-swing, redirected the cudgel into the stone wall, and drove her blade into the meat of his forearm. He roared and dropped the weapon. She pulled the blade free and kicked his knee sideways. He went down. The second man swung at Emrys. Emrys took the blow on his forearm, bone meeting wood with a sound that made Vesna's stomach turn. He did not cry out. He used the momentum to close the distance, drove his fist into the man's throat, and followed with a knee to the ribs. The third figure above did not move, did not intervene. The first man was still trying to rise. Vesna put the blade against his throat. Who hired you? He spat blood onto the floor. House Villamont. They want the ledgers before the tribunal. Said the Ferry books die tonight. Then you can tell them the books are already gone. She stepped back. He dragged himself toward the stairs, clutching his arm. The second man followed, coughing, one hand pressed to his throat. The third figure above watched them retreat, then turned and vanished into the dark without a word. Vesna did not wait for more. She turned to Emrys. His forearm was angled wrong. The sleeve was already darkening. You took that hit on purpose. He was faster than I expected. The ledger would have been in his reach if I hadn't. She grabbed the ledger from the crawl space and shoved it into her coat. We need to move. Emrys followed her into the gap without argument. The passage was narrow, barely shoulder width, sloping downward toward the smell of river filth and deep stone. Behind them, the gate clanged shut. Someone above had locked it again. They crawled in silence. Vesna led, the ledger pressed against her ribs. Every inch of her skin felt the weight of the stone above them. The scrape of enforcer boots had faded. The passage was growing damper. The crawl space opened into a wider tunnel, standing height, walls sweating moisture. The floor was mud and gravel, sloping toward a distant sound of moving water. The flood sluice, Emrys said. Another 100 yards and we'll reach the channel wall. Vesna stopped and turned. His face was pale in the dark. The sleeve was soaked now, blood running between his fingers. Let me see it. It can wait. It can't. She set the ledger down and took his arm. The swelling was already visible. The bond had held, barely, but the muscle beneath was torn. and the bleeding was steady. She tore a strip from her undershirt and began binding the wound. Her hands shook despite herself. "Pain is not leverage," he said quietly. She looked up. "It's not a tool, it's not a calculation. It's just what happens when someone tries to break what matters." She finished the binding and held his gaze. "What matters?" He looked at the ledger, then at her. "The truth. The survivors." A pause. "You." Behind them, deeper in the tunnel, a sound echoed. Footsteps, more than two, coming fast from the direction of the locked gate. Emrys straightened, pulling his arm from her grip. "Take the ledger. Follow the sluice to the Marsh road. Sabin will find you. I'm not leaving you here. They want the books. If you're gone, I'm just a man with a broken arm. They'll let me live. You don't know that. I know you need to get this evidence to the tribunal. Whatever happens to me, the books reach the hall before the deadline." She did not move. The footsteps grew louder. "Vesna." He said her name the way a man says a door is closing. Firm, final. "Run." She grabbed the ledger, and she ran. Chapter 59. She ran. The ledger beat against her ribs as she drove through the tunnel, mud sucking at her boots, the sound of water growing louder ahead. The sluice. Freedom. The Marsh road where Sabin would find her. She ran until the passage curved and the walls narrowed and the darkness pressed in from all sides. Then she stopped. The footsteps behind her had not stopped. They were still coming, fast and heavy, and Emrys was back there with a broken arm and no weapon, and a body that would not heal fast enough to matter. He had told her to run. He had been wrong. She turned. The ledger was a dead weight in her hands. She looked at it, then at the flood sluice ahead, where pale marsh light bled through a grate, then back at the darkness she had come from. She shoved the ledger into the gap between two crates stacked against the wall, wedged it deep, and marked the spot with a scratch from her blade on the stone. Then she ran back. She found him at the junction where the crawl space emptied into the main tunnel. He had not moved far. His good hand was braced against the wall. His breathing was even, controlled, the posture of a man who had learned to measure pain instead of fighting it. He saw her and his face did something complicated. "You were supposed to be gone." "I changed my mind. The ledger is hidden. They won't find it." He stared at her. The footsteps were closer now, 3 pairs by the sound, moving with the rhythm of men who knew the ground. "There's a flood sluice," she said. "Not the one ahead, a secondary control. I saw it on the old manor plans in the archive. It opens a channel through the lower crypt roads and empties into the channel beyond the marsh wall." "You want to flood the tunnel." "I want to make them choose between drowning and retreat." She grabbed his good arm and pulled him toward the service alcove she had spotted carved into the wall, a maintenance niche with rusted levers and a wheel valve crusted with salt. The voices were close now. She could hear words. "Set the books, not the Mordent heir." Don't care what he said. The books are the target. "Then we kill the heir and take the books." She found the wheel valve and pulled. It did not move. She pulled again, bracing her boots against the wall, and felt the mechanism shift with a groan that echoed through the stone. Water began to trickle at her feet. "Keep them back," she said. Emrys picked up a length of broken pipe from the maintenance niche and turned to face the approaching lantern light, his broken arm pressed against his ribs, the pipe in his good hand. He looked absurdly calm. The first man rounded the corner and saw them. "So they're here? That's unfortunate for you." The water was rising faster now, up to Vesna's ankles. The valve was turning more freely, and she could hear something deeper, a grinding sound beneath the tunnel, as though the entire foundation was shifting. "Last chance," she said. "The channel empties fast. You won't outrun it." The second man appeared behind the first, then the third. "The books," the first man said. "Already gone. Then you're dead." He lunged. The water hit him before he reached her, a wall of it, dark and cold, surging from the maintenance niche with enough force to knock him off his feet. The second man went down, trying to catch him. The third grabbed the wall, but the current was already dragging them back, tumbling them into the darkness of the tunnel. Vesna did not wait to see them recover. She grabbed Emrys and pulled him toward the grate ahead. The water was rising fast, up to her knees, then her thighs. The current was strong enough to make her stagger. Emrys followed, half swimming, using her grip on his arm as an anchor. They reached the grate. It was rusted iron, bolted into the stone. The marsh road lay beyond it, pale and wet in the first light of dawn. She pulled the bolt. It did not move. "Tools," she said. "I need—" Emrys drove the broken pipe into the bolt with his good hand. Once, twice. On the third blow, the iron snapped. She shoved the grate open. They crawled through into the marsh road, gasping, soaked, shivering as the cold air hit their wet clothes. The water behind them was still rising, but the grate held the flood back. They lay in the mud for a long moment, breathing. The ledger was still safe. She had left it in the tunnel. She sat up. "I have to go back." Emrys caught her wrist with his good hand. "No. The evidence. I know where you hid. I watched. I will come back for it with a dry rope and a plan." He was still holding her wrist. "Right now you are shaking and bleeding, and the sun is rising, and there are 3 drowned men who will tell whoever hired them that you are alive." She wanted to argue. She wanted to go back and drown them herself if that was what it took. But he was right. She sagged into the mud beside him. The marsh road stretched north toward the manor. The first birds were calling. The water was dark and still. They sat in silence as the light came up. After a long while, he spoke. "Why did you stay?" She looked at him. "You said no order bound me." "I asked why you stayed." The question hung between them, heavy and delicate, like a thing that could break if either of them breathed too hard. She did not know how to answer. She did not know if she could name it without breaking something else. "Because," she said slowly, "when I ran, I felt like I was leaving something I did not want to survive without." He did not speak. His hand found hers in the mud. She let it. They were still sitting there, wet and exhausted, when Sable found them an hour later, riding fast down the marsh road with a lantern still burning against the dawn. He reined in, looked at them, looked at the water still seeping through the grate. "I'm almost afraid to ask." "Don't," Vesna said. She stood. "We need to go back for the ledger." "Later." Sabin's face was tight. "Right now, Castellan is summoning an emergency conclave. The tribunal deadline moved up. They want you in the hall before the sun sets." Vesna looked at Emrys. He was already rising. She felt the weight of the question still between them, unanswered, waiting. But there was no time to answer it now. Chapter 60. Sabin helped Vesna into the saddle without asking whether she could ride. She could. She had ridden wounded before. The horse smelled of rain and stable dust, and the leather was cold against her thighs. They moved fast along the marsh road, 3 riders and a broken man propped behind Vesna with his good arm around her waist and his breath shallow against her shoulder. The manor rose ahead through the gray light. Smoke from the lower chantry still stained the sky. The gates stood open, and guards watched them pass with faces that gave nothing away. Sabin dismounted first. Vesna slid down before he could reach for her, landing hard enough to feel it in her knees. Emrys followed slower, favoring his bound arm, his face bloodless in the dawn. "They are already assembled," Sabin said. "Castellan held them past midnight. They will not wait longer." Vesna looked at her clothes. Wet, mud-caked, smelling of river silt and the copper tang of the grate. "There is no time to change," Sabin added. She followed him inside. The hall was full. Every house had sent representatives. The Ashford Chantry elders sat in their gray robes at the long table, hands folded, watching her enter. Sylvan Curith stood near the eastern pillar, his face unreadable. The human delegation filled the benches behind the Chantry elders, their eyes tracking her movement with the focused hunger of wolves who had found the weak calf. Castellan Mordent sat at the head of the table. He looked older than he had 3 days ago. The hollows under his eyes had deepened, and his hands rested flat on the wood as though he needed the surface to hold himself upright. "Vesna Crale," he said. The name carried weight. "You have something to present." She had nothing. The ledger was still in the flooded tunnel. She had only the words in her head and the bruises on her ribs. She stepped forward anyway. "I have testimony," she said, "and I have survivors." The hall shifted. Murmurs ran through the benches. "You have a ledger," a voice said. A woman in chantry gray, her face carved from the same stone as her robes. "The Ferry Master's transport records. We have heard rumors of what they contain." "The ledger is secured," Vesna said. "Secured where?" She did not answer. The woman's mouth tightened. "You come before us empty-handed and expect us to accept your word? You, who entered this house under a forged bond. You, who were trained by the Order of the Thorn to kill every vampire in this room." The hall erupted. Voices overlapped, accusations and defenses tangling into noise. Vesna stood still at the center of it, letting the sound wash past her. She had learned long ago that screaming into a storm only drowned out the warnings. Castellan raised his hand. The noise settled. "The ledger exists," he said. "I have seen it. My son has seen it. Sabin Yarrowell has seen it. The signatures of the chaplains who signed the transport manifests are legible and verifiable." "Then produce it," the woman said. "The tunnel where it was hidden flooded during last night's attack. We will retrieve it when the water recedes." "Convenient." A man rose from the human delegation, old, broad-shouldered. His hands bore the calluses of someone who had hauled nets for decades. "I am not interested in the ledger," he said. His voice carried the rough texture of marsh gravel. "I am interested in her." He pointed at Vesna. "She stands here claiming she chose truth over her own people. She spills words about forged seals and hidden convoys. But she is still alive. She still breathes. She still carries the Order's tring in your hands and the Order's poisons in her memory." He took a step toward her. "How do we know she is not still theirs? How do we know this entire performance is not a deeper game, a longer con, a blade aimed at a target we cannot see?" Vesna met his gaze. "You do not know," she said. The hall went still. "You have my word. You have the testimony of the survivors I was sent to kill. You have the records of a crime that spans decades. If that is not enough, then no evidence I could bring will ever satisfy you, because you have already decided what I am." The old man did not look away. "And what are you, Vesna Crale?" She had no answer. The silence stretched. Sylvan Croth stepped forward from the pillar. His voice was measured, diplomatic, sharp. "She is what we feared all along," he said. "A weapon who chose her own survival over her mission. That does not make her our ally. It makes her a blade without a handle, dangerous to whoever holds her." "Then hold her," Castellan said. The words cut through the murmur. "House Mordent claims her. She stands under our seal, under our protection, and under our judgment. If she is a blade without a handle, then we will be the hand that guides her." "And if she turns on you?" the old man demanded. "She has had 3 opportunities to kill me," Castellan said. "She chose not to take any of them. I consider that evidence enough." The hall fractured again. Voices rose on both sides. The chantry elders conferred in low tones. The human delegation argued among themselves, their gestures sharp, their faces hard. And then the door opened. A woman stepped through. She wore the gray robes of the Ashford delegation. Her face was ordinary, plain, unremarkable. But her hands carried a leather folder, and her eyes found Vesna's across the room, with the precision of someone who had been watching for a long time. "I have something to present," she said. Her voice was calm, measured, familiar in a way that made Vesna's spine lock. The woman crossed the hall. She placed the folder on the table in front of Castellan. "Before the tunnel flooded," she said, "I recovered a document from the ferrymaster's lockbox. A transit roll, the last page of the ledger." She opened the folder. Inside, protected by oilcloth, lay a single sheet of paper. Vesna saw the ink before she understood what she was looking at. The familiar hand, the precise, unhesitating letters. Return cargo. 1 candidate. Female. Age 7. Conveyed to Ashford. The woman turned the page. Below the addendum, in the same hand that had signed the convoy manifests, a new line had been added. Name: Lena Crale. Mother: Lena. Father: Orin. Brother, Dari. Status, candidate. Assessment, recommended. The hall read it in silence. The woman looked at Vesna. "You wanted proof," she said. "Here it is. Your name, your family, your fate, written by the very people you now claim to expose." She paused. "But I have one more document." She reached into her robe and pulled out a second sheet. This one was smaller, folded, sealed with wax. She held it up. "This was found in the same lockbox, not a transport record. A letter, addressed to Vesna Crale, from Matron Elowine Rusk." The name hit the hall like a stone dropped into still water. The woman broke the seal, unfolded the paper. "Shall I read it aloud?" Vesna's throat closed. She looked at Emrys. He was already moving toward her, his good hand reaching, his face shot with concern. But the distance was too far. The woman began to read. Chapter 61. The woman's voice carried through the hall like a blade drawn from its sheath. To Vesna Crale, by the hand of Matron Elowine Rusk, written in the 3rd year of the Centennial count. She paused, let the words settle. "You will have heard by now that I lied to you, that Ashmere was not burned by House Mordent's orders but by ours, that the children we took from the ashes were not rescued but harvested, that every oath I spoke over your training was a seal set on a falsehood." The hall held its breath. "You will think this letter is an apology. It is not." Emrys reached Vesna's side. His good hand found her wrist. She did not pull away. "I do not regret what I did. I regret only that I did not finish it. Ashmere was necessary. Every village we burned was necessary. The war between our kinds will not be won by prayer or petition. It will be won by people willing to do what the meek cannot stomach." The woman turned the page. "You were my finest instrument, Lena. I shaped you from grief and silence into something that could move through the dark without leaving a trace. I taught you to read a room the way a blade reads a throat. I gave you purpose when you had nothing but a dead brother and a burning village in your memory." Vesna's throat closed. "But purpose is a leash," the woman read, "and you have cut yours. So I'm writing to tell you what you already know. You are no longer mine. You are no longer protected. Every safe road, every sanctuary, every face that once would have hidden you is now a trap waiting to close." She lifted her eyes from the page. "There is more. It is personal." Sylvan Kurith stepped forward. "Read it." The woman looked at Vesna. Vesna nodded. The woman read. "You asked me once, when you were 9, whether I had ever loved anyone. I told you love was a wound that bleeds out usefulness. I believed that then. I believe it still. But I will tell you now what I never told you then. I loved you as much as I was capable of loving anything." Her voice faltered. She steadied it. "And that is why I cannot let you live." The hall erupted. Voiles rose. Chantry elders shouted over one another. The old Marsh delegate slammed his fist on the table. Vesna heard none of it. She stood motionless, Emrys's hand on her wrist, the words still burning through her chest. The woman folded the letter. "She says the ferrymaster's lockbox was a gift. She knew you would find it. She wanted you to know the truth before she took it back." "Took it back?" Castellan's voice cut through the noise. "She knows where the ledger is," the woman said. "She knows the tunnel flooded. She knows you cannot reach it. And she has already sent people to retrieve it before the water recedes." Vesna moved. She crossed the hall in 7 strides, reached the woman, and took the letter from her hand. The woman let it go without resistance. Vesna read the final lines herself. "The ferry at Blackwake is burning as I write this. The manifests you need are ash. The cells I held there are empty. By the time you read this, I will be gone, and so will every trace of what you hoped to prove. You wanted the truth, Lena. Here it is. The truth is what survives." The letter ended. No signature, no closing. Vesna looked up. The woman from the Ashford delegation was watching her with something that might have been pity. "She burned Blackwake?" The old Marsh delegate's voice cracked. "That ferry was our only route to the North Channel. If she torched the cabins and the holding cells—" "She did," the woman said. "I saw the smoke from the Marsh Road at dawn. The pier is still standing, but the buildings are gone." "Then we have nothing," Sylvan said. "The ledger is flooded, the ferry is burned, The letter is a confession, but it is a confession from an enemy who admits she lies for a living. What do you expect this hall to do with that? Vesna turned to face him. We go to Blackwake. It is burned. She said the manifests are ash. She did not say the foundation is empty. If she moved her people out, they left tracks. If she burned the cells, the fire might have missed something in the pit or the cistern. You are grasping. Yes, Vesna said. I am. She looked at Castellan. Give me until nightfall. If there is nothing at Blackwake, I will return and face whatever judgment this hall decides. But if there is something, a ledger page, a witness who hid, a root code she did not burn, then we have a thread she did not expect us to pull. Castellan studied her. The tribunal has already moved up once. I cannot delay it again. Then I will be back before it convenes. You cannot promise that. I am promising it anyway. Emrys stepped forward. I go with her. No, Vesna said. He looked at her. Your arm is broken. You can barely hold a bridle. I can still ride. I can still watch your back. You can watch my back from a chair in the archive. Vesna, Emrys. They stood facing each other in the middle of the hall, the letter still in her hand, his broken arm bound across his chest. If you go alone, he said, and you do not come back, I will spend the rest of my life wondering whether I could have changed that. If you come with me, she said, and the tribunal convenes without you, your father loses the one heir who knows where every body is buried. You are more useful here. His jaw tightened. That is not a reason. It is the only reason I have. The hall watched them. Talia moved through the crowd. She reached Vesna and pressed something into her palm. Small, hollow, metal. A bird whistle. I found it after the fire, Talia said. Her voice was quiet, barely audible over the murmurs. I kept it all these years. I thought if I ever found someone else who survived, I would give it to them. Vesna looked down at the whistle. Some names must be called in the old voice, Talia said. Not the one they gave you, the one you were born with. She stepped back. Vesna closed her fingers around the whistle. She looked at Castellan. I will be back before sundown. She turned and walked toward the door. The hall parted around her. Faces watched from both sides. Vampire lords, human elders, chantry clerks, household staff. None of them spoke. She reached the threshold. Behind her, Emrys said, If you are not back by sundown, I am coming after you. She did not turn around. I know. She stepped through the door. The Marsh road stretched ahead, gray and wet under the morning sky. The smoke from Blackwake Ferry still stained the horizon, a dark smudge against the clouds. Vesna walked toward it. Behind her, inside the hall, Sabin Yarrowell moved to Emrys' side. She is right, Sabin said. You are more useful here. Emrys did not answer. He stood at the threshold, watching the road empty where Vesna had been, the morning light catching the edge of his broken bindings as the hall settled into restless silence. Chapter 62. The smoke hid her before the road did. Blackwake Ferry had burned hot and fast. The pier still stood, blackened but intact, the channel lapping at its charred pilings. But the cabins, the holding cells, the storage shed, all of it, collapsed inward, a heap of wet ash and twisted iron where the roof had fallen. Vesna walked the perimeter once, then twice. The ground was churned with boot prints, dozens of them, moving in patterns she recognized. Order, discipline. They had formed a line from the cells to the channel, passing buckets or crates, emptying everything before the fire took the rest. She knelt at the edge of the holding cell foundation. The iron grate was still locked. The lock was cold when she touched it. Whoever burned it did not want the bodies found. She moved to the cabin ruins. The fire had been hottest here. The stone foundation cracked from the heat, the timber frames reduced to charcoal teeth. She found a prayer book, leather binding curled and black, the pages fused together. She set it aside. Then another. Then a third, this one open, the inner pages still white where the flame had not reached. She pulled it free. The margin was filled with notations in a hand she knew. Candidate, suitable, conveyed. A pen scratch beside the last word, MQ, Mireya Quist. Vesna stared at the initials. Then she heard it. A scrape, metal on stone, coming from beneath the ruined storage shed. She rose, the prayer book still in her hand. The storage shed had a cellar. The entrance was buried under collapsed beams and ash, but the grate was visible. Half submerged in the mud, the fire had melted into slurry. She dropped to her knees and pulled. The grate did not move. She braced her feet against the foundation stones and pulled again, her shoulders burning, her palms raw against the wet iron. The grate shifted an inch, then another. She wedged her fingers through the gap and heaved. The grate came free, clattering against the stone. Below, a pit, dark, stinking of wet ash and something else, something metallic that she knew from every battlefield she had walked after the fighting was done. Blood. She lowered herself into the pit. Her boots hit mud, soft, sucking. The space was small, the ceiling low enough that she had to duck her head. The walls were stone, slick with moisture, and the floor had been dug into a basin, as if someone had tried to drown what they could not burn. She found the ledger by touch, a leather roll tied with a thong, half buried in the mud. She pulled it free and wiped the filth from the surface. The leather was scorched along one edge. The thong had melted into the binding. She untied it with her teeth. The roll opened to reveal a transit manifest. 3 pages, handwritten. Poems of names, dates, destinations. Blackwake to Ashford. Blackwake to Crestwood. Blackwake to the Hollows. Quartermaster, Sister Mireya Quist. She read the name 3 times, then she read the dates. The first convoy listed under Mireya's name was dated 3 years before the Ashmere fire. The last was dated 6 months ago. Vesna sat back against the wet stone. The mud sucked at her boots. The smoke still hung in her throat. The prayer book with Mireya's initials weighed in her hand like a stone. She had come here looking for evidence against Eloine. She had found evidence against the one person in the Order who had offered her a way out. The transit roll was still wet. The ink was smudged but legible. She read the names of children she did not know, villages she had never heard of, dates that stretched back 2 decades. Mireya had been the quartermaster for every single one. Vesna closed the roll. She tucked it into her belt. The pit was silent. The mud was still. She climbed out, her legs shaking, her hands black with ash and wet leather. Above, the sky was the color of old iron. The smoke from the ferry still stained the horizon, but the wind was shifting, pulling it east toward Duskwater. She stood at the edge of the pit. Then she heard it. Oars. Not 1 set, 2, coming from the river channels on either side of the ferry. She turned. The first boat emerged from the southern channel, low in the water. 4 men at the oars, a figure in gray robes standing in the bow. The second boat appeared from the north, smaller, faster, a single rower with a lantern at the prow. Vesna did not move. The first boat slid into the shallows. The figure in gray stepped ashore, boots splashing in the mud. Mireya Quist. The second boat angled toward the pier. The rower lifted the lantern. The light caught a face Vesna knew. Eloine Rusk. Whatever the Hoshwiles transways were faced, still Dawson. The 2 boats stopped, 30 feet apart, the burned ferry between them. Mireya and Eloine looked at each other across the ash. Then they both looked at Vesna. Chapter 63. The ash was still warm beneath her boots. Vesna stood at the edge of the burned pier, the transit roll pressed against her ribs, the prayer book with Mireya's initials cold in her hand. The 2 boats had stopped moving. The oars hung suspended above the water, dripping. Mireya Quist stepped onto the mud bank, her gray robes catching the wind, her face smooth and unreadable. Eloine Rusk did not step ashore. She stayed in the prow of the smaller boat, the lantern swinging from her grip, casting her face half in light and half in shadow. The space between them measured 20 feet and 20 years of shared history. Vesna felt the weight of both boats' attention settle on her like a blade laid flat across her throat. Mireya spoke first. Vesna Crale. The name landed differently now. It was no longer a secret. It was a weapon Mireya had chosen to use in front of the one woman who had given it to her. Eloine did not react. Her pale gray eyes stayed fixed on Vesna's face, and her hand did not move from the lantern. "You found the manifests," Mireya said. "I wondered if you would." "How long?" Vesna's voice came out flat, stripped of everything but the question. Mireya tilted her head. How long was I quartermaster? Or how long did I know Elowine was burning villages to fill the pipeline? Both. Mireya's mouth curved slightly, but her eyes stayed cold. I signed my first transport manifest when I was 19. I did not know what the ecclesiastical goods actually were for the first 3 years. By the time I understood, I was already in too deep to walk away without drowning. You could have stopped. I could have died. Mireya said it without shame. The order does not let quartermasters retire, Vesna. They let them disappear. Elowine spoke from the boat. Her voice carried the same iron patience Vesna remembered from every training session, every night of discipline, every time the woman had told her that survival meant obedience. Lena. Vesna did not turn. You found the truth, Elowine said. You always were my best. Do you know why? Vesna turned. Elowine's face was the same as the day she had taken Vesna from the canal. Lean, severe, the knife scar along her left jaw catching the lantern light, her iron-white hair braided tight against her scalp, not a strand loose. Because you wanted it, Elowine said. Not for revenge, not for justice. You wanted it because you could not stand not knowing. That hunger is what made you dangerous. It is also what made you mine. I am not yours. You will always be mine. Elowine's voice did not rise. I made you. I burned Ashmere to make you. Every child I took from every village I lit, I did it to build an army that could end them. I am not yours. You will always be mine. Elowine's voice did not rise. I made you. I burned Ashmere to make you. Every child I took from every village I lit, I did it to build an army that could end them. All of them. The vampires who treated human villages like herds, the lords who signed treaties while their people bled, the conclave that called it peace. She gestured at the ash around them. You think I enjoyed this? I did what survival demanded. You burned children. I forged soldiers. Mireya shifted her weight. Eloquent as always, Elowine, but you are running out of time. The tribunal is already seated. The Mordents have Vesna's testimony and the ledger page. Your letter has been read aloud. Elowine's eyes flickered. Someone read it aloud in the hall, Mireya said, in front of every house and every human delegate. They know you confessed. Confession requires intent. Elowine's voice did not waver. That letter was written to a woman I trained since childhood, a daughter, in every way that matters. If the conclave chooses to interpret my private words as evidence, they are welcome to try. But I have friends in the chantry who will swear I was grieving, unstable, manipulated by Mordent agents into a false admission. You planned for that. I planned for everything. The first arrow came from the reeds. It struck the mud 2 feet from Vesna's boot, the shaft vibrating. She dropped into a crouch before the sound finished registering. The transit roll jammed into her belt, her blade already in her hand. The reeds erupted. Figures emerged from the marsh on both sides of the ferry, dark shapes moving through the tall grass with the certainty of people who knew the ground. Some wore Thorn colors. Others carried the rough leather and rusted iron of Marsh opportunists who had smelled smoke and come for salvage. Mireya drew a blade from beneath her robes. Elowine's boatman lifted a crossbow. The first wave hit. Vesna moved before she thought, her body remembering the rhythm of combat before her mind caught up. She caught the first attacker across the wrist, turned his momentum into the mud, and drove her blade through the gap between his collarbones. He went down without a sound. She rolled, came up, and saw Mireya fighting with the same cold precision she used for everything else, her gray robes spinning as she cut through a Thorn loyalist who had come at her from behind. Elowine's boat was already retreating, the lantern swinging as the boatman pulled for the channel. Vesna drove toward the holding cells. The cells were a collapsed ruin, the roof fallen in, the walls scorched and cracked. But the door to the cellar was still intact, half hidden behind a pile of charred timber. She heard them before she saw them. Boots, running, coming from the east side of the ferry. 3 men. Marsh opportunists, judging by their gear, rough and uncoordinated. They saw her at the same moment she saw them. She did not slow. The first man lunged. She sidestepped, caught his wrist, and used his momentum to drive him into the foundation stones. He hit hard and did not rise. The second man swung a length of iron pipe. She ducked under it, drove her blade up into his ribs, and twisted. The third man stopped. He looked at the transit roll in her belt, then at her face. "You are the one they are looking for." She did not answer. He backed away, then turned and ran into the reeds. The cellar door was barred from the outside. Vesna pulled the bars loose and threw it aside. The door swung open onto a narrow stair that dropped into darkness. The air that rose from below was cold and damp, carrying the smell of wet stone and something metallic that she recognized. Blood. She descended. The stair opened into a small chamber, the ceiling low enough that she had to duck. The walls were stone, slick with moisture, and a single lantern hung from a hook, still burning, recently lit. In the corner, chained to a ring set into the wall, sat a man. He was thin, his face hollowed by hunger or fear or both, his wrists raw where the iron had worn through the skin. His clothes were the gray of a chantry servant, but the fabric was torn and stained dark across the chest. He looked up when she entered. His eyes were pale, exhausted, but they sharpened when he saw her face. "You are her," he said, "the one who read the ledger." "I am." He shifted against the chains, winced, and then met her gaze again. "She is moving inland, Illowine. She has an ecclesiastic escort, a sealed carriage, and a route through the border monasteries. She will be at St. Orla's hospice by nightfall, and by dawn she will be past the Black Channel where neither tribunal nor blood law can touch her." Vesna crouched in front of him. "How do you know this?" "I drove the carriage." She studied his face. "Why are you here?" "Because she did not need me anymore." His voice cracked. "She knows every road, every checkpoint, every sanctuary that will take her word over any warrant we carry. If you want to stop her, you need to move before she reaches the hospice. Once she passes the threshold, she is under ecclesiastical immunity. No vampire house can touch her. No human tribunal can claim her. She will vanish." He looked down at his chains. "But I will only tell you the rest if you give me something first." "What?" He raised his head. "Tell me your real name, the one she gave you when she took you from the canal, the name she tried to bury in the ash." Vesna's hand tightened on the blade. Behind her, boots pounded down the stair. Chapter 64. The boots pounded closer. Vesna did not turn. She held the chained man's gaze, her blade still wet, the transit roll pressed against her ribs, and the name sitting in her throat like a blade she had never swallowed. She gave it to him. "Vesna Crale." The words came out raw, scraped clean of the years Elowine had layered over them. Not Vesna the blade, not the archivist, not the mask she had worn so long the skin had grown around it. Vesna. The man's eyes changed. Something like recognition, like relief, like a door opening in a room he had thought sealed forever. "Vesna," he repeated, and the name sounded different in his mouth, older, truer. "Now tell me where she is going." "St. Orla's," his voice steadied. "The North Road Hospice. She has a sealed carriage and an escort from the border chantry. Once she crosses the threshold, ecclesiastical immunity. No one can touch her." No, she was already moving when they chained me here. She will reach the gates by nightfall." The boots hit the bottom of the stair. Vesna rose, pivoted, blade up, ready to meet whoever came through the doorway. The cellar fell silent. She waited. One breath. Two. No one entered. She glanced at the stair. The lantern light cast shadows that shifted, but no figure appeared in the frame. The chained man whispered, "She has done this before. The hospice, the caravans, injured couriers, witnesses who knew too much. They vanish into the sanctified routes. St. Orla's is the last stop before the Black Channel. Once she crosses, she is gone. Who else knows? Only the ones who drive the carriages." His voice cracked. "And she kills the drivers after." He pulled at the chains and something shifted in his posture. Not hope, something harder. "Vesna Crale, I remember when they brought you through. 7 years old, silent, eyes like a fish on the slab. I thought you would not last the winter." She stared at him. "You were at Blackwake." "I was the one who unlocked the grate." The words hung between them. Boots. Above now. Circling. Vesna moved toward the stair. "Wait!" His voice stopped her. "There is a back gate at the hospice, an old marsh trail that leads to the canal gate. If you reach her before she crosses the threshold, The quarrel took him through the throat. The sound was wet and final, a punch of air and blood and the dull thud of silver embedding in the stone behind him. Vesna dropped, rolled, came up against the wall with her blade facing the open stair. The chained man made a sound like water draining. His hands lifted, trembling toward his neck, where the silver bolt had punched clean through. His mouth opened, but nothing came out except a taut thread that ran down his chin. His eyes found hers, one heartbeat of recognition. Then nothing. She looked at the wall behind him. The quarrel had pinned something to the stone, a strip of paper, narrow and white, folded into a prayer leaf. Thorn prayer. The boots were gone. Vesna crossed the cellar in 3 steps, pulled the quarrel free from the dead man's throat with a wet scrape, and caught the paper before it fell. She unfolded it. The prayer leaf was written in the old Thorn script, the one used for field orders that could not be risked in a messenger's mouth. 3 lines. The witness is silenced. The road is watched. The name changes nothing. She turned the paper over. On the reverse, in a different hand, cramped and hurried, the hospice is not the end. She travels under a holy writ. If she reaches the Black Channel, the seal cannot be broken. There is one who can stop her before the gate. Find the courier with the missing finger. He knows the true route. The ink is fresh, still wet. Vesna looked up at the stair. The sniper had been close enough to see the exchange, close enough to wait until the man spoke, until the name passed her lips, until the information was delivered. Close enough to leave a message. She read the last line again. Find the courier with the missing finger. She did not know the name. She did not know the face, but she knew where to start. St. Orla's. She climbed the stair with the dead man's blood on her hands and the transit roll pressed against her ribs, and when she reached the top, the cellar door was still open. The sky above was the color of bruised iron, and the reeds were empty of everything except the wind and the smell of smoke. Chapter 65. Vesna rode through Duskwater's gates with the dead man's blood dried beneath her nails and the prayer leaf folded against her ribs. The man arose before her, smoke still clinging to the lower chantry stones, the Centennial banners hanging limp in the still air. Sabin met her at the stable yard, his face unreadable as he took in her state. The mud, the blood, the hollow set of her shoulders. He is in the archive, Sabin said, waiting. She did not ask who. The archive smelled of old paper and candle wax, and something else, something sharp and patient. Emrys stood with his back to her, his good hand braced against the ledger table, his broken arm bound in a fresh sling that crossed his chest like a vow. You are late, he said, and his voice was not accusing. It was something worse, something afraid. I found the driver. She set the prayer leaf on the table. He told me the route before a sniper killed him. Emrys turned. His eyes moved over her face, her hands, the transit roll she still carried. Who else knows you returned? Sabin, the stable boy, half the yard by now. Then we have an hour before someone demands a report. She told him everything. The chained man's recognition, the name she had spoken aloud, the silver bolt through his throat, the double-sided prayer leaf with its field orders and its hurried tip about the courier with the missing finger. Emrys listened without interrupting, his expression hardening with each word. St. Orla's, he said when she finished. She is already there. Not yet. The driver said nightfall. The hospice is half a day north by carriage, but there is a marsh trail that cuts the distance. If she takes the north road, she will arrive before dark. And if she takes the marsh trail? Then she is already inside. He moved to the window, his good hand pressed flat against the stone sill. We cannot storm a human hospice. The truce is already bleeding. The herald's body is still cooling in the cellar. If House Mordent sends armed riders across the boundary to breach a sanctified threshold, the conclave will have reason to believe every word Eloine's chantry contacts are paid to say. Then we do not storm it. He looked at her. We enter under diplomatic pretense, Vesna said. A delegation, human escort. You and me and someone who can speak to hospice protocol without drawing a blade. Sabin knows the marsh routes. He knows how to read a room, and he has no fangs for the chaplains to flinch from. Emrys considered it. The silence stretched long enough that she heard the water dripping somewhere beneath the floor. There is a precedent, he said slowly. The hospitality rite. A vampire heir may request shelter for a human companion under ecclesiastical observation if the companion is unwell or endangered. It is rarely used. It requires an attending chaplain and a signed undertaking that no blood will be drawn within the walls. Then we request shelter. For you. His voice dropped. I will say you are injured and under my protection. It is true enough. The hospice cannot refuse without violating the hospitality covenant, and if they admit us, we are inside before Elowine reaches the threshold. Vesna felt the shape of the plan settle around her like a second skin. How long to prepare? 1 hour. Sabin will find a chaplain willing to witness the undertaking. I will speak to my father. She nodded and turned toward the door. Vesna. She stopped. His voice came from behind her, quiet and precise. When we are inside St. Orlas, I will follow your lead on the ground. But if the courier is there, and if he points us toward Eloine's true route, I need to know now. Will you pull the trigger? She faced him. I pulled it the moment I spoke my name to a dead man. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. He held her gaze for a long beat, then nodded once. The north road was pale dust beneath a sky the color of ash. They rode in silence, Sabin ahead on a rangy marsh pony, Vesna and Emrys side by side on the narrow track. The escort hung back at the first crossing, 2 human riders who would wait until sundown and then return to Duskwater with word. The hospice bell tower appeared on the horizon, a gray needle against the flat marsh sky. Emrys pulled his horse closer to hers. When I was angry, he said, his voice low enough that Sabin could not hear. I told myself I could let you go, that the lie was too deep and I would heal. Vesna did not look at him. But I was not angry at you. I was angry at myself for wanting you anyway. The words settled in the space between their horses, heavy and warm and dangerous. She should have said something sharp, something that rebuilt the distance. Instead, she said, I am still the woman who came to kill your father. I know. I am still the woman who lied to you for weeks. I know. And you still want me. He did not hesitate. Yes. The word hung in the air, untethered and undeniable. Vesna felt it land somewhere beneath her ribs, in the hollow where the thorn had carved obedience and grief. I do not know how to be wanted, she said, and the admission cost her more than any confession she had made in the hall. Emrys reached across the gap between their horses. His fingers brushed hers, light and deliberate, a question that did not demand an answer. Then we learn, he said. She did not pull away. The rider appeared at the bend ahead, a dark figure against the pale road. Sabin reined in, his hand dropping to his knife. The rider came forward slowly, one hand raised, the other holding a white flag that snapped and curled in the marsh wind. The flag bore a seal Vesna knew by heart, the twisted thorn, the circle of ash, the single drop of blood at the center. Thorn seal, white flag. The rider reined in 20 paces from Sabin and waited. Vesna drew her blade. Chapter 66. The white flag snapped in the marsh wind, and the rider sat motionless in the saddle, one hand raised, palm open. Vesna kept her blade drawn. Beside her, Emrys had not moved, but she felt the shift in his posture, the coiled readiness that meant he was already calculating how fast he could close the distance. Sabin reined in 20 paces from the rider. State your business. The rider pushed back her hood. Gray devotional robes, smooth face, patient as carved stone. Hair pulled tight beneath the veil, the thorn seal still visible on the flagstaff where the white fabric had been tied. Mireya Quist. Vesna felt the name land like a blade between her ribs. The last time she had seen Mireya, the ferry was burning and arrows were flying from the reeds. The last time she had heard Mireya's voice, it was admitting 19 years of service as quartermaster for the child convoys. Mireya's gaze traveled past Sabin and settled on Vesna. No weapon in her hand, no apology in her face. Lena. The name came out calm, almost kind. I am not here to fight you. You killed children, Vesna said. I signed manifests. I did not set the fires, and I am not here to defend myself. Mireya lowered her hand slowly, as though Vesna were a startled animal. I am here because Elowine sent me with an offer. The word landed like a stone in still water. Emrys spoke before Vesna could. She has nothing Eloine can offer. Mireya's gaze flicked to him, measured and unafraid. With respect, Lord Mordent, the offer is not for you. Vesna kept her blade steady. Say it. Mireya inclined her head. Eloine will let you walk away alive. She will rescind the kill order. She will give you a route to the eastern coast, a new name, and enough silver to live quietly for the rest of your life. The only condition is that you denounce House Mordent's evidence as vampire coercion. You stand before the tribunal. You name Castellan and Emrys as manipulators who twisted your testimony with blood law pressure, and you walk free. The marsh wind carried the words past Vesna like smoke. She did not lower her blade. And if I refuse, then you remain what you are now. Mireya's voice held no threat, only fact. A traitor to every human authority on the marsh. A known assassin with no safe road, no sanctuary, and no house willing to shelter you when the truth of what you were sent to do becomes the only story anyone remembers. I am already that. No. Mireya's eyes held hers. You are still standing under House Mordent's protection. People saw the heir ride with you. They saw him put himself between you and the Hall's judgment. But Eloine has already seeded another story, one that does not require the tribunal to believe it. She is telling the Chantry that Emrys intends to enthrall you through blood law marriage, that your defection is not conviction, it is enchantment. Vesna felt the words hit her chest like a physical blow. Blood law marriage, she repeated. Once spoken, it has been repeated in every chantry between here and the western border. By tomorrow, the marsh villages will hear it. By the end of the week, every human delegation at the conclave will have been told that the Mordent heir has taken a human bride under coercion, that you are no longer a credible witness because you have been claimed by the very house you were sent to destroy. Emrys's voice came low and hard. No one will believe that. Mireya looked at him with something almost like pity. They will believe it because they want to. A vampire heir enthralling a human assassin is a better story than a human woman choosing to stand beside the house she was raised to hate. Fear is faster than truth, Lord Mordent. You know this. Vesna's hand had not moved. The blade was still pointed at Mireya's throat, but the distance felt like an ocean. Why are you telling me this? Mireya's composure flickered, just once. Something moved behind her eyes that might have been regret, or might have been calculation so deep it only looked like feeling. Because I know the difference between an order and a choice. I did not know it when I signed those manifests. I did not know it when I marked those children as suitable and sent them north. But I know it now. You expect me to believe that? I expect you to hear it. Mireya reached into her robe. Sabin tensed, but she drew out only a folded paper, sealed with a single drop of plain wax. Eloine's terms are written here. 3 days to decide. If you accept, ride to the old mill at Thornwood Crossing. A guide will meet you. She leaned down and placed the paper on the road, then straightened. If you refuse, the blood law marriage story spreads. The Chantry contacts swear their depositions, and Eloine reaches St. Orlas before you can stop her, because you will be too busy defending a lie to chase the truth. Mireya gathered her reins. One more thing. Her voice dropped, almost too quiet to hear over the wind. The courier with the missing finger is real. He knows the true route, but he will not speak to you if you arrive under House Mordent's banner. He will only speak to the woman who survived Blackwake, not to the woman who rides beside a vampire heir. She turned her horse, and then she was gone, a gray figure diminishing into the marsh haze, the white flag still snapping above her head. Sabin dismounted and picked up the sealed paper. He looked at Vesna, his face unreadable. Do you want me to open it? Vesna did not answer. She was staring at the empty road where Mireya had been, the folded paper in Sabin's hand, the weight of the offer pressing against her ribs like a second blade. Emrys said her name, quiet, questioning. She lowered her blade at last. Not yet. Chapter 67. The sealed paper sat in Sabin's hand, its wax unbroken, its weight pressing against the air between them like a second blade already drawn. Vesna did not reach for it. She stared at the road where Mireya had vanished, the marsh haze swallowing her outline, and felt the silence stretch past the point where speech became a choice rather than an obligation. Emrys said her name again, softer this time, and the sound of it brought her back to her own skin. She turned to face him, to face Sabin, to face the paper that held Elowine's terms written in her own hand. The wind moved past her collar, cold against the scar at her throat, and she felt the bird whistle shift against her ribs where Talia had pressed it into her palm. "I will not denounce House Mordent," she said. The words came out flat, final. She had not planned them, but they had been waiting in her chest since the Marsh road opened ahead of her, since the chain driver had said her true name, since she had felt the silver quarrel punch through his throat and known she was being watched by something that wanted her to keep moving. Sabin held the paper a moment longer, then tucked it into his coat. "You understand what the refusal means," he said quietly. "The blood law marriage story will reach every delegation before midday. Your testimony becomes suspect, not because it is false, but because the chantry will have made it impossible to believe." "I understand." "The tribunal will not protect you. The Marsh houses will not shelter you." He paused. "House Mordent will hold, but holding against a lie that size costs ground." "I understand." She looked at Emrys. He had not moved from his horse, his broken arm braced against the saddle, his face unreadable in the gray light. She wondered what he was seeing, the woman who had come to kill his father, or the woman who had just burned the only escape route Elowine had offered her. "I will not denounce House Mordent," she said again, and this time she said it to him. "I will not trade the truth for a new name and enough silver to disappear." "What will you trade?" he asked. The question struck her like a blade. She did not answer. She had no answer yet. But she knew what she would not trade, and that was the first time in her life she had been certain of a boundary that did not come from Elowine's hand. Mireya's voice came from the haze before her shape reappeared. "You are making a mistake." She had not gone far. The white flag was still visible at the edge of the marsh, the horse standing motionless, and Vesna realized Mireya had been waiting in the long reeds, watching, listening, testing. "I was not gone," Mireya said, as she rode back into view. "I wanted to hear what you would say when you thought I could not hear it." "Then you heard the refusal." "I heard the refusal." Mireya drew rein at the same distance as before. "I also heard you name Ashmere from memory, the way you said the children, the way you said the village, as though you were listing the names of the dead." "They are dead. So are the living." Mireya's voice held something that might have been hard, or might have been brittle. "You cannot bring them back by refusing a clean exit. I can refuse to be their weapon, then be their sacrifice." Mireya leaned forward in the saddle. "Because that is what you will become, a sacrifice that means nothing, because no one who matters will remember your name." Vesna felt the words land, but she did not let them settle. The bird whistle pressed against her ribs like a heartbeat. She reached into her collar and drew it out, the carved bone worn smooth by hands she had never seen, and held it up where the marshlight could catch it. Mireya's composure cracked. It was small, almost invisible, but Vesna saw it, a tightening at the corner of her mouth, a flicker in her eyes. The bird whistle meant something to her, something specific, something she had not expected Vesna to possess. "Where did you get that?" Mireya's voice had changed. "Talia Zoric gave it to me." Vesna lowered the whistle, but did not put it away. She said some names must be called in the old voice. I did not understand what she meant until now. Mireya stared at the whistle as though it were a wound she had not known she carried. "Look at the plan," she said quietly. "It survived. I survived." Vesna met her eyes. "The children you signed for survived, some of them. They are inside Duskwater right now, giving testimony. They are not dead. They are not silent. And they remember." Mireya's calm had not shattered, but it had shifted. The mask had moved, and beneath it, Vesna saw something raw, something that looked like the beginning of grief. "You cannot stop her," Mireya said. "Elowine is already inside the hospice. The chaplains will swear she has been there for 3 days in retreat. The letter you read at the tribunal will be dismissed as a forgery planted by House Mordent to discredit her. Let them try. They will succeed." Mireya reached into her robe again, and Vesna tensed, but she drew out only a small circle of stamped metal caught on a leather thong. "She left this for you. She said you would recognize it." She tossed it, The token landed in the mud at Vesna's feet. Sabin dismounted and picked it up. He turned it over in his palm, then held it out to her. It was a chaplain signet. Iron. Worn. The face bore a twisted thorn relief, and the initials were engraved into the reverse. V.S. Vidric Psalm. The chaplain who had signed the transport manifests. The chaplain who had blessed Vesna before her suitability assessment. The chaplain who had been dead for 8 years. Vesna's hand closed around the token. The metal was still warm. "He is dead," she said. "He was dead," Mireya agreed. "But his seal never was. Eloine has been using it for years. Every manifest signed with his name after his death was signed by her hand, and every one of those names is still on the register." She gathered her reins. "Saint Orles is not where you will find her. It is where she wants you to look while the real route closes." Mireya smiled, and it was not a kind smile. "The courier with the missing finger is real. He knows the true route. But by the time you find him, the trail will have gone cold." She turned her horse. 3 days, Vesna. Thornwood Crossing. After that, the offer becomes a kill order." The marsh swallowed her before the words had finished. Vesna stood in the road with a dead chaplain's seal in her hand, and the bird whistle pressed against her ribs, and the shape of Eloine's escape route opening somewhere ahead of her, just beyond reach. Sabin was watching the haze where Mireya had vanished. Emrys said nothing at all. Vesna opened her hand and looked at the initials. V.S. Vidric Psalm. She had been 12 years old when he had laid his hand on her head and told her she was chosen. She had believed him. She had believed everything. The metal was warm against her palm. She closed her fingers around it and looked up at the road ahead. Chapter 68. The hospice rose from the marsh mist like a prayer that had forgotten how to end. White stone, black iron gates, a bell tower whose silence felt heavier than any ringing. St. Orla's stood at the edge of the north road where the marsh gave way to thin woodland, holy ground marked by a rusted crucifix, and a threshold worn smooth by decades of penitent feet. Vesna reined in before the gate. Emrys drew up beside her, his broken arm bound against his chest, his eyes scanning the windows, the roofline, the door. "It looks empty," he said. "It looks wrong." She dismounted before he could argue. The mud road had seen recent cart tracks, fresh enough that the edges had not dried, but the gate hung open and no porter stood in the arch, no lamps burned in the windows. The smell of marsh water mixed with something else, something chemical and sharp, the kind of scent that clung to the inside of foreign supply crates. Selvin caught up a moment later, his horse lathered. "The chaplain at the way station said they reduced staff 2 weeks ago. Budget cuts," he claimed. "Budget cuts," Vesna repeated. "Or something that looks like them." She passed through the gate. The courtyard was empty, a stone basin with stagnant water, a bench where no one sat. The main door to the chapel stood ajar, and from inside came a sound that could have been breathing, or could have been the wind moving through old timbers. Emrys followed her across the stones. "If Eloine was here, she is gone now, or never was." Vesna pushed the door open. The chapel was small, bare, a single aisle between pews worn smooth by generations of kneeling. The altar held a plain wooden cross and a single candle that had burned down to a puddle of wax. No priest, no novices, no one. But the air was wrong. It was too clean. She had spent enough years in Thorn safe houses to know what holy places smelled like when they were used for holy things. Incense, old wax, stone that had absorbed centuries of prayer. This chapel smelled of bleach and something thinner, the kind of solvent that erased ink from paper and left no trace of what had been written. She knelt at the altar not to pray, but to look. The stone edge bore faint scratches. Recent, disciplined, a knife mark in the shape of a notch that meant nothing to anyone who did not know the cipher. She knew it. Transfer complete. No witnesses. Emrys had seen her face change. "What is it?" "Eloine was here." Vesna stood. "But she left before we arrived, maybe hours ago. Then we missed her. We missed the decoy." She turned toward the door behind the altar. But Mireya was not lying about everything. St. Orla's is not where Eloine is. It is where she has been working. The door led to a corridor, whitewashed walls, floor tiles that had been scrubbed so recently that water still pooled in the grout. Closed doors on either side, and at the end of the corridor, a stair that descended into the foundation. Vesna moved toward it. "You are walking into a trap," Emrys said quietly. "I am walking into what she left behind." The stair opened into a lower hall. The air changed here, thicker, warmer, carrying the smell of bodies and the faint, sweet, sour note of sedatives. Sabin caught her arm. "That is not hospice medicine." "I know." The door at the end of the hall was iron, not wood, and it was locked. But the lock was new, and the key still sat in the ring on the wall beside it, left there by someone who had not expected to be interrupted. Vesna turned the key. The door swung open. The room was small and windowless, lit by a single lamp turned low. Iron-framed beds lined both walls, 6 of them. In each bed lay a figure, young, adolescent, their faces slack and breathing slow, sedated, marked for transfer. Emrys stood in the doorway and she saw his jaw tighten. They are children. They are inventory. Vesna moved to the nearest bed. A girl, maybe 14, her hair cropped short, her wrists wrapped in soft restraints. A tag hung from the bed frame. Candidate. Suitable. Conveyed. The same handwriting she had seen in the Blackwake register. Mireya's hand, or a copy of it. "Eloine has been using this place as a staging point," Vesna said. "Children processed here, sedated here, moved through the Thorn network while the hospice collected ecclesiastical fees and looked away." Sabin was already at the far wall, pulling open a cupboard. "There are enough supplies here to move 50. This was not a single transfer. This was a route." Vesna looked at the register on the desk by the door. She opened it. The pages were half filled. Names, dates, codes. The most recent entry was 3 days old. A row of 12 candidates marked "Conveyed to White Fen." White Fen. The name from the prayer leaf. The direction Mireya had deliberately not spoken. Eloine was not heading for the Black Channel. She was consolidating at White Fen, a staging ground she had been building for years, hidden inside the church's own immunity. Vesna closed the register. "We have to move them." Emrys looked at the 6 beds. "We cannot carry 6 sedated adolescents through the marsh." "Then we wake them." Vesna turned to Sabin. "Find the sister or whoever is still on staff. Tell them the house is compromised and that ecclesiastical immunity will not protect them if I report what is in this room." Sabin was already moving. Vesna knelt beside the girl in the first bed. The restraints were soft and buckled, not knotted, meant to contain without marking, for transport, not for punishment. The girl did not stir when Vesna touched her shoulder. Her breathing was deep, drowned. "How much sedative did they give her?" Emrys picked up a vial from the bedside table. "Standard dose for transport. She will not wake for hours." "We do not have hours. Then we carry them." Vesna looked at him, his broken arm, his pale face, his refusal to let her bear this alone. "We carry them," she repeated, and the words felt like an oath. She lifted the girl from the bed. The body was light, bone and breath and nothing else. The weight of a life that had not yet been told what it was allowed to be. Vesna carried her toward the door, and she did not look back at the register because the names were already inside her. Conveyed to White Fen. She knew where she was going now. Emrys followed with the second child, and Sabin returned with a cart. The horses were startled and complaining, and the sky was turning the color of old iron over the hospice roof. They loaded the children into the cart. 5 of them. 6. Vesna counted again. 5. One girl was missing from the bed closest to the door, the one she had passed first, the one whose tag she had read before moving to wake the nearest. She looked at the empty bed. The restraints hung open. The sheet was still warm. A sound came from the corridor behind her, soft and deliberate, the scrape of a shoe on stone. Vesna turned. The girl stood in the doorway. She was maybe 12, dark-haired, thin, her eyes not sedated but clear and fixed on Vesna with the stillness of something that had been watching long before the door opened. "You are Vesna Crale," the girl said. Vesna did not answer. The girl stepped forward, and in her hand she held a folded paper that bore the same black thread Dessa had used to signal Mireya. "The matron said you would come." The girl held out the paper. "She said I should give you this and then wait for the next cart." Vesna took the paper. It was warm from the girl's hand. She unfolded it. In Elowine's handwriting, pressed and certain, "You found the altar. You found the register. But you still do not know what White Fen is for. Come before the moon rises, and I will show you. Bring the children. They are mine. They will always be mine. A mother does not abandon her daughters, even the ones who try to burn her." Vesna read it twice. Then she looked at the girl. "How long have you been awake?" The girl did not blink. "Long enough to know you will not take me to the matron." "Then why did you give me the letter?" "Because she said you would need it to find her." The girl's voice was flat, emptied of anything that could be read. "And because I am not the one she thinks I am." She turned and walked back into the corridor. Vesna followed. The corridor was empty. The girl had vanished into the dark. Chapter 69. The girl was gone. Vesna stood in the empty corridor with Elowine's letter still open in her hand, the paper warm where the girl had held it. The dark at the far end swallowed everything. No footsteps, no breath, just the hush of a hospice that had been emptied of everyone except the ones who could not run. She folded the letter. Emrys appeared behind her, his shadow stretching across the stone. She vanished? Into the walls. Vesna turned back toward the ward. She knew my name. She knew Elowine expected me, and she chose to give me the message anyway. Which means she has her own purpose, or she is exactly what Elowine thinks she is. Vesna stepped through the doorway. A daughter waiting to be collected. The 5 remaining children lay in their iron beds, untouched by any of it. The girl in the first bed was still breathing in that slow, drugged rhythm, her face slack, her hands loose at her sides, tags on their wrists, blankets folded precisely at the foot of each bed. The room smelt of bleach and something floral, cheap perfume laid over the chemical sting. Sabin had found a lantern somewhere. He set it on the desk beside the register, and the light caught the children's faces in amber sweeps. "We cannot carry 5 of them through the marsh," he said, "not at speed. Then we wake them. The standard dose will not wear off for hours. If we try to rouse them too fast—" "I know what the sedative does." Vesna moved to the bedside table and picked up the empty vial. "I was given it twice, during transfers, when the order needed me quiet." Sabin's mouth tightened. He said nothing. Vesna set the vial down. "Cold water, pressure points behind the jaw. They will wake confused, afraid, and sick. That cannot be helped. What can be helped is what they see first." She looked at Emrys. "I need you to stand where they can see you. Not as a predator, as someone steady." He moved without answering, positioning himself near the foot of the nearest bed, his broken arm held against his chest, his posture open. Vesna went to the wash basin. The water was cold and clean, drawn before the staff abandoned the building. She soaked a cloth and wrung it out, then knelt beside the first bed. The girl was maybe 14, brown hair cropped short, a scar above her right eyebrow, old and white. Vesna pressed the cold cloth to the girl's throat. The girl's eyes opened. They were gray, unfocused, filling with panic. "Easy." Vesna kept her voice low, her hand on the girl's shoulder. "You are safe. You are not in the cart. You are on the floor of a chapel, and there is a fire burning, and someone is pulling you by the wrist toward a door you cannot see." The girl blinked. Vesna realized she had spoken her own memory aloud. She pulled back. "You are in a hospice called St. Orla's. The people who brought you here are gone. We are getting you out." The girl's throat worked. Her voice came out splintered. "The matron said you would come." Vesna's hand stilled on her shoulder. "The matron said a woman with gray-green eyes would find us." The girl's fingers found the edge of the blanket, gripping it. "She said you would try to take us somewhere else. She lied. Does she ever lie?" The question sat between them, sharp as a blade. Vesna answered it with the only truth she had. "Every day, to everyone, including herself." She moved to the next bed. The process repeated. Cold cloth, pressure points, slow return to consciousness. Each child woke with the same blank terror, the same muscle memory of obedience, and Vesna saw herself in every one of them. The girl who learned not to scream because screaming changed nothing. The boy who watched the door instead of the person in front of him. The youngest, a child of maybe 10, who did not speak at all, only stared at Emrys with the stillness of prey. Vesna knelt in front of him. "I know that look," she said. "I wore it for 15 years. The boy did not answer. "Here is what I know." She kept her voice even. "The woman who put you in that bed is my enemy. She killed my village. She made me into a weapon, and she will not touch you again unless she walks through me first." Something shifted in the boy's eyes. Not trust, not yet, but the stillness eased, fractionally. The girl from the first bed spoke again. "She sang to us." Vesna turned. Before the sedative, the girl's voice was rough. The matron. She sang an old hymn about the river and the fire and the road that leads home. Vesna knew the hymn. She had heard it 100 times in the Order's chapels, sung by women in gray robes while she knelt on cold stone and tried not to feel the hunger. "Did she sing anything else?" The girl nodded. "A verse I did not know, about the children who walk into the water and do not come back. She said it was an old verse, a true one." The youngest boy made a sound, low, almost a whimper. Vesna looked at him. He was not looking at her, he was looking at the door. Beyond it, from somewhere in the hospice's upper floors, a bell began to ring. Not the rhythm of a service, not the tolling of the hours. A single bell struck hard and fast, the sound of alarm. Sabin was already moving. "That is the main door. Someone just locked it from outside." Emrys crossed to the window. The courtyard below was empty. The gates stood closed. The Marsh road stretched north into the haze, undisturbed. Then the shadows under the eaves shifted. A figure stepped out from behind the hospice well. Then another from the stable arch. Then 2 more from the tree line. They wore no uniform, no Thorn seal, but they moved like people who had been told exactly where to stand. The girl from the first bed rose on unsteady legs. "The matron said she would collect us by moonrise." Her voice was flat. "She said if we were not in the cart, the others would come for us instead." Vesna looked up at the sky. The moon was already rising. Chapter 70. The bell was still ringing. Vesna counted the strokes. 7. 8. A pattern meant to carry across marsh and field, warning anyone with ears that the hospice had shifted from sanctuary to trap. The tunnel. She was already moving, grabbing the youngest boy by the wrist. "There is a service corridor behind the infirmary. It runs under the east wall and comes up past the well. The well is where the first figure stood," Sabin said. "Then we go deeper and find a second exit." The children were rising, slow, stumbling, limbs still heavy with sedative. The first girl had found her balance. The boy who did not speak was on his feet, watching Emrys with that prey stillness that would not break. Emrys met the boy's gaze and held it. "I am not here to hurt you." The boy did not answer, but he took a step toward Vesna. She led them fast through the ward door into a narrow passage where the plaster had peeled in long strips and the smell of bleach was stronger. The bell kept ringing overhead, a rhythm meant to disorient, to make thinking hard. Vesna counted her steps. 42 to the junction, a left turn, then the service door, iron-bound and rusted at the hinges. She pulled. It did not move. Locked from this side. She ran her fingers along the frame, found the bolt housing. "Sabin, I need something thin and harder than oak." Sabin was already at her side, a knife drawn, the blade slipping into the gap between door and frame. He worked the tip against the bolt with the precision of a man who had spent years opening things that wanted to stay closed. The bolt scraped. The door swung inward. Darkness. A staircase descending into absolute black. Vesna turned to the children. "Stay behind me. Touch the wall with one hand. Do not let go of the person in front of you." The first girl took the hand of the boy who did not speak. The boy took the hand of the next. One by one they formed a chain. Vesna went first. The stairs were stone, slick with damp. The air changed as they descended from bleach to wet mortar and something older. the smell of water that had not moved in years. At the bottom, a corridor, narrow enough to touch both walls at once. A door at the far end, and beside it a wooden chest bound with brass. Vesna stopped. The chest was clean, no dust, no cobwebs. Someone had been here recently. She knelt and lifted the lid. Inside, correspondence. Dozens of folded papers, each sealed with the same cramped hand she had seen on the reverse of the prayer leaf. Route orders, supply manifests, names of chaplains who had signed immunity waivers, and at the bottom, a single card, heavy stock, a border monastery sketched in ink, and beneath it, a single line of text. White Fen, transfer complete, awaiting final consignment. Vesna read it twice. Elowine was not collecting the children. She was expecting them. The hospice was not a trap to hold them. It was a waypoint. The children were cargo, and White Fen was the destination. Behind her, Sabin spoke low. "We need to move. They will breach the main door within minutes." Vesna lifted the correspondence chest and handed it to him. "Burn it. Every page." Sabin did not argue. He took the chest and began feeding the papers to the nearest lantern flame, the corners curling and darkening. The first girl was watching. "What is White Fen?" she asked. Vesna looked at her. The girl's eyes were gray and steady, too old for her face. "A place the matron uses to finish what she started." The girl nodded, as if she had already known. The last page fed through the flame. Sabin stamped the ash flat. Above them, the bell stopped ringing. Silence. Then the sound of a door breaking open, wood splintering against stone. Emrys moved past Vesna, positioning himself at the foot of the stairs with his broken arm held tight and his good hand empty. "Go," he said. "I will hold the stair. You cannot fight 4 armed men with 1 arm." "No, but I can slow them long enough for you to find the Marsh trail." Vesna looked at the children, their faces pale and waiting, then at Emrys, standing in the dark with his back to her and no weapon in his hand. She did not say the words that rose in her throat. There was no time. She took the youngest boy's hand and led them deeper into the corridor. The darkness folded around them. The sound of boots on stone began behind her, and she did not look back. Chapter 71. The corridor opened onto a drainage culvert, the walls slime-slick and the air thick with marsh rot. Vesna counted 43 steps before she saw moonlight. The culvert mouth was choked with reeds. She pushed through, the children following in a chain behind her, and emerged onto a narrow spit of packed earth where the marsh stretched flat and silver under the risen moon. No pursuit. Not yet. She turned and looked back at the hospice. Dark. Quiet. The bell had not started again. Emrys had bought her the time. The first girl stood at her elbow, watching the same dark building. "He will come back," the girl said. It was not a question. "Yes." Vesna said it because the children needed to hear it, because she needed to believe it. They moved. The marsh trail was soft underfoot, water seeping through the crushed grass. Vesna led them east toward the road, the youngest boy's hand still in hers, his grip steady and wordless. Duskwater's lamps appeared before dawn, scattered across the river bend. The sentry at the fishmonger's gate recognized her. His eyes went to the children, pale and hollow-eyed and clinging to each other, and he did not ask questions. He opened the gate. Sabin was waiting in the stable yard. He had ridden ahead through the high marsh, taken a faster horse from the hospice cart. His sleeves were wet to the elbow and his face was gray with exhaustion, but he was standing. "Emrys?" "Holding the stair when I left." Sabin's jaw tightened. "I circled back through the east ditch. They were still at the main door. He had time." Vesna nodded. She did not let herself think about what happened when the time ran out. "The children need a sealed room, warm, no windows if possible." Sabin was already moving. "The old scribe's quarters off the north archive. Lock on the inside. I will have bedding sent." She led the children through the servant passages, keeping them close to the walls, avoiding the main halls where the night lamps still burned and voices carried. The first girl walked at her side, the younger ones trailing behind, the mute boy bringing up the rear with that same predator stillness. The scribe's quarters were small, stone-walled, a single brazier and 4 pallets that Sabin had already laid out. Vesna checked the lock. solid. She knelt in front of the first girl. I need you to stay here. You will lock the door when I leave. You will not open it for anyone except me, Sabin Yarrowell, or Emrys Mordent. Do you understand? The girl's gray eyes held hers. What if the matron comes? She is not here, and she will not reach this room. Vesna set it flat, a fact rather than a promise. If anyone else tries the door, you stay silent. You do not answer. You do not make a sound. The girl nodded. Vesna looked at the youngest boy. He was watching her with that unblinking focus that made her want to tell him it was safe, that he did not need to watch anymore. But she had learned at his age that safe was a word people used to make you drop your guard. You know how to stay quiet, she said instead. He did not answer, but something in his posture shifted, a fractional release of tension, as if she had named a skill he was proud to have. She left them there and heard the lock turn behind her. The hall was still sitting. Vesna had expected chaos, adjournment, corridors full of shouting, but the assembly had not dispersed. The benches were full, the delegates stiff-backed and hollow-eyed, the air thick with the smell of lamp oil and unwashed bodies. They had been waiting. Castellan Mordent sat at the high table, his face carved from old stone. Beside him, an empty chair. Sylvan Carith stood near the eastern pillar, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. The human elders were clustered in the west gallery, their scarves pulled tight, their hands gripping the rail. Every head turned when Vesna entered. She walked to the center of the floor and stopped. The hospice was a waypoint, she said, not a destination. Iloan has been processing children through St. Orla's for at least a year, moving them east to a staging ground called White Fen. I have route orders, chaplaincy waivers, supply manifests signed under Chaplain Salb's name 8 years after his death. She set the handful of papers she had kept from Sabin's burn pile onto the nearest table. A few pages, spared because she had known they would need witnesses. A human elder stepped forward, a woman with iron-gray hair and a voice that had not been raised in years. You brought children out of that place. 5. Where are they? Locked in a room under my protection until I know this hall will not deliver them to the Order's next processing point. The elder's mouth tightened, but she did not argue. Castellan Mordent rose. The children will remain under House Mordent's seal until the inquiry determines their disposition. Any house that challenges that custody will answer to me directly. No one spoke. Vesna looked at the papers on the table, the names, the seals, the careful lies that had moved human cargo through ecclesiastical immunity for years. Enough to shatter 3 chaplaincies, enough to implicate chantry officials who had signed waivers for a price. These names connect to bishops in Ashford, Crestwood, and the Hollows, she said. The same signatures appear on transport manifests from Blackwake. The same seals authorized the convoys that fed children into the pipeline before Ashmere burned. This is not one rogue matron. This is a system. The hall was silent. And then the outer door opened. A courier stood in the frame, young, breathless, wearing the gray tabard of the Eastern Ecclesiastical Court. He held a scroll bound in white ribbon. I have a proclamation from the Ecclesiastic Review Board at Thornwood, he said, his voice carrying too far in the hush. The board hereby claims jurisdiction over all evidence pertaining to the Order of the Thorn's transport network, including any children recovered from St. Orla's hospice or associated way stations, pending a neutral review of ecclesiastical records. He unrolled the scroll and read the seal aloud. The human elder's face went pale. Castellan Mordent's hand tightened on the table edge, and Vesna understood. The inquiry was not coming to investigate. It was coming to take. The courier lowered the scroll. The board's representatives will arrive by dawn. They request full cooperation from House Mordent and all human delegations present. Any interference with evidence transfer will be treated as obstruction of ecclesiastical law. Sylvan Carith let out a slow breath. There it is, he said quietly. They mean to bury it. Vesna looked at the papers on the table, the names she had carried through the dark, the children locked in the scribe's quarters, the truth that Eloine had spent 20 years learning to outrun. The dawn was still hours away. She had until then to decide how much of the truth she would let them take. Chapter 72. The hall had not moved. Vesna stood at the center of the floor with the Ecclesiastic Review Board's proclamation still echoing in the silence. The courier had rolled his scroll and stepped back to the wall, but his presence remained like a blade laid on the table. Dawn was hours away. The board's representatives would arrive by then and claim everything she had carried through the dark. She looked at the papers she had saved from Sabin's burn pile. Route orders, chaplaincy waivers, names that connected bishops in 3 territories to the pipeline that had moved children through St. Orla's for a year. Evidence that could break the system or disappear into ecclesiastical vaults, depending on whose hands took it first. A human elder broke the silence. The board has no authority over children who were never processed through their registry. If those children were taken from a hospice operating outside canonical jurisdiction, the board cannot claim them. The courier's jaw tightened. The proclamation specifies nothing about the legality of the hospice's charter, the elder cut in. St. Orla's was a way station, not a licensed ecclesiastical holding. Its last inspection was 11 years ago. By canon law, the board's jurisdiction expires when the facility's charter expires. Vesna looked at the elder. Iron-gray hair, hands that had held a gavel longer than Vesna had been alive. "You studied the charter," Vesna said. "I read it while you were speaking." The elder's mouth curved, cold and sharp. "I do not trust ecclesiastical boards that arrive before dawn." The courier started to speak, but Vesna raised her hand. "The children stay under House Mordent's seal," she said. "The evidence stays on this table. The board's representatives may review both when they arrive, but they will not remove anything from this hall without a signed order from the tribunal." But the human elder nodded once. The courier's face went pale, but he said nothing. Vesna turned to face the assembly. Every delegate was watching her. The exhausted witnesses, the hollow-eyed clerks, Sylvan Carith, still standing by the pillar with his arms crossed and his expression unreadable. She had come to Duskwater under a false name, with a forged seal and a silver blade sewn into her sleeve. She had left the Order of the Thorn bleeding in the ashes of its own lies, and now she had to decide what version of herself would stand in the light. "My name is Vesna Crale," she said. The words hung in the air. She had not spoken them to the full hall before. Not like this. Not as a statement rather than a confession. "I was taken from Ashmere when I was 7 years old. The Order of the Thorn processed me through Blackwake Ferry, assessed me as suitable, and trained me to believe that survival meant obedience. I was taught that the vampires who burned my village had to die, and that I was the instrument chosen to kill them." She paused. The hall was silent enough to hear the lamps burn. "Every skill I have was given to me by people who lied about who I was. Every mission I completed was ordered by a woman who knew the truth and fed me the lies so I would not stop to question it. I lived for 20 years inside a story that was built to make me useful." She looked at the papers on the table. "I am not asking for sympathy. I am not asking to be called a victim. I survived because I learned to be dangerous, and that danger belongs to me now. Not to the order that shaped it, not to the houses that fear it." A human elder shifted in his seat. "Then whose side are you on?" Vesna met his eyes. "I am on the side of the truth that was buried under Ashmere. On the side of the children who were processed through St. Orla's like cargo. On the side of every witness the order tried to silence." She held his gaze. "If that makes me an enemy to someone in this room, then let them name themselves, and I will answer." No one spoke. The human elder looked away. The hall held its breath. And then a voice came from the eastern gallery, low, measured, belonging to a man Vesna had seen at the back of every session, his coat embroidered with the silver thread of a minor house she had not bothered to learn. "And where does House Mordent stand in this allegiance of yours?" The question landed like a stone in still water. Vesna turned toward the voice. The man had risen from his seat, his hands resting on the gallery rail, his face unreadable. "You stand in this hall under the Mordent seal," he continued. "You speak under their protection. You brought children into their keeping. The heir abandoned his post at a hospice stair to buy time for your escape, and Castellan Mordent has publicly claimed you as his ward." He tilted his head. "So I ask again, do you stand in this hall as yourself, or as House Mordent's creature?" The hall shifted. Every eye turned. Not toward Vesna, toward the empty chair beside Castellan Mordent, toward the doorway where Emrys had not yet appeared. The silence stretched, and Vesna understood what the noble had done. He had not asked her a question. He had forced the hall to wait for an answer that belonged to another person entirely. She opened her mouth to speak. The doors at the far end of the hall swung open. Emrys Mordent stood in the frame. His coat was torn at the shoulder. His broken arm hung in a makeshift sling, dark with blood that had not been his own. His face was pale, his jaw set, his eyes scanning the room until they found her. He did not look at the delegates. He did not look at the noble who had asked the question. He walked down the center of the hall, past the human elders, past the clerks and the witnesses and the courier still holding his rolled scroll, and stopped 3 paces from Vesna. The hall held its breath. "I told you I would not ask again," he said, his voice low enough that only she could hear. And then he turned to face the assembly, and the room went still. Chapter 73. Emrys turned to face the assembly. The torn shoulder of his coat exposed the blood-dark bandage beneath. His broken arm hung in the sling, his free hand empty, his stance that of a man who had walked through something that should have killed him and had nothing left to prove. He did not raise his voice. The noble in the gallery asked whether Vesna Crale stands here as herself or as House Mordent's creature. He said the name carefully, as though testing how it fit his mouth. The question deserves an answer. The hall leaned toward him. "She came to Duskwater under a false name with a forged seal and a blade meant for my father's throat. I knew she was lying from the first night. I chose to watch rather than expose her because I recognized something dangerous in the shape of her silence, and I wanted to understand what it served." Vesna stood still. The air in the hall pressed against her ribs. "She had 3 chances to kill Castellan Mordent," Emrys said. 3 clear opportunities, in hidden spaces where no one would have witnessed it. She took none of them. She chose instead to save my life at the Sable communion rite, to protect survivors she was raised to believe were her enemies, and to walk into a hospice siege with 5 children she did not have to carry. He paused. "I did not command her to do any of that. I could not have stopped her if I tried. Vesna Crale is not my creature. She has never been anyone's creature, whatever the Order of the Thorn believed when they forged her into a weapon." The minor house noble in the eastern gallery shifted his weight. "Then what is she to House Mordent?" Emrys looked at Vesna. The question hung between them, sharp as a blade edge, and she saw him choose his answer in the space before he spoke. He could have claimed her as ally, as witness, as protected party under blood law. All of those were true. He chose something else. "She is the person I would stand beside even if every house in this conclave declared her enemy," he said. "But that bond will exist only if she names it herself. I will not ask again until asking means freedom, not pressure. She has had enough people decide her choices for her." A human elder let out a breath that sounded like relief. Sylvan Karith crossed his arms and said nothing. But 3 seats to his left, a woman with a silver council pin rose to her feet. "The heir of House Mordent stands before us and admits he harbored an enemy operative under full knowledge of her intent. That is not a defense. That is a confession of reckless judgment that could have cost every delegate in this room their lives." Murmurs spread. A few voices rose in agreement. Enren to her gaze. "Shall I list the names of every house that has hidden informants inside Duskwater this season? Or shall we agree that the Centennial always brings spies, and the only question is which ones choose to tell the truth when it costs them everything?" The woman sat down. Castellan Mordent rose from his chair, his voice carrying across the hall with the weight of a man who had held the house through worse storms than this. "The hall has heard the heir's answer. The question of Vesna Crale's standing will be resolved when the tribunal convenes, not in open debate before every delegate and clerk in the territory. Until then, she remains under House Mordent's protection, and the children remain under our seal." He looked at Vesna once, and she saw something in his face she had never expected from the man she was raised to kill. Approval. The hall settled into restless quiet. Delegates spoke in low clusters. The Ecclesiastic Review Board courier stood frozen near the side door, his scroll still unrolled in his hand, uncertain how to proceed without a formal opening. Emrys stepped closer to Vesna. His voice dropped so only she could hear. I meant it. Which part? All of it, but especially the part about not asking again until it costs you nothing to answer. He looked at her, and there was no demand in his eyes, only the quiet patience of a man who had spent decades waiting for truths to surface. You have stood in front of this hall and named yourself. You have refused Elowine's offer. You have brought children to safety and burned evidence that would have condemned you if it fell into the wrong hands. I do not need you to say anything else tonight. Vesna felt the pressure behind her ribs shift, a knot she had carried so long she had forgotten it was there. And if I wanted to say it anyway? Something moved in his face. Then I would listen. The hall door opened before she could answer. Sabin Yarrowell entered at a pace that drew every eye, his coat spattered with marsh mud, his hands stained with something darker than ink. He crossed the floor without looking at the delegates and stopped before Vesna and Emrys. She's gone, he said. Who? Mireya. She slipped through the North Marsh gate an hour ago with a conclave informant from the Ashford delegation. I tracked them to the first channel crossing before I lost the trail in the fog, but I found this wedged under a stone at the crossing marker. He held out a folded piece of paper, still damp. Vesna took it. The seal was cracked, the wax still soft enough to smear under her thumb, and she recognized the cramped handwriting from the reverse of the thorn prayer leaf that had guided her to the hospice. North Road bends at the drowned chapel. Tell the girl with grey-green eyes to follow the old whistle if she wants to find what Elowine left behind before the church buries it. Emrys read it over her shoulder. The courier with the missing finger. Or a trap dressed like a lead, Sabin said. But the seal is fresh. Whoever left it knew Mireya was running north, and they wanted you to know where she was heading. Vesna stared at the note. The drowned chapel. The old whistle. Talia's voice echoed in her memory. Some names must be called in the old voice. She looked up, and the hall's lamps reflected off the damp paper in her hand, casting shadows that stretched toward the doorway where the Ecclesiastic Review Board courier still stood with his unrolled scroll and his unreadable face. The board's representatives would arrive by dawn. Mireya was running north with an informant who knew the conclave's secrets. And somewhere in the fog beyond the marsh, the courier with the missing finger was waiting for her to answer a summons she had not known existed until this moment. Chapter 74. Sabin Yarrowell stood with marsh mud drying on his coat, the damp note still visible in Vesna's hand, and the hall's restless quiet pressing against every wall. She did not run alone, he said. Emrys turned. Explain. The informant who helped Mireya through the north gate. Ashford delegate, second tier, listed as a trade observer. I pulled his name from the arrival roster before I lost the trail. Sabin's voice dropped. He was not the only one moving tonight. Vesna looked up from the note. Who else? A cousin of the house. Second or third removed. Name is Corvin Dran, and he has been living in the East Servants' Wing since the Centennial preparations began, claiming the main guest chambers aggravate an old lung complaint. Sabin's jaw tightened. The night steward saw him enter the archive after midnight 3 nights running. Each time he came out carrying nothing visible. Emrys went still. The stillness was worse than shouting. Which archive? Vesna asked. The North Annex, where the old correspondence chests are stored, the ones that predate my mother's tenure. Emrys spoke quietly, the calm precision of a man holding rage behind his teeth. Did anyone stop him? The night steward thought he had permission. He claimed you authorized the review. I authorized nothing. I know that now, Sabin said. But I only learned it 20 minutes ago when I checked the signature on the access log against the one on the hospice manifests. He drew a folded paper from his inner coat pocket and held it out. Vesna took it before Emrys could move. The handwriting on the access log matched the cramped script on the thorn prayer leaf, the same hand that had guided her to St. Orlas and then to the drowned chapel. The same hand that had left the summons under the crossing marker. He is still in the East Wing, Sabin said. I had the corridor watched before I came to the hall. If we move now, we can take him before he hears the news is out. Emrys looked at Vesna. She saw the question in his face before he spoke. This was not his house to act alone in anymore. Not on a cousin's betrayal that touched her evidence, her children, the pipeline that led to White Fen. I want to see his face when he answers, she said. The east servants' wing was a narrow corridor of low ceilings and warped floorboards, lit by a single lamp at the far end. Sabin led them past the night steward's empty station and stopped at the third door, a plain oak panel with a brass pull that had been polished to a dim shine. "No lock," he murmured. "He sleeps with the door unbarred. Confident or careless?" Vesna pressed her palm flat against the wood and felt the faint tremor of someone moving inside. A chair scraped stone. Paper rustled. She opened the door. Corvin was a thin man in his 40s, with pale hair already receding at the temples and ink stains on his fingers that matched the ones on Sabin's hands. He sat at a small writing desk, a stack of correspondence spread before him, and looked up without surprise. "I wondered when you would come," he said. Emrys stepped past Vesna into the room. "You are a blood cousin of my father's line. You ate at our table. You swore the house oath." "I swore an oath to survive," Corvin said. His voice was dry, unhurried. "The Thorn offered me something your father never could, a future that did not end with the Mordent line extinguished." "The Thorn intends to kill every vampire in Duskwater," Vesna said. Corvin's gaze shifted to her. "No. The Thorn intends to break the high houses. The rest will kneel. And those who helped will be allowed to kneel with their throats intact." Vesna laid the damp note on the edge of his desk. "You left this at the crossing marker." "I did." "Why?" Corvin sat back. "Because Mireya was running north with the Ashford informant, and I needed you to know where she was heading before the church closed the road. The Drowned Chapel is the last station before White Fen. If you reach it before the board seals the Marsh, you can still intercept the transfer." "What is White Fen?" Emrys asked. Corvin's mouth tightened. "A holding site. The place where the children who survived the journey are processed for final assignment. There are 12 cells, a chapel with an iron altar, and a blood well that has been in continuous operation for 6 years. "Children," Vesna said. "For blood. Not for feeding. For breeding." Corvin's voice held no inflection. "The Order does not waste resources. The children who pass suitability are kept alive, conditioned, and used to produce the next generation of compliant vessels. The ones who fail go into the well." The room went cold. Emrys did not move. "How do you know this?" "Because I read the correspondence you were not supposed to see. The archive my mother left behind, the one your father sealed, the one the Thorn has been trying to access for a decade. I traded the location of 3 letters for my name on a protection list." Corvin met Emrys's gaze without flinching. "I know what it cost you to keep that archive hidden, but I also know what it would have cost me to stay silent." "Who inside the church protects Eloine now?" Vesna said. Corvin opened his mouth. He did not answer. His eyes widened, his hand flew to his throat, and a thin line of dark blood seeped between his fingers. He tried to speak, but the sound that came out was wet, strangled, already failing. Vesna crossed the room in 2 strides and caught him as he fell forward, his weight dragging the chair onto its side. She saw the capsule shards between his teeth, the white powder smeared across his lower lip, the tremor that ran through his chest, and stopped. She let him down slowly, her hands coming away red. Sabin stood in the doorway, his face unreadable. Emrys stared at the body. "He was dead the moment we walked in," Vesna said. "He knew it. He chose the timing." "Or the capsule was already triggered," Emrys said. "Someone else decided when he would fall silent." Sabin crossed to the window and looked out into the dark. "The Marsh Road is still open, but if the board arrives at dawn and the Drowned Chapel is the last station before White Fen, that gives us maybe 3 hours to reach it before the whole corridor is sealed." Vesna looked down at Corvin Dran's still face, the name he had not spoken, the church protector who would remain hidden until she found another way to drag him into the light. She wiped her hands on her coat and picked up the damp note from the desk. "Then we go now." Chapter 75. Dawn broke gray over Duskwater, the marsh mist lying low against the stone as servants carried candles into the hall. Not the branched silver candelabra of the Centennial, but plain tallow dips in iron holders, the kind that burned in village chapels and workmen's kitchens. Vesna watched them set the lights in rows along the floor, a path of small flames leading from the main doors to the dais where Emrys Mordent stood in unadorned black. The hall filled slowly. Survivors from the hidden refuge came first, Talia walking with Sarah's hand braced against her shoulder. Behind them came the human elders, the Marsh council members, the chantry clerks who had not fled during the night's chaos. Minor house nobles lined the eastern wall, their faces unreadable. Sylvan Charist stood near the pillar where he had watched every turn of the tribunal, his arms crossed, his silence a kind of judgment held in reserve. Emrys took his place beside Vesna near the front. His broken arm rested in the sling Sebin had bound fresh before dawn. The blood on his coat had dried to rust. "Who called this?" Vesna asked. "My father," Emrys said. "Before the board arrives, before anyone can claim the dead belong to their records first." Castellan raised his hand. The hall went quiet. He did not speak from a scroll. He spoke from memory, his voice carrying the weight of a man who had carried this list for 20 years in silence. He named the families of Ashmere by household, by trade, by the children who had been born in the village and the elders who had died there before the fire. He named the marshland the village had worked, the channel it had fished, the chapel where its dead had been blessed before the ground swallowed them. Vesna stood very still. She had heard Ashmere spoken of in whispers, in coded references, in the margins of ledgers. She had never heard it spoken aloud as a place that had existed, that had held people who mattered to each other, that had been erased by design. A name. Her father's name. Emrys Crale, woodworker, listed in the tax register for the Eastern Quarter. Her mother's name, Lena Crale, weaver, recorded in the chapel birth ledger for the year of Vesna's own birth. Her brother's name, Dari. She had not let herself hear those names in 20 years. Talia stood at the edge of the survivor cluster, her gray-green eyes fixed on Castellan's face. She did not weep, none of them did. They stood like people who had learned that grief was a luxury the living could not afford, and listened to their dead being returned to them in the voice of the man they had been raised to fear. Castellan finished. The silence stretched. Then the human elder with iron-gray hair, the one who had challenged the board's jurisdiction, stepped forward and set a single stone on the floor before the dais. A river stone, worn smooth, dark with marsh water. "From the channel bank," he said, "where the village stood." One by one, the survivors moved forward. Talia placed a handful of ash wrapped in linen. Sarah placed a bent nail, rusted, the kind used in chapel roof beams. The mute boy from St. Orlas, standing with the other recovered children at the back of the hall, placed a feather from a marsh bird, gray and tipped with white. Vesna had nothing to place. She had not carried anything from Ashmere. She had been carried out of it, unconscious, bleeding, her memory of that night composed of fire and water and a woman's pale eyes telling her she was safe now. She was chosen now. She belonged to something greater than a burned village. She had believed it. She had built her life on it. The bird whistle in her pocket felt heavier than a blade. She did not move to the dais. She stood beside Emrys and let the survivors claim their dead without her shadow falling across their grief. The tallow candles burned low. The hall began to clear in small clusters, voices low, footsteps reluctant. The human elders gathered near the dais, speaking to Castellan in tones too quiet to carry. The minor house nobles filed out in twos and threes, their faces giving nothing. Sylvan Charith was the last to leave, pausing at the door to look back at the row of offerings on the floor, at the river stone, the ash, the nail, the feather. Then he was gone. Vesna stood alone at the edge of the light. Emrys had moved to speak with his father. Sabin was organizing the children's return to the scribes' quarters. The survivors were being guided toward the side chambers where food and blankets waited. She heard it then. A single note, high and thin, cutting through the marsh mist like a blade through silk. The bird whistle. Talia's whistle. Vesna turned toward the sound and walked. The north corridor was empty. The side door to the garden was open, the wet grass beyond it silver with dawn light. She stepped through and followed the path past the dead herb beds, past the collapsed trellis, past the wall where the moss grew thick enough to hide a handhold. Talia stood at the edge of the marsh channel, the whistle at her lips, her eyes fixed on something in the reeds. Vesna came to a stop beside her. A figure was emerging from the mist. A woman, thin, mud to her knees, her coat torn and her face marked with the kind of exhaustion that came from running through the night without stopping. She carried nothing, no pack, no weapon, just a folded paper held in both hands, as though it was the only thing she had been allowed to keep. Talia lowered the whistle. "She came through the drowned channel," Talia said. "The old way. The one Milan said the water remembered." The woman reached them. Her eyes were pale, her hair matted with marshweed, her fingers trembling around the paper. She looked at Vesna. "You are the one who survived Blackwake," she said. Her voice was cracked, scraped raw by cold and distance and whatever she had seen in the dark. "Yes." The woman held out the paper. "She said you would know her hand." Vesna unfolded the paper. The ink was smudged, the writing cramped and familiar, the same hand on the reverse of the thorn prayer leaf, the same hand that had left the summons under the crossing marker, and the blood on the edge of the page was still wet. Chapter 76. The paper was warm, with the blood had not yet dried. Vesna stood at the edge of the marsh channel with the folded sheet in her hands, the woman still trembling before her, Talia's whistle silent at her side. The ink was the same cramped hand she had followed from the thorn prayer leaf to the crossing marker, the same hand that had guided her through the dark. She unfolded it. The words were few, the script tight and economical, written with the pressure of someone who had learned to make every line carry weight. Lena. Not Vesna, not the name she had worn into Duskwater, the name she had not spoken aloud until the chained man asked for it, the name Eloine had known before she gave her the other one. "You think you have betrayed me. You think you have broken the shape I made of you. You have only become dangerous enough to choose." That was always the point of the work. Vanna's breath stopped somewhere beneath her ribs. The words did not read like a threat. They read like praise, and that was worse, because Eloine had never praised anything that did not serve her purpose. "The war has entered its honest phase. You have shown them the truth of Ashmere, and they will still choose their comfort over your justice. That is what the church understands. That is what the houses understand. You have given them a story they cannot use, and they will bury it in procedure and ink. White Fen is still open. The children you took from St. Orla's were 1 cartload out of 100. The work does not stop because you refuse to carry it forward. If you wish to find me, you know where to look. Daughters come for their mothers in the end. That is the shape of the world. As for Mireya, she has been named provisional keeper of the next cell. She will burn everything you trusted about her, and she will do it well. That is not cruelty, Lena. That is succession. You were never the only blade. I made sure of it." The paper trembled in Vesna's hands. The woman who had carried it watched her with exhausted eyes, her breath still ragged from the drowned channel, her fingers raw from gripping stone in the dark. "She said you would understand," the woman whispered. "She said to tell you the whistle would still answer if you remembered how to call." Vesna looked up from the letter. The marsh mist curled around them, thick and cold, the dawn light still too weak to burn it away. Talia stood motionless at the edge of the channel, her gray-green eyes fixed on Vesna's face, waiting. The bird whistle was still in Vesna's pocket. She had carried it since Talia gave it to her, had felt its weight against her thigh through every hour of the siege at St. Orla's, every mile of the ride back to Duskwater, every name Castellan spoke in the memorial hall. It was a thing made of bone and memory, a call that Talia said belonged to the old voice, the one that could reach across water and marsh and find the people who had been scattered. Eloine knew about the whistle. Of course she knew. She knew everything. She had known that Vesna would defection, had known that Ilar would die, had known that the memorial would be held before the board arrived. She had planned for every outcome and named Mireya as her successor before the blood on Corvin's capsule had dried. Vesna folded the letter carefully, precisely, the way Eloine had taught her, the way that left no crease unaligned. "Where is she now?" Vesna asked. The woman shook her head. "I do not know. She gave me the paper at the channel mouth and told me where to find you. She did not say where she was going. Did she say anything else? The woman hesitated. Her gaze dropped to the paper in Vesna's hands, then rose again. And there was something in her eyes that had not been there before. Fear, maybe, or recognition. She said to tell you that the drowned chapel is empty, that whatever you hoped to find there is already ash. Vesna went still. The summons under the crossing marker had directed her to the drowned chapel, the last station before White Fen on the transfer route, the place where Elowine's trail was supposed to end. Empty. Then why send me a summons? Vesna said, her voice low. Why put the note under the stone if the chapel holds nothing? The woman's throat worked. She said you would ask that. She said to tell you that the summons was never about what you would find. Then what was it about? The women looked at the folded paper in Vesna's hands, at the blood still dark on its edge, at the cramped handwriting that had guided Vesna through every step of the Thorn's maze. It was about whether you would come, she said. She wanted to know if you were still following her trail, or if you had finally learned to make your own. The Marsh bells began to ring. 1 stroke. 2. 3. The Ecclesiastic Review Board's representatives had arrived at the manor gate. Talia stepped forward, her hand reaching for Vesna's arm. We need to go inside, if the board takes custody of the children before you speak to them. I know. Vesna did not move. She stood at the edge of the marsh channel with Elowine's letter in her hands and the bird whistle in her pocket, the dawn light silver on the water, the bells counting out the minutes before the church sealed the evidence, and the children and the truth behind procedure and ink. Daughters come for their mothers in the end. That is the shape of the world. Vesna raised her head and looked at the manor, at the windows where candles had begun to gutter and die, at the figures moving behind the glass, at the gate where the board's representatives would be dismounting even now, their scrolls ready, their seals hot, their authority absolute. She had nothing to place on the dais, but she had a name that was hers again. She had a whistle that still answered, and she had a choice that no one had made for her. She turned and walked toward the manor, the letter still in her hand, the blood still wet on its edge, the bells still ringing above the marsh. Behind her, the drowned channel swallowed the mist, and somewhere in the dark between the water and the reeds, the woman who had carried Elowine's message watched her go, then slipped back into the channel and vanished. Chapter 77. The marsh mist clung to Vezin's coat as she crossed the courtyard, Elowine's letter still folded against her palm, the bird whistle a hard weight against her thigh. The manor windows blazed with candlelight, figures moving behind the glass in quick, urgent patterns. The Ecclesiastic Review Board had arrived. She felt them before she saw them. The shift in the air, the way servants pressed themselves against walls, the silence that spread from the gate like ripples in still water. 3 men in charcoal gray robes stood at the hall entrance, their seals hanging from silver chains, their faces arranged in expressions of patient authority. The oldest one saw her coming. His gaze dropped to the folded paper in her hand, to the blood still visible at its edge, and something cold passed behind his eyes. Vesna Crale, he said. Not a question, a pronouncement. She stopped 3 paces from him and let her hand fall to her side. I am. The Ecclesiastic Review Board has taken custody of all evidence recovered from St. Orla's hospice, and all persons found within its jurisdiction. You will surrender the children and the documents to our authority by dawn, or you will be subject to canonical seizure. Vesna held his gaze. St. Orla's charter expired 11 years ago. The hospice was not under your jurisdiction when I entered it. The children were not in your custody when I removed them. The old man's expression did not change, but something in his posture sharpened. You are quoting law at the church. I am stating fact at an institution that claims to serve it. Behind her, she heard footsteps. Emrys, coming down the corridor with his arm still in the sling, his face drawn with exhaustion and something harder beneath it. He stopped beside her, close enough that she felt the warmth of him through the cold air between them. The old man looked at Emrys, then back at Vesna. House Mordent cannot shield you from canonical authority. She is not asking House Mordent to shield her, Emrys said. She is asking you to produce the charter that gives you jurisdiction. If you have it, show it. If you do not, withdraw your claim." The two younger representatives shifted, their eyes flicking to their superior. The old man did not move. The silence stretched, cold and absolute, and in it Vesna saw the shape of what she had been fighting since the moment she first knelt in Duskwater's archive. Not vampires, not monsters. This, the slow, grinding machinery of institutions that answered only to themselves, that wrapped their hunger in paper and seal and called it law. "Let them see the children," she said. The old man's eyes narrowed. "What? Let the board see them. Let them speak to each child alone, without House Mordent present, without me present. If the board finds even one child who says they were held against their will or that House Mordent harmed them, I will surrender every document and every testimony to your custody without argument." The old man studied her for a long moment. "And if we find nothing? Then you leave Duskwater, and you do not return unless you come with a valid charter and a tribunal-signed order." The younger representatives exchanged glances. The old man's hand moved to the seal at his chest, his thumb tracing the edge of it, thinking. "You overestimate your position," he said finally. "No, I am counting on yours." She held his gaze, and something in the silence between them shifted. Not surrender, recognition. He saw that she knew the game, that she had been trained by people who played it better than he did. "I will return within the hour," he said, and turned. The two younger men followed, their robes whispering against the stone, and the hall doors closed behind them with a sound like a tomb sealing. Vesna let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "Clever," Emrys said quietly, giving him a way to retreat without losing face. "Alowine taught me that. If you corner an authority, they will bite. If you leave them a door, they will take it and call it mercy. And if they find nothing? They will not find nothing. They will find 5 children who were drugged and processed and marked for transfer to a breeding facility because they will not have time to find anything else before the tribunal convenes and the truth goes public." Emrys was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You are not leaving." She turned to look at him. The candlelight carved shadows across his face, deepening the hollows under his eyes, catching the edge of the bandage visible at his collar where the blood had dried black. "I do not know what I am yet," she said, "but I am not running." She found Castellan Mordent in the archive chamber, standing before the ledger that held the Ashmere names, his hand resting on the open page where Orphaned Crale, Lena Crale, Dari Crale were written in ink that had faded to brown. He did not turn when she entered, but his voice carried across the room, dry and low. "The board will not find what they are looking for." Sabin moved the children to the upper scribe's quarters before they arrived. The room has no connection to the hospice or the order on any record. "Then why are you still here?" "Because I wanted to speak to you before the next crisis arrives." He turned then, and his eyes met hers. He looked old, not the ceremonial age of a vampire lord who had ruled for decades, but the tired age of a man who had carried a secret for so long it had bent his spine. "I have spent 20 years asking myself whether hiding the survivors was the right choice," he said, "whether keeping them silent and safe was better than using them as weapons against the people who burned their homes. I do not have an answer that satisfies me." He moved away from the ledger, his steps slow, measured. "But you do not need my answer. You need yours." Vesna did not speak. "Emrys tells me you are no longer bound to any house," Castellan said, "that you intend to choose your own way. I want to know what that way looks like. Will you remain under House Mordent's protection, or will you leave before the inquiry closes around us and the Thorn's next blade finds you?" Vesna looked at the ledger, at her father's name, her mother's, her brother's, names she had not heard spoken aloud for 20 years until this morning. "I told the board that House Mordent is not shielding me," she said. That was true. Castellan's expression did not change, but something in his stillness sharpened. "I am not staying because I am bound," she said. "I am staying because I choose to. Because the children from St. Orla's are not safe until White Fen falls. Because the truth about Ashmere will die if I walk away from it now. Because—" She stopped. "Because I do not want to leave him." She did not say it aloud, But Castellan's eyes flickered with something that might have been understanding. "Then you intend to stand with Duskwater," he said, "until the inquiry resolves and the Thorn's next move is met." "Yes." Castellan nodded slowly, his hand still resting on the ledger, his thumb tracing the faded ink of a name she could not see. "Then I will have Sabin prepare a formal declaration before the tribunal reconvenes. House Mordent acknowledges Vesna Crale as a free agent under its protection, bound by choice, not by contract or blood. That should give the board enough procedural difficulty to occupy them for the rest of the day." He looked at her then, and there was something in his eyes that she had never seen there before. Respect, maybe, or grief, finally shared. "Your father was a good man," he said. "He came to me once, before you were born, asking whether the Marsh taxes could be adjusted for the Woodworkers Guild. I told him no. The law was the law." He paused. "I have regretted that refusal for 30 years. Vesna did not know what to say. The words sat in her throat, heavy and foreign, and before she could find them, the door opened. Sabin Yarrowell stood in the frame, his coat wet, his hands stained with something dark. His face was composed, but his eyes were not. Castellan. Vesna. He did not wait for an invitation. Human envoys at the north gate. They came through the marsh on foot, flagged at the outer watch. White Fen riders were seen testing the north roads an hour ago. 8 mounted, armed, moving under church immunity banners. The air in the room changed. Castellan straightened, his age falling away as something older and harder rose to meet it. How far? 3 hours, if they push hard. 2, if they know the marsh cuts. Are they confirmed White Fen riders, or could they be a Thorn advance party using the banners? Sabin's jaw tightened. The envoy said the lead rider was a woman with iron-white hair, unhooded, unarmed, aside from a riding crop. Vesna felt the blood drain from her face. Eloine. She was not fleeing to White Fen. She was already there, and she was riding toward Duskwater, not away from it. Chapter 78. The air in the room changed. Castellan straightened, his age falling away as something older and harder rose to meet it. Sabin held the door frame like he expected the walls to shift. 8 mounted riders, Sabin said. Church immunity banners, a woman with iron-white hair leading them. Vesna's hand found the edge of the ledger table. The name Crale still stared up at her from the page. Her father's name. The man who had asked Castellan for a tax adjustment 30 years ago and been refused. The man who burned inside his own workshop while she watched from a canal. "She is not running," Vesna said. The words came out flat, measured. The voice Eloine had trained into her. She was never running. Castellan turned from the window. His eyes found hers, and something passed between them that did not need words, understanding, or recognition. The look of 2 people who had each carried a weight so long they had forgotten what it felt like to set it down. "If she reaches the causeway under church immunity," he said, "no house on this side can engage her directly. The board is still inside the manor. 1 word from her and they certify the seal the evidence rooms, and take everything into ecclesiastical custody. Then she does not reach the causeway." Vesna heard herself say it, heard the certainty in her own voice, and recognized it as the same tone she had used when planning his assassination. Castellan did not flinch. "The causeway is guarded," Sabin said. 8 men, House Mordent regulars, with a watch post at the marsh gate. They will hold against a direct approach, but they cannot fire on a church immunity banner without violating the truce. If Eloine rides under that banner, she can walk through them. Then I meet her before the causeway. Vesna stepped away from the table. Her hand brushed the folded letter in her pocket. Eloine's letter. The one that told her the drowned chapel was empty and the summons had been a test. The same letter that said White Fen was still operating and the children from St. Orla's were 1 cartload out of 100. Lena. Castellan used her birth name. The sound of it pulled her up short. "If you ride out to meet her alone," he said, "you give her exactly what she wants. A private confrontation, no witnesses, no record. She will offer you something, or take something from you, and the truth will die in the marsh between you. And if she reaches the hall, then the board seals everything we have gathered, and the truth still dies." Vesna stood still. The silence stretched. Sabin shifted his weight. The riders were seen testing the north roads an hour ago. If they know the marsh cuts, they are 2 hours out, maybe less. 2 hours. Not enough time to prepare a legal defense, not enough time to move the children again, not enough time to do anything but choose. The door opened behind her. Vesna did not turn. She knew the tread, the uneven rhythm of a man favoring a broken arm, the careful stillness of someone who had learned to move without telegraphing pain. Emrys came to stand beside her, not touching, close enough that she felt the warmth of him at her shoulder, the controlled weight of his presence. "Sabin told me," he said. "Then you know." "I know Elowine is riding toward us under church banners. I know the board is still inside the manor. I know we have 2 hours, maybe less, before the causeway is sealed and the evidence rooms are lost." He paused. "What I do not know is what you intend to do about it." Vesna looked at him. At the sling holding his arm, the dried blood still crusted on his coat, the exhaustion carved into the lines around his eyes. He had not slept, had not eaten, had stood beside her through every accusation, every revelation, every moment the world tried to break her open and claim what was inside. "I intend to stay," she said. The words came out quieter than she expected. "I intend to stand here, in this house, with these people, and meet whatever she brings. Not because House Mordent owns me, not because I owe a debt, because I choose it." Emrys did not look away. "Say it again," he said. "I choose it." His breath caught, a fraction of a second. She would have missed it if she had not been watching his mouth, the small movement at the corner of his lips that was not quite a smile and not quite relief, but something between them. "The board will try to separate us," he said. "The tribunal will call me a manipulator and you a victim. Elowine's riders will arrive with witnesses who will swear they saw me feed from you, bind you, compel you. Every law and every custom will be used to prove that you cannot have chosen freely, because a woman raised by the Thorn cannot want anything but survival." He stepped closer. His good hand came up, and he stopped it before it reached her face. Let it hang in the air between them, a question offered instead of an assumption. "They will need to see it," he said. "The hall, the board, the riders when they arrive. They will need to watch you stand beside me and know that no blood law, no contract, no coercion put you there." Vesna looked at his hand, at the space between his fingers and her skin, at the choice he was giving her, even now, when every second cost them ground. She took his hand, not the way she had taken it in the mud, desperate and holding on to keep from drowning. Not the way a bondswoman took her lord's hand, head bowed and wrist exposed. She took it the way one person took another's, palm to palm, fingers curling around his. Equal pressure. "They will see it," she said. Castellan watched them for a long moment. Then he turned to Sabin. "Prepare the hall. Open the main doors. If Elowine wants an audience, she will have one." Sabin nodded and was gone. The marsh bells began to ring. Vesna felt them through the stone, through the soles of her boots, a vibration that climbed her spine and settled in her chest. 1 stroke. 2. 3. The rhythm of the causeway watch, signaling approach. "That is not 2 hours," Emrys said. Castellan moved toward the door. "That is the causeway post. They have spotted riders." 4 strokes. 5. Vesna counted without meaning to, but people clubbed, flid, blasts up the Savri. The training in her blood, the habit of measuring time and sound. 6. The bells stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the ringing. "They are not approaching," Vesna said. Castellan turned. Emrys went still beside her. "If the watch stopped signaling," she said, "it means the riders have already passed the post. They are not testing the causeway. They are crossing it." Emrys looked at her. His hand tightened around hers. "How close?" Vesna calculated the distance. The marsh cuts. The speed of a mounted column under church banner. No resistance, no checkpoints. "They will be at the manor gate before we reach the hall." The air in the room went cold. Castellan moved first. He crossed to the door, pulled it open, and walked into the corridor without looking back. His voice carried over his shoulder, sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. "Then we meet them in the courtyard, under open sky, where every witness in Duskwater can see what the Thorn brings to our door." Emrys stepped after his father, but he did not release Vesna's hand. He pulled her with him into the corridor, past the servants who pressed themselves against the walls, past the guards who fell into formation behind them. The manor was waking. Doors opened, voices rose, the scrape of boots on stone as household staff and retainers moved toward the main entrance, toward the sound of something that had not happened in living memory. A Thorn column, riding under church immunity, crossing the causeway of a vampire house. Vesna walked beside Emrys through the corridor, through the anteroom, through the archway that opened onto the great hall. The space was already filling. Nobles, clerks, Marsh elders, the ecclesiastic review board's representatives, still in their charcoal robes, frozen in the act of gathering their documents. The main doors stood open. Cold air poured through them, carrying the smell of marsh water and wet stone and something else. Smoke, or oil. The scent of a column that had been riding through the dark. Vesna stepped through the threshold beside Emrys. The courtyard stretched before them, wet with drizzle, the cobblestones gleaming like bone under the gray sky. And at the gates, already halted, already formed, 8 mounted riders sat in perfect stillness. At their head, unhooded, iron-white hair braided tight against her skull, a woman whose face Vesna had seen in every nightmare and every waking memory for 20 years. Eloine Rusk looked up. Her pale gray eyes found Vesna, and she smiled. Chapter 79. It was warm. It was the smile of a woman who had already won, watching a favorite student arrive exactly where she had always intended. "Lena," Eloine said, and the name landed like a blade between the ribs. "You kept my whistle." The word hit before the meaning. Vesna's hand went to her pocket before she stopped it, and the gesture told Eloine everything. "I knew you would." Emrys stepped forward. His broken arm stayed in the sling, but his good hand found Vesna's wrist, anchoring her before she could move. "You are under church immunity," he said. "State your purpose or leave the causeway." Eloine's pale eyes slid to him, measured him, found him wanting in some cold arithmetic that had nothing to do with his bandaged arm where the blood still crusted on his coat. "I am here to collect what belongs to the Order," she said. "The children, the evidence, and the agent who abandoned her post." "She is not your agent," Emrys said. "Is she not?" Eloine looked past him, past the guards, past the nobles gathering in the courtyard. Her gaze found Castellan, standing in the open doorway with his old bones straight and his hands empty. "I taught her everything," Eloine said. "Every silence, every blade stroke, every lie that saved her life. You think she chose you because you were worthy? She chose you because I shaped her to see weakness and call it virtue." The courtyard held its breath. "Take your riders," Castellan said, "and leave the causeway before sunset. Your immunity does not cover speech against my house." Eloine laughed. It was a sound Vesna had not heard in 20 years, and it unlocked something in her chest that she had thought was sealed forever. A door, a crack of light. "The sun has already set, Lord Castellan." She raised her hand, and the night broke open. Riders came from the marsh, not the 8 at the gate. More. They poured from the reeds on both sides of the causeway, torches lit, blades drawn, the gray-white banners of church immunities streaming behind them like flags of surrender, worn backward. But they were not the only ones. From the manor's flank, from the servants' gate, from the drainage culvert where Vesna had led the children only hours ago, figures emerged. Not riders, footmen. Men and women in marsh workers' clothes, their faces hidden behind scarves, their hands carrying iron bars and pitchforks dipped in oil. Local converts. The Thorn had been here longer than the Rusk. Emrys pulled her backward. Guards rushed past them, forming a shield wall at the courtyard's edge. Savin's voice cut through the chaos, calling orders, directing the household retainers to the side passages. But Vesna was already moving. She knew this ground. She had mapped it for murder. The flooded crypt roads beneath the manor, the servant passages that ran behind the great hall, the drainage sluices that led to the marsh channel. Every inch of Duskwater's hidden architecture was written in her bones. She had learned it to kill. Now she would use it to keep people alive. The first wave hit the courtyard's edge, and Vesna did not hesitate. She grabbed a torch from the nearest sconce and ran, not toward the fight, toward the North Archive. "She's going the wrong way," someone shouted, but she did not stop. She knew the archive's back wall, the panel Sabin had found, the hidden passage that ran beneath the foundations and emerged at the crypt road's upper chamber. The water would be high. She counted on it. The tunnel entrance was dark, the air thick with marsh rot. She dropped to her knees, pressed through the gap, and descended into the flooded crypt road where she had once planned to corner Castellan Mordent and drive a blade through his throat. The water reached her waist. She waded forward, torch held high, the flame casting shadows that stretched and twisted like the arms of drowned things reaching from below. 3 turns, a false wall, a drainage grate. She had mapped every exit in the first week of her infiltration, and she had never told anyone. Not Emrys, not Sabin, not the children she had saved. The knowledge had been her secret weapon, her escape route, the proof that she was not truly one of them. Now it was the only thing standing between the Thorn and the survivors. She emerged at the lower chantry. Flames licked at the roof's edge. A group of retainers had barricaded the eastern door, but the Thorn's converts were already scaling the garden wall, their pitchforks catching the firelight. Vesna dropped her torch. She pulled the silver blade from her sleeve, and she cut through the first 3 before they saw her coming. The combat was not elegant. It was wet and fast and ugly, blade meeting bone, her boots slipping on the mud-churned stone. She moved through them like the Thorn had trained her, because the Thorn had trained her, and every strike she made was Elowine's lesson given back in blood. When the 4th man fell, she turned. The retainers stared at her. She was covered in black marsh water and the wet, dark blood of human converts. "The north gate," she said. "Flood the lower crypt. Open the sluice gates. The water will push them back to the causeway." They did not move. "Now," she said, and the word carried everything she had not said. The assassin's authority, the archivist's patience, the woman who had chosen this house over her own blood. They moved. The sluice gates groaned open. Water surged through the lower passages, black and cold, carrying the force of the marsh tide that had fed Duskwater's foundations for centuries. Vesna had traced that tide in her notebooks, measured its rise and fall, calculated the exact moment it would flood the crypt roads deep enough to drown a man standing. She had planned to use it as her escape route after the assassination. Now, she used it as a weapon. The converts screamed first, then went silent as the water closed over their heads. Vesna stood on the upper landing, watching the flood pour through the lower courts, watching the Thorn riders scatter, watching the torches hiss out as the marsh claimed its own. She did not feel triumph. She felt the shape of Elowine's smile, still waiting in the dark. The fighting broke within the hour. The survivors were gathered, the wounded carried inside, the dead dragged to the edge of the causeway where the tide would take them. Castellan stood in the courtyard with mud up to his knees, giving orders in a voice that did not tremble. Emrys found her at the sluice gate. He was breathing hard, his sling soaked through, blood that was not his own staining his collar. "You used the crypt roads," he said. "I mapped them. For the assassination." "Yes." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he said, "Good," and that was all. She found the courier at the edge of the marsh, pinned beneath a fallen horse, still breathing. The man was young, his face pale, his hands clutching a leather satchel against his chest. Vesna knelt beside him, and he looked up at her with the wide, desperate eyes of someone who knew he was going to die. "Please," he said. "I was only carrying a message." She took the satchel. Inside, folded into 3, a single page covered in the cramped devotional hand she recognized from every letter Mireya had ever written. She read it once, then again. "White Fen still waits. The children you saved were 1 cartload out of 100. Come willingly, and I will open the gates before Elowine calls the rest. Refuse, and I burn every refuge you leave behind. You have until the drowned moon." Vesna looked up. The courier was dead. Behind her, the courtyard burned and the riders retreated into the marsh darkness, and somewhere beyond the causeway, Elowine Rusk was still smiling. Vesna folded the letter. She tucked it into her pocket beside the bird whistle, and she turned back toward the manor where a choice she had not yet made was already forming in the space between her heart and her blade. Chapter 80. The courtyard fell quiet in the way battlefields do. Not silence, but the wet sound of breath, the scrape of boots on stone, the distant crack of embers settling. Vesna stood at the sluice gate with Mireya's letter folded against her ribs and the bird whistle warm from her pocket. The marsh tide still ran black through the lower crypts, carrying the dead toward the channel where the drowned moon would rise. She found Emrys near the north arch, his sling soaked through, his face pale beneath the smeared blood. He was giving quiet instructions to a retainer, directing the wounded toward the infirmary and the dead toward the causeway edge. When he saw her, he stopped. "You found something?" Not a question. He had seen her face. She pulled the letter from her pocket and handed it to him. He read it once, then again, his jaw tightening as he reached Mireya's signature. "1 cartload out of 100, he said. "Yes, and she wants you to go. She wants me to choose." Vesna heard how that sounded, how every choice since St. Ola's had been a door closing behind her. "She will open the gates if I come willingly. If I refuse, she burns everything." Emrys folded the letter with his good hand and held it back to her. "Then we go." "We? You did not think I would let you walk into White Fen alone." She looked at him, the broken arm, the blood on his coat, the exhaustion carved into every line of his face. "You cannot fight," she said. "I can stand beside you. That is not the same thing. It is the only thing I have left to offer." He met her eyes and did not look away. "You told me once that you did not know how to be wanted. I am still learning how to want you without trying to keep you safe in a cage of my own making. But I know this. If you go north, I go north. If you stay, I stay. If you burn, I burn." The words sat between them, raw and unguarded. Vesna felt the shape of them settle into her chest, not like a blade, but like a hand finally stilled. "I am not going to burn," she said. "Then what are you going to do?" She tucked the letter back into her pocket. The bird whistle pressed against her hip, patient and waiting. "I am going to White Fen," she said, "and I am going to open those gates. But I am not going as Vesna Crale, the child Elowine took from the canal. And I am not going as the Thorn's finest blade, grateful for the chance to serve." She stepped closer. "I am going as Vesna Crale, the woman who chose to stay, the woman who chose you. And I am going to burn Elowine's work to the ground because it is the right thing to do, not because I was ordered." His breath caught. "Vesna." "I do not know what comes after," she said. "I do not know if I will survive it, but I know I want to come back. I want to come back to you." She held his gaze. "If you still want a future built in the open rather than the dark between crises, then say it now, because once I cross the causeway, I will not have another chance to hear it." Emrys reached out with his good hand and took hers. His palm was warm, his fingers calloused from years of archive work, and he held her like she was the only fixed point in a world still burning. "I want that future," he said. "I have wanted it since the night you knelt in my library with forged papers at your throat and a lie in every line of your face. I have wanted you since before I knew your real name." He pressed her hand to his chest, where his heart beat steady beneath the torn coat. "Step beside me before the Dawn Council," he said, "not as a bondswoman under my protection, as equal witness, as chosen partner. Let them see the woman I trust with the truth of this house." Vesna opened her mouth to answer. The marsh bells began again. Not the 6 strokes of the causeway watch, a different pattern, fast and irregular, the rhythm used for approaching riders or signal fire spotted from the tower. They both turned. Sabani Yarrowell was already crossing the courtyard, his boots splashing through the standing water, his face set in the expression of a man carrying news he did not want to deliver. "Northbound scout just came through the marsh gate," he said, stopping before them. "White Fen has lit its signal fires. Every watchtower between here and the Black Channel is answering." Emrys tightened his grip on Vesna's hand. "How long?" "The scout rode through the night. The fires were lit at moonfall." Sabin's jaw worked. "Mireya is not waiting for the drowned moon. She is burning the refuges now." The letter in Vesna's pocket seemed to pulse with heat. 1 cartload out of 100, and Mireya was already turning the rest to ash. "Then I am out of time to choose," Vesna said. She looked at Emrys. "The Dawn Council, the equal witness, the future built in the open. She wanted it. She wanted it so fiercely that the wanting felt like a wound. But the signal fires were burning, and the children were still inside, and Mireya had given her a deadline that was already bleeding into the dark. "The council will have to wait," she said. Emrys did not flinch. "Then I go with you now. Your arm will heal. The children will not." She looked at him. The man who had seen through her lies from the first night, the man who had shielded her when the court turned, the man who had asked her to name her choice and meant it when he said it cost him something every time he trusted her. She had spent her whole life learning to trust no one, but she trusted him. "We ride at midnight," she said, "before the drowned moon rises." He nodded once, and beside them, the marsh bells kept ringing, carrying the news of White Fenn's fires toward every corner of the marsh, calling the truth into the open at last. Vesna turned toward the manor, toward the gear she would need, and the horse she would ride, and the future she had chosen, even if it killed her. Behind her, Emrys's footsteps followed, and for the first time in her life, she did not walk toward the dark alone.